This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Why can't you be more obedient? It's just a variety show. What's so great about it? What's wrong with giving it to your sister? As for letting you get wet in the rain. Hey! Xiaomi listened to the noisy voice and felt her scalp tingling. She rubbed her temples and slowly opened her eyes. What's going on? Why am I here? Who is talking? This damn Stinky. Are you lazy? They didn't even give me a notice and directly let me come to the new world. It seems that this little guy wants to be locked up in this small dark room again. Just when Xiaomi was still thinking about who she would be in this life. There was a small cry next to her. Sister, please let me go once. Okay? I really want to participate. Just once. Hearing this voice, Xiaomi was even more confused. What's going on? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? But I'm so irritated. Get out. Xiaomi's hoarse voice came out. And Xiao Qiping in the room immediately waited for Xiaomi with dissatisfaction. Xiaomi, how do you talk to your sister? You don't know what's good for you. Ran. Let's go. We won't pay attention to this rebellious girl. You go directly. We will communicate directly with Director Yin. After saying that, Xiao Qiping stood up with a dark face and pulled Xiao Ran away. Is this back to the previous life? Xiaomi, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes, looked at the sunlight coming in from the window, slowly supported her body, and sat up from the bed, muttered softly, I'm back. I didn't expect you to be back. After Xiaomi finished muttering, she leaned on the bed, closed her eyes, and tried to relieve her headache. Because of the headache, her fair face was pale, and her beautiful eyebrows were wrinkled. The heart was beating violently, telling the owner's restlessness. Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from my mind. Host, congratulations on returning to the original world. Because you are so outstanding. The ability of the 999 worlds you almost traveled through before was also brought here. Sprinkle flowers. Sprinkle flowers. Sprinkle flowers. Celebrate. 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 In addition, because of your wonderful performance, as a reward, your little baby has also been separated from the control of the main system. Are you happy or not? Are you happy or not? Listening to the familiar noise, a warm smile appeared on Xiaomi's face. And then he said with disgust, Shut up. Stinky. It's so noisy. Whoa. Host. I'm not Chaochu. I just made a typo. My name is Hao. Okay. Chaochu. How can I return to my original world? Also, in this life, will there still be zombie viruses in this world? Report to the host. Hao doesn't know. Hao is only responsible for sending the host back. Got it. Can you let me receive my previous memories again? Okay. Host. Please accept. After the system finished speaking, Xiaomi's mind was like a movie, with many thoughts pouring out. Picture. Xiaomi, 25 years old this year. Her mother died after giving birth to her. Her father, Xiao Qiping, the middle-aged man in her room just now, married the pregnant Dong Xinhui 1 month after Xiaomi's mother died. 4 months later, Xiao Ran, who is 6 months younger than Xiaomi, was born. Xiaomi was the captain of a former popular girl group. Her career was very smooth. Later, she became popular in an acting variety show with her outstanding acting skills. In the following years, she received many invitations. Xiao Ran, the cheap stepsister, often asked Xiaomi to give her some resources and acted in mediocre roles, but never made much of a splash. This time, he was even more greedy and wanted to get the permanent guest spot in the variety show that Xiaomi was recording. So he made such a fuss. After receiving her initial memory, Xiaomi slowly sorted out the matter. Her scumbag father let her get wet in the rain all night in order to fight for his resources for her stepsister. And she was not allowed in until she fainted. And now she has been in a coma for 2 days. Xiaomi smiled indifferently, slowly stood up from the bed, thinking of the zombie virus in her previous life. When the system exploded, she hurried back to save the family. She wanted to slap herself a few times. She was so stupid. Xiaomi scolded herself for a while and wanted to stand up, but found that she was top-heavy and dizzy, and couldn't stand steadily. Xiaocho, do you still have the storage function? Are all my things still there? Host. I say again. I am Hao. Please respect the system. Thank you. Your things are here. What do you need? Listening to the system. Xiaomi smiled. I developed the cold medicine myself. Thank you. Xiao. After getting the medicine, Xiaomi threw the pill into her mouth and didn't forget to tease the system. The angry system stretched out its mechanical arm and wanted to fight with Xiaomi. But it couldn't touch Xiaomi. Xiaomi's system is stored in the virtual space and is bound to Xiaomi consciousness. So it has no entity. This is the reward for Xiaomi after completing 99 quick travel tasks. But they didn't expect Xiaomi to be like a tireless robot, doing tasks crazily without a break. She completed all 999 tasks. In order to maintain the balance of the quick travel world, the main system had to send Xiaomi back. Of course, Xiaomi didn't know these. And even her system How didn't know the main system's idea. It just thought that her host was so powerful that she got this reward. And Xiaomi didn't know that the main system would send her back. In fact, after so long, she didn't have any obsession with this world. If there was any regret, it was that she didn't get rid of this family of monsters. She felt very unhappy. Now that she's back, it's just the right time to solve this regret. Cho. There are still 3 days before the zombie virus breaks out. Right? Yes. Host. Please keep the serum I brought back from the quick travel world separately for me. I need it. This serum was obtained by Xiaomi in the previous quick travel world. There was not much. Only a dozen left. It can kill the zombie virus. But I don't know if it is still useful in this world. How in the virtual space coughed awkwardly. That? Host. I have something to tell you. Don't be angry. You won't drink it? It is forbidden to insult the system. It is the main system. It has taken away many of your collections, including the serum. But I will keep one. Xiaomi held her forehead. Don't give me the opportunity to go back to see the main system. Otherwise, I will make this guy kneel down and call me daddy. Hu. The main system far away in the black hole sneezed, playing with a night shining pearl the size of a baby's head, and muttered, "Which bastard is scolding me?" After that, he continued to play with the treasures in front of him one by one. If Xiaomi saw these things, she would feel unusually familiar, because she got them all with great effort. Chapter 2, A Strange Idea. As soon as Xiaomi went downstairs, she saw Xiaoran crying in the living room. She snorted and walked downstairs. Xiaoran, who was crying, stood up quickly after seeing Xiaomi coming down, ran to Xiaomi, and held Xiaomi's hand. Sister, it's okay. It's okay if I don't go. Don't quarrel with my parents. Whoa. Sister, it's all Ran's fault. Ran. Xiaomi waved Xiaoran's hand away. It's okay to know that it's your fault. I don't want to argue with you. If you don't say you want to participate, then there's nothing wrong? After saying that, she walked out the door. Xiao Qiping saw Xiaomi walking out directly, and his face flushed with anger. Rebellious girl. You rebellious girl. Why can't you learn from Ran for a long time? And stop worrying me. You day by day. Okay. Stop teaching me what I should do here. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Qiping coldly. In her last life, she longed for family affection. But after experiencing so many worlds, she now feels that family affection is something that can be eliminated without it. After all, not every pair of parents is qualified. Xiao Qiping was frightened by Xiaomi's eyes, and his body staggered backwards involuntarily. Dong Xinhui hurried forward to support Xiao Qiping. Xiaomi. Mom. Hey. Mom hopes that you sisters can be well. Ran has wanted to be close to you. Her sister. Since she was a child. You? Okay. Shut up. Want to be close to me? Haha. Do you believe this yourself? If you want to be famous, work hard on yourself. Also, you are my stepmother. After saying this, Xiaomi patted Xiaoran's shoulder and turned to walk forward. Looking at Xiaomi back, Xiaoran's eyes seemed to be poisoned. Feeling Xiaoran's hateful eyes, Xiaomi turned around and smiled provocatively, opened the door and left. Xiaoran recalled Xiaomi's eyes. Her heart was beating fast. She didn't know how the soft Xiaomi changed so much all of a sudden. She couldn't believe it for a while. Mom and Dad. Sister, what's wrong with sister? Why is it like a different person? Xiaoran's words made Xiao Qiping's heart jump. And then he slammed the table and cursed, "Humph. Rebellious girl. The same virtue as her bitch mother. Don't pay attention to her." After saying that, he put the things in his hand on the coffee table and turned to go upstairs. Old Xiao. Where are you going? Xiao Qiping said without turning his head. I have an appointment with my friends. If you have nothing to do, go and accompany Ran to the audition. Ran, don't let Xiaomi compare to you. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Ran with a warning. Xiao Ran nodded quickly, with a well-behaved smile on his face. Don't worry, Dad. Ran will definitely make you proud. Hearing Xiao Ran say this, Xiao Qiping's expression eased a lot. Thinking of Xiaomi, coupled with her eyes just now, Xiao Qiping felt very uneasy, looking ahead in a trance, and then suddenly shuddered. Xiao Ran didn't understand why Xiao Qiping had such a look, and shouted in confusion, Dad, what's wrong with you? Nothing. After saying that, Xiao Qiping turned around and walked upstairs quickly. At this time, Xiaomi was sitting in her home, staring at her balance in a daze. Host, now there are only 3 days away from the end of the last life. Have you thought about what to do? If I had thought about it, I would have taken action directly now, instead of sitting here and listening to you nagging. You really have no sense. Host, you are very rude. I am very angry. Oh! After Xiaomi finished speaking expressionlessly, she picked up the key next to her and prepared to go out. And by the way, she directly cut off the contact between Hao Hao and herself. In the car, Xiaomi directly called her agent Shen Yun. Sister Yun, it's me. I want to go to a few orphanages. Please help me buy some fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, grains and oils. I plan to go to a few rural primary schools later. Xiaomi? No. You are Xiaomi, right? What's wrong with you? Are you terminally ill? If you have any problems, just tell me. I will definitely help you solve them if I can. Xiaomi rubbed her swollen temples and frowned with a headache. She took a long breath and said, Sister Yun, no. I have been offended by some villains recently. I have to spend money to avoid disaster. Please help me contact some manufacturers. I need the goods now. Shen Yun, who was applying a facial mask, stood up from the sofa when he heard Xiaomi's words. Xiaomi, are you really terminally ill? After saying that, he took off the mask on his face and tore it off, looking at his mobile phone in disbelief. No. You help me first. I am on my way to find you now. I will talk to you when I get there. After saying that, Xiaomi took off her headphones and concentrated on driving. Shen Yun's eyes were red. Xiaomi debuted at the age of 17 and has been in the industry for 8 years. She took over when Xiaomi was 18 and treated Xiaomi like her own sister. At this time, her heart was full of worries, and she kept pacing in the living room. She slapped herself hard. Shen Yun, you still said that it was your sister. You didn't even find out that your sister had a terminal illness. You are really an incompetent sister. After saying that, Shen Yun burst into tears. No. Woo. I can't cry. Shen Yun, hold it back for me. We will find a doctor for Xiaomi. Yes, we will find a very good doctor. Shen Yun stood up and went to the bathroom to apply ice to her red eyes, sorted out her emotions, sat on the sofa, and waited for Xiaomi to come. Who would have thought that the Iron Lady Shen Yun had such a brain-filling ability? When Xiaomi arrived and just walked in, Shen Yun couldn't hold back and burst into tears again, and then went up to hug Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked confused. Sister Yun, let me go first. I will tell you slowly. Okay. Xiaomi helplessly patted Shen Yun, who was crying in her arms. Shen Yun couldn't listen to Xiaomi's words at all. At this moment, his mind was full of Xiaomi's death. He was about to die. Woo. Why is my Chi-Chi so miserable? It's okay to meet such a family. But why is it? Woo. Suffer. This. Xiaomi couldn't listen to it anymore, and went forward to cover Shen Yun's mouth. Calm down and listen to me. Okay. Shen Yun nodded while crying, looking at Xiaomi's eyes full of grievances. Xiaomi herself began to doubt whether she really had a terminal illness. Chapter 3, Raising Money. Sister Yun, I dreamed of some bad things, and I felt uneasy. In addition, Xiao Qiping has been really unkind recently, so I want to spend money to avoid disaster. Anyway, money can be earned slowly. Don't you think so? Shen Yun heard Xiaomi's words and looked at Xiaomi suspiciously. Really? Xiaomi nodded, and then raised her hand to swear. Really? It's more real than real gold. So now, please trouble Sister Yun to sort out the property under my name for me. Our task in the next few days is to spend money. No. You can't spend all the money to avoid disaster. Are you crazy? Shinyun said, and went straight to touch Xiaomi's forehead. Then he touched his own forehead. You don't have a fever. What nonsense are you talking about? You might have been cursed. Sister Yun. What nonsense are you talking about? Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born and can't take with you when you die. There's no need to worry about it. Besides, I always feel like I've offended someone. So I'd better spend some money. Shinyun said that I didn't understand. Then he stared at Xiaomi with wide eyes. No. I just realized. Xiaomi, you've changed. Why do you feel more likable now? Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. Sister, how long has it been since you realized that I'm different? Maybe it's because I was caught in the rain and sobered up. Seeing that Xiaomi didn't want to talk, Shinyun didn't ask any more questions, but started to plan her assets with Xiaomi. After this calculation, Xiaomi found that she didn't have much money. Barely 30 million. I have been in the industry for 8 years. I can count the number of days I have to rest each year with my hands. I have also filmed 6 TV series and 3 movies. There are even more commercials. As a result, this is all I have left in my savings. Xiaomi began to doubt her life. Am I so poor? So, I have made almost no money from filming for so many years? It's not that you didn't make any money. But, having said that, Shinyun stopped talking and rolled his eyes at Xiaomi. Xiaomi shut up immediately. Well, I was a fool in my previous life. I simply held Xiaoran, the ungrateful person, in my hands. The money I made was either used to buy luxury goods for Xiaoran or invested in Xiao Group. But Xiao Group had nothing to do with her. Xiaomi. Whether it was profits or dividends, they all went into the stomachs of that family of 3. Thinking about it, I felt that I was really stupid. It's not that you don't have any. You have 2 properties, which add up to about 20 million. Yeah. How could I forget about this? Xiaomi slapped her head. Shinyun felt a headache. Well, you don't have to hit yourself like that. Xiaomi felt the pain from the hit, and immediately looked at Shinyun with a pitiful expression on her face. Shinyun stepped forward and touched Xiaomi's head with a smile. Then sell it. Put it up now. After saying that, Xiaomi found the contact information of the agent responsible for her house. These 2 properties were given to Xiaomi by Mr. Qiao before, saying that one of them was left by Xiaomi's mother. They are all old houses. But fortunately, the location is good. They have appreciated a lot in recent years. Let the other party put the house up for sale directly. But the requirement is to pay the full amount in one lump sum. The price can be negotiated, and the agent is given a floating amount of about 4 million. After solving this matter, Xiaomi began to think about where she would live after the end of the world. At the beginning, the whole society was in chaos, and she had to find a safe place. Seeing that Xiaomi really wanted to sell the house, and was willing to lower the price, Shinyun looked at Xiaomi with a look of "you are crazy." Xiaomi almost doubted whether she was really crazy. Sister Yun, please help me contact some suppliers. Get some pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, etc. We will do some good deeds. But don't publicize it. As for green vegetables, all kinds are needed, and we will contact the farmers directly. Are you serious? Shinyun still didn't understand what the situation was now. Seriously? I leave these to you. I still have some things to deal with. By the way, Sister Yun, please postpone my notice for the next 4 days. Just say that something happened at home. Shinyun saw that Xiaomi was really not talking, so he didn't ask any more questions. Although Xiaomi was always soft-hearted before, she also had her own persistence. She was determined that no matter how many people tried, they couldn't pull her back. Okay. When will we deliver the goods? And where will we put the other things? When are you going to go? Rent 2 warehouses. 3 days later. We will temporarily order the quantity for 10 Hope primary schools, the quantity for orphanages and nursing homes in the whole city, and the rest will be discussed later. Have you been kidnapped? If you are threatened with kidnapping, tell me. No. Sister Yun, stop imagining. I'm leaving. Fearing that Shinyun would continue, Xiaomi left quickly. On the way, Xiaomi logged into her Weibo account, which she usually posted some beauty tutorials, and so on. Therefore, she still has more than 100,000 fans. She mentioned the outbreak of the zombie virus in a vague way, but only said that it was her dream. But the dream was somewhat real, so she reminded everyone Then she released some news that the epidemic was about to re-roll on major platforms, reminding everyone to stock up on supplies and take good protection. After doing all this, Xiaomi drove towards her rental place. As for whether netizens believe it or not, it is not something she can control. After all, she herself is not sure whether there will be a zombie virus in this life, and how long it will last. Who made her live for only a week after the zombie virus broke out in her previous life, and she was killed by Xiao Ran Little White Lotus. After arriving home, she put all the edible and useful things in it into the system's built-in space. Then she started buying. First some daily necessities, which were ordered directly from the internet. Anyway, many people would stock up a lot at one time, and no one would suspect it at all. She bought hundreds of boxes directly. Fortunately, it is really convenient to buy things now. She placed an order online, and there is a warehouse in Kyoto. Some of them will arrive this afternoon, and the rest will be delivered around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for cosmetics, Xiaomi basically didn't buy anything, but bought some raw materials for making cosmetics and skincare products from the internet, prepared to make them by herself. These are all local stores. After all, she must collect everything within 3 days. Then she bought a few sets of skincare products. After all, she is a poor person now, so she still has to save money. She doesn't plan to stock up on other things for the time being. After the zombie virus broke out, the order of the whole society was in chaos, so she can buy them when the time comes. As for other things, Xiaomi didn't buy them anymore. After all, she now has a system that can exchange for many good things. Thinking of this, Xiaomi hurriedly said, "Cho, do you still have the exchange function now?" Replied to the host, "Yes, but it costs a small amount of money." Xiaomi, is it the bank card or cash? Or antiques? It doesn't matter, as long as it's valuable. How wants it. Also, host, if you call me stinky again, I will be forced to log off. Hearing the mechanical hum, Xiaomi felt sick. It was really unpleasant. Chapter 4 Stockpiling Supplies 1. In order not to hurt the system, Xiaomi still didn't say, "Got it. Do I still have my weapons?" Dang. Look, it's your most precious boxing gloves. When the boxing gloves appeared in Xiaomi's mind, she was still very excited. After all, this was her favorite weapon, even after having it. No matter which fast travel world she was in, she always used this weapon. How did you hide it from the main system? That is... Oh, host, don't ask. You may not want to use it if you ask. Hearing this, Xiaomi felt a chill on her back and had a bad premonition. I just ask you, are my boxing gloves still the same as before? Can they still be used? It must be usable. It must be the same as before. After getting the system's answer, Xiaomi was satisfied, and the rest was not important. People still can't be too sober. The system said silently, "It seems that you can only do this. What else can you do if you don't do this? Xiaomi, you are really a dog." Host, praise me. How kept waving his mechanical arm. Xiaomi looked at the robot in her mind and felt that it was too cold. Can you change your appearance? No. How looked at Xiaomi with a wrong face. Host, do you dislike How? Xiaomi sneered twice. Forget it. This is just a weird robot. Accept it. I'd better talk less. After putting away the things, Xiaomi went out. She also needs to buy some jackets and cotton clothes to keep warm, which are very necessary in the end of the world. Choose to go directly to the outdoor goods store. Buy a set of equipment. Climbing ropes, tents and fuel lamps all need to be bought. The power will be cut off 2 days after the end of the world, and fuel lamps are also needed. Seeing that Xiaomi bought so much, the shopkeeper asked curiously, "Are you going to go hiking and camping?" "Yes. I've never bought anything before. The place I'm going to is very cold." "What else do I need to buy?" Xiaomi asked, looking at the equipment in front of her. After all, she had only almost crossed the apocalypse once before, and she wore it on a zombie, so she really didn't know anything about it. The shopkeeper saw that Xiaomi was a newcomer and was beautiful. He immediately introduced it enthusiastically. "Then I highly recommend this tent. It has a very good windproof effect. It's just that this one is relatively large and is for 2 people. Xiaomi smiled and said, "There are a lot of us. I guess we need at least 10 for 2 people. Hearing this, The shopkeeper's fat face was so smiling that his eyes could not be seen. Uh-huh. That's great. But I only have 5 here. If you need them, I can get them from other stores. But they won't arrive until tomorrow morning. No problem. Then this tent. And the ones I just saw. Do you need anything else? The store owner looked at what Chiami chose and said, basically, we have everything. Ah. This. A special hammer for mountaineering. And a stick. And an emergency light, and a charcoal stove. Do you think you need them? Because these are not necessary. The boss didn't recommend them just now. And he was just asking Chiami tentatively. Chiami thought that after the end of the world, there would be no water, electricity, or gas. Even if electricity could be generated, the fuel used would be in short supply. Charcoal is a very good thing. Yes. I want all you have. We are a group company organizing activities. So there are a lot of people. How many stoves and charcoal do you have? Not much charcoal. A few 100 kilograms. If you buy a lot, I will give it to you directly. Let me see the stoves. About 10. Then I will take them all. We have a bonfire party and barbecue. I was going to go somewhere else. But I didn't expect you to have everything here. Which saves me from running around. The store owner thought happily. Oh, a big customer. Immediately agreed. Okay. Then leave an address. I will contact other stores for you tomorrow and send it to you when the time comes. You prepare the goods first. We rent a warehouse. The person hasn't sent the address yet. I'll let you know when he sends it. Okay. How much do you want for the other things? For clothes and shoes, I want the ones I just selected. 3 of each. For the other things, give me as many as you have in your store. For tents, I want the one you recommend. I want 10. Please calculate the price. How much will I give you as a deposit? The store owner probably calculated it. According to his estimated inventory, the total price of all the things was at least nearly 1 million. He said, then you pay a deposit of 100,000 first. And the rest will be paid after we deliver the goods tomorrow. Okay. After quickly transferring the money, Chiami left. Clothes and other things are necessary later. Tents are not necessary. But they are still necessary. After all, she doesn't know whether she will stay in the wild. After finishing these, Chiami went to find her agent, preparing to rent a house with high privacy. She only has 3 days. And she also needs to reinforce the house. So time is still very urgent. It was already noon. And Chiami couldn't remember when the zombie virus broke out in her previous life. She was still filming that day. And when people bit each other on the set, the zombie virus had already spread. It was around 7 in the evening. Therefore, Chiami guessed that it was very likely that the zombie virus had already spread. It just hadn't spread yet. Thinking about her generation, it was a bit miserable. An epidemic broke out not long after she was born. And then another epidemic broke out just after she graduated from college. The epidemic had finally passed. And then the zombie virus broke out again. It was really miserable. Because the goal was clear. And the agent was a very neat guy. She quickly took a fancy to it. Although the guy was curious about why Chiami wanted to sell her house and rent a new one. He didn't say anything because he was a big customer. So that's it? Miss Chiao. Yes. That's it. 1 deposit and 1 payment. The young man nodded and said, yes. The owner of this house is a famous landlady. And all the houses are 1 deposit and 1 payment. She said she wanted to hear the sound of money arriving frequently. Ha. Chiami couldn't help laughing. She is still very unique. How is the occupancy rate here? Because it was a property built 2 years ago. The current occupancy rate is not high. About 10% to 20%. Chiami was very satisfied after hearing this. That's it. In fact, she can rent a villa. But she has no money. Villas are basically paid for half a year or a year. And her money has to be used to stock up on supplies. So she gave up this idea. After signing and the agent left, Chiami began to plan how to reinforce the house and listed all the things that needed to be purchased, including some furniture. After all, even if it is the end of the world, you still have to live comfortably. Thinking of the devastation she saw before, Chiami was actually quite scared. After all, she was a zombie at that time. And it would not be a big deal even if she did not eat for a few days. Later, she gradually changed to a vegetarian diet. She can still eat those contaminated fruits and vegetables. And they can even make her stronger. who made her a zombie. But that was in the fast travel world. She was not infected in her previous life. So she couldn't just come to a familiar character in this life. Take the initiative to get infected. Xiaomi stood in front of the window and overlooked the entire community, nodding with satisfaction. The most important reason for choosing this room is that it is on the top floor, and she doesn't need to worry about the situation upstairs. And she plans to install a water tank on the roof, as well as a purifier. After all, even if she changes the entire roof into a water tank, it can't hold much water, and she still needs a water purifier. But she is not in a hurry for these. She will buy good things first, and slowly transform it after the end of the world. Chapter 5, Stocking up on supplies too. With a plan. The next step is to buy these things. I drove directly to the decoration market, and chose a well-known large equipment store to get all the things done at once. I gave the boss the address of the warehouse that Shenyun had rented, and agreed to deliver the goods at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now there is still the most important water tank that has not been bought. She had just checked and found that it can be bought online, but it will take about half a month. She can't wait. Boss, do you know where to buy water tanks? I need both industrial and household use. What are you doing? The middle-aged boss looked at Xiaomi with a flash of his eyes, wondering what Xiaomi wanted these things for. Xiaomi smiled and said, "For factory use." "Let me know. I can help you ask." "Wait a moment. Do you have any size requirements?" "The bigger the better. But I want it in stock. Preferably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "Okay. Wait." After speaking, the boss went inside to make a phone call and asked Xiaomi to continue watching in the store. Seeing this, Xiaomi wanted to buy something else, which was a material similar to bulletproof glass. Acrylic. Although there was no channel to get bulletproof glass, this thing was not bad. At least it would not be broken by others. Adding a wire mesh outside. Well, the safety effect was still very good. After planning, Xiaomi continued to look inside, ready to see if there was anything useful. Xiaomi did not stop until the boss came back. "I contacted you. They now have very large, 100 square meters of water tanks, and they are made of stainless steel." Xiaomi nodded hurriedly. "Okay. Can it arrive tomorrow?" "Yes. He is 5 now. How many do you want?" 2 will do. By the way, boss, do you have pea water tanks? Just for workers to wash and brush their teeth. I have this here. How big do you want? From 100 kilograms to 2 tons. After that, he took Xiaomi to the yard behind the store. Xiaomi planned the height. After all, she still needed to put 2 at home. So she ordered a 2-ton one, 2 1-ton ones, and 3 200-kilogram ones. She didn't order any more. After all, if she bought more, it would really arouse suspicion. "Boss, do you have acrylic glass in stock?" "Yes." "Let's measure the size today. If it's okay, we change it today. If not, we change it tomorrow. Is that okay?" Seeing Xiaomi so anxious, the boss couldn't help but wonder in his heart, and finally asked directly, "Are you going to build a fortress?" "Uh-huh. No. It's mainly because I just bought a new house today, and the factory was just completed last week. We rushed together." Xiaomi pretended to be tired and supported his forehead. "Uh-huh. I understand. Young people should work harder. I'm old now and can't work anymore." "Uh-huh." Xiaomi smiled. "Boss, do you have any soundproofing cotton? I want to add a layer of the best soundproofing cotton and a layer of thermal insulation cotton in my house." "Huh? Why would you have such a request?" "It's my own job requirement. And the thermal insulation cotton is because I'm afraid of the cold. So, you know?" Xiaomi shrugged and smiled helplessly. Yes, both. In fact, thermal insulation cotton also has a soundproofing effect. But the soundproofing effect is not as good as special soundproofing cotton." Xiaomi said directly. "Can both be installed today?" "Today?" The boss thought about it and said again, "It is definitely not possible to replace the glass today. In this way, I will send a master to measure the size and make it for you as soon as possible. But it will probably take tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow to be completed. As for the installation of sound insulation cotton and thermal insulation cotton, it can be done today. I will ask the master to bring more materials." "Okay. No problem. Let's go now. Please calculate the price of the things I want first, and send me the deposit required." "Okay." After solving these things, Xiaomi can finally breathe. But he dared not stop for a moment. Cho. Is there a cave where time is stagnant? To the host. Yes. But it is only 100 square meters and 3 meters high. Xiaomi thought about it and felt that it was enough. Okay. Pack it up. I put some boxes in later. You help me organize it. This is for food. Okay. Host. When the master finished measuring the size, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The master who installed the sound insulation cotton and thermal insulation cotton was still working overtime. I asked the master, and he said it might take until about 10 o'clock in the evening, since there was no noise. Xiaomi asked the master to work overtime to finish it all at once today. After making the arrangements, Xiaomi went to several fast food restaurants and bought all the remaining materials for today. This time he showed his appearance directly. Both Xiaomi and Xiao Xiaomi are now well-known movie stars. And all the stores have no doubts and no more questions. Immediately began to prepare for Xiaomi. Finally, Xiaomi also called several milk tea shops that she often cooperated with and told them that she needed 1,000 milk teas tomorrow. Asked them to prepare the materials in advance. These milk tea shops often cooperated with Xiaomi, so they naturally agreed directly. While waiting, Xiaomi also ordered a lot of food from the internet and delivered them all to her home. As for those fast food restaurants, the store said that it would take about 1 a.m. to finish everything, and some would be 11 a.m. earlier. So Xiaomi made an appointment directly and went home. During this period, the masters had already installed the living room and kitchen, and 2 of the 4 bedrooms were not installed yet. The bathroom was not installed either. Xiaomi distributed the food she bought to the masters, asking them to eat while working. She was waiting outside for takeout. After waiting, all the food was put into the storage box as it was, and then put into the system space with the mind. At 9 o'clock, Shenyun called. Chichi, I have already contacted them. The things will be ready tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Your money is gone now. Speaking of this, Shenyun looked resentful. Wow, my own artist is really a spendthrift. It's just a small amount of money. It hurts. What Shenyun didn't know was that Xiaomi spent more money. It's okay. The agent is already talking today. I guess there will be a result tomorrow. You are going to die. You are crazy. Xiao Chichi, do you really want to make yourself a pauper? Is it necessary? Xiaomi smiled and knew that Shenyun would react like this. But if she didn't tell Shenyun, she had no channels. She could only think of ways to appease Shenyun. Sister Yun, don't worry. I still have dividends from Xiao. I know you won't starve to death, but you won't ruin yourself. Oh, forget it. I won't say it anymore. But, Xiao Chichi, you should save some capital for yourself. Yes, I know. Sister Yun, I saved it. Don't worry. By the way, come to my new rental place to find me tomorrow. I know. It's crazy. Crazy. Okay. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Shenyun hung up the phone directly. Chapter 6 Stocking Up on Supplies 3. Xiaomi smiled and stopped thinking about these things. There were still many things she hadn't bought today. She still needed to plan. She ordered some exercise equipment from the internet and prepared to put them at home to avoid being unable to go out. She still needed to exercise. She also ordered a sandbag, a spinning bike, and a treadmill. This time she used a certain product very unkindly. If there was no zombie virus, she would pay it back next month. If there was, she would get it for free. Anyway, it would basically be free at that time. There would be no psychological burden. After Xiaomi understood, she went to buy some water and drinks. Although it is necessary to survive, proper enjoyment is also indispensable. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the sound insulation and thermal insulation cotton of the whole house were finally ready. After the masters left, Xiaomi left. Go to get the fast food that was ordered before. Hamburgers and fried chicken are indispensable. And there are also many snacks and boxed lunches. After Xiaomi took a store, she put it directly into the system space after getting in the car, and then went to the next store. During this period, Xiaomi ordered barbecue from many other stores. Basically, she ordered 2,000 or 3,000 yuan for each store, and directly noted that 20 people would eat, so that the boss would not call to ask if she ordered the wrong order. After taking all the food, Xiaomi drove home. As soon as she got home, the doorbell rang. Hello, ma'am. Your takeaway. Xiaomi hurriedly stretched out her hand, Shh. Keep your voice down. We are making a surprise for our friends. You help me put it at the door. We will come out to get it later. Thank you. The delivery guy nodded and whispered, okay. There are snacks sent by the boss for you. Thank you. After the guy left, Xiaomi slowly took the things in by herself. Using the same method, Xiaomi signed for the next few barbecues. She still lives in the house she rented before. There are many celebrities and internet celebrities here, and they often order a lot of takeaways. Therefore, those stores basically deliver directly to the customers when they see that it is takeout here. And the earliest she wants to move to the house she rents today is estimated to be the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. They need to install glass there, and they can only hire someone to clean after the glass is installed. After that, Xiaomi arranged her schedule for the next day and the day after tomorrow. She found that there are still many things to do, especially many things she wants to buy have not been bought yet. As for those seeds and trees, she is not going to buy them. There is no use buying them. The space that comes with the system is just a few caves, which can only store things. And if I remember correctly, she was an ordinary person in her previous life. Unless she can get Jushi ability in a week in this life. But according to her understanding, it is impossible. So she has to get a set of combat uniforms. Otherwise, if she is caught by zombies, she will die. I don't know if she will have a chance to be reborn if she dies again this time. The next morning, at 7:30, a courier boy started calling Xiaomi. He said that her courier had arrived. Xiaomi got up quickly, washed up, and drove to the newly rented house. It took about half an hour to get there. It took the courier about an hour to deliver the parcels there. Some owners needed them to deliver the parcels directly to their doorsteps. It still took a lot of time. When Xiaomi arrived, the courier was about to enter the community to deliver the parcels. Hello. I'm picking up the parcels for Building 3. 2401. Because Xiaomi had a lot of parcels, the courier knew which parcels they were as soon as she said her house number. These are all here. The courier pointed to a pile on the ground and said to Xiaomi. Xiaomi nodded. Okay. You go and deliver them. I carry them to the car myself. The courier smiled and put down the cart in his hand. It's okay. I help you carry them to the car. I'm afraid they're a little heavy, and you can't carry them yourself. Then he started to help Xiaomi carry them. Finally, the trunk of Xiaomi's car was full, but there were still a dozen left. Xiaomi waved her hand and said, put them in the back seat. Okay. After moving all the things up, Xiaomi looked at the time. The mall was not open yet, so she went directly to the fruit wholesale market. After arriving, she asked for 50 boxes of apples, tangerines, oranges, bananas, dragon fruits, etc., which were smaller in size, and 200 boxes of the rest, such as durian, watermelon, jackfruit, etc. If she hadn't had much money, she could have bought more. These alone cost 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Xiaomi looked at the rapidly decreasing amount in the card and felt panic, thinking that the agent should be able to give news today, whether the house over there can be sold. There will be a result. Otherwise she will not have the money to pay the balance for these things today. After buying the fruit and writing the address of the warehouse, Xiaomi went directly to the mall. After Shen received the delivery message, Bai was stunned and immediately called Xiaomi. Shichi, are you going to die? Are you not going to live anymore? You wasteful thing. What did you buy? I have already collected a lot of things in the warehouse. Why did you buy so much water? Shen Yun, who was on the phone, looked at the bottled water on the ground in front of him, and his head was buzzing. While rubbing his eyebrows, he scolded Xiaomi on the phone. Xiaomi quickly turned down the volume in the car. Sister Yun, you just need to collect it. I bought some fruits. Remember to collect them later. There are also some bottled water and drinks, which will probably be delivered later. After saying that, she hung up the phone quickly. She was afraid that as she continued to call, Shen Yun would really call her through the phone line. Horrible. Thinking about Shen Yun's irritable look just now, Xiaomi decided to wait until tomorrow to call Shen Yun over. Or wait until the zombie virus broke out before picking him up. But thinking about the chaos on the street when she went to rescue the Xiao family of 3 in her last life, Xiaomi gave up the idea directly. She decided to let Shen Yun come over tomorrow at noon. When they arrived at the mall, Xiaomi first bought a down jacket. She and Shen Yun had similar figures, but Shen Yun was fatter than her. She bought 5 pieces for the two of them, and then bought some scarves, hats, gloves and other things. Finally, some underwear. When buying underwear, Xiaomi suddenly thought that she could buy some disposable ones, which would save a lot of water. As for the garbage, she had already checked that no one lived downstairs, so she could just requisition it. She thought of taking action immediately, and she spent nearly 100,000 yuan on disposable underwear and disposable supplies. She also bought cat litter for toilet use online. In fact, she didn't know if it would work, but she found it online yesterday and decided to give it a try. Then she bought a few quilts at the mall and I bought some mattresses. Then I went to the supermarket and bought a lot of instant food products. These can be eaten with hot water, even self-heating foods, which can be eaten with water. Because I bought a lot, the supermarket manager directly asked someone to take Xiaomi to check out. Even the checkout guy kindly advised Xiaomi to eat less junk food. Xiaomi smiled and said that this was purchased by the company, not for her own consumption. Then I went to several supermarkets to buy instant food products. I bought a lot of canned meat, ham, sausage, and a lot of semi-finished dishes. The most purchased thing was a supermarket's own dessert. I gave it directly to others. The shelves were cleared. At this time, there were more than a dozen supermarket staff members behind her, pushing the cart for her, and the supermarket manager followed Xiaomi. Miss Chiao, do you need anything else? We will deliver it to you tomorrow. Is that okay? The supermarket manager looked at Xiaomi's posture and knew that this was a big customer, so he naturally entertained her warmly. Xiaomi thought it was okay. So she said, I'm asking the crew members to deliver some semi-finished dishes tomorrow morning, as well as the meat in the meat display cabinet over there, and the fried goods over there. And desserts? All of them. 100 servings of meat, and 50 servings of desserts each. Okay. Is there anything else you need? Xiaomi thought about it, and there was nothing else for the time being. So she said, that's all. I just hope the manager can keep it confidential. I don't want to be on the hot search. Definitely. Then, after Xiaomi finished paying, the staff helped Xiaomi put her shopping into the car. The trunk, the back seat and the passenger seat were all stuffed, and it was packed to the brim. Xiaomi waited until she got out of the garage, and while there were no cameras, she quickly put the things on the passenger seat into the space. She didn't want to be on the social news. The entire passenger seat was piled up, and the rearview mirror couldn't see anything. Isn't this challenging the authority of the traffic police? Then she went to several pet stores and bought a lot of cat litter, and the one she bought online will be delivered this afternoon. Chapter 7 New Member. Just when Xiaomi was about to leave, she saw a white ragdoll cat in the corner looking at her pitifully. And the kitten had heterochromia. One eye was green, and the other was blue. The whole person just lay on the glass, looking at her, not making any noise. But those eyes seemed to be able to speak, and Xiaomi's heart melted. But thinking of the end of the world, Xiaomi was still very hesitant. After all, she was not sure that she could really raise this little thing, and she was afraid that the little guy would howl twice, and then it would really be over. Just when Xiaomi was still hesitating, the store owner came over, looked in the direction of Xiaomi, and found the little guy. Ma'am, if you like it, you can consider taking it home. You must have many cats at home if you bought so much cat litter. Do you have any stuffed animals? Xiaomi shook her head. I'm not buying it for myself. I'm buying it for a friend. That's okay. See if you like it. Our little one is 3 months old now, and all the procedures are complete. Xiaomi was about to shake her head and refuse, but she saw the kitten looking at her sadly. Then she turned around and hid in the corner. Oh, this little guy is still interesting. Why don't you consider buying it? But Xiaomi, who was still rational, was still very hesitant. Then she gritted her teeth and said, I'd buy it. The clerk immediately came out with the kitten. Okay, miss, let's go through the procedures here. As soon as she finished speaking, the kitten became dishonest and kept reaching towards Xiaomi, even meowing softly. Xiaomi looked at the little guy's obviously cheerful look and smiled. Give it to me. She took the little guy from the clerk. The little guy jumped into Xiaomi's arms and couldn't stop, burying his face in Xiaomi's arms. Even when the people in the pet store said goodbye to it when they left, it ignored them. It seemed to be afraid that Xiaomi would abandon it. Xiaomi patted the back of the puppet with a smile, comforting the little puppet cat. For this little guy, Xiaomi bought a lot of cat food and various medicines for treating cats. In order not to arouse suspicion, Xiaomi bought a lot of cat food and canned cat food from the internet in the same city. As soon as the little guy was put into the car, the little guy became very excited and jumped back and forth inside. Xiaomi began to doubt the store's introduction. It clearly said that this was a quiet sister. But what did it mean now? Is there anything more lively than it? There is no one. Be quiet, sister. If you do this, I will be angry. Xiaomi Tiger Face was ready to scare the little guy. But the little guy didn't buy it at all. He jumped directly onto the cat food in the back seat and squatted on it, looking like he couldn't do anything to me. Xiaomi's heart was beating wildly. Don't ask. I have a heart attack if you ask. Sister, if you don't listen, you won't have any food today. Xiaomi looked at the little guy with a warning in her eyes. In the end, the little guy still sat obediently on the passenger seat. Xiaomi patted Xiao Jia's head with satisfaction. Drive to eat. Find a restaurant that pets can enter. After dinner, Xiaomi took advantage of the gap before the little guy got in the car to put the things in the car into the space. Got up and went home. The glass installer over there was already waiting. After opening the door, let the master install it first. And Xiaomi prepared to take the kitten to buy things for the family. Now there are many pots and pans in the house that are very short of. In addition, some of Xiaomi's daily necessities have not been bought in full. Looking at the sofa in the living room, Xiaomi decided to give them directly to the master. As for if the end of the world doesn't happen, she will buy a good set for the landlord. Master, these sofas and the dining cabinets here. If you want them, just move them away. I'm going to replace them with new ones. The master who was installing the glass heard this and said with a smile on his face, I'm so sorry. These are all new. It's okay. If you like them, just move them away. So I don't have to find someone to deal with them myself. And I have to pay for them. The masters didn't refuse when they saw Xiaomi say this. I quickly responded, Okay. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Then you tell me what you don't want, so we don't take the wrong ones. Xiaomi nodded. Well, give me your tape. I put on the ones I don't want, and you can move them away when you leave. After that, he began to plan what was not needed in the whole room. After all, many things are really not necessary in the future, such as display cabinets, sofas, dining tables, coffee tables, etc., which are not needed. She will probably change the living room into a fitness place in the future. And yesterday I asked the master to leave 200 square meters of soundproof and heat-insulating cotton. And I can just lay it on the floor when the time comes. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. And there are beds in 3 bedrooms. Xiaomi asked the master to move the bed in one of the guest rooms. Anyway, it was just her and Shen Yun who lived there, so there was no need to have so much. As for the remaining room, she planned to spread a thick layer of cat litter on the floor to meet their physiological needs. The sound of flushing was too loud. And after the end of the world, the sewer would return a strange smell. That smell was simply unbearable. Thinking about Xiaomi, she felt that the days ahead would be very difficult. And there were also changes in the weather. Thinking about the weather, she suddenly remembered that she had only bought things to deal with extreme cold weather. But when the zombie virus first broke out, it was extremely hot. She remembered that when she died, the weather seemed to be over 50 degrees. Anyway, the sun was burning on her body. In fact, she didn't suffer much in her last life. She died just 1 week after the zombie virus broke out. And she was thrown into the zombie group by her father. Now thinking about it, Xiaomi has no reaction. After all, it has been too long. It has been so long that she no longer hates Xiao Qiping as much as she did at the beginning. Now she looks at Xiao Qiping more indifferently. I feel like they are strangers. But she must avenge herself in her previous life. After restraining her emotions, Xiaomi continued to go out to buy things. She was fully armed every time she went out. After all, she was a celebrity. She also had a huge number of fans. Today, several fans recognized her in the supermarket. At that time, she also suggested that they stock up some things at home, saying that many people in the crew had fever recently, and reminded a wave of fans. Those fans immediately agreed, and looked at Xiaomi with gratitude. Xiaomi smiled and asked them to say something in the fan group, saying that she couldn't post it on Weibo. Otherwise, if nothing happened, she would be criticized. The fans expressed their understanding and said that they were just them. Anyway, there was no harm in stocking up some things. and several little fans bought a lot of things with Xiaomi. Xiaomi saw that everyone had bought things, and she felt a little relieved. Many of her current fans have been following her for so many years, and Xiaomi is very grateful to them. Even now, Xiaomi still remembers that after the zombie virus broke out in the previous life, some fans sent a lot of food and daily necessities to the Qiao family. But all of them went into the stomachs of the 3 people in that family. He didn't use any of them at all. Chapter 8: The Last Day. The milk tea ordered last night was ready, and Xiaomi went to the store to get it. After getting it, he put it in his space and went to the next store. He bought 10 fans that could be powered by batteries at the home appliance mall, and then bought a lot of batteries. After that, he rented a refrigerated truck and went to the ice cream wholesale factory to buy a lot of ice cubes. After putting the ice cubes in, he turned around and put the ice cubes directly into his space. Just as he was about to go to the mall to buy the remaining things, Xiaomi received a call from the agent. He said that his house had been sold for a total of 15 million. The agent was still regretful for a long time, saying that if Xiaomi hadn't asked for the full payment, he could have sold it for about 24 million. Many people didn't go to see it when they heard about the full payment. The agent kept sighing with regret. Xiaomi himself didn't feel anything. After all, the zombie virus would break out tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow at the latest. That's it. Let's go and handle the transfer procedures now. I have something else to do tomorrow. The agent said quickly. Wait a minute. Let me ask these people. A minute later, the agent said again, Miss Qiao. Okay. I take them to the exchange and wait for you. Okay. After that, they made money, and Xiaomi cooperated with the transfer. Finally, at 5 o'clock, everything was done. Xiaomi had something else to do, so she left after she finished. After all, she still had to buy some things. At this time, her comments on the internet were fermenting. But because Xiaomi was just suggesting that she felt that it was better to stock up some things to feel at ease, there were no other bad comments. Therefore, even if it was fermented, the official had no reason to say anything, let alone ask her to delete the comments or block the account. Only those comments she made on major platforms were ridiculed, saying that she was crazy about becoming famous. Xiaomi had taken a look before, and was too lazy to say anything to these people. So she just said that it was just her own intuition, and that hoarding some things made her feel at ease. Even if something really happened, I wouldn't panic. Nothing happened. At most, I wouldn't buy anything for a while, and slowly eat the food stored at home. After this was said, although some people continued to scold, it was much better. It was just that the sales of those fast food products on the internet increased significantly for a while, and many merchants took the opportunity to sell them in bundles, prepared to sell their old products. But there were few people who bought them. After all, they didn't have to buy them, but they started to regret it 2 days later. Of course, this is all later. At this time, Xiaomi had just transferred out most of the money after receiving it. The money of the outdoor equipment store owner and the money of the furniture store owner had to be paid to others. Xiaomi found a furniture store alone and bought 2 doors. One of the doors directly chose the material of the safe level. It was already past 8 o'clock after the installation. The master looked at the 3-layer door of Xiaomi house, and the expression on his face almost didn't hold back. There were illegitimate fans at home before, so I was scared. So, the master understood immediately. It turned out that he was a star. No wonder he wore sunglasses and a mask. At the same time, he also understood why there were so many doors. Fortunately, Xiaomi put a screen at the entrance. If the master saw the things inside, they would really think that Xiaomi was seriously ill. After the masters left, Xiaomi looked at the house that didn't look like home at all, rubbed his swollen temples, took out his mobile phone, and ordered a lot of food to the house over there. Then he left here. On the way, he called Shenyun to ask her if she had collected all the things. Shenyun had been cleaning up the goods in the warehouse today. He had just finished and was sitting on a chair to rest. When he saw Xiaomi's phone call, his eyes were burning with anger. Are you going to die? Xiao Qiqi? You still remember to call me? What did you do today? You bought so many things. Are you going to die? Ahem. Sister Yun. Don't be so irritable. You. Shut up. Xiao Qiqi. Are you out of money now? Today, I still have the final payment bills of several merchants. I haven't saved much in the past few years. A total of 2.7 million. You can use it first. although I don't know what you are talking about. I feel a sense of accomplishment when doing good things. Okay. You can pay first. And I will pay for the vegetables. That's all. You have to figure out the rest yourself. I have no money. Xiaomi had a tear in her eye and smiled. Okay. I got it. Sister Yun. Thank you. Sister Yun. Humph. Xiao Qiqi. No matter what happens. I'm your sister. Do you hear me? Yes. I got it. Sister Yun. Come to my new home for lunch tomorrow at noon. I send you the address later. Shen Yun stood up from the chair. His eyes widened. And roared, Xiao Qiqi. You acted without my permission again. Where did you move to? I send you a reply later. Bye. Sister Yun. After saying that, Xiaomi hung up the phone quickly, secretly saying, Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with a woman in her 30s. Although it was a complaint, Xiaomi's face rarely showed a sincere smile. Even those cold eyes were stained with a hint of warmth at this time. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomi went directly to the warehouse rented by Shen Yun. Fortunately, there were passwords here. Otherwise she would have to see Shen Yun first to ask for the key. After entering, she saw a mountain of various materials, and waved her hand to put all the things into the space. How? Put the fruit into the cave for food. Okay. Host. No. Host. Don't you think you are a dog? I am How only when I can be used. And I am usually stinky. As expected. Women's words can't be trusted. Especially beautiful women. Who did you learn it from? The main system. It gave me several books on how to get along with women. Listen to me. Delete all those books. They are useless. I am lying to you. I don't believe it. You are the only one lying to me. Xiaomi nodded with a smile. Okay. You keep it. It's good to learn something to make her laugh. Then cut off contact and went to the cold storage to take the things away. Sent a message to Shen Yun, saying that he arranged a fleet to load the things in the warehouse and would deliver them tomorrow afternoon. Shen Yun rolled his eyes in return. And the two did not chat anymore. That night, Xiaomi saw many places where people were hurt on her mobile phone. And she directly commented with her big account. She said it was too scary, and hoped that everyone would go out less recently. She decided not to go out as much as possible in the past week. Because of her remarks, the internet went crazy, and many black fans began to scold her for deliberately taking advantage of the popularity and making these bad remarks. But Xiaomi didn't read a word, sitting by the window with her ragdoll cat, watching the hustle and bustle below. This is probably the last day of peace. Chapter 9 coming soon. At around 7 in the morning, Xiaomi received a call from the supermarket manager yesterday, saying that the items had been delivered to the warehouse. But there was no one in the warehouse. Xiaomi hurried to the warehouse. While waiting for the red light on the road, Xiaomi ordered a lot of breakfasts. All kinds of them. If How hadn't told her that the cave where time stopped only had about 9 square meters of space, she would have to sell food in large quantities now. Who made her clumsy and couldn't cook at all. If she could cook a dish, she wouldn't say that she couldn't cook a single dish like now. After putting the things away in the warehouse, she calculated that basically only the things she bought online were left. And the things here had been put away. After spending more than 3 million, Xiaomi finally felt a little more confident. The more things she stocked up, the safer she felt. In the previous fast travel world, she had seen many people starving to death at home. And some people starved to death leaning against tree trunks on the roadside. Unlike other zombies, Xiaomi is a zombie with thoughts. It also brought all her memories of the fast travel world. Therefore, when she saw those scenes, she felt very uncomfortable at the time. So she often sneaked out to help the survivors. However, she encountered several survivors who attacked him directly and wanted to kill him after seeing him. Slowly, she stopped going out to help. She only helped occasionally when she could. After all, he was a zombie at that time. And the future zombie king. To your job and your position, she still has to have this professional ethics. After packing up, it was the problem of generators. Because she had no money, she planned to buy these things after the end of the world when the situation was chaotic. Now what needs to be done is to check the place. Let's talk about the next things later. After driving back, he began to sign for the breakfast he ordered for 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Xiaomi seriously suspected that if she didn't have this cave where time stopped, she might die due to insufficient nutrition. As soon as she entered the space, Shen Yun came. carrying a lot of vegetables in his hands. After Xiaomi opened the door, she looked at Shenyun in surprise. Sister Yun, why did you bring so many dishes? Hee. I'm stupid. After saying that, she ignored Xiaomi and turned to go in. After entering, she saw 2 open doors. Xiao Qiqi, what are you doing? Shenyun looked at the living room full of fitness equipment and the sound insulation cotton fixed on the wall. Looking at the kitchen again, there was not even a dining table. On the kitchen stove, there were many unopened tableware and a lot of disposable tableware. Xiao Qiqi, are you inviting me to be your guest? Aren't you inviting me to clean up the house for you? Xiaomi immediately looked at Shenyun with grievance and said, Sister Yun, I have been having nightmares recently. The reason for moving is that I kicked the previous door and kicked a hole directly. So, when Shenyun thought of these things that Xiaomi didn't tell him, he silently endured so much. All of a sudden, he lost all his anger and only felt distressed. She immediately said, I sleep with you tonight. No. I'm afraid I hurt you. Okay. No more words. It's settled. I sleep with you tonight. After that, Shenyun put the things in the kitchen. She turned around and pulled Xiaomi and said, Let's go out to eat. Sister treats you. After that, she didn't wait for Xiaomi to say anything else, and directly handed Xiaomi mask and sunglasses to Xiaomi. She was about to leave with Xiaomi. Meow, meow, meow. Hearing the cat's cry, Shenyun turned around in confusion and saw a pure white ragdoll cat with blue ears running out of the room. She ran directly to Xiaomi's side and rubbed Xiaomi's shoes. Xiao Qiqi, when did you get a cat? How come I don't know? Have you vaccinated the cat? Yes. It has been vaccinated. It is fully equipped. I bought it yesterday. When I was in a bad mood, I happened to see this cat in the pet store. I felt that I was cured, so I bought it. Xiaomi felt that she could only use the self-torture trick now. Otherwise she could not deceive Shenyun at all. But her acting skills were actually very poor, and the lies she made up were easily exposed. The reason why Shenyun did not notice anything was because he trusted her. Xiaomi understood all these, and it was because of this that she chose to save Shenyun and not let her be like in her previous life. In order to protect herself, she was willing to block those dozens of zombies with her own strength, and finally became a zombie herself. If there is only one regret of Xiaomi, I am afraid that she failed to save Shenyun, the sister who always protected her. Shenyun looked at the ragdoll cat under Xiaomi's feet, squatted down and touched the cat's chin. The kitten lay on the ground obediently, allowing Shenyun to touch it. Oh! The little one knows how to enjoy life. What's your name? Sister. You know I'm bad at naming things. This is a little female cat, so just call her sister. Then why don't you call me sister? Shenyun complained in her heart, but she felt that this name was acceptable, so she didn't object. Sister, why are you so obedient? Thinking that they still had business to do today, Xiaomi directly stopped Shenyun action. Sister Yun, go to the pharmacy in the city now to buy some basic medicines, such as alcohol, cold medicine, gauze, etc. Buy all these, and we will bring them over when the time comes. Shenyun waved her hand. No need. You may have forgotten that your sister used to study medicine. Many classmates now run pharmacies. Just go and get the goods directly. Yeah. I forgot. Haha. Then please, Sister Yun. Get more. Drive yourself. Go home directly after getting them. I will pack some food for us to celebrate my move to a new home. Okay. Be careful on the road. I know. Sister Yun, you should be more careful when you drive yourself. The two went their separate ways when they arrived at the garage, and Xiaomi went directly to the Qiao family's villa. On the way, I called Xiao Qiping and told him that a director like Qiao ran and wanted her to be the third female lead. But the requirements were quite strict, so they were asked to come home to discuss. Xiao Qiping immediately said happily that they were all at home now and asked Xiaomi to come directly. Yes, since Dong Xinhui got pregnant a week ago, Xiao Qiping must come back at noon every day and come back after get off work in the evening. He directly rejected all the social activities in recent days. He came back every day to accompany Dong Xinhui. He looked like a good man, while Xiao Ren had no notice recently and stayed at home. Xiaomi's face was full of murderous intent at this time. Even the car owners passing by could feel the oppression of that domineering look. I just don't understand why there is such an oppressive feeling. The sister sitting in the co-pilot meowed, and was also frightened by Xiaomi's appearance. Fortunately, Xiaomi withdrew his momentum after hearing his sister's cry. Okay. It's okay. Sister, why are you so timid? Huh? He touched the little one's head and comforted her. Chapter 10 Abused Xiao Family. Hubby, do you think Xiaomi will really introduce a good role to Ran Ran? Dong Xinhui sat on the sofa, touching her belly, looking at Xiao Qiping with a worried look. Xiao Qiping laughed. Be careful. They are sisters anyway, so they will help. This sentence stunned Xiaomi, who was just about to enter the door. What is a sister? Xiao Ran is not Dong Xinhui. So, these two got together when their mother was pregnant? Thinking of this possibility, Xiaomi's expression became cold. Putting the sister on the ground, he whispered, go to the yard to play. I take you home later. After that, he patted the little guy's butt. And after the little guy left, Xiaomi's mouth was full of sneers. Stinky. Are those pills I developed here? Yes. Host. The main system said they were all garbage. So I didn't take them. Uh-huh. You don't have to say anything. Give me 1 pill of infinite strength pill, and 3 pills of laughing pill. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Hao gave Xiaomi the pill she needed. Looking at the pills in her hand, Xiaomi sneered. After taking the pill of infinite strength pill, Xiaomi pushed the door open. Xiao Qiping looked at Xiaomi's gloomy face. And suddenly the fire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Xiaomi, who are you showing your face to? Ah? If you don't want to come back, get out of here. You ungrateful bastard. Xiaomi sneered, walking up to Xiao Qiping. The fact on his body directly scared Xiao Qiping. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. You, what do you want to do? Shut up. I only ask you once. Think it over before you answer. What did you mean by saying that Xiao Ran and I are sisters? Dong Xinhui was shocked by Xiaomi's eyes. When did this little bitch become so powerful? It was like being possessed by a demon. Xiao Qiping was frightened by Xiaomi's appearance, and sweat began to break out on his forehead. Xiaomi, what do you want to do? Do you still know that I'm your father? Xiao Qiping forced himself to yell at Xiaomi with his neck stiff. Hee, so funny. After saying that, he kicked Xiao Qiping to the ground. Dong Xinhui was startled, her eyes full of fear. She involuntarily stepped back while sitting on the sofa, holding her belly tightly with both hands. She was afraid that her child would be affected. Xiaomi didn't even look at Dong Xinhui, and walked directly towards Xiao Qiping. Her face was unusually cold. Xiao ran upstairs, heard the noise downstairs, and knew that Xiaomi had returned. Thinking of what Xiao Qiping had said just now, he hurried downstairs. As soon as he reached the stairs, he saw Xiao Qiping lying on the ground. Xiaomi walked towards Xiao Qiping with a gloomy face. With a turn of his eyes, Xiao Ran hurriedly ran a few steps and shouted, Sister, what are you doing? This is Dad. How can you fight with Dad? Xiao Ran. Shut up. Xiao Qiping. Tell me clearly, what did you mean by that sentence just now? Xiaomi's aura was too strong. Xiao Ran was frightened, and wanted to step forward to say something for his father. But he couldn't speak. He opened his mouth for a long time, but finally said nothing. And Dong Xinhui was afraid that Xiaomi would harm the little guy in her belly. So she didn't dare to step forward, and even didn't dare to say anything. After all, Xiaomi's madness just now was indirectly related to her. Chi-Chi, what are you talking about? You know that Dad has always hoped that you and Ran can become real sisters. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaomi turned around and prepared to ask Dong Xinhui. After all, this woman is quite afraid of death. Xiaomi picked up Dong Xinhui directly. Xiao Ran, who was next to her, saw this and her eyes flashed. She looked at Dong Xinhui's belly with deep meaning. Sister, don't do it. Mom is just pregnant and can't stand your actions. You? What are you angry about? Come to me. As he said that, he rushed directly towards Xiaomi, hoping to use Xiaomi's hand to get rid of the child in Dong Xinhui's belly. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Ran's actions and knew what she wanted to do. But how could she let her succeed? She stretched out her left foot and kicked Xiao Ran to Xiao Qiping, who was about to stand up to stop her. Bang! Xiao Qiping was knocked down again, and his body made a cracking sound. Oh! My waist is twisted. Xiao Qiping was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xiao Ran heard Xiao Qiping's voice and quickly stood up, trying to help Xiao Qiping up. Dong Xinhui was being held by Xiaomi, her face full of panic. Looking at Xiaomi's murderous eyes, Dong Xinhui was really scared. I said. Don't touch my child. I say it. Xiaomi put Dong Xinhui down and said coldly, say it. Dong Xinhui was so scared that her neck shrank. Yes. It's a biological child. Ran is your father's child. I've never been married. After saying that, Dong Xinhui was so scared that she closed her eyes directly. She had another baby in her belly. And she couldn't ignore this baby. She could only tell the truth, hoping that Xiaomi would let go of the baby in her belly. After hearing this, Xiaomi turned her head with bloodshot eyes and looked at Xiao Qiping. So you. Hee. Xiao Qiping. How do you think I should punish you? Xiao Qiping and Xiao Ran were frightened by Xiaomi's eyes, while Dong Xinhui shrank on the sofa and dared not say a word. She wanted to keep the son in her belly. She wanted to promote her son, so that the Qiao family would belong to her son. Dong Xinhui kept comforting herself, calming herself down, and not letting Xiaomi affect her emotions. The pain from her stomach scared her. Therefore, she didn't dare to say anything, and could only try to let Xiaomi ignore her and adjust her emotions. Xiao Qiping wanted to scold Dong Xinhui after hearing what Dong Xinhui said, but looking at the way Dong Xinhui protected her belly and the sweat on her forehead, he understood that she wanted to protect the baby in her belly. Ran is my child. So what? You still want to take care of your father business? Who gave you the courage to treat your father like this? Do you believe I will expose you? Xiaomi sneered indifferently. Do you think I care? Xiao Qiping was choked by Xiaomi and couldn't say anything. But then, he immediately looked at Xiaomi and said, You. Yes. Xiao Ran is my child. But it's been a long time. What's the point of you saying this now? Xiaomi smiled coldly. It seems that there is really no need to keep Xiao Qiping. My mother's death is also related to you. Right? Xiaomi was testing when she asked this question. After all, she heard that her mother died of dystocia at that time. But for some reason, after knowing that Xiao Ran was Xiao Qiping's biological child, Xiaomi had a very bad premonition. After asking, she asked how for the truth pill. Chapter 11. Xiao Qiping was seriously injured. Xiaomi directly opened Xiao Qiping's mouth and fed the truth pill into Xiao Qiping's mouth. What did you give me to eat? Xiaomi. I'm your father. If you treat me like this, you will be struck by lightning. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Qiping coldly and asked, Does my mother's death have anything to do with you? No. So it has something to do with Dong Xinhui? What are you talking about? Xiaomi. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? Do you remember that I am your father? Xiaomi. Listening to Xiao Qiping's words, Xiaomi began to doubt her own guess. But after going through so much, Xiaomi's intuition told her that it was not simple. Then he changed the question. How did my mother die? How did she die? Dystocia. Why was it dystocia? Xiao Qiping looked at Xiaomi impatiently. How would I know? I take tonics every day. Xiao Qiping looked at Xiaomi in horror, covering his mouth tightly, not letting himself say another word. Dong Xinhui was even more nervous and prepared to quietly leave the living room. Xiaomi's appearance was really scary. She would be scared to death if she stayed any longer. But it was not so easy to leave. Xiaomi gave Dong Xinhui a look, and she fell directly on the sofa. Xiao Ran looked at Xiaomi like this and dared not speak. Anyway, these were none of his business. Xiaomi would not involve him, so he should just be a background board and stay here quietly. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Qiping coldly. Why do you take so many tonics? Who suggested it? Dong Xinhui suggested it. I can't control myself. Xiaomi. What did you give me to eat? How can you be so vicious? Xiaomi got what she wanted to know and didn't want to say anything to Xiao Qiping anymore. She stepped forward and pulled Xiao Qiping, turning around and looking at Dong Xinhui. Do you want to catch up by yourself or do I use violence? You can't do this. I call the police. Xiao Ran looked at Xiaomi threateningly. Xiaomi sneered and stepped forward to crush the phone in Xiao Ran's hand. Xiao Ran was so scared that he looked at Xiaomi as if he were a monster. Dong Xinhui didn't dare to make any small moves. She now placed her hope on Aunt Wang, who was out shopping. She hoped that she could hear about their situation outside, call the police, and save them. Xiao Qiping looked at Xiaomi in horror and said with trembling lips, Xiaomi, I'm your father. What's wrong with you? Xiaomi. You. Shut up. Xiao Qiping. Let's talk about my mother slowly. You'd better tell me the truth about my mother's death. Otherwise, the one in Dong Xinhui's belly won't be born. After saying that, the expression on Xiaomi's face became even colder. For a moment, Xiao Qiping seemed to be strangled by the throat. And he couldn't say a word. He could only look at Xiaomi with horror. Several people were thinking in their hearts whether Xiaomi was possessed by some dirty thing. Even Dong Xinhui began to plan when to find a monk to exorcise Xiaomi. Xiaomi said, "You'd better pray for yourself. You really think too much." After going upstairs, Xiaomi directly arrested Xiao Qiping for interrogation. And Xiao Ran and Dong Xinhui were locked in the study by her. Xiaomi took away the phones on both of them. She now needs a quiet environment to know all the truth about her mother's death. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi looked at Xiao Qiping with a sullen face and kicked Xiao Qiping to the ground. "So this is why you watched my mother being killed? Is it impossible? She deserves to die. I love her so much." "What about her?" Xiaomi sneered. "Love her? You only love yourself. Your love is that when my mother was pregnant with me, you and Dong Xinhui gave birth to Xiao Ran? Is this your love?" Xiao Qiping stared with scarlet eyes. His face flushed and raised his neck and shouted, "Shut up. What do you know? I love her. But I am also a man." Xiao Qiping. "How about I kill you now and send you to the underworld to make amends to my mother and your 2 children and wife?" When saying this, Xiaomi's face was full of madness. Some of them even couldn't control the violent factors in their bodies and wanted to twist Xiao Qiping's head off. She just wanted to know who she was. "So who is my father?" "You are a bastard. How do I know who your father is?" "Xiaomi, if I spread the news that you are a bastard, will your noble mother be dragged out and whipped?" Xiaomi was really angry this time and kicked Xiao Qiping away. Xiao Qiping's body hit the wall beside him and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground weakly, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Xiaomi walked up to Xiao Qiping. "Then there is no need for you to live. Originally, you are my biological father. I can convince myself to let you go. But now, I have no reason to keep you." After saying that, she stepped forward and stepped on Xiao Qiping's chest. Puff! Xiaomi, bitch, Xiao Qiping felt that his ribs had been crushed by Xiaomi. He kept spitting blood. Then his head fell to the ground with a bang, and he fainted. Xiaomi was not going to kill Xiao Qiping herself. She would let the family of 3 enjoy the end of the world here. In the last life, she helped them charge forward. But now, she wanted to see how the family of 3 would survive. It just seemed too simple now. Xiaomi smiled, looked at the unconscious Xiao Qiping, and turned to the study. Xiao Ran and Dong Xinhui were still thinking about how to deal with Xiaomi when they heard the door open. For a moment, the 2 dared not say anything. Seeing Xiaomi coming in, Xiao Ran wanted to beg for mercy. But after seeing the blood on Xiaomi's shoes, her face immediately became very terrified. You, Xiaomi. Killing is illegal. You are crazy." Xiao Ran collapsed and looked at Xiaomi. His eyes were full of fear. His body began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Xiaomi approaching him step by step, Xiao Ran's body began to tremble. Dong Xinhui's whole mind was now on the child in her belly, and her mood had seriously affected the child. Her stomach pain was getting worse and worse. She was sweating all over and her teeth began to tremble. "Xiaomi, send me to the hospital. Please, please." Dong Xinhui looked at Xiaomi carefully. Her face was full of pleading. She didn't know what Xiaomi had done to Xiao Qiping, nor did she know how Xiaomi would deal with her and her daughter. But Dong Xinhui still held a glimmer of hope. That is, Xiaomi could let go of the half-brother in her belly. Chapter 12 solved the Xiao family. Dong Xinhui. Xiao Ran. Goodbye. Remember to be a kind person in your next life. After saying that, Xiaomi kicked Xiao Ran directly, and then asked how to take out his boxing gloves. After putting on the boxing gloves, the murderous intent on Xiaomi's face became more obvious, and the whole look was like she had just walked out of hell. Very scary. Dong Xinhui watched Xiaomi's actions and wanted to call for help, wanting her not to hurt her daughter. But at this time, she could do nothing. She even felt something was flowing out of her stomach, and a bad premonition came over her. She forced herself to look down, not finding anything. Dong Xinhui's heart finally settled down a little, but what she didn't know was that blood had seeped out from where she was sitting. "Xiaomi, you bitch. Are you crazy? I'm going to put you in jail for life. Ah. Xiao Ran angrily scolded Xiaomi. Xiaomi sneered. Your family of 3. Oh. No. For lies in exchange for my life. I don't think it's a loss. It's the end of the world anyway. Haha. Who cares? If I didn't want you to know that I was reborn, I would have cursed you to death right now. Originally, she was going to drug the 3 of them. But now, Xiaomi changed her mind. She wanted to let these people torture each other. Give you a gift. After saying that, Xiaomi smashed Xiao Ran's legs. It hurts, woo ah. Xiao Ran's face was pale, and the pain in her legs almost made her faint. Seeing her daughter like this, Dong Xinhui didn't know how Xiaomi was going to deal with her, which made her panic. Xiaomi, you can't hurt me. I won't call the police. You, don't hurt me. Dong Xinhui's face was full of pleading, but Xiaomi just snorted coldly, and then slowly approached Dong Xinhui. Did you change my mother's pregnancy-preserving medicine? You changed it to a tonic? Although Xiaomi was asking this question, she knew it was true, and was very sure of it. Dong Xinhui panicked. She looked at Xiaomi with fear and disbelief. She was also sure of one thing. That is, Xiao Qiping actually knew about her changing the medicine. So, your father knew what I did. He watched your mother die. Haha. Xiaomi, do you think your mother is stupid? Haha. Your mother probably didn't expect it? After saying that, Dong Xinhui's face was full of sarcasm. She spoke again. Xiaomi, you see? He is a selfish person. He lied to me and your mother. Haha. She tried to persuade Xiaomi to forgive her with such words. However, how could Xiaomi, who had already been reborn, do as she wished? She sneered. She stepped forward and grabbed Dong Xinhui's arms. You 3. The dead must be neatly arranged. After saying that, with a click, Dong Xinhui's shoulders were crushed. Ah! Dong Xinhui's 2 arms collapsed weakly, and she screamed shrilly. Coupled with the miscarriage, she fainted on the chair. Xiao Ran's consciousness began to blur at this time, and her eyelids slowly closed as if they were fighting. Xiaomi sneered, then adjusted the 5 surveillance cameras in the house, installed surveillance cameras in the bedroom, and then put all the food in the house into the space. Take Dong Xinhui's mobile phone and send a message to Wang Ma, saying that he and Xiao Qiping will accompany Xiao Ran to record a variety show and give her a week off. When Wang Ma received the message, she had just bought vegetables, so she took the vegetables and went back to her home happily. After all, it happened before, and Wang Ma didn't doubt it at all. After doing all this, Xiaomi locked the door directly and broke the lock core, and then left Xiao house. The Xiao family lived in a villa, so Xiaomi couldn't stop them from climbing over the window, which was considered to be leading them a way out. It depends on whether they are willing to spend some time. The most important thing is to see whether Dong Xinhui can endure the pain in her arm and find someone to save their family, or Xiao Ran can endure the pain in his legs and climb out of the window. Xiaomi thought it was very exciting. At that time, there will definitely be a dog-eat-dog drama. Then Xiaomi thought of something and called Hao Hao. Hao Hao, change 3 tracking potions for me. Host, you are really getting more and more like a dog now. Remember that you still owe the system 100,000. And you will owe 190,000 after changing these 3 tracking potions. Got it. I will pay you back when the time comes. Xiaomi already has a plan. Isn't it just to want something valuable? Wait until the order of the whole society is completely chaotic, and then go get some. No. The Qiao family has a lot. What am I thinking? Xiaomi thought of it, and immediately did it. Turned back to the Qiao family, and injected the potion into the bodies of the 3 people in the Qiao family. Then he began to look for valuable antiques in the room. The harvest was quite good, especially the jade jewelry of Dong Xinhui and the auction items that she had given to Xiao Ran before. Each of them was worth at least tens of millions. Xiaomi finally discovered a fact. That is, she was really the poorest in the Qiao family. Looking at the tidying of Xiao Ran's room, Xiaomi wanted to punch herself twice. She was simply blinded by lard. Host, is it really okay for you to scold yourself like this? Hee hee. Stinky. You'd better shut up. Your host is in a bad mood now. If you don't want to be locked up in the small dark room, just be obedient. Humph. You just want to threaten me. After saying that, the cowardly system decisively ran away. Xiaomi sneered, and then continued to search for valuable things inside. Half an hour later, Xiaomi had finished the search. After the system's valuation, she still owed the system 40,000. Stinky. You'd better calculate it for me. Otherwise, hee hee. Listening to Xiaomi's threatening voice, Hao Hao hugged his mechanical arm in fear and trembled in his space. The host is so scary. Should I tell her that I deducted 130,000 yuan from her? Woohoo. Host. I just recalculated it. You have paid it back. You are really not afraid of death. You? Host. I was wrong. You still have a limit of 90,000 yuan. After saying that, Hao Hao wilted directly. Xiaomi snorted. You better be honest. After warning Hao Hao, Xiaomi turned and left. At this time, there was chaos on the street, and people bit each other in the mall. At first, everyone thought it was rabies, so they went up to stop it. As a result, more and more people joined the biting team. When Xiaomi came out, she keenly felt this different atmosphere and quickly took out her mobile phone to call Shen Yun. Sister Yun, where are you now? Chi-Chi, where are you? Stay in the car. Don't get off. The people here are crazy and biting each other. Shen Yun sat in the car and looked at everything in front of him in fear. With his foot still on the brake. In front of her, there were more than a dozen cars that had crashed into each other, and the car owners were biting each other. As she was talking, Shen Yun saw a woman turning around and walking towards her. Ah. Chi-Chi. What the hell is this? Woo-woo. Sister Yun. Calm down. Lock the car door. And drive home now. After that, Xiaomi also accelerated and drove towards home. And Shen Yun looked at the woman in front of her with a pale face and bulging veins. And her hands and feet were so scared that she didn't obey her. Chi-Chi. What the hell is this? Are you okay? How are you? Sister Yun. I'm fine. I just encountered it. And I'm in the car now. We have to go home now and see what's going on. Well, calm down. I still have 3 or 4 kilometers to go. And I'd be there soon. You pay attention to safety. I know. Sister Yun. We all be fine. Shen Yun forced a smile on his face. We all be fine. Then he started the car, no longer looking at the chaos on the road, and drove away quickly. Chapter 13 Zombie Virus Outbreak. After Xiaomi got home, she immediately locked the door of the safety staircase with the lock she bought. She put the sports equipment she bought before in the living room, simply organized the things at home, and took out some of the things they needed. The younger sister watched Xiaomi busy, without calling, and stayed quietly by the side. When Xiaomi was free, she would go over and rub it from time to time. After that, it huddled in the corner obediently. When Xiaomi was still working on it, she received a call from Shen Yun, saying that she had arrived home, but she couldn't bring 10 boxes of medicine. I go down now. Don't come out of the car. Okay. Hurry up. We haven't found it yet. Xiaomi hung up the phone and ran to the elevator. When she arrived at the garage, she saw Shen Yun's car parked in front of the elevator. After seeing Xiaomi, Shen Yun quickly reversed the car. Quick! Unload the things. In order to avoid anyone seeing that they had medicine. The two unloaded 10 boxes of medicine very quickly. Then Shen Yun parked the car and went upstairs with Xiaomi. When they reached the first floor, Xiaomi was afraid that someone would come up. So she stood in front of the box and blocked the words medicine. Fortunately, no one came. They went directly to their floor. After the two moved the things in, Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi's house again and felt that it was not that simple. So this is the bad dream you mentioned? Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi in disbelief. Xiaomi nodded. Yes. It's incredible. But it's true. I was afraid that you would call me crazy and lock me up in the hospital. So I could only. After saying that, Xiaomi spread her hands helplessly. Shen Yun collapsed and sat on the ground. His eyes were dazed. I couldn't believe it. This is, what happened? A new epidemic? Is it like the zombie virus in the movie? Xiaomi carried the medicine and spoke slowly. After hearing this, Shen Yun sat up directly from the ground. Chi-Chi, don't scare me. I'm old and my heart is not good. I'm just guessing. In my dream, I didn't wait for the official news. And I don't know what's going on. I'm afraid it's just a nightmare. Shen Yun's expression was dull, and he quickly took out his mobile phone and started watching today's news. East and West Kyoto news. Human biting incidents occurred in many places. Suspected to be mutated rabies virus. China Today News, unknown virus appeared. And people are advised to stay at home. Looking at the video above, Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi in despair. Chi-Chi. Are we done? No. We can stay at home. It's okay. Shen Yun looked at the house. Then looked at Xiaomi. Chi-Chi. You stay at home. Be obedient. Don't go out. I'm going to buy food now. You, Sister Yun. I have some at home. But I put it in the storage room. And I haven't had time to sort it out yet. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shen Yun was stunned for a moment. And then said directly, okay. As long as there is something. As long as there is something. Then I will go back. You stay at home obediently. I will go and see if I can buy some more and send it to you. After speaking, Shen Yun took the car keys and prepared to leave. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun helplessly. Sister Yun, we are here together. No. I stayed at your house for a long time during the epidemic before. No. I can't stay at your house this time. And I don't know how long I will stay at home this time. Shen Yun still felt that it would be fine soon. She didn't believe it would turn into what was played in TV dramas and movies. Sister Yun, I saw our death in my dream. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun with desperate eyes. And her whole body was very fragile. Shen Yun was distressed. Okay. I won't leave. What's wrong with your dream? How did we all die? Shen Yun said anxiously. And saw the fragile expression on Xiaomi's face. And immediately said, I won't ask. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Chi-Chi. Let's not think about those. Then she hugged Xiaomi and comforted her. Xiaomi sighed heavily on Shen Yun's shoulder. Finally. I got through this. Woo-woo. Do you have to be so hard to fool? Sister Yun. Fortunately, my acting skills are good. Otherwise, I really can't act anymore. Okay. Sister Yun. There are still many things that have not been installed. We still have to keep busy now. And the things in the whole house need to be organized again. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shen Yun pushed Xiaomi away, wiped his face, and calmed down. Okay. Let's clean up the house together. After that, he began to help Xiaomi move the medicine into the storage room. What else do we need to do? Xiaomi pointed to the sound insulation and thermal insulation cotton in the storage room. Spread these things on the floor. And what we need to do now is to draw all the curtains so that no one knows what's going on inside. Shen Yun nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. I go now. Seeing that Shen Yun had recovered a little, Xiaomi hurriedly said, I go upstairs to decorate our rooftop. Okay. Be careful. After Shen Yun finished speaking, Xiaomi smiled. Don't worry. Sister Yun. I have practiced Sanda. Forget it. You did it purely for filming. How much real skills do I know? Protect yourself. Okay. I know. My mother Yun. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun teasingly. The result was that Shen Yun gave her a slap on the head. Don't talk nonsense again. Xiaomi surrendered immediately. She left with a smile. When Xiaomi left, Shen Yun collapsed on the ground crying, watching the videos on the phone in horror. And the whole person began to tremble. Just now, she was trying to hold on to her spirits. But she collapsed directly. Xiaomi sighed outside the door. She knew that Shen Yun needed a space to think alone. So she came out of the house. As for the water tank on the roof, there is really no rush. It can be done anytime. Anyway, it is really not needed for the time being. After all, she has a lot of water stored in the bathroom. The water tank will not be used in a short time. As for the water in the water tank, she has not filled it up yet. Prepare to go to the water field to fill it later. After going up to the rooftop and taking out the water tank in the space, Xiaomi looked at the situation of the whole city from above, watching the vehicles crashing into each other, watching people biting each other everywhere, and small explosions from time to time. She knew that the world began to be in chaos. Take out your mobile phone and turn on the surveillance of the Chiao family. Seeing that the 3 people were still unconscious, Xiaomi did not care anymore, but logged into her social account and told her fans not to go out. Those who are outside should go home as soon as possible. And it is best to buy some daily necessities and food and stay at home. Safety is the most important. As soon as Xiaomi posted it, many fans below began to hand in their homework, saying that they had bought things and stayed at home obediently. With Xiaomi taking the lead, many artists immediately began to send messages. Xiaomi didn't expect that many fans would survive in this life because of her. At this time, She was posting messages on other public platforms, saying that it looked like zombies in TV dramas, asking everyone to be vigilant. But Xiaomi didn't expect that she would be deleted as soon as she posted the dynamic. She had a bad feeling in her mind. Chapter 14, Being Tricked. Sister Yun. Now all platforms are deleting comments about zombies, and even similar statements cannot be sent out. Xiaomi said a lot as soon as she entered the door. Fortunately, Shen Yun understood it quickly. He took out his mobile phone and started editing. After sending it out, it was deleted 2 minutes later. Then he looked at Xiaomi with a serious face. It seems that the authorities have intervened. I don't want the situation to become uncontrollable. What was your dream like in the end? We died one after another on September 17th. At that time, the whole world was in chaos. Even on September 12th, we had no network. And then slowly there was no water, electricity, and gas. Hearing this, Shen Yun's face became more and more solemn. Now there is only one way. That is to live broadcast these tragic situations. But if you come forward, have you thought about what will happen after this epidemic is over? Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi with a serious face. Xiaomi smiled and said, we talk about what will happen later. No one knows what will happen. I remind everyone now. Are you sure? I'm going out to record now. Sister Yun, you clean up at home. Without waiting for Xiaomi to continue, Shen Yun interrupted Xiaomi and said, let's go out together. I can't let you go alone. Sister Yun, I can protect myself, and we need you to guard our home. Looking at Xiaomi's firm expression, Shen Yun thought for a long time and finally agreed to let Xiaomi go out by herself. But when Xiaomi left, her sister insisted on following her. In the end, Xiaomi had no choice but to hold the little guy in her arms, who told the little guy to threaten them with his cry. Xiaomi chose to leave for another reason. That is, she needed to take the opportunity to go out to bring those things back. But Shen Yun might have to worry about it all night. After all, it takes time to awaken superpowers. She remembered that Dong Xinhui seemed to have spent a whole night awakening her Earth-related superpowers in her previous life. It's just that her ability is very weak. At the beginning, she can only condense a dirt ball. It has no killing power. It's just that Shen Yun died too early in the previous life, and she doesn't know whether Shen Yun has any ability. But there are many good things in her system. If it doesn't work, she will change a weapon for Shen Yun. It's just that the price is a bit high. Thinking of this, Xiaomi felt much better. As soon as she got in the car, Xiaomi turned on the video directly. She didn't choose live broadcast because she was afraid that there would be a live broadcast without knowing the danger. As long as they come out, the probability of something happening will be very high. Xiaomi didn't want to see such a scene, so she decided to take the video. And then she could say that someone sent it to her. It also saved everyone from taking risks. But Shen Yun might not be able to sleep tonight. An hour later, Xiaomi had finished recording the material she needed and drove towards the previous house. She said silently, Sister Yun, I'm sorry. She knew that if she didn't go back today, Shen Yun would definitely be very worried. But the system space was her last guarantee. And she wouldn't tell anyone. At most, she would say that she was a space-based superpower. She wouldn't tell anyone about the system. After arriving at the house she rented before, Xiaomi went in and edited the things she shot today. Mainly, she cut out the things in her car and the shots that could reveal the identity of the shooter. Then she sent the video out with her big account. By the way, warn everyone not to go out if there is nothing to do, because you can't be sure of the situation outside now. There are already many police on the street, ready to arrest those people, and even mobilize special forces. But the effect is not so good. Even many soldiers were bitten, and more people mutated. After Xiaomi sent it out, she saw that many people also sent out the pictures they shot, which could be seen very clearly. The chaos on the street has become more and more serious. Xiaomi didn't see any zombies in the previous community because of the low occupancy rate. But the occupancy rate here is very high. Xiaomi had already seen zombies downstairs when she went upstairs. Fortunately, there were fewer zombies, about a dozen. But there were too many people in this community who knew what would happen at night. Xiaomi now even regretted choosing this place as her residence tonight. Sitting on the sofa, Xiaomi looked at the empty room at home. Well, no. I have to find something to do. Otherwise it would be really uncomfortable. What should I do? Host, are you interested in improving your strength? Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't force me to deal with you. The weak and pitiful system hugged itself aggrievedly. Yes. Host. There is a million Shijin Fashui Dan in the system. Host. Will you consider it? Xiaomi touched her chin, her eyes full of suspicion. Cho. I suspect you have bad intentions. Host. How can you doubt your dear Hao so much? You will hurt my heart. Xiaomi? What the hell? It seems that you have no heart. Xiaochu. I don't care. Host. You have to comfort me. Okay. I will exchange the Shijin Fashui Dan for you. Hee hee. Xiaochu. Tell me first. How much can you get if I buy this? 100,000. After saying that, the system quickly covered its mouth with a mechanical hand and looked at Xiaomi cautiously. The mechanical eyes were full of guilt. Xiaomi looked at the system in his mind, his face full of threats. Then it's 900,000. Right. Plus the 19,000 you took from me before. I owe 800,000 now. Host. No matter how you calculate it, you're going to pay for it. That's a punishment for you. Besides, it's just over 10,000. You be fine. How? I believe you. Okay. After getting what he wanted, Xiaomi closed the contact again. How thought for a long time. That's not right. He has already put in 19,000. Now he is losing 11,000. How, who figured it out, was annoyed. Host. You are such a jerk. Please be a human being. After Xiaomi got it, she looked at the black pill, thought for a long time, and swallowed it. Although I don't know what effect it will have. It should be much stronger than it is now. After Xiaomi swallowed it, she asked How when he would react. According to the host's constitution, he would react in an hour at most. After hearing this, Xiaomi directly locked How in a small dark room and walked towards the bathroom. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, she would have to stay in the bathroom for a long time today. Chapter 15 New Life. Sister, stay outside and don't come in. Okay. Meow. 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 The little guy protested around the bathroom door, unwilling to leave. Xiaomi looked at the little guy seriously. Be obedient. See you tomorrow. Then you play in your room by yourself. After saying that, she touched the little guy's head, then turned into the bathroom and locked the door. She already felt the pain all over her body. As soon as she closed the door, Xiaomi leaned against the wall in pain. She could expect a strong reaction, but she didn't expect it to be so painful. It was as if the tendons and veins in her body were being reshaped. All the organs were also being continuously reinforced, and Xiaomi could feel the changes in her body. It was as if all the organs were being reorganized. Xiaomi was in so much pain that she even felt pain when she breathed. She curled up on the ground and turned around in cold sweat. It was even so painful that her teeth began to tremble. Xiaomi weakly called out to How. How? You're not expired. What the hell? I'm dying of pain. Maybe not. This thing shouldn't be expired. It's better. After saying that, Xiaomi no longer had any strength. Even her consciousness began to blur. Afraid of something happening, Xiaomi bit her tongue hard and forced herself to stay awake. Although the outbreak just started today, no official has come out to say what happened specifically. Just ask everyone not to panic. It's under control. But everyone is not a fool. Everyone knows what the situation is like outside now. And they all know that it is getting worse. Xiaomi is worried that there will be more at night. After all, today is a working day. And when it's time to get off work, more zombies will appear. She must stay awake tonight. Who knows what will happen tonight? And she doesn't know if this thing will have any sequelae after she falls asleep. How can it hurt so much? Xiaomi couldn't help but scream as soon as she spoke, and then quickly tore off a piece of clothing and stuffed it into her mouth, to prevent her screams from attracting those things. The younger sister outside the bathroom was scratching the door anxiously at this time. Xiaomi heard it and scolded sister. Be good and play by yourself. The younger sister, who was scratching the door, heard Xiaomi scolding and looked at the bathroom aggrieved. Then she turned and walked towards the living room. She didn't dare to scream anymore. After all, she was a kitten who was scared in seconds. What can I do? I can only wait outside obediently. But the little guy didn't have the energy to play. He lay on the sofa, listless, with his little head drooping and buried in his two front feet. The direction of his head was facing the bathroom. Xiaomi inside was hugging his knees in pain and curled up on the ground. His eyes gradually became scarlet. And he kept reminding himself that he must hold on. He must hold on. Xiaomi started to stay in the bathroom at 4 p.m. And it was not until after 10 p.m. that her symptoms improved slightly, and she was able to sit up. During these 6 hours, Xinyun called Xiaomi countless times. But he couldn't get through. He even drove out to look for her. He would back only when he had no other choice. Xiaomi's phone ran out of battery and turned off. At this time, the streets were full of biting zombies and crashing cars. In just one day, the number of mutants on the street had increased by more than 10 times. And the most outrageous thing was the price. Prices have now risen tenfold. But there is no stable trend at all. They are still rising. Even many things have been emptied. Many small shops have closed. When Xinyun drove out, he found that many shops were closed directly. Especially some small shops. It is becoming more and more difficult for vehicles to pass on the street. At 7 o'clock in the evening, people all over the country were waiting for the official news. But it didn't start on time. This was the first broadcast accident in more than 40 years. In the subsequent live broadcast, the zombie virus was explained in detail to everyone. Remind everyone that before the official permission to go out, everyone must take precautions. And said that this is a virus that spreads all over the world. It has been circulated in some other countries for nearly a week. And urged everyone to protect themselves. With the official news broadcast, everyone finally knew the severity of the virus. And those who didn't care before began to panic. The supermarket was directly cleared that night. At this time, the internet began to spread whether Xiaomi knew something in advance. Because the news in her fan group was released. Everyone knew that Xiaomi had started to stock up things as early as yesterday. Many netizens began to look for Xiaomi home and prepared to go to Xiaomi for supplies. After seeing those news, Xinyun began to tremble. Purely angry. Even his hands began to tremble. Who are you? You want my Chi-Chi to give you supplies. Why do you think of that? Because you are so shameless? Xinyun looked at the news above and kept muttering. Because these news relieved her inner worries and allowed her to spare some time to fight with those netizens online. How? Is there any potion that can make me recover quickly? Yes. Host. 100,000. Do you want it? Hee. Cho. Why do I feel that the price is not that high? Turn on the display, and I will see it myself. As soon as Xiaomi finished speaking, How wilted. Sorry. Host. 10,000. Xiaomi wanted to tear How apart directly. So you gave me a higher price of 90,000? You are really not afraid of death. Cho. Host. You? After speaking, How quickly cut off the connection between it and Xiaomi. Woohoo. The angry host is so scary. I'm so scared. Woohoo. Why do you let me go through this? How trembled and hugged himself in the system. Xiaomi looked at the potion in his hand and shook his head helplessly. After drinking the potion, he fainted directly. It was not until more than 4 o'clock in the morning that Xiaomi woke up. As soon as he woke up, Xiaomi felt full of strength. Just like when he just upgraded in the leisure world before. This discovery made Xiaomi very excited. Looking at the mirror in front of him, Xiaomi was stunned. This is me? Xiaomi in the mirror not only has better skin, but also has become more imposing. Looking at herself in the mirror in surprise, Xiaomi's mood instantly improved. Then he turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. But as soon as he held the door handle, he took it off. Chapter 16 Space. How? What's wrong with me? Xiaomi looked at herself in shock and called How in disbelief. Reply to the host. Your body has been reshaped. Do you need to send all the data? Yes. Then Xiaomi saw her own body data. Flexibility, 5 agility, 5 strength, 2 constitution, vision plus hearing plus smell 3 speed, 7 strength, 4, limit is 10. Looking at these data, Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief. How can I improve it later? Reply to the host. You have to accumulate favorability, which can upgrade various indicators. Hee. Are you asking me to be the savior? Not interested. What other ways are there? You'd better tell me. With Xiaomi threat, How, who wanted to hide, suddenly became honest. Killing zombies can also be exchanged. How, don't force me to force you to be released. Tell me the truth in the future. And if you dare to lie again, you can really leave. Yes. Host. After saying that, How hugged himself tightly. The host is too scary. Woo. I just want to hide some private money. As soon as he opened the door and went out, He saw his sister running towards him directly. After she came to him, she kept rubbing his feet. Xiaomi smiled and bent down. Picked up the little guy. Okay. Don't feel wrong. Wasn't it a special situation before? Let's go home. Okay. Meow meow. So good. Let's go and see the current situation. After saying that, Xiaomi's face almost disappeared from the smile. After a day of fermentation, Xiaomi could probably guess the current situation outside. Now it's probably a mess outside. And the streets are full of zombies. As long as everyone doesn't go out, the army and those with high military power will deal with the zombies on the street. Then the situation will not deteriorate. But this is obviously impossible. Many people have no food at home, so they can only risk going out to find food. And the final outcome is that many people can never go back after going out. Xiaomi put on her boxing gloves and carried her sister out. They were on this floor and didn't see any zombies. They went all the way to the garage. As soon as Xiaomi got out of the elevator, she saw several zombies lingering at the elevator door. They were all zombies in suits. Xiaomi protected her sister with one hand and punched the zombie in the head with the other hand. It was just that Xiaomi used boxing gloves for the first time, and she had just reshaped her muscles and bones, so she couldn't control the strength. She punched the zombie's head and smashed its brain into pieces. Xiaomi, who was splashed with black blood, couldn't help but vomited. Sure enough, the taste was really sour. Looking at the remaining zombies, Xiaomi could only run towards her car quickly. The taste was really charming. She couldn't accept it. During this run, Xiaomi found that her speed was faster than that of a 100-meter sprinter. The distance was nearly 100 meters, but she ran there in 3 or 4 seconds, which was incredible. Take off. With my strength, I'm not afraid of anything. What zombie can run as fast as me? Xiaomi said with a smile on her face. Then she turned around and got in the car, started the car and left. As soon as she left the garage, Xiaomi saw that there were more than 10 times more zombies on the road than yesterday. It was only 4 o'clock and it was not bright yet, but there were streetlights, so she could still see zombies on the road. As soon as she drove out of the community, Xiaomi was blocked by several cars that collided in front of her, so she had to reverse and find another way. It was originally a half-hour journey, but Xiaomi felt that she might not be able to get there in 2 hours this time. There were car accidents everywhere, even at 4 or 5 in the morning. Screams and cries for help could still be heard from many places. Xiaomi remembered that zombies rely on smell and sound to find survivors, so she quickly posted a dynamic to tell everyone about this discovery. Because of this incident, Xiaomi now has many fans, directly exceeding 100 million. Although many people were begging Xiaomi to give them supplies online, and some even scolded Xiaomi for not telling them after receiving the news. Xiaomi ignored all these comments. Anyway, the network was about to collapse, so she didn't need to pay attention to those people. The reason why she posted these things was to try to save those who believed in her. And as for other people, they cared about them. She was just a little worried that the address of her newly rented house would be exposed. How much is my favorability now? Reply to the host. Now there are 700,000 favorability. What can be upgraded? 500,000 upgrades. And you can only choose one of them. What do you choose? Increase the strength by 1. Okay. Host. Xiaomi continued to drive, and the little guy beside her was now comfortably lying on Xiaomi's legs and fell asleep. While driving, he reached out and touched the little guy's head. Instantly, the whole person was healed. Seeing that the phone that had been off the screen finally turned on, Xiaomi quickly called Shenyun and apologized to Shenyun silently in her heart. After just 2 rings, Shenyun answered the phone. Chichi, where are you now? How are you? Are you okay? Why didn't you come back yesterday? A series of questions stunned Xiaomi. Sister Yun, I'm fine. I tell you when I get back. I'll be there soon. Is our home safe now? Safe. Someone from the property management called yesterday, probably to find you. I ignored them. They thought no one was home, so they called a few times and didn't call again. Hearing this, Xiaomi's expression became a little cold. That's fine. Sister Yun, I hang up first. I have the key. You don't have to worry about me. Okay. Be safe and come back soon. Do you hear me? I know. Sister Yun. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomi's expression became even colder. Even her sister, who was lying on her legs, felt the cold air she released, and her body shrank involuntarily into Chiami's arms. After arriving at the community, Chiami went directly into the garage. So she didn't know the situation of zombies in the community. It's just that there are not many zombies in the garage. As soon as her car entered, a zombie heard the sound and ran towards her car. How? Is there any space in the cave? Yes. There is still half a cave to store things. That's fine. After saying that, Chiami got out of the car directly, put the car into the space, and ran towards the elevator. Fortunately, her speed is very fast now. Before the zombies come, Chiami has already taken her sister to the elevator. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Shinyun curled up on the lazy sofa in the living room. Sister Yun, why don't you go in and sleep? Seeing Chiami finally come back, Shinyun's heart was relieved. What do you think? You didn't come back all night. You are going to worry me to death. You don't know how many monsters I saw on the way to find you yesterday. You? Huh? Shinyun said a lot of things in anger, then waited for Chiami. Chiami scratched her head in embarrassment. Sister Yun, it's my fault. It's my fault. I don't know why I was in a trance yesterday when I was on the road, so I could only find a hotel nearby. Guess what happened? Shinyun looked at Chiami suspiciously. What happened? Dang. Chiami waved her hand, and a box of oranges appeared in the living room. Shinyun widened his eyes, looked at Chiami, then looked at the oranges in front of him, and then went straight up to take an orange. After peeling it, he put it in his mouth. Really, you. Shinyun pointed at Chiami in disbelief, and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Chiami smiled. I don't know why. After waking up, my hand just touched the bed and it disappeared. Later, after a few attempts, I found that I had a space. So I went to the warehouse to collect all those things. Chapter 17 Impotent Rage. Shinyun sat on the ground with dull eyes, looking at the living room full of things in front of him. For a while, he was a little overwhelmed. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't find his voice. His eyes gradually changed from dull to incredible. After that, he laughed wildly. Chiami was so scared that she hurried forward to cover Shinyun's mouth. Sister Yun, we can't be exposed now. Otherwise our lives will be in danger. Chiami desperately winked at Shinyun, indicating her to calm down. Shinyun restrained herself for a long time and finally calmed down her emotions a little. Take Chiami's hand covering her mouth away. I'm fine. Hoo hoo. Give me some time to calm down. Looking at Shinyun's appearance, Chiami's eyes were full of smiles. After a long time, Shinyun's face, which was flushed due to excitement, finally became normal. Chi-Chi, have we become super awesome? Woohoo! Hold on to your thighs. Chi-Chi, I'm going to hold on to your thighs tightly. Ha, said Shinyun and hugged Chiami's thighs directly, and never let go. Chiami smiled and wanted to say that her space ability would probably be nothing in the future, but she didn't say it. After all, she had to pretend that she didn't know anything now. Otherwise, how could she explain it later? And in fact, her understanding of these abilities came from the fast travel world, and she didn't know what this world was like. Is there any change? These will be studied slowly later. The most important question now is whether Shinyun will awaken his abilities. Sister Yun, I have been in a coma for a few hours. You have to pay attention recently. Shinyun waved his hand and shook his head indifferently. Who cares? Who knows if this thing is useful? Ha. My Chi-Chi is really promising. Awesome. Said he stood up and walked around Chiami. Will your space affect your body? No. After getting the answer, Shinyun first breathed a sigh of relief, and then grabbed Chiami's arm. Will someone take your space away? Also, where is your space? Virtual space? First of all, my space is connected to consciousness, so it will not be taken away, and other people can't see it. So, Sister Yun, let's go take a rest. Chiami looked helplessly at Shinyun, who was circling around her. Shinyun shook her head. No, I can't sleep. I'm too excited now. Chi-Chi, what else do you have in your space? Everything in the warehouse. It's so big. Wow. Can you fit a house in it? Chiami grabbed Shinyun's arm. Sister Yun, if you can't sleep, check the news online in case we don't know anything after the internet is disconnected. Also, there are not many books in my house. You should download some TV series, movies, books and novels now to avoid being too bored later. Yes. 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 Uh-huh. I go now. Go now. My domineering president falls in love with me. Uh-huh. I want to download a lot of things. Hearing this, Xiaomi felt that her head began to hurt. She wanted to say to Shenyun, "Sister, it's the end of the world. Can we try some first?" Then she could only shake her head helplessly and turned into the room. Before going to bed, the first thing Xiaomi did was to turn on the surveillance to see the situation of Xiaomi and the other two. Before she left, she had destroyed the phones of the 3 people and the internet in the room. Now they can only stay at home. It depends on whether Qiao Ran will go out for her parents. Xiaomi just turned on the surveillance and saw the family of 3 watching the news on TV in amazement. Xiao Qiping had difficulty even opening his eyes. I don't know how he climbed down from the 2nd floor. Not to mention Dong Xinhui, who had a miscarriage and Xiaomi crippled her 2 arms and was lying weakly on the sofa. On the ground beside her, Qiao Ran was dragging her crippled legs and preparing to climb out of the window. Ran, don't open the window. Don't open it. There are monsters outside, Dong Xinhui said with difficulty, stopping Qiao Ran from opening the window. But Qiao Ran, who was already on the verge of collapse, couldn't listen. Ah, Xiaomi, you bitch. I want you to die. I want to call the police. Mom, I want to call the police. Qiao Ran collapsed and shouted. She had been learning ballet since she was a child, and later found that she was not talented in ballet. So she chose folk dance. But she really didn't have much talent for dancing, even though she had been taught by countless famous teachers from primary school to adulthood. She still didn't have much fame. On the contrary, Xiaomi, who had never learned anything, won the championship in the talent show with her singing voice. After that, she became even more popular in the entertainment industry. Qiao Ran was dissatisfied, so he followed Xiaomi into the entertainment industry. But no matter how many TV and movies he acted in, he was still a passerby in the end. When others talked about her, they still called her the younger sister of the young actress Xiaomi. Qiao Ran was very dissatisfied, so he began to use his family to suppress Xiaomi and let Xiaomi take on many bad dramas. But Xiaomi acting skills are there. Even if it's a bad drama, it's not her who is complained about. Later, Qiao Ran learned to be smart and began to create a sisterly character. In addition, her dancing still won her a lot of fans. At this time, looking at her legs, Qiao Ran went crazy. She didn't care what Dong Xinhui and Xiao Qiping were saying at all. She just wanted to go out and heal her legs and kill Xiaomi by the way. Looking at the helpless rage of the family of 3, Xiaomi curled her lips, threw the surveillance aside, and ignored them. Anyway, they all have tracking agents in their bodies, so she is not worried at all that they will run to other places. It's just that Dong Xinhui is afraid that she will awaken her superpowers today. I don't know if she will become stronger after awakening her superpowers. Thinking of this, Xiaomi's mouth was full of ironic smiles. She didn't want to waste time on this family. After tomorrow, go out to find supplies and solve this family by the way. Thinking of this, Xiaomi slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. After a night of hard work, she was exhausted and needed a rest. After Xiaomi fell asleep, Qiao Ran still couldn't climb up to the Qiao family. After moving out the stool, Qiao Ran just climbed up and the stool fell down. Pressed Qiao Ran's short legs under the stool. Ah, Xiaomi, I want you to die. Ah. Qiao Ran, who couldn't do anything, could only be furious and couldn't care about playing the role of a good girl in front of Xiao Qiping anymore. Xiao Qiping was really breathing in less and out more, and even his consciousness began to be confused. How could he care about Qiao Ran? Dong Xinhui was still energetic, but the pain of miscarriage made her unbearable, and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. In addition, she hadn't eaten for a day, so she could only lie there weakly. If Qiao Ran hadn't turned on the TV for them yesterday, they would not even be able to see the news now, let alone know what was happening outside. Chapter 18. Go to pick someone up. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiaomi was awakened by the community broadcast. Listening to the broadcast outside, Xiaomi's face went black. What the hell? These zombies obviously went there by listening to the sound, and now they are broadcasting. Do these people really think they have lived too long? After getting up in a bad mood, Xiaomi simply washed up and left the room. As soon as she went out, she saw Shenyun lying on the carpet, Downloading something. Sister Yun. Are you downloading all the time? Shin Yun said without raising her head, yes. Didn't you say there might be a power outage or something? I download some quickly. After that, she handed the computer to Qiaomi. You should download some books you like quickly. I downloaded a lot of famous books, as well as my domineering novels. Haha. My sister Yun. Didn't you download some survival articles? Do you need it? Shin Yun stared at Qiaomi. There was a lot of confusion in his big eyes. Qiaomi could only give Shin Yun a thumbs up. Sister Yun. Awesome. I downloaded. After saying that, she walked aside to download the books she needed. If she hadn't been reborn too close to the end of the world, she would have done all these things in advance. And she wouldn't be here to do these things now. But from another perspective, it was already very good that she was not reborn into a group of zombies. Qiaomi worked hard to open the computer and began to search for various types of encyclopedias and downloaded them all. After that, she found a lot of books on agronomy. Anyway, she rarely read these things when she was resting. I don't know if it was because she almost traveled through ancient times several times before. Qiaomi is now completely independent of mobile phones. Even though she almost traveled through the ancient times before, she only knew how to do farm work. And she really didn't know how to survive. After downloading some things, Qiaomi thought that she still needed to buy some books in case she ran out of power. No electricity. Qiaomi's voice directly scared Shin Yun, who was downloading novels. She turned around and looked at Qiaomi in disbelief. Chi-Chi. What's going on? Sister Yun. I only thought about lighting before. So I bought some kerosene lamps and candles. But I didn't buy a power bank. Qiaomi was a little upset, to be honest now. Before rebirth, the 3 worlds she was about to travel through didn't have mobile phones or computers. And she didn't know how to use them very well. She simply forgot about the power bank. In fact, if they had a generator, they wouldn't have run out of electricity. But the question is where to buy a generator now. She only knew that there were small silent household generators now. But she didn't really know where to find them. So I downloaded so much. But I can't read it because there is no electricity? Shin Yun looked at Qiaomi in despair. As if to say that if you dare to nod, I dare to cry for you. Qiaomi looked at Shin Yun and nodded helplessly. Ah. Woo. Why do you treat me like this? I thought my good days were finally coming. I could eat and sleep every day. Read novels after waking up. Then eat again. Eat and sleep again. Now, it's all gone. Ah. Qiaomi wanted to say, Big sister, stop dreaming. You still have to kill zombies. But seeing Shin Yun like this, Qiaomi still didn't interrupt her beautiful dream. But she was determined to change Shin Yun. Although Shin Yun is a strong woman, Shin Yun still wants to be a salted fish in her bones. If she stays like this, she will really become a salted fish. Sister Yun, let's go. Let's go get some books and generators. And gasoline. And see if we can get some small generators. Shin Yun nodded. Okay. Hey, little darlings. Wait for your sister to come back and pamper you later. Qiaomi, The 2 left quickly. Because Qiaomi's car was too conspicuous. She didn't take it out. The 2 drove Shin Yun's car away directly. The zombies in the garage had already left the garage because of the community broadcast. This relieved a lot of burden for the 2. Qiaomi drove the car. And after going out, she started to take a detour. Shin Yun looked at the navigation and gave Qiaomi directions. Sitting in the co-pilot, Shin Yun looked at the zombies and countless car accidents in the street, as well as the screams that kept coming. His face turned pale. Chi-Chi. Are you sure we didn't accidentally enter an alien planet? Are we not on Earth now? Shin Yun still couldn't accept it. When she went to find Qiaomi yesterday, it was already dark, and she couldn't see clearly. But now it's different. She can see the zombies everywhere on the street clearly. She can even see the appearance of the zombies clearly. She doesn't like her 5.0 eyes now. It's not good to see everything too clearly. The zombie lying on the car window next to her was baring his teeth and showing her a festering mouth. The mouth, which was originally about 4 centimeters long, was now nearly 10 centimeters long. The teeth protruded directly, and the gums were all red bloodstains. The teeth changed from the original white to the color of blue and white. The face turned gray, but the blood vessels were unusually clear. The zombie's eyes turned white. Shin Yun was frightened and pale, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Chi-Chi. What should I do? Can I get rid of it? Qiaomi looked around and shook his head. Hit him with a baseball bat. If he keeps lying like this, more zombies will be killed later. Hearing Xiaomi's words, Shen Yun was panicked at first, and then slowly calmed down his fear. Then he picked up the baseball bat, took a long breath, rolled down the glass window, and kept poking the zombie's arm. After the window was lowered, he swung the baseball bat directly at the zombie's head. The zombie was knocked to the ground by Shen Yun. Huh? Am I awesome? Shen Yun rolled up the window while looking at Xiaomi as if asking for praise. Xiaomi smiled. Awesome. You are the best. Shen Yun smiled happily. Suddenly, she felt that zombies were not so scary. They just looked a little scary. But she had watched so many horror movies for a reason. She still had some courage. It was just a little small, but it was enough to deal with these zombies. After the communication, Shen Yun no longer had the fear of zombies. Xiaomi watched Shen Yun changes from the side, and suddenly felt that she was far worse than Shen Yun. Shen Yun's death in the last life was really unfair. Fortunately, she was awake in this life, and would not kill Shen Yun like in the last life. Shen Yun looked at the direction Xiaomi was driving. Where are you going? To pick up your dad. Shen Yun's face showed entanglement and hesitation. Chi-Chi. Sister Yun. I know you hate your dad. But this time the virus. Your dad. Chi-Chi. I know what you mean. But you can't bring him to your house. You can let him go to my place. I have everything there. And there are a lot of sponsors' goods. We will put some food and daily necessities in the trunk later. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun's firm expression, nodded, and said nothing more. She just didn't want Shen Yun to regret it in the future. Even if Shen Father treated Shen Yun very badly in the past. But in the past 2 years, Shen Father has been working hard to make up for it. She actually still understands Shen Yun a little bit, knowing that she will never forgive Shen Father. But if Shen Father dies, Shen Yun will still be sad. That's why she made this trip. Chapter 19 Father Shen. Chi-Chi. There are so many zombies here. Shen Yun looked at the zombies in front of him, and held Xiaomi's arm with his left hand. Then he turned to Xiaomi and said, Chi-Chi. I go in by myself. You drive away. No. We go together. You take the baseball bat first. And be careful not to let the zombies catch you. Being scratched may also cause mutation. Look. Those zombies over there don't have obvious external injuries. Xiaomi said, pointing to the zombies running towards them. Shen Yun stared at the zombies carefully for a long time, and found that it was true. Those zombies basically had no visible scars. But if you look closely, you will find that they have some small wounds on their necks. Some zombies even have only a scratch. Chi-Chi. Why do I feel so weird? And, you see, those things over there really don't have any scars. Shen Yun's face was full of disbelief. And he carefully observed the zombies near them. Xiaomi also discovered this, frowning slightly. So, there was actually a group of people who turned into zombies directly. Were these people infected by them? I think so. But why did these people mutate? Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun and said seriously, good question. I want to know too. Shen Yun rolled his eyes directly. I thought you could give some constructive answers. But, forget it. Let's go. I go in and pick up old Shen. I go with you. In this situation, I'm afraid we're the only ones. Sister Yun. Look over there. Xiaomi looked at the community on the right in shock. Shen Yun turned around and saw a man kicking a zombie away with one foot. And then a ball of fire ignited in his hand and pierced the zombie's belly. In fact, Xiaomi knew that this was a fire ability. After all, he had the memory of the end of the world for a week in his previous life, and the memory of the zombie king for a lifetime. But at this time, he must pretend not to know. After all, in Shen Yun's eyes, he really shouldn't know. Shen Yun opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Xiaomi. Chi-Chi. Did you see it? I'm not dazzled. Am I? At this time, Shen Yun was so excited that his whole body began to tremble. Xiaomi hurriedly said, let's go. Let's follow him in. He should also go in to find someone. Shen Yun nodded repeatedly. With such a powerful person starting, they naturally followed. There was no need to say it at all. Okay. The two got out of the car quickly, followed behind the man, and helped the man deal with the zombies behind. Xiaomi did not choose to wear her own boxing gloves this time. But like Shen Yun, she held a stick. But hers was a golf club. These were all in Shen Yun's car. The man turned around and looked at the two people's movements, and guessed that they were going to follow him in. But he didn't say anything, but continued to open the way in front. After arriving at the place, the man turned back and pointed to them that he had arrived. Xiaomi nodded to the man, indicating that he knew. The two needed to continue walking forward one building. Xiaomi's aim was very good, and the zombie fell to the ground with one blow. Xinyun swung randomly without any rules, hitting a zombie from time to time. This helped Xiaomi, and the two dared not say a word along the way, for fear of attracting more zombies. Suddenly Xinyun stopped at the zombie in front of him. Xiaomi looked at Xinyun in confusion, then looked at the zombie, poked Xinyun's arm with her hand, and whispered, "What's wrong? Sister Yun?" Xinyun smiled bitterly. "Chi-Chi, do you think this is retribution? That? My ex-boyfriend?" Xiaomi knew Xinyun's ex-boyfriend, but because of her busy schedule, she didn't meet him twice. So she didn't have a deep impression. But she actually had a very bad impression of that person. She always thought that person was using Xinyun. Xiaomi's guess was indeed confirmed later. But Xinyun was also injured because of it. But I didn't expect that man to live in the same community as Xinyun's father. Didn't he get married and move away? What's this? Who cares? Let's go upstairs to see how old Shin is doing. After saying that, Xinyun took Xiaomi upstairs. Xiaomi was not a gossipy person, so she naturally wouldn't think about that man anymore. She turned around and walked quickly inside with Xinyun. As soon as she entered, a zombie suddenly rushed toward Xinyun from behind the door. Xiaomi swung the stick and hit the zombie's head, but because it was a subconscious action in a hurry, Xiaomi didn't control the strength well, and directly shot the zombie in the head in front of Xinyun. Splattered Xinyun's face. Xinyun watched the zombie die in front of him, and he was stunned. If Xiaomi hadn't pulled her away, the dead zombie would have fallen directly on Xinyun. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. You are so awesome. When did you become a strongman? Xinyun looked at Xiaomi with stars in his eyes. Xiaomi rolled her eyes at Xinyun. Sister Yun, let's go quickly. If we don't leave, we become the zombies' lunch. Hearing Xiaomi's words, Xinyun quickly pulled Xiaomi to the elevator. As soon as they entered the elevator door, more than 10 zombies ran over. Xiaomi quickly closed the elevator, and Xinyun pressed the button for the 14th floor. The elevator began to rise. Xinyun leaned against the elevator and looked at Xiaomi with a lingering fear. Chi-Chi, this is really outrageous. We have to be more careful next time. Xiaomi deliberately lowered her voice when she spoke. Xinyun thought Xiaomi was afraid, and quickly stepped forward to hold Xiaomi's shoulders. It's okay. Chi-Chi, Sister Yun will quickly become stronger and protect you. Sister Yun. Actually, there is no need. But Xiaomi still nodded. Okay. Then I wait for Sister Yun to take me flying. Of course. After talking for a while, Xinyun's nervous mood instantly relaxed. When they reached the 14th floor, Xiaomi went out first. It might be because the sound of the elevator alarmed the zombies that were originally at home. As soon as the elevator door opened, a zombie pounced on it. After Xiaomi hit it with a stick, she stretched out her foot to kick the zombie in front of her away, to avoid those things splashing on herself. Xinyun watched Xiaomi solve the zombie with a stick, and his eyes were full of admiration. But he also knew that this was not the time to talk. So he didn't say anything. He just helped Xiaomi watch the surrounding situation, to prevent her from being knocked down by the zombies coming over. Fortunately, it was just that one. But when the two walked toward Shin's father's house, they heard the zombies screaming from the family next door. There was also the sound of banging on the door. Xinyun looked at Jin Jiang, then at the family, and whispered, "Is this a zombie scratching the door?" "Yeah. It should be. Why do I feel that zombies are stupid now? Look. He keeps hitting the door. But he is clearly inside. Just open it." Xinyun nodded. "Yes. I saw a zombie blocked by a car yesterday. He was hitting the car and his whole body was smashed. He didn't even know to go around." Xiaomi shrugged and quickened his pace. Chapter 20. Xinyun passed. As soon as Xinyun opened the door, she saw her father huddled under the dining table, his face extremely pale. Seeing that it was Xinyun, Shin's father hurriedly rolled out from under the dining table. "Woo woo. Xinyun, you are finally here. I was scared to death. What happened?" Xinyun looked at her father's frightened look, and for a moment, she did not remember the previous grudge, and just said lightly, "Pack your things and follow me." Shin's father looked at his daughter's appearance and wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it. He hurriedly hummed and walked inside, asking as he walked, what to pack. Clothes, bedding, food, and things to use. Those that the three of us can carry. Don't take your useless things. Shin father turned around and looked at Shin Yun cold look. Hesitating to speak. He walked into the bedroom with heavy steps. Xiaomi didn't say anything to Shin Yun. After all, don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. She didn't know much about Shin Yun's past, but she knew a little bit. It seemed that her father often beat her when she was a child. And it was not after she was drunk, but just normal. Sometimes Shin Yun did something that was not to his liking, and he would beat her with punches and kicks. Or with sticks. Shin Yun's mother couldn't stand Shin Yun's father's violence, so she chose to commit suicide. And it was in front of Shin Yun. It was also from then on that Shin Yun began to hate her father. And her father didn't beat her again after that. But what's the use? When Shin father came out with a suitcase, Shin Yun's face turned black. I said to take what we can carry. So you are going to carry this box yourself? Xiaomi looked at Shin Yun's irritable look and said, I can. If there is anything else to eat and use, go and see. And take everything you can use. Okay. If Xiaomi hadn't suppressed Shin Yun's anger, Shin Yun would have wanted to leave directly. Without even looking at Shin father. He went straight into the kitchen. Looking at the empty refrigerator in the kitchen. Shin Yun sneered and turned out of the kitchen. Let's go. Chi-Chi. There's nothing. Xiaomi nodded and turned to leave. She took it and saw 2 fans on the coffee table. Sister Yun. Take those 2 fans. Okay. Shin Yun obeyed Xiaomi's words unconditionally. For some reason, Shin Yun felt that Xiaomi exuded a convincing aura. She felt at ease just looking at her. She didn't think about whether what she said was right or wrong, and subconsciously chose to follow her instructions. Wait a minute. Let me think. Xiaomi looked at things everywhere at home and didn't find what she wanted. She spoke again. Is there anything loud? Such as speakers, mobile phones, etc. Shin father hurriedly said that he had a small speaker and usually listened to dramas. Uncle, please give it to me. Father Shin nodded, turned around and took out his small speaker from under the coffee table. After Xiaomi took it, he first walked to the window, looked around, and then turned on the radio and turned up the volume. He threw it to the big tree in the open space downstairs. Suddenly, the zombies downstairs ran towards the radio like crazy. Xiaomi quickly picked up the suitcase. Let's go! Shin Yun pulled Father Shin's sleeve and followed Xiaomi into the elevator. After going downstairs, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and ran to the outside of the community. Father Shin was old, and after being pulled by Shin Yun for a while, he began to pant. Seeing this, Xiaomi reached out to help Father Shin up and ran towards the door. As soon as they got in the car, they saw the fire-type superpowered person coming out with a mother and daughter. The man covered the little girl's eyes with his hands and held her tightly in his arms. After the man saw Xiaomi and the others, he nodded to them and then took the mother and daughter into the car. Shin Yun looked at the man and said, This is a real man. If something happens, he will come back to pick up his wife and children. When he said this, Shin Yun also glanced at Shin father in the back with a sarcasm. Shin father was sitting in the car at this time, feeling very uncomfortable, especially when he saw those zombies just now. He was already scared to death, and his hands and feet were weak. He has not recovered yet. Being ridiculed by Shin Yun again. His whole face turned from white to red. Muttered softly, You don't know how to save face for your father in front of outsiders. You are an unfilial daughter. Shin Yun directly ridiculed. Haha. If I were really unfilial, you would still be shivering under the table and starve to death at home. After that, he did not speak again, but sat in the co-pilot with a cold face, watching the road for Xiaomi. There are too many car accidents and zombies on the streets now. They have to take detours all the time and cannot slow down. After all, there are zombies everywhere. If they slow down, it is easy for zombies to cling to the car. It is easy for a large number of zombies to overturn the car. Therefore, along the way, Xiaomi's speed was over 60 miles per hour. Father Shin, who was sitting in the back, was frightened by Xiaomi's driving skills and his face turned pale again. Girl, you, ask your friend to drive. Drive slower. I can't do it anymore. Shin Yun turned a deaf ear to what his father said. Xiaomi went because she didn't want Shin Yun to regret it later. After the person was picked up, Shin Yun had done what she had to do. What would happen to Shin father in the end was not something she could control. After the car arrived at the garage of Shenyun community, Xiaomi directly circled the garage with the zombies inside until all the zombies were basically gathered together. Then she quickly drove towards the elevator of Shenyun building. Before the car stopped, Shenyun was ready. After Xiaomi parked the car, Shenyun got out of the car and directly pulled Shen father towards the elevator. Xiaomi moved 2 boxes of things inside, followed Shenyun closely, and ran to the elevator. After entering the elevator, the zombies behind him also followed. Shenyun quickly pressed the button to close the elevator. Father Shen looked at the situation and asked with shaking hands, "What happened?" "Zombies. The end of the world. Wait for death." After saying that, Shenyun no longer paid attention to Father Shen. She still had scars from Father Shen, and Father Shen had kicked her uterus and caused problems. After the examination, the doctor said that the possibility of her pregnancy was basically zero. Because of this, she has never dared to talk about boyfriends. Later, she finally decided to talk about it, but was deceived by that scumbag. Therefore, Shenyun's hatred for Father Shen is impossible to eliminate, and she can't even forgive him in this life. This is not something that Father Shen can make up for. Xiaomi didn't know about this matter. Therefore, although she knew that Shenyun couldn't forgive Father Shen, she was afraid that Father Shen would blame her if he died of the zombie virus. That's why she went to pick up Father Shen. What she didn't know was that Shenyun could pay child support to Father Shen every month because of legal requirements. But it's the end of the world. Who the hell will care about him? Chapter 21 Leaving. Sister Yun, you stay upstairs. I move things. You know I run fast. After saying that, Xiaomi gave Shenyun a look. Shenyun knew that Xiaomi had already put all the things into the space, so he didn't stop her. Okay. Be careful. Don't worry. After Xiaomi left, Shen father said to Shenyun directly, "Daughter, are you bringing your friends to live with you? How much will it cost you?" He looked at Shenyun with a distressed face. Without waiting for Shenyun to speak, he spoke again, also. Look at the current situation. When are you going to bring your aunt's family over? When the time comes, your aunt's little grandson will be adopted by you. Then you will have a child. You, Shen Dahai, you'd better shut up. Otherwise you will become one of those monsters below. Shenyun's face was very gloomy, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Shen Dahai was full of disgust. Shen Dahai stuck his head out and said, "I am not thinking about you. When you are old, how can you not listen to the old man?" "Shut up," Shenyun roared. Then he threw the key in his hand to Shen Dahai. "You live here. Chi-Chi and I live in her house. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Shenyun. "Hey, where are you going? There are monsters outside." "You? It's none of your business." After saying that, Shenyun opened the door and saw Xiaomi waiting at the door. "Chi-Chi, give him the luggage. Let's go." "Okay." She heard what Shen Dahai said just now. Now she felt that it was not worth it for Shenyun from the bottom of her heart. After throwing the suitcase in, Shenyun left without looking back. As soon as they reached the elevator, Shen Dahai opened the door and said, "Where are you going? There are man-eating monsters outside now. You'd better go in. Otherwise you will attract those things, and you will lose your life." After that, Shenyun and Xiaomi took the elevator down. Xiaomi drove the car. In the car, Shenyun began to tell Xiaomi everything about himself. After Xiaomi heard it, she felt suffocated. "Sorry, Sister Yun. I was afraid that you would blame yourself in the future. It's okay. I didn't tell you a lot of things, and you didn't know. I can understand. To be honest, if I didn't bring him here today, I should care in the future. But I can't say I regret it." After Shenyun finished speaking, he felt relieved. "To be honest, I don't understand my mother. You know, I told the police that she was beaten, but she said I was a liar. It was nothing. Then she went back and started to blame me. She didn't have the courage to send Shen Dahai to prison, but she had the courage to commit suicide. Do you think she is very contradictory?" After Shenyun finished speaking, Xiaomi felt even more regretful. She felt that she should ask Shenyun's opinion before deciding whether to go. Now it has become like this. Shenyun looked at the expression on Xiaomi's face and knew what she was thinking. "Okay. Stop thinking about it. If you don't pick him up now, I might have to take the risk to pick him up later. I have a clear conscience now." Xiaomi naturally knew that Shenyun was comforting herself. She was not a person who liked to dwell on trivial matters. Since the incident has happened and she has done something stupid, she should think about how to solve it. Where are we going now? Shin-yun asked while looking at the map. Let's go to the electronics mall first to see if we can buy a silent generator. And then we need oil. Now I only have 50 liters of gasoline for backup at home. If we buy a diesel generator, then, never mind. Let's go to the electronics mall first. I just don't know if the door is open now. After Shin-yun finished speaking, Xiaomi turned around and glanced at Shin-yun. No, Chi-Chi. We are public figures. We don't know when this dog thing will be fixed. If you rob it openly, it's illegal. You have to go in and operate the sewing machine. Xiaomi looked at Shin-yun panic and suddenly became playful. He said directly, it's okay. You can admit your mistakes better when the time comes. It's okay. Are you crazy? Xiao Chi-Chi. Can you solve it now, if you admit your mistakes better? You must be really crazy. Ah, you want to die. Xiao Chi-Chi. You? Shin-yun was so angry that he was incoherent. He started to run away. Xiaomi laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward, and almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Seeing Xiaomi smile, Shin-yun also realized that Xiaomi was teasing him. Humph. Xiao Chi-Chi. You're going to make me angry to death. You just know how to make fun of me every day. Are you really going to rob? It happened that their car passed by a supermarket at this time. Xiaomi turned around and looked at the situation outside and said, Sister Yun, look outside. I saw many people running away with a bunch of food in their arms, or carrying a large bag of food on their backs. Some people even started to rob others. After all, many supermarkets are out of stock now. Even if there is inventory, it was basically consumed yesterday. There is no way to deliver today. Therefore, the remaining supermarkets with food will basically be robbed in the next 2 days. Some people are still robbing rice and other things today. When there is no electricity and gas tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, people will start to rob snacks and other things. Xiaomi thought about going out to rob food in her previous life. She was still scared. She had forgotten those things before and didn't react. After rebirth, Xiaomi reread the memory of her previous life through the system and found that she was really brave at that time. Dared to go out to find food alone. Or it was when there was no order after the end of the world. Shin-yun looked at the chaotic scenes and was shocked again. She still underestimated human nature. So it's all robbing now? Then why don't we rob them today and put them directly into the space? How cool. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. Sister Yun, we are the only ones with food. Right? Then we will probably die soon. She had thought about it, but she felt it was unnecessary. It was the end of the world anyway, and money was the least valuable thing. At least it was in the fast-forward world where she was a zombie. At that time, she was playful and went to the human territory, and happened to see the scene of the trade of materials. It was simply outrageous. A cigarette could be exchanged for a box of bread, and a sip of beer could be exchanged for a bag of rice. The prices were simply skyrocketing. So she planned to get some of these things the day after tomorrow. But she couldn't get too much. After all, her cave was so small that she couldn't put too many things. The largest one was the cave where time stopped, and the rest were smaller than it. The smallest one was only the size of a room. Thinking about it, Xiaomi felt that the system was really stingy. No. How? You are now disconnected from the main system. So no one will take care of you. Why do I need points to get things? Are you trying to trick me again? Xiaomi's tone was full of murderous intent when she finished speaking. Hao was so scared that he trembled. Chapter 22 Chumonchen. That? Host. Listen to my excuses. Ah bah. No. Listen to my explanation. Uh-huh. Come on and make your excuses. I listened slowly. Xiaomi's tone was full of murderous intent, and Hao's body began to turn from white to red. That is, I also need to upgrade. Host. Only when my level is higher can you exchange for higher level things. So, that you know. Uh-huh. That means you used all my points to upgrade in the end? Yes. Host. After saying that, Hao wilted directly. It can't do anything about it. The main system doesn't care about it now. It has to live too. What will happen if you don't upgrade? Host. Calm down. I can stay with you longer after upgrading. And I can exchange for higher level things. Stop talking nonsense. How many levels have you upgraded now? 0. Xiaomi didn't want to talk anymore after hearing this. It turned out that it needed more things and more money to upgrade. Suddenly, she felt that having a system was not so good. Where are the points I got from doing the task before? The main system has reset your points. I think we should trouble it. What do you think? Host? I think I should stay away from you. You scumbags. Okay. I know. I will upgrade you. Haha. Thank you. Host. I know that the host really loves me. Haha. Without waiting for Hao to continue to go crazy, Xiaomi decisively closed the connection between the two of them and continued to drive to find the electrical city. Now her main task is to find a generator. Or to get some solar panels. The current weather is still very suitable for solar generators. I just don't know if they can get it. When the two of them went to the electrical city, they saw that it was already very chaotic. The screams of zombies and people were screaming. And the sounds of beating and scolding filled their eardrums. Xiaomi and Shenyun were two girls. They hadn't taken anything yet, so no one was staring at them. Soon the two found a large electrical appliance mall. After entering, the two began to look for electrical appliances that could be used. Shenyun knew nothing about these things. Xiaomi was okay. She had come into contact with some before, but she only knew about them. At least she knew about these things. She took some things that could be used, put some into the space when no one was around, and took the rest in her hands. After all, you can't take nothing with you. That's not good either. It will arouse the suspicion of those people. So it's better to take it in your hands. And if it doesn't work, give some away. Chi-Chi. Is this a solar panel? It should be. I see the words next to it are solar panels. Come and take a look. Xiaomi turned around and walked toward Shenyun. Seeing that it was indeed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yun, go and take a look at the others and cover for me. I will put these things into the space later. Okay. Then Shenyun walked in front of Xiaomi, blocking Xiaomi from other people's sight. Seeing that no one nearby was paying attention to her, Xiaomi quickly put the solar panel in front of her into the space, and then took some things from the side, pretending to take things from the side. What Xiaomi didn't see was that all her actions were seen by a man upstairs. The man's eyes were full of deep meaning, and the person next to the man said in surprise, "Brother, you are not right." What's the expression? The man didn't speak, but glanced at the person who spoke. The man chose to shut up instantly. He turned sideways and whispered to the man with glasses next to him, "Second brother, what's going on? Are you in love? If you don't want to die, shut up. Otherwise you will be prepared to deal with those things yourself later." After the man with glasses finished speaking, he chose to shut up completely. The man looked at Xiaomi figure and said to the man with glasses, "Shen Wentao, check where she lives now, and consider going together." "Okay, big brother." "No, big brother. Why don't you look for me?" Gu Haoyu, I advise you to shut up. Otherwise you will die from your mouth sooner or later." Shen Wentao pushed his glasses. After saying this coldly, he turned sideways and continued to look for what they needed. If Xiaomi saw the man, she would know that this man was Chu Machin, the movie emperor in the past 2 years, and also the big boss behind her current company. It's just that Xiaomi didn't know. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi meaningfully, and Gu Haoyu on the side was frightened by his eyes. Just when he wanted to speak, he was kicked down by Chu Machin, and Chu Machin quickly hid behind the pillar next to him. Just when he wanted to speak, he was frightened by Chu Machin's sharp eyes and dared not speak. He could only lie on the ground aggrieved and look at Chu Machin. Xiaomi frowned below. She clearly felt someone watching her just now. How come? Oh, he was hiding. Haha. Interesting. Xiaomi looked at the corner of Gu Haoyu's clothes with interest. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She whispered to Shenyun beside her, "Sister Yun, protect yourself down there." After saying that, in order to prevent the person from slipping away, he directly took advantage of the debris piled on the ground and jumped to grab the railing on the second floor. Then he climbed up with his bare hands. As soon as he jumped down, he saw Chu Machin hiding behind the pillar. "Oh, it seems there are 2 more." As soon as Xiaomi said this, Chu Machin's ears turned red, glared at Gu Haoyu on the ground, and turned to look at Xiaomi. "Long time no see." Chu Machin turned around and greeted Xiaomi with a smile. The quick change of expression was admirable. Xiaomi then saw that this person was actually Chu Machin. It seemed that he was the one she liked in her previous life. No. It seems that she still likes him a little bit now. After all, Chu Machin's appearance is there. And this person has always been pretty good to her. Xiaomi quickly suppressed her joy and looked at Chu Machin in surprise. Teacher Chu. It's you? Why? Hiding here. Was she happy just now? Did I see it wrong? It should be wrong. Never mind. Well, I didn't expect to see Teacher Chiao here. I was afraid that it would be inconvenient for you. So I didn't come out to say hello. The situation is not good now. Teacher Chiao is safer at home. I know. You are going to buy some things and then go home. What about you? We are also looking for supplies. So you go ahead. I will continue. After saying that, she pointed to Shen Wentao, who was packing things inside. Xiaomi nodded. Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, she went down the stairs directly. Chu Machin was stunned. Just leave. No more words. Are you so straightforward? Am I so unattractive now? Gu Haoyu on the ground got up. Quietly moved to Chu Machin's side and said, Boss. Who is this girl? Wouldn't you introduce her? Chu Machin gave Gu Haoyu a cold face and slapped his stomach. If you dare to provoke her, Mr. Gu will receive your remains. Do you have to be so cruel? I am no longer your favorite brother. Then, Shen Wentao really didn't want to see Gu Haoyu continue to commit suicide. So he said directly, Gu Haoyu, come and help. Gu Haoyu hurriedly ran toward Shen Wentao. Just kidding. Didn't you see that the boss's face changed? How dared he say anything? I'm afraid he is looking for death. Woo-woo. So scary. Mother! After Xiaomi turned around, the smile on the corner of her mouth could not be hidden. Chapter 23 Electric City. Shichi. What's going on? You just went up to look for Chu Shen? Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi in disbelief. Xiaomi nodded. Shen Yun grabbed Xiaomi's arm directly. Why is he here? This is the largest electric city. He must be looking for supplies. Alright. Let's quickly find a generator. And leave when we find it. Shen Yun nodded repeatedly. Then the two continued to look. But they still couldn't find it. Xiaomi said helplessly, Forget it. It seems that when there is no sun, we can only use charcoal and kerosene lamps. Alas, this is the only way. Forget it. Let's go. Get some power banks, mobile phones and computers. Okay. After that, the two prepared to leave. Miss Chiao. Miss Shen. Wait a moment. The two turned around. And Xiaomi saw Shen Wentao, who was with Chu Machin just now, and looked at Shen Wentao in confusion. Is there something? Mr. Chu said that what you need is up there. Xiaomi frowned, wondering why Chu Machin knew what she needed. Okay. Then he turned to look at Shen Yun and said, Sister Yun, come with me, because there are already many survivors gathered here, and many zombies outside are already eyeing this place. She was not very reassured that Shen Yun was alone down there. As soon as she went up, she saw Chu Machin standing at the door, waiting for her. Chu Machin had put on sunglasses at this time, and Xiaomi could not see his eyes. But she could feel that Chu Machin was always looking at her. Gu Haoyu snorted in his heart. Humph, you look like a dog. But you still dare not let others see your loving eyes. Hee, man. But he only dared to say this in his heart, and did not dare to say it out loud. After all, he did not want to be broken. He still had to take it easy. Teacher Chiao, I take you back. You should all need these things. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he was so nervous that he dared not breathe. Fortunately, his sunglasses blocked his eyes. Otherwise Xiaomi would have seen Chu Machin's eager eyes, looking at his friend's disappointing appearance. Shen Wentao hurriedly said, Miss Chiao, I have a place to store things, which is more convenient. We will take you back. Xiaomi nodded. Okay. Then I trouble you. No trouble. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he walked directly towards Xiaomi. Just call me Machin. Okay. Then Machin. Just call me Chi-Chi. Xiaomi smiled and said, and walked downstairs with Chu Machin. Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao were the same. Gu Haoyu said softly, I said he was in trouble. This man. Behind our backs. Bah bah bah. I advise you to talk less. Otherwise he might really be with those things outside. Oh. Gu Haoyu closed his mouth. But what they didn't expect was that Shen Yun, who was alone in front, had heard their conversation. He turned his head and looked at them in disbelief. What do you mean? Shen Yun felt stupid. What's going on? Is this hallucination? Chu Shen likes my family's disappointing Chi-Chi? Is Chu Shen crazy or am I crazy? Didn't they cooperate on a variety show? It seems that there was only one episode. It seems that there will be no cooperation after that? Gu Haoyu approached Shen Yun mysteriously. You don't know? Sister, let me tell you. Our boss covets your family. Chu Machin turned his head with a dark face and looked at Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu was so scared that he almost fell down the stairs. Then he quickly shut up and didn't dare to say anything more, and even hid behind Shen Wentao. Xiaomi looked at their interaction with a smile on her face. So cute. How could he be so cute? Although Xiaomi's face didn't change much. Her heart was already beating wildly. If it wasn't the wrong time, Xiaomi would even want to call like a groundhog. It was really after the group arrived at the door. Because there were too many zombies outside. These people had already closed the door. Shen Wentao walked directly to the front. Open the door. We will deal with the monsters outside. A middle-aged woman said with disdain, You deal with it? If you can't deal with it, will we all be buried with you? With the words of the woman, the rest of the people began to ridicule them one by one. You are really looking for death. A bunch of ignorant people who want to do anything. Don't get involved with us if you want to die. Maybe he really has the ability? Maybe. He just wants to show off in front of the girl. Hearing these words, Chu Machin's face couldn't be any darker. Gu Haoyu on the side felt the breath of death from Chu Machin. He always felt that the boss would deal with all these people in the next second. In fact, Chu Machin still restrained his temper. After all, Xiaomi was by his side. And he didn't want to scare Xiaomi. Xiaomi knew that she was a weak little white rabbit in Chu Machin's heart. And she might have to act like a spoiled child before she took action when she met zombies in the future. Shen Wentao stepped forward and looked at everyone and said, You step back. We will stop these monsters outside the door. And you close the door when we go out. With this, everyone's opposition became much smaller. Chu Machin directly protected Xiaomi and said sideways, You step back? We will do it. That's right. How can a lady take action? You just watch. Gu Haoyu followed and echoed. Xiaomi shook her head. She was not a velvet flower that depended on men. She was a queen flower. No. I have the ability to deal with it. And Sister Yun and I have dealt with a lot of them. And we know how to deal with them. After Xiaomi said this, the most surprised person was Gu Haoyu. After all, in his eyes, Xiaomi was a delicate lady. He didn't dare to believe that Xiaomi really had fighting power. Okay. But be careful. If you can't do it, come closer to me. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he moved closer to Xiaomi and signaled the other two to protect Shen Yun. Xiaomi was very happy to see Chu Machin's actions. An inexplicable feeling arose, and Xiaomi didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Chu Machin patted Xiaomi's head. Don't be distracted. Little girl. Xiaomi's face turned red when Chu Machin said little girl, and her heartbeat kept speeding up. Helplessly, she could only stand in her heart and silently recite, Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Force yourself to calm down. Don't look at Chu Machin anymore. Don't listen to him anymore. I help you open the door. If it doesn't work, just go back. An old man looked at Chu Machin and whispered. The young man beside nodded. I will help you too. But I can only guard the door for you. Take care of yourself. And me. I can do that too. A teenage girl raised her hand and said. Xiaomi knew their good intentions. But more people hoped that they would not come back after they left. No. Thank you. After we leave, you just need to close the door. Or you can leave behind us. After saying that, Xiaomi did not look at those people again, but looked at the materials in front of her, looking for a suitable weapon. Chapter 24 Heartbeat. How? Take out my boxing gloves and put them in the bag behind me. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she felt the weight of the bag behind her change. She turned around, took off her backpack, and took out her boxing gloves. Chu Machin's eyes deepened, looking at Xiaomi's boxing gloves. You know that this thing is very good. The two people at the door said, Get ready. We are going to open the door. Several people nodded to them, indicating that they could open the door. Chu Machin stood in the front, ready to be a director at any time. As soon as the door opened, Chu Machin kicked directly at the zombies at the door. His body was unusually agile. Xiaomi's eyes began to sparkle. Awesome. This kind of top-notch man is really amazing. Then he put on his boxing gloves and punched the zombie in front of him, smashing the zombie's head directly. Then he kicked the zombie, who was about to come forward, away. Seeing Xiaomi actions, Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao opened their mouths wide, and were almost scratched by the zombies. If Shen Wentao hadn't reacted quickly and pulled Gu Haoyu would have been dead. Chu Machin said coldly, "Are you tired of living?" As soon as he said this, Gu Haoyu heart, which was shocked by Xiaomi, calmed down instantly. He dared not to be distracted again. Facing the zombies, several people punched directly, solved them cleanly and neatly, and were not caught by the zombies. The people inside were extremely shocked when they saw their actions. Even many people have begun to get restless. They think that two women can do it. Why can't they? A grown man do it? So everyone started looking for weapons in the electrical city. After all, many of them have no fighting power. Without these weapons, they are still afraid. Xiaomi looked at the two men coming out with sharp eyes and hurriedly shouted, "Wrap your arms thicker. Don't let them scratch you." Now the official has not yet notified that these are zombies, so everyone thinks they are monsters. Xiaomi naturally can't say zombies. It would be bad if it attracted the attention of some people with bad intentions. There were dozens or hundreds of zombies, and it took everyone nearly an hour to deal with them. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Xiaomi frowned directly. I don't know if it was because of the zombies before. Looking at these zombies at this time, Xiaomi's mood is actually quite heavy. After all, they didn't want to become zombies. If they can be good people, who would want to become zombies? Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's low mood. Although he didn't know the reason for her low mood, it didn't prevent him from caring. Let's go. We take you back. Well, okay. Did you drive here? Sister Yuan and I drove here. Chu Machin whispered, I drive for you. They can just drive one. Where are the keys? Xiaomi raised her eyebrows when she heard Chu Machin's words. Oh, so I'm not in love with him. This sultry man. Xiaomi smiled when she thought of this, but she quickly restrained her smile. Hey, I didn't expect that I would have a day to ride in Teacher Chu car. That's right. Master Chu. I didn't expect that you would be my driver one day. After saying that, Shen Yun seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said, No. Ba. It's my Chi-Chi who has this blessing. Ha. Shen Yun had a flattering smile on his face. Sister Yun, do you have to be so flattering? How can you be so lucky? Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun helplessly. Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi inscrutable, and pushed Xiaomi into the car. After getting in the car, Shen Yun whispered, That's right. This man has been in the industry for so many years, and has no scandals. What a good man. And didn't you notice that he only spoke to you gently? Xiaomi really didn't notice this before. And now thinking back, she found that it seemed to be true. After that, she began to seriously think about Chu Machin's attitude towards her. So she didn't see Chu Machin red ears at all. Yes, that's right. Chu Machin had heard Shen Yun's words. He was also very curious about how Xiaomi would face him after knowing it. Will she choose to refuse directly or escape? After all, he has been silently paying attention to Xiaomi for these years. But Xiaomi seems to have no enlightenment, and has always been pure and unselfish. There is not even a male artist in the circle with whom he has a good relationship. He dared not approach her in the name of a friend. Thinking of this, Chu Machin felt very aggrieved. He had been secretly in love with her for 5 years, but she didn't know about it at all. Even the words he had said to her were not as many as today. Fortunately, no one knew. How? Is there anything that can let me hear someone's inner voice? Host. Yes, but you owe too many points, so I can't redeem them for you. You? Xiaomi held his forehead. I have never felt so poor before. Got it. You can leave now. After saying that, Xiaomi began to think about how to figure out Chu Machin's feelings. It was really a headache. If this man wasn't so stuffy, she wouldn't have such a headache. There was really no good way. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi, who was in a daze, and asked in a low voice, Chi-Chi, are you thinking about something? Nothing. Just wondering what's going on. It's quite scary. Xiaomi patted her chest, pretending to be scared. Shen Yun really couldn't bear to watch. I really wanted to complain that you were so fake that basically anyone could see that you were not afraid at all. Forget it. For your image, I reluctantly tolerate your poor acting skills. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with a smile on his face, and his eyes, under the sunglasses, were full of tenderness. You were very good just now. And your boxing gloves are very good. Hearing the boxing gloves, Xiaomi instantly became very proud. Of course. It's the best gift I've ever received. It must be good. Oh, From my boyfriend? Xiaomi, who was very perceptive, heard the murderous intent in Chu Machen's tone and smiled secretly in her heart. Why do you say that? Chu Machen's brows were twisted. His face turned very dark. And he said in a deep voice, didn't you say that this was the best gift you ever received? It doesn't have to be from a boyfriend. It's not only from a boyfriend. What do you think? Momo. You don't mind me calling you that? Teacher Chu? Xiaomi Momo made Chu Machen blush. He almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Chi-Chi. Stop messing around. Chu Machen's voice made Xiaomi's whole body melt. Woo-woo. How can it be so nice? Mom. Help. I can't stand it. Who can resist this? Chapter 25 Saving People. An elder gave it to me. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shen Yun could clearly feel that the coldness on Chu Machen's body had disappeared. Looking at Chu Machen's face, Shen Yun felt that she saw the tail shaking behind him. And she could even imagine his eyes. Alas, my cabbage was eaten by a pig. Ah, my own pigs ate other people's cabbage. Sin. Sin! Sister Yun. Why are you shaking your head? Ah, nothing, nothing. I just thought of something regrettable. I wanted to eat barbecue the day before yesterday. But I didn't eat it because I wanted to lose weight. Now I regret it so much. Xiaomi didn't know why. But she always felt that Shen Yun was talking nonsense. She was a person who had no desire to eat. The motto of life is that eating is just to avoid starving to death. As for what to eat, it doesn't matter. Are you joking? Sister Yun? Shen Yun rolled her eyes at Xiaomi. And then said, Chushin, don't mind it. Our Chi-Chi is usually very ladylike. After that, she poked Xiaomi's arm with her elbow, signaling her to speak. Restore her image. Chu Machen smiled and said, Sister Yun, you don't have to call me Chushin. I have retired for 2 years. Oh, what a pity. I was scared when I heard the news of Chushin's retirement. Why did you retire just after becoming the best actor? Oh, if you are not convenient to say. Just pretend I didn't ask. I am just gossiping. After that, she waved to Chu Machen in a reserved manner. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun's appearance. She kept smacking her lips. Oh my. It's really strange to see Sister Yun like this. It's really a misleading man. But, I have to say, Chu Machen's appearance is really amazing. By that, what's his name? Never mind. It doesn't matter. He's just a passerby anyway. Momo. Let's go upstairs for barbecue later. For some reason, Xiaomi really likes to call Chu Machen this name now. Especially when she sees Chu Machen's red ears. The whole person is like a cat that has stolen some fish. Laughing so happily. And every time Chu Machen heard these 2 words, his body couldn't help but stiffen. He's really good at flirting. No. I still have to go find my brother and the others. Chu Machen was actually very reluctant. He wanted to have dinner with Xiaomi. But he didn't know what was going on with his brother. And he was worried. So he decided to go and see. So after sending Xiaomi and Shen Yun home, he turned around and got into Gu Haoyu's car. Chi-Chi, you guys hurry up. After saying that, Chu Machen rolled up the window. And Gu Haoyu drove away directly. And Xiaomi and Shen Yun also got into the elevator and went home. Meanwhile, Chu Machen and his car sped towards the suburbs. In the car, Chu Machen kept calling his brother and sister-in-law. The phone calls that could be connected before were no longer answered. And even the dozen people he sent over had lost contact. Chu Machen frowned. Speed up? Okay. Boss. Gu Haoyu is a racing driver. So he has good driving skills, and drove at about 100 miles per hour the whole time. Boss. I called Hui Yin just now, but no one answered. I'm worried. Please let me down in front later, and I go check on Hui Yin's situation. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Chu Machen's face changed. I'm worried about you being alone. Old Hua. Without waiting for Shen Wentao to continue, Chu Machen took out a pistol from his waist. Take it. Plus your own. It should be no problem. Go find Xiaomi first. Her strength is not simple. You can meet directly at the hospital. I contact you now. After speaking, he called Xiaomi directly. She didn't give Shen Wentao a chance to refuse. Chi-Chi. It's me. Chu Machen. Xiaomi looked at the strange phone on her phone. She didn't want to answer it, but she answered it anyway. After that, she didn't say a word. When she heard Chu Machen's voice, Xiaomi's face was full of smiles. Momo. What's wrong? I want to trouble you with something. I have a brother in the #1 municipal hospital. Shin Wintao will go to see him later. Can you go there? I'm afraid of the people there. I go there right away. Don't worry. Chu Machin smiled. Okay. I owe you one. And then? Change the conditions. Remember that you owe me one condition. Remember to pay it back. Xiaomi smiled and joked, her eyes full of smiles. Shin Yun looked at Xiaomi with disdain. Alas, look at my artist's worthless appearance. It's really outrageous. Not knowing what Chu Machin said on the other end of the phone. Xiaomi smiled and hung up the phone. After seeing the look in Shin Yun's eyes, Xiaomi stepped back. Why are you looking at me like that? Look at your worthless appearance. Okay. Let's go. Xiaomi shook her head. No. I go by myself. You and your sister are at home. Otherwise the little one will look at me with grievance again. No. You can't go by yourself without help. I think those blind zombies will cry after fighting me. Okay. She didn't have to say this. Goodbye. Shin Yun carried her sister and walked towards the lazy sofa beside her. Xiaomi smiled. Let's go. Bye, Sister Yun. No matter who knocks on the door. Don't care. And don't open the curtains if you can. I know. You pay attention to safety. Do you hear me? Yeah. After that, he left. Xiaomi received a call from Shin Wintao before she arrived at the hospital, saying that he had arrived. Then you circle around now. Remember to get rid of those things before going into the hospital. And take a look at the situation in the hospital, by the way. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shin Wintao drove while looking at the situation in the hospital. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. The scene inside was so horrible that he couldn't even imagine what his friend was like now. Miss Chiao, the situation inside is not very good. There are those horrible things everywhere. Hearing this, Xiaomi was basically certain that the hospital had been occupied. I didn't expect the spread to be so fast. It seems that the situation inside is even worse. Do you know your friend's office? We may not have much time later. I know. We were supposed to have a party last night. But he had an emergency operation last night. So he might be in the operating room. Which one? I don't know. Xiaomi roughly knew the situation. Thought about it and said, do you have a map of the hospital that can tell you the specific location of the operating room? I have a 3D construction map of the hospital. I remember the location. But I'm driving now. In 2 minutes. Get in my car at the east gate. Okay. Chapter 26 Conditions. Get in the car. Xiaomi lowered the car window, slowed down, and quickly spoke to Shin Wintao. After Shin Wintao opened the car door, he climbed the car door and quickly got in the car. After sitting down, he turned on the computer behind him, started to find the location of the operating room. After determining the location of all the operating rooms, Shin Wintao said, okay, Miss Chiao. Just call me Xiaomi. Then I drive in now. Yes. The car quickly accelerated and drove towards the hospital's inpatient department. After stopping, the two hurriedly ran into the inpatient department, not daring to delay for a moment. If they met zombies on the road, they would not fight, but run away if they could. The first floor is now covered with zombies, and the scenes make Xiaomi frightened. Speed up. After saying that, Xiaomi ran faster. After she took the Shijin Fashui Dan, she was already fast, and she only slowed down her speed because of Shin Wintao's speed. Although Shin Wintao is not a sports expert, his physical fitness is still very good. He can't keep up with Xiaomi's speed now. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was it because he hadn't exercised for too long and his physical strength was not good enough, or was Xiaomi really too good? Turn left in front. That's it. After Shin Wintao shouted, he saw Xiaomi directly throw the two mutants blocking her down from the escalator. This power. If the timing was not right, he would have wanted to drag Xiaomi to fight. Xiaomi looked at the increasing number of zombies behind them, frowned slightly. Speed up. We don't have much time. Well, turn left in front. The 5th room is his office. After Shin Wintao finished speaking, Xiaomi directly quickened her pace and ran quickly towards the office Shin Wintao mentioned. After reaching the door, she kicked the zombies at the door and shouted, "Is there anyone inside? Chu Machin asked me to find you." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she didn't hear any sound from inside. He frowned slightly, then stretched out his foot and kicked the door in front of him fiercely. Bang! The door fell down. Shin Wintao kicked away the zombies that were chasing him, and looked at Xiaomi in surprise. He really didn't expect such a delicate and weak girl to have such explosive power. Looking at Xiaomi's height of 1.65 meters and weight of no more than 90 kilograms, she could actually have such explosive power. It's really awesome. Looking at the empty office, Xiaomi and Shen Wentao turned around and ran upstairs. Which floor? 7th floor. Xiaomi hummed, continued to speed up, and ran upstairs quickly. Xiaomi threw all the zombies on the stairs directly down the handrail of the stairs, and some hit the zombies behind Shen Wentao. It stopped those zombies from moving forward. It greatly reduced Shen Wentao pressure. After going up, they began to look for it. When passing by the ward, some brave ones would ask Xiaomi what was going on and whether they could get out. Xiaomi said directly in a stern voice, "If you want to get out, kill these strange people. Otherwise don't come out and wait for rescue." However, in fact, she didn't know whether there would be rescue. At least, she didn't wait until she died in her previous life. Xiaomi arrived at the door of the operating room and began to shout Huiyan's name. While shouting, she cleared the zombies on both sides. But she didn't kick the door open. After all, she didn't know if there were other survivors inside. After kicking the door open, they would have no shelter. The only morality still didn't allow Xiaomi to do such a thing. "I do it." After that, Shen Wentao stepped forward and knocked on the door of the operating room. "Huiyan, it's me. Are you in there?" After nearly a minute, a man's voice came from inside. "Dr. Hui is in another operating room. You escort us out. And I tell you," Xiaomi said directly in a cold voice, "Okay. But now there are cannibalistic mutants everywhere. We can't guarantee your safety if you come out. You decide whether to come out with us or wait for rescue." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaomi saw that there were more and more zombies on this floor. It seems that their movements were too loud and attracted many zombies. And he immediately began to worry. "Hurry up and decide, or we will go find it ourselves. And you will still get nothing in the end." After Xiaomi finished speaking, the person inside said again, "Okay. I tell you. But you must give me food. I have. There are still a dozen buns in my bag. I can give them to you." After Shen Wentao finished speaking, the person inside said with a crying voice, "Okay. I make a crack. And when you give it to me, I will tell you about Dr. Hua operating room." "Okay." Then the door of the operating room slowly opened. Xiaomi no longer looked at the situation here, and concentrated on dealing with the zombies coming over. Fortunately, these zombies have low attack power, and only know how to stretch out their hands to scratch people. Even if you push against their heads, they don't know how to grab your hands. They just keep waving their hands. Looking at the appearance of these zombies, Xiaomi looked disgusted. She remembered that she didn't look so ugly when she was in the world of fast travel. How can the zombies now be so ugly? Fresh and refined. It's outrageous. Kicking the zombie in front of him with great disgust, Xiaomi urged coldly, "Hurry up. Otherwise we can't get out." "Which operating room?" When Shen Wentao spoke, his tone was very cold, and his eyes were like a sharp blade, staring at the man in front of him. The man looked at the big bag of buns in Shen Wentao's hand, his eyes full of satisfaction. "In the number 5 operating room. Upstairs. You'd better pray that what you said is true. Otherwise you will definitely become the food for these things." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she moved faster and urged, "Let's go." Shen Wentao threw the buns to the man, and then the two began to clear the corridor. The man looked at the two's movements and always felt that he should follow them. Regret flashed in his eyes. But as the door closed, looking at those disgusting mutants with bared teeth, he felt that it was the right choice not to go. People. That's how entangled. Xiaomi looked at the entire corridor full of zombies, and frowned immediately. "We can't go on like this. The zombies are all here. We can't leave it all later." After speaking, Xiaomi began to look at the surrounding wards, prepare to find an empty ward with no one in it, and lock these zombies in. "No, Xiaomi. It's too risky. I can do it. I'm fast." "No problem," Xiaomi said and stopped talking. What he said just now was not a discussion, but an order. No matter what Shen Wentao's answer was, she would do it in the end. This is the safest way. After seeing an open ward, Xiaomi ran directly into the ward. Seeing Xiaomi enter the ward, the zombies rushed in frantically. Shen Wentao wanted to go in, but was directly scolded by Xiaomi. In the end, he could only control the number of zombies entering at the door, and helped Xiaomi clean up the zombies outside so that she could leave smoothly. Chapter 27 Mutation. Prepare to close the door. After Xiaomi shouted, she began to approach the door. As Xiaomi went out, Shen Wentao quickly closed the door. And then Xiaomi began to look for the next ward. Do the same thing. After locking up some zombies, the number of zombies in the corridor has obviously decreased. After all, more than half of the zombies have been locked up. Hurry and run to the 8th floor. There are much fewer zombies on the 8th floor. It should be a lot of people who have gone down. Let's go and find the number 5 operating room as soon as possible. Do you know where it is? Well, it's just in front. Turn right. Hoo-hoo. Then, hoo-hoo. Turn left. Okay. Can you keep up? Shen Wentao smiled bitterly and said reluctantly. Yes. Xiaomi smiled. It's okay as long as she can hold on. As for whether she can keep up, it depends on how important Hui Yin is in his heart. When she arrived at the door of the operating room, Xiaomi felt that her physical strength had reached its limit. If she continued to look, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. Shen Wentao knocked on the door and shouted, Hui Yin, are you in there? Can you hear me? Who knew that a few seconds after Shen Wentao shouted, they heard the roar of zombies and the sound of scratching the door. She felt her brain exploded instantly. She looked at Xiaomi with disbelief. These are all in here. These? Xiaomi was of course heard by him. And there must be zombies in there now. I do it. You watch out for the zombies behind us. Xiaomi kicked the door directly after she finished speaking. This door was the outermost door to the operating room. And it was still very hard. But Xiaomi still kicked it open with 2 feet. Then, 2 zombies ran out and pounced on Xiaomi with their fangs and claws. Xiaomi stretched out her gloved hand, pressed against the zombie's head, and pulled down the mask on the zombie's face. Pay attention to see if it's your friend, Xiaomi said, and quickly pulled down the mask of another zombie. Neither. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Xiaomi dealt with the zombie in front of him directly. After these zombies fell, the zombies behind rushed towards them directly. Xiaomi kicked the zombie next to him away. Shen Wentao controlled the zombie in front of him and pulled down the mask. After finding out that it was not him, he directly held the zombie's head and slammed it against the door beside him. There are 4 more inside. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he walked inside and tied up the dizzy zombie that was just hit with a surgical gown beside him. I block it outside. Go and see if there is anyone inside, Xiaomi said while tying the 2 zombies in front of him together. Fortunately, these zombies were wearing surgical gowns, which were easy to untie. He untied the clothes of one zombie and tied them together with the sleeves. Dr. Zombies are easier to deal with. Their white coats are so useful, but they can't last too long. After all, these fabrics can't last too long. After Shen Wentao went in and opened the door of the operating room, he was stunned. Xiaomi, Hui Yin, has mutated. His throat seemed to be blocked by a stone, and it was extremely difficult to speak. After hearing this, Xiaomi subconsciously wanted to use the serum in his own space. How? Can my serum be exchanged for points? Sorry, host. It's not possible. Xiaomi frowned. Control his mouth and hands, and take him out of the hospital. After shouting, Xiaomi slowly retreated inside, and then saw a zombie doctor with dull eyes. Although his face turned gray and his veins bulged, he had to say that he was really the most handsome zombie she had seen today. Well, the eyes were washed. Very good. After entering, Xiaomi opened the cabinets inside to see if there were any sheets or something that could control him. Fortunately, there was a sheet used for an operating table in the cabinet inside. After taking out the sheet, she twisted it into a strand and wrapped it around Hui Yin's body to control his 2 arms. Then she took out gauze and sealed Hui Yin's mouth. Watch it. I take him out later. Now you pull over. I lead some zombies here. You go out first later. Okay. Then, Shen Wentao pulled Hui Yin while kicking down the zombies that were running over. After finally bringing Hui Yin down, Xiaomi ran to drive. The car stopped in front of Shen Wentao and the others. Put Hui Yin in the back and fasten your seat belt. After saying that, Xiaomi hurriedly got out of the car. Some of the zombies following behind them were dealt with. When Shen Wentao started the car, she reached out and pulled the passenger door and jumped in directly. After Xiaomi came in, Shen Wentao immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the hospital quickly. Thank you, Xiaomi, but I may have to requisition your car. Well, you use it first. Shen Wentao didn't speak again after that. Xiaomi knew he was thinking about Hui Yin, so she didn't speak either. She sat quietly in the passenger seat. In fact, she was chatting with Hao Hao, asking Hao Hao what was the best way to deal with Hui Yin's current situation. The final result of the discussion was no result, because Hao Hao's words were nonsense and had no substantive meaning. Xiaomi didn't know Hui Yin, so she couldn't give him her only serum. If the main system didn't take the serum, she would just give it to Hui Yin. After all, she really coveted that man now. Ahem, I can't think about it anymore. I'm shy. I'm shy. Ha. Xiaomi kept talking to herself, and the expression on her face kept changing. If Shen Wentao wasn't thinking about driving and Hui Yin now, I'm afraid he would ask Xiaomi directly if she had a fever. That face was as red as a cooked shrimp. Slow down and don't stop. I find a chance to get out of the car. Also, take care of him and don't let him get scratched or bitten. Yes, I know. Thank you, Miss Chiao. If you need anything in the future, just send a message to the boss and I send it to you. Xiaomi smiled and said, okay. When they were about to reach her building, Xiaomi opened the car door in advance. When the car was 3 meters away from the elevator door, with a jump, he turned over and got out of the car. At the same time, he slammed the door shut with his left hand, rolled on the ground, supported himself with his elbows, and stood up. He quickly ran towards the elevator entrance. You know, there are 20 or 30 zombies in this garage, and they are basically the staff of the community. Xiaomi thinks that it must be because she bought something before that attracted their attention. Fortunately, the community she chose has good confidentiality. 1 elevator per household, and you can only reach your floor with a card and facial recognition. What Xiaomi didn't expect was that there was a power outage as soon as she entered the elevator. Click. The elevator was stuck on the 8th floor. Chapter 28 Shen Yun Awakens. So I'm trapped in the elevator? Why should the power go out at any other time? Why not now? Okay. What should I do now? Xiaomi muttered to herself for 100 years, thinking about how she would get out of the elevator next. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Shen Yun. But after calling more than 10 times, no one answered. It wasn't until 16 calls were made that the phone was picked up. Sister Yun, open the door of the emergency staircase for me later. If it's here, I give it to you later. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she heard a meowing sound from the other end of the phone, and it became more and more urgent. Xiaomi's brows instantly frowned. Slowly said, Sister, is Shen Yun not here? If so, please don't shout. Okay? Meow. Is she asleep? If she is, just shout twice. Meow. Xiaomi probably guessed it. That is, Shen Yun might have awakened her superpowers. When Dong Xinhui awakened her superpowers in Xiangdong's previous life, she had a high fever. She started to twitch all over several times in the middle. Suddenly, I couldn't stop worrying. Sister, you stay at home quietly. I will be back soon. Okay? Meow. Xiaomi hung up the phone after hearing the little guy's response, and began to observe the situation of the entire elevator, preparing to force the elevator door open. How about I exchange another powerful pill? Host, please be a human being. Please, I won't lend you money until you pay off your debt. Oh, I remember we studied how to unbind before. How? You said I? Hey, host, speaking of this, we have a relationship. If you are in trouble, I should provide you with one for free. After How finished speaking, Xiaomi felt something in her hand. The corners of her eyes were full of smiles. Xiaomi nodded with satisfaction and swallowed the powerful pill. If it weren't for the huge gap between what she did and the system, she would never do such a threatening thing. After all, this doesn't fit her fairy character. After eating it, Xiaomi felt that her whole body was warm, and she had endless strength. She pried hard along the gap of the elevator, and directly opened the elevator. She didn't even feel the force. Just like that. Opened. Not bad. Of course, the system's products must be high quality. Host, remember to give it a 5-star rating. Xiaomi rolled her eyes directly at How. I really can't stand this guy's chatterbox look. What Xiaomi didn't expect was that as soon as she got out of the elevator, she saw that the door was not closed. Xiaomi, who was about to leave, couldn't move when she saw the robot in the living room. I go in now to see if it would be considered burglary? Forget it. Xiaomi. Morality. Although you don't have much morality. You still have to abide by it a little. As a result, as soon as she turned around, Xiaomi couldn't move forward. It was really that the robot attracted her too much. She raised her feet, but couldn't put them down. How? I remember that you seem to be able to turn on the monitoring function. Right? Host. I need to upgrade to level 2 to turn it on. Okay. You retreat. Forget it. Let's wait until there is no one here, and then come back to take a look. I hope no one is so bored that they will take this little guy away. Xiaomi prayed and hurried to take the safety stairs. When she reached the 24th floor, Xiaomi looked at the lock in front of her and suddenly felt a headache. If I had known, I would not have locked the door so early. Is it really the only way to dismantle the door now? Okay. I admit it. Then Xiaomi directly dismantled the door in front of her from the hinge. This was the best way she could think of. At least the door was intact and should be able to be put back when the time comes. After the door was dismantled, Xiaomi quickly opened the key and then put the door back. Then she locked it, turned around and opened the door to enter the house. Meow, meow, meow. The little guy cried and fluttered his 4 short legs and ran towards Xiaomi quickly. Xiaomi bent down and picked up the little guy. Okay. You be good. I go see your godmother. That's right. Xinyun is the godmother of this little guy. After putting her sister on the ground, Xiaomi turned around to see Xinyun in the room. As a result, as soon as she entered, she saw Xinyun fainted on the ground. She hurried forward and carried Xinyun to the bed. After putting it away, Xiaomi took out the electronic thermometer and measured Xinyun's temperature. When she saw that it was 38 degrees, Xiaomi exhaled heavily. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need to take antipyretics. Then she felt relieved and took out a box lunch from the space. Started to solve her own lunch. After a busy morning, it was already past 2 o'clock. And Xiaomi ate the first bite of food. She thought the stir-fry bean sprouts that she didn't like before were delicious. At this time, Chu Mochen had already arrived at the military camp in the suburbs. There were no guards standing guard at the gate now. Only a guard on duty in the guard booth. When he saw Chu Mochen again, the guard directly scolded, "It is a military stronghold. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Please leave as soon as possible." Chu Mochen took out a certificate from his pocket and unfolded it. It clearly said that he was the captain of the Tiger Fong Special Forces, and his rank was major. "Hello, Chief. Please come in. But there are many cannibalistic mutants inside now. Please be careful." After the guard finished speaking, he saluted Chu Mochen. Chu Mochen returned the salute to the guard before driving away. When he arrived at the family compound, Chu Mochen directly told Gu Haoyu to continue driving. And he jumped out of the car and ran towards the family compound. He ran towards his brother's small yard. No. It should be said that it belonged to his father. But his father just passed away this year, and it has not been determined whether this family compound will be taken back or continue to be given to them. After all, they are all soldiers. In addition to Chu Mochen's status and contribution, it is normal for them to be given this set of atoms. It's just that the instructions from above have not come down yet. After Chu Mochen climbed over the wall, he saw the body of his sister-in-law on the ground. Chu Mochen almost lost his balance. His eyes turned scarlet. The veins on his neck bulged. His face flushed, and his eye socket slowly became a little moist. His throat seemed to be blocked, and even breathing became extremely difficult. After being stunned for a few seconds, Chu Mochen hurriedly ran inside. He was now full of his 10-year-old nephew, his 1-year-old niece, and his brother. His sister-in-law had already had an accident, and he didn't want them to have any accidents. He started looking from the room on the far left, pushed open the door, and saw nothing. Chu Mochen hurriedly ran to the room next to him. Finally, the last living room and storage room were left. After Chu Mochen opened the door of the living room, he knelt directly on the ground, and saw that his eldest brother was emitting a foul smell. His face was gray, and his veins bulged. It was an obvious symptom of mutation. He held a pistol in his hand, which was his service gun, and the pistol was pointed at his own temple. Chu Mochen knew that his elder brother killed him at the last second. Not wanting to infect his family, I'm afraid they also killed his sister-in-law. Chu Mochen looked at his elder brother on the ground with a complicated expression. And then just as he stood up, he saw the mutated body of his niece on the coffee table. Chapter 29. Chu Shen seeks comfort. Uncle. Wu. Chu Machin turned around and saw his 10-year-old nephew Chu Tingsu standing at the door of the living room. He hurried forward and hugged his nephew tightly in his arms. It's okay. Xiu. It's okay. Uncle is here. Chu Tingsu hugged Chu Machin waist tightly. His whole body was shaking constantly. Uncle. It's just. We are left. After saying that, the 10-year-old boy fainted directly in Chu Machin's arms. Chu Machin touched it and found that the boy's forehead was very hot now. At least 38 or 39 degrees. He hurriedly carried the boy to his brother's bedroom and started looking for antipyretics. Chu Machin, who had awakened his superpowers, knew that his nephew had awakened his superpowers. But he didn't know what it would be. The most important thing now is to find antipyretics for him. Yesterday, when Shen Wenta awakened, he almost died of convulsions due to a high fever. If he hadn't gotten up early, it would really be hard to say. After Chu Machin found the antipyretic medicine, he forced it into his nephew's mouth. Then called Gu Haoyu and asked him to drive the car back. Then he went around the house and took away all the useful things. Yes, he has a space. But his space is different from other spaces. His space is actually a 500 square meter single-family villa. The villa covers an area of about 300 square meters. And there is a yard of about 200 square meters in front. After cleaning up, Chu Machin held his nephew and waited for Gu Haoyu's car to come. Hearing the sound of the car, Chu Machin held his nephew and walked out quickly. He opened the door of the back seat and stuffed his nephew in. Then jumped in directly. Gu Haoyu watched Chu Machin come out by himself, holding only his nephew. And guess what happened? He felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know how to comfort his brother. So he didn't speak. He drove away from the military area at an accelerated speed. In the back seat, Chu Machin frowned, looked at his nephew in his arms, and said in a deep voice, "Drive to find Xiaomi." Okay. Chu Machin himself didn't know why. But he really needed to see Xiaomi at this time. He needed to find someone he trusted to vent all his emotions. And the only person he could think of now was Xiaomi. And here, Xiaomi saw that Shen Yun didn't continue to have a fever. So she didn't stay at home anymore. She went out to find gasoline. And now she needs to find some supplies. I can still go out today. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a large-scale outbreak in the week after tomorrow. And then I can only stay at home. I just hope that the government in this life can do better. Restore order as soon as possible. After going out, Xiaomi went to the bookstore first, preparing to collect some books. But she couldn't collect too many. She just asked Hao to measure her cave. In the end, it was only 200 square meters. Before, she had a cave of 200 square meters. But she didn't care, thinking that it would definitely be possible. So she didn't care. As a result, when Xiaomi found out today that she only had 200 square meters, she was numb. Hao, do you think I can return to the quick travel system if I commit suicide now? Listening to Xiaomi's gnashing voice, Hao said carefully, "Host, are you sure you still have that luck? You want to send directly? That makes sense. Xiaomi is autistic. Then there is no way for me to see the main system? Yes. Host. Come on. After I upgrade, you can have whatever you want. Hee. Let you upgrade? You tell me how many points you need to upgrade? Ahem. That's not much. 10 million can upgrade to level 1. Host. You have to believe in yourself. Then you are great. I will do my best. Fuck. How to do it? This is a pitfall. Forget it. I will rob museums and banks tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Ah. And those antique shops. What? Why not go find those unique pieces? Hee. Is it so easy to enter the homes of those rich people? I'm afraid they have enough supplies. I'm afraid they can just walk sideways in this Doomsday and rob other people's antiques. If she really did that, she would be really tired of living. After collecting some books, Xiaomi went to an antique shop she had been to before. Sure enough, there was no one inside. The shop door was closed. Xiaomi directly took in all the things she liked. How many points? The host waited for a moment and was estimating that it would take 10 minutes. Okay. After that, Xiaomi went out and drove home. Because there was no elevator, she could only climb the stairs, which was very painful. After all, she was on the 24th floor. If she hadn't taken the cleansing medicine and the physical improvement rewarded by the system, she would have been crippled if she climbed up. But she didn't expect to see Chu Machin sitting on the ground holding a child as soon as she went upstairs. Xiaomi was so scared that she almost screamed. Momo. What are you doing? Chu Machin smiled bitterly, hugged his nephew, and stood up with difficulty. There was no figure of Gu Haoyu beside him. Let's talk inside. Let's talk inside first. Xiaomi quickly opened the door and let Chu Machin in. Xiaomi was still a little shocked that Chu Machin came to her house. As soon as she entered, she saw Chu Machin put the child in his arms on the lazy sofa, and then walk towards her. His eyes were red, as if he was about to cry. Xiaomi heart tightened when she saw this scene. For some reason, she wanted to touch Chu Machin's head and comfort him. Can I hug you? Chu Machin's words stunned Xiaomi, and she looked at Chu Machin blankly. What? What kind of words are these? Why do you want to hug? Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's stunned look and smiled bitterly. Forget it. It's okay. I was abrupt. Sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Machin saw Xiaomi directly hug him. At this moment, Xiaomi was thinking, Woo! I finally got my male god. A wish of 2 lifetimes. Satisfied? Satisfied? Yes. In this life. Xiaomi was fascinated when she saw Chu Machin. But don't get me wrong. It's just pure love. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's head and hugged the little man in his arms tighter. Xiaomi, who was feeling Chu Machin's 8-pack abs, suddenly felt a drop of water on her neck, and her whole body stiffened. This, Chu God, cried. Xiaomi thought of this possibility, and she began to panic. Hands kept patting Chu Machin back. Chu Machin felt Xiaomi's unfamiliar comfort, and his mood slowly calmed down. The helpless feeling before was slowly comforted. Thank you. Chu Machin sorted out his emotions, stood up, and let Xiaomi go. Can you tell me what happened? It's okay if it's inconvenient to say. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin's expression became fragile, and his back felt much more bent. Chapter 30: The Fall of the Qiao Family. Xiaomi took out a bottle of wine directly from the space. How about you drink some? Maybe it will make you feel better. Chu Machin smiled. No. I don't know when this little guy will wake up. Forget it. No more drinking. This time is not suitable for drinking. Okay. Thank you for today's things. I'm leaving first. I treat you to dinner another day. Do you want to go out to find supplies tomorrow? Xiaomi nodded, seeing that Chu Machin had already picked up his nephew. For some reason, Xiaomi stepped forward to stop him. I think you should leave the child with me. It's like this. The friend you are looking for has mutated, but now his attack power is not high. So Shen went out took him to your place. Chu Machin's eyes flashed. I wanted to refuse at first, but when I thought about it, I could come here often and openly. So I wanted to agree. It's just that the little guy just went through all that, and he doesn't know what will happen when he wakes up. Although he trusts Xiaomi to take care of him, he is afraid that the little guy will collapse. Then let the little guy stay here first. I go see Wei Yan's situation. You, if it's convenient, can you help me clean up a bedroom? Okay. No problem. You be careful. Chu Machin smiled. Okay. After that, Chu Machin put Chu Tingsu, who had a fever, on the sofa. And when he got up, he saw the decoration here, with some confusion in his eyes. What is your decoration here? Xiaomi said with a look of relief. The landlord here was a mentally weak old lady before, so she made the house like this. I just rented it, and was going to renovate it. But, this is fate. I leave first. Come later. And call you then. Xiaomi was about to say yes, but suddenly remembered that it seemed to be today that the communication began to deteriorate one after another. Sometimes I couldn't make a call for an hour, and the signal was particularly poor. Okay. Sister Yun also has a fever. I may not be able to answer the phone in time. If you can't contact me, just come over and knock on the door. Yes. After Chu Machin left, Xiaomi went to collect all the supplies in that bedroom into the space, and put the bed that Chu Machin had just placed in the living room into it. Looking at the space map above, Xiaomi knew that this was the little guy's bed. I couldn't help but sigh at Chu Machin's carefulness. Then he turned around and carried Chu Tingsu into the bedroom. After measuring Chu Tingsu's temperature, it was 37.8 degrees. Not too high. Xiaomi turned around to see Shen Yun. After entering, he first measured the temperature and found that it was still 38 degrees. Sister Yun is really lucky. She doesn't have a high fever. It's okay. Oh, it's over. I forgot to see what the family is like now. Thinking of this, Xiaomi quickly turned on the surveillance on her mobile phone. Started looking for the 3 people in several surveillances. This sight shocked Xiaomi. This? Xiaoren has turned into a zombie? Oh! Is he going to attack Xiao Qiping? It's interesting. But I wonder if Xiao Qiping will just take the ashtray next to him and throw it at his beloved daughter. Xiao Qiping looked at Xiaoran crawling towards him with a horrified face. Holding the ashtray Xiaoran gave him. He raised it several times, but couldn't bear to throw it. As he got closer and closer to Xiao Qiping, Xiaoran's eyes became more scarlet, and the whole person became crazy. Ah! Don't come over. Ah! Xiaoran! You monster! Xiao Qiping screamed in horror. Xiaomi looked at Dong Xinhui lying on the sofa beside her, and couldn't help but start to wonder. After zooming in on the picture, she finally saw it clearly. Dong Xinhui has a high fever. In the previous life, she almost didn't make it, and she only made it because she took the risk to get medicine for her. In this life, not only did she not have a fool like me to find medicine for her, but her body was so bad that she was afraid she would die. Xiaomi saw that during this time Dong Xinhui was working. Xiaoren had already arrived in front of Xiao Qiping, stretching out his claws to grab Xiao Qiping. Daughter, don't hate your father. After saying that, Xiao Qiping struggled to hold the ashtray and smashed it down on Xiaoren's head. He punched a hole in Xiaoren's head. Black and red blood flowed down Xiaoren's head, and his already terrifying face became even more terrifying. Huh? So cruel. Xiaomi looked at this scene with disdain. Then he saw Xiaoren struggling to stand up and crawling towards Xiao Qiping again. Xiao Qiping looked at Xiaoren's appearance, feeling terrified and disgusted, and vomited directly. But he couldn't vomit anything because he hadn't eaten for a long time. He kept retching. He couldn't move forward at all. So he was caught by Xiaoren and bit on his arm. Xiao Qiping looked at the wound on his arm in horror. Ah! Monster! Monster! Then he smashed Xiaoren's head several times in succession, until Xiaoren fell beside him. Watching Xiaoren die, Xiaomi's mood became very calm. In the previous life, it was she who forced herself to jump out of the car, and it was she who killed Shen Yun. Sister Yun, I've avenged you. Then Xiaomi saw Xiao Qiping also mutated, and the whole person first collapsed on the ground, continuously twitching. Then the blue veins on his body began to bulge, and then his eyes began to turn red. Xiaomi looked at the time, which was basically about 3 or 4 minutes. Silently noted this time, but she was puzzled that Xiao Qiping didn't attack Dong Xinhui. Before, Xiaoren didn't even look at Dong Xinhui on the sofa, and rushed directly towards Xiao Qiping. Now the mutated Xiao Qiping is the same. Ignoring Dong Xinhui, he began to crawl around the house. After all, his legs have been solved by Xiaoren. It won't be cold. Well, it seems possible. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she took out a photo. The woman in the photo is 80% similar to Xiaomi. It's just that the whole person is more heroic than Xiaomi, and the eyes are also a little sharp. Oh! Mom, I was wondering how you fell in love with Xiao Qiping. It turns out that I'm not his child. You're not some poor lady who ran away with the baby. Are you? Don't be so ridiculous. After saying that, Xiaomi put the photo on the table beside her. She knelt on the ground and counted out 4 times. Mom, I've avenged you. You, live well in heaven. After saying that, Xiaomi stood up, put the photo away, stood up and walked to the window, ready to draw the curtains. Now the whole house is dark. She's ready to get some fresh air. After all, there will be very few times to get some fresh air later. Firstly, because the air will be bad later, and the whole air will be full of rotten smell. Secondly, she doesn't know how many survivors there are in this community. She doesn't want to be their target. After opening the window, Xiaomi stood at the window and looked at the chaotic scene below. There are still many survivors who choose to go out to find food, so there are still a lot of screams and car crashes on the street. Chapter 31 Zombies. When Chu Machin entered the room, he saw Wei Yin tied up at the entrance. Boss, you're back. Second brother. Second brother. Gu Hao, you couldn't say the next words, and his expression was very painful. Shen Wentao sat aside and said nothing. He just sat there with a gloomy face. You two go and see how your family is doing now. I take care of old Hua. Shen Wentao shook his head. I won't go. They left by helicopter last night. After saying that, Shen Wentao's mouth was full of sarcasm, and his eyes became very cold. Gu Haoyu patted Shen Wentao on the back. But he didn't say anything. After all, they also knew Chu Mochen's current situation. Everyone was in trouble. Shen Wentao was abandoned by his family. And Chu Mochen was now a broken family. I won't go. Grandpa was invited to a seminar a few days ago. It was probably about this incident. Our family was taken away this morning. They are safe now. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he looked at them with a warning. Don't think I go. I said I accompany you. Go find them. We can't guarantee your safety in the current situation. Chu Mochen's voice was very oppressive when he spoke. Gu Haoyu was startled by Chu Mochen's tone and said indifferently, even if something really happens to me, there are still 3 of us in the family. What's the matter? Really? Boss? Shin-san. I tell you, if you dare to force me, I will come to find you secretly later. The two looked at Gu Haoyu childish look and said nothing more. It was considered an agreement. Chu Mochen stepped forward to take a look at Hui Yan's situation, and found that Hui Yan was very different from what they saw today. Hui Yan? Are you still conscious? I don't know why. Chu Mochen looked at Hui Yan's eyes, and always felt that he didn't look like a stagnant pool of water. That's why he asked this question. Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao, who were standing by, stood up and walked towards Hui Yan after hearing Chu Mochen's words. But they saw Hui Yan grinning at them excitedly. His originally handsome face became a little ferocious. Do you want us to let you go, and leave you alone? Chu Mochen looked into Hui Yan's eyes, and continued to ask. Hui Yan was still the same as before. But Chu Mochen had seen the flash of a moment. He had already guessed it in his mind. He sat aside and said, You are conscious. So follow us. If you meet someone with the same mutation as you may be able to protect us. What do you think? Hearing this, Hui Yan's struggle slowly stopped. That's right. At the beginning, Hui Yan had no consciousness. He was just dazed at that time. Until Shen Wentao and Xiaomi took him downstairs. He slowly had some of his own memories, and recognized who was in front of him. But he had forgotten many things and couldn't even speak. He opened his mouth and made a hoarse roar. Therefore, he became very resistant. He didn't want to follow them. And he also knew the difference between him and them. But he was suppressed by Xiaomi and Shen Wentao and brought back directly. Hearing Chu Mochen's words, although he didn't resist anymore, he still wanted to leave. He couldn't accept his current state. Chu Mochen sat on the ground and said lightly, Old Hua, I only have Shushu left. All gone. Hearing this, Hui Yan, who had just hung his head, suddenly looked up. First looked at Chu Mochen in disbelief, then looked puzzled, and slowly lowered his head again. Chu Mochen looked at Hui Yan like this and said again, My family has all mutated, leaving only my nephew. Hui Yan understood this time, and sat on the ground sadly. Shen Wentao and Gu Haoyu were stunned watching from the side. And they didn't expect there would be such an operation. Suddenly their mobile phones rang together, and the TV in the living room turned on directly. It showed the upper body of a middle-aged man, followed by a creaking sound that lasted for 5 seconds before returning to normal. Attention all Chinese people. An unknown zombie virus has broken out in our world. We call the infected people zombies. Everyone please stay at home. Don't speak loudly. And don't turn on the lights. These zombies have poor eyesight, especially at night. But their hearing and sense of smell are very sharp. Please protect yourself. Stay at home and wait for rescue. The video ended in less than 30 seconds. They looked at each other. They were all a little shocked. Gu Haoyu went crazy. Boss, do you think we have traveled to some game world? How can you be so ridiculous? It seems that our guess is correct. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Chu Mochen nodded directly. Only Gu Haoyu looked confused, not knowing what the two were talking about. But the two of them didn't care about his confusion. They still had a lot of things to do. And Gu Haoyu mooed. Hee. It didn't matter. Now that the news is out, there won't be too many people outside in the next few days. We can take the opportunity to find some supplies. Chu Mochen nodded. Well, let's go tonight. The two of us go. You accompany Lao Hua. Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Mochen unwillingly. He wanted to say that he could take Hui Yan with him, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing that he would be beaten. He could only watch the two of them drive away after dinner. Gu Haoyu looked at Hui Yan. Second brother, talk to me. I feel uncomfortable. Although Hui Yan could understand what he said, he couldn't say anything at all, just staring at Gu Haoyu blankly. Finally, Gu Haoyu sighed and prepared to turn on the TV. Then he found that there was no electricity. So this is after the notification. There is no electricity again? Gu Haoyu looked at the black screen of the TV and frowned speechlessly. Then he took out his mobile phone and wanted to play games. As a result, he found that the signal was so bad that he couldn't even log into the game. Finally, they gave up. They found a comfortable sofa for Hui Yin and imprisoned him inside. Because Hui Yin was not able to control himself very well. After Chu Machen and Shen Wentao left, they went to find Xiaomi first and returned Xiaomi car. They went to see Chu Tingsu by the way. But when they arrived, Chu Tingsu was still in a coma. Even Shen Yun was still in a coma. Did you receive the message just now? Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi and asked softly. After all, Xiaomi didn't have a TV here. If she didn't look at her phone, she might not have received it. Sure enough, Xiaomi looked at Chu Machen in confusion. Received a message? What message? I didn't receive anything. Your phone was always on. Xiaomi nodded. Chu Machen didn't understand why they all received it. But Xiaomi didn't receive anything. Take a look at the half I recorded first. Xiaomi heard this. Took the phone Chu Machen handed over. And slowly looked at it. Chapter 32, The First Appearance of Superpowers. Xiaomi turned off her phone and handed it to Chu Machen. I didn't receive it. Sister Yun's phone is with me. But I didn't receive it either. Chu Machen stood up and had already made a guess. There were only two possibilities. One was that he didn't have time and would slowly send out these messages later. The other was that he couldn't control everyone's phones and TVs. So he only sent them to a few people. Chu Machen thought of this possibility and didn't know how to face Xiaomi for a while. Xiaomi smiled indifferently. It's normal. They can only choose important people to save. After experiencing so many worlds, Xiaomi actually looked down on these things. It didn't cause any ripples in his heart. Okay. Are you going out to find supplies now? Chu Machen nodded. You stay at home. We will be back soon. You help me watch Shushu. He will definitely cry when he wakes up. I trouble you then. Okay. Go ahead. Chu Machen went in to see Chu Tingsu's situation. Then turned around and left. Not long after they left, Shen Yun woke up. When he woke up, he looked at the dark room with a confused face. He wanted to take his phone, but couldn't find it. He went to turn on the light, and found that it was out of power. Then he felt the wall, and went out of the door. Only to see Xiaomi sitting in the next room, with a candle lit. The little puppet, who would act like a spoiled child, was squatting at his feet. Chi-Chi, why did I sleep for so long? And? Is there a power outage now? Xiaomi nodded. Yes, there is a power outage. And Chu Machen came just now. He received news that the zombie virus broke out all over the world. And now the whole city has a power outage. After listening to it, Shen Yun took a long time to react before he understood what Xiaomi meant. He said stupidly, we just came to the end of the world. You can understand it that way. Shen Yun sat down on the chair next to him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a burst of crying. Woo! Wow! Uncle! Wow! Xiaomi quickly turned on the flashlight and walked quickly to the room next to him, looking at Chu Tingsu, whose face was red from crying on the bed. Xiaomi reached out and patted Chu Tingsu back. Be good. Don't cry. Your uncle is busy and will be back soon. When Chu Tingsu saw the unfamiliar Xiaomi, he immediately stopped crying. He looked at Xiaomi warily. Who are you? Where is this place? Xiaomi smiled and said, My name is Xiaomi. This is my home. Your uncle Chu Machen and I are friends. He will come to pick you up later. The cell phone signal is not good now. You can try to call him, but it may not go through. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Tingsu's vigilance was restrained a little. But he still looked at Xiaomi twice with caution. Then he whispered, Thank you. Sister. It's okay. Are you waiting in the room now? Or are you going out with us to eat something? Just as Chu Tingsu was about to refuse, his stomach growled at an inopportune time, and the little guy's face immediately turned red. Looking at the arrogant Chu Tingsu, Xiaomi immediately thought of Chu Machen. She said aggrievedly, Oh, I'm so hungry. I wonder if I have the honor to have dinner with the handsome boy in front of me. Chu Tingsu blushed and whispered, Yes. Xiaomi stepped forward and touched the little guy's head. Then do you want to take a bath first? Your uncle brought you clothes. I make food first. Okay? The little guy nodded, and then said a little scared, Sister, I feel like my body is on fire now. It's so uncomfortable. Xiaomi herself has never awakened superpowers. And at this time, she can only vaguely guess that it should be the reason for superpowers. But she really doesn't know how to solve it. Why don't you try taking a cold shower? Shenyun said tentatively. Xiaomi rolled her eyes. Sister Yun, what are you thinking about? Forget it. I call your uncle, and see if he knows. After that, Xiaomi directly called Chu Machin. Chu Machin was lurking in a dark street. In front of him was an ancient vermilion gate with two majestic stone lions at the door. The only thing that didn't match the whole place was the surveillance on the door. Dozens of surveillance cameras monitored the movement at the door in all directions. And the red light in the camera was particularly clear in the dark night sky. Just as Chu Machin was about to step forward, he felt the vibration of his phone. It was Xiaomi's unique vibration that he had specially set up. Immediately made a gesture to Shen Wentao. Stepped back a few steps. Jumped suddenly, and turned over the alley. After walking a few steps away, he answered the phone. Hello. Chu Machin's voice was very low, and Xiaomi knew at once that it was not convenient for him to talk on the phone at this time. He said quickly, Chu Tingsu has woken up, and now feels like there is a ball of fire in his body. What should we do now? First take him to an open space, or a place where there are no people, and let him try to control the fire and get it out of his hands. Okay. I try first. Bye. After saying that, Xiaomi hung up the phone, turning around and looking at Chu Tingsu with a depressed look on his face. He explained, Your uncle is in danger now. You can hear his voice is very low, so it is not convenient for him to speak now. Can I explain it to you in detail when he comes back? Xiaomi knew that he could understand, so he tried to talk to him in a friendly tone. Sure enough, he accepted it soon, nodding to Xiaomi. Okay. Now I see where I can take you to solve the fire in your body. It's definitely not possible at home. And it's not possible upstairs either. The target is too big. After thinking for a long time, it seems that it is indeed necessary to go downstairs. We need to go downstairs and climb the stairs. We are on the 24th floor now. What do you say? After hearing what Xiaomi said, Chu Tingsu whispered, It's okay. Let's go. I can do it. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. Then he looked at Shen Yun and said, Sister Yun, you should have awakened your superpowers. Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. I even feel that I am in great shape now. Xiaomi was speechless. What's going on? Then what superpower did you awaken? I don't know. Shen Yun shook her head. She was also speechless now. She didn't know what was going on. She even felt that her old illness for many years was now healed. Strangely, my waist doesn't hurt anymore. And even the previous leg injury is much better now. Shen Yun jumped twice after he finished speaking. He found that he really didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and looked at Xiaomi in surprise. I don't have the self-healing superpower of Wolverine. Do I? After speaking, Shen Yun prepared to find a knife. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines, and she quickly pulled Shen Yun. You better be careful. Let's first determine what kind of superpower you have. If you cut yourself now, the smell of blood will be very attractive to zombies, and you will never go out again. Okay, Shen Yun said with a little disappointment. Chu Tingsu next to him looked at the not-so-smart Shen Yun with a look of disdain and sighed. Chapter 33 Fireman. Okay, here it is. Just shoot directly into the water. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Tingsu looked at the small lake in front of him and slowly said, Is it like Spider-Man? Or like Fireman? Xiaomi was stunned for a moment. Then said, Why don't you try both? Try to control the fire in your body first, and see if you can control it. Chu Tingsu nodded. He began to try according to Xiaomi's method. Shen Yun looked at Chu Tingsu's obedient appearance, and said sideways, This child is really obedient. Whatever you say is what it is. You are not fooling the child. Are you? Chi-Chi. This is not kind. Am I that bored? Hurry up and look around. There are no zombies here now. But it doesn't mean there won't be any. Also, do you want to try and see if you can find out what your special ability is? Shen Yun felt that what Xiaomi said made sense, so he decided to give it a try. Then look around yourself. No problem. In fact, Xiaomi still envied them a little. They all had superpowers. But she was just an ordinary person. Alas. Forget it. It's okay. My system, although useless, can at least store things. When Xiaomi complained, she didn't avoid how. So how? Who heard this? Exploded directly. Host, do you have a conscience? Woohoo. I have been with you through so much. You bad woman. You abandoned me in the end. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. And she quickly said, I'm talking about myself. I don't have superpowers like others. No. You just despise me. Hee hee. Woman. Hee hee. You know I despise you. But you don't make yourself more useful. Who said I'm useless? I can let you draw for free now. Hao realized that he said the wrong thing. So he chose to shut up directly, pretended to be dead, and cut off contact with Xiaomi. Xiaomi sneered, knowing that the system was now more cunning and dishonest. It was really amazing. After I gained intelligence, I started to deceive. Hao, don't try to play dead. Explain. Listening to Xiaomi's gloomy voice, Hao's whole body began to tremble. This reminded him of the time when he lied about the reward in order to trick Xiaomi into doing a task. As a result, Xiaomi finished the task, and then he told her the actual reward. Xiaomi wanted to unbind him directly at that time. But in the end, he paid out of his own pocket to dispel Xiaomi's idea. Hao regretted it very much. Why did he come at those points? And, since he was greedy, why did he speak so quickly? He wanted to bang his head against the wall. Host, I was wrong. If you keep your gift package with me, I will have points. I think you don't need it very much now. So, Hao really didn't dare to say the rest of the words, and chose to shut up directly. Xiaomi sneered. What gift package? The rebirth gift package is given to you by the main system. When I level up in the future, you will also get a gift package. Now Hao dares not to hide it from Xiaomi anymore. It knows that if it keeps hiding it, Xiaomi will definitely find a way to untie it. This woman has done this before. Hao, don't be stupid. Isn't it better to live a good life? If there is a next time. You know, I have forgiven you 3 times. Yes. Host. Hao knows he is wrong. Looking at Xiaomi with a guilty face, Hao really knows he is wrong now. I really want to tell Xiaomi that he really didn't mean it. But looking at Xiaomi's gloomy face on the screen, he dared not say anything. He can only take out the gift package. Host. Do you choose to open it now? Well, open it. Xiaomi is now more curious about what gift package the unscrupulous main system will give her. It's better to be good. Otherwise she will pull out all its beard when she sees him later. The main system, which was eating snacks, suddenly shuddered. A bad premonition came over me. I quickly got down from the chair and shrunk under the table. But my hands holding the potato chips tightened even more. And I even had to stuff 2 chips into my mouth from time to time. After Hao opened it for Xiaomi, Xiaomi looked at the things on it and rolled her eyes. 3 choices. A popular person, a good singing voice, and good cooking skills. She really wanted to say thank you, but it was useless. It would be better to earn points for Hao. Can I return without opening it? No. Host. After opening it, you can only choose a time of 24 hours. And it will automatically disappear after the time is up. Then good cooking skills. The first 2 are really useless to her now. If there is no apocalypse, then she will consider the second one. After all, she rose to fame through singing. So she naturally had to have strong skills to ensure her popularity and live up to the people who liked her. After opening the gift package, Xiaomi stopped chatting with Hao and cut off the contact directly, carefully observing the situation around her. At this time, Chu Tingsu was really in great pain. But he couldn't say it. The little guy's face was flushed. He kept guiding the fireball in his body to come out. But he couldn't do it. No matter how he threatened or tempted, the fireball seemed to have its own consciousness. He kept dodging. Chu Tingsu's face was flushed, which was particularly obvious in the dark night. Xiaomi saw the little guy's appearance, but didn't know how to help him. So he could only guide him slowly from the side. Chu Tingsu could hear the sound, but he couldn't speak. He tried it according to Xiaomi's method, but it still didn't work. Xiaomi didn't expect that superpowers were so difficult. He had seen those superpowers throw superpowers so easily before. He didn't expect it to be so difficult at the beginning. Recalling what he had seen in novels, movies and TV series, he said all the possible methods. Chu Tingsu knew that there was no way, so he could only try them one by one. Xiaomi not only had to watch Chu Tingsu and Shenyun, but also had to watch the surroundings in case there were zombies coming. Fortunately, there were no zombies. Chu Tingsu tried to disperse the fireball and guide it slowly. He found that it seemed to be really useful, and he was very happy. Then Chu Tingsu quickly dispersed all the remaining ones. until he could clearly feel that his whole body was full of small flames. Chu Tingsu tried to force all the flames out of his body. He didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect it to work. Chu Tingsu instantly turned into a fireman. His whole body was full of fire. Even his eyes were full of flames. Xiaomi and Shenyun were directly scared. Chu Tingsu, hurry up. Jump into the lake. Hurry up, Xiaomi said anxiously. It's okay, sister. I can't feel the heat at all now. Chu Tingsu found that he could actually speak after he finished speaking, and he kept spitting out flames while speaking. Xiaomi looked at Chu Tingsu and felt relieved. Shenyun looked at Chu Tingsu enviously. She also wanted to experiment with her own special ability, but it was useless no matter how she tried. She even wanted to feel the energy ball in her body, but it was useless. This made her doubt again whether she really had the ability to heal herself. Chi-Chi, I think I may really heal myself. No. I want to go up and try it. Little guy, can you take back your fire? Chu Tingsu heard this and said, I try it. Chapter 34. The gangster's lair was taken down. Success. Success. Sister, Chu Tingsu said to Xiaomi happily. But behind those smiling eyes was endless sadness. Xiaomi smiled at the little boy in front of her. Well, great. Then remember how to use it. Try again. And we go up when we're proficient. Okay. Sister. These things attracted Chu Tingsu's attention. And the little guy hid all the pain in his heart at this time. Xiaomi knew that this was because Chu Machin was not there. And when Chu Machin came back, the little guy would expose his emotions. After all, he and Xiaomi were not familiar with each other. At this time, Chu Machin and Shen Wentao were slowly approaching the house just now. Shen Wentao kept tapping the keyboard with both hands. Boss, it's okay. The infrared is turned off. But you can only pay attention to the spikes below. In 10 minutes, you can take as many as you can. Well, after Chu Machin finished speaking, he jumped up directly on the spot, holding the wall in front of him firmly with his hands. And then his whole body suddenly jumped up. Over the high wall. On the wall. Chu Machin wore night vision goggles and observed the situation in front of him. Then he stood up and walked quickly on the wall. Shen Wentao looked at Chu Machin's movements with some worry on his face, and whispered, Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go over like this. There are too many zombies below. Yes, there are at least 40 or 50 zombies in the yard at this time. At this time, these zombies are circling in the yard. If Chu Machin hadn't restrained his breath at this time and walked on the wall lightly, those zombies would definitely have started to get angry. Chu Machin kept walking forward along the outer wall. This is a 4-entry yard. Only the outermost one has zombies, and there are strict guards inside. Chu Machin walked to the roof on the left, took out the silencer pistol and dagger from the space, and walked around to the side lightly. Then he jumped off the roof, appeared behind a guard, and cut the man's neck. After changing into men's clothes, Chu Machin disguised himself and walked towards the door. Everyone, let me get the weapons and eliminate those things outside. After Chu Machin finished speaking, the two men on guard opened the door. What are those things outside? Mutated rabies virus? Shh. Keep your voice down. I tell you. But don't tell it when you go out. The two looked at Chu Machin's mysterious look, and they were full of curiosity. They were going to check Chu Machin's ID card, but they forgot about it. They hurriedly urged Chu Machin to tell them what was going on. I just saw the big boss, and the second boss saying that they would only take half of the brothers into the mountains. They said that this virus was a zombie virus, and the country couldn't do anything about it. Brothers, I'm reminding you to quickly get 2 weapons for yourself. When the two heard Chu Machin's words, they nodded in agreement. Then, looking at Chu Machin, continuous thanks. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you. Speaking of these, you take them first. I watch. I go in later. Okay. After the two of them finished speaking, they happily went in to get weapons, and came out after a while. After all, they didn't dare to take more, and only took 2 pistols and some bullets. After Chu Machin went in, he first took out a box of guns and ammunition, and then put the rest into the space. He then carried the box out. After going out, Chu Machin said to the two of them, Watch it. I will tell you when there is any news. Remember to ask me for news. After saying that, he left. After Chu Machin left, the two of them remembered that they didn't ask who he was, who made them cover their faces with black scars. And they didn't know each other's appearance at all. But they were too lazy to know who it was. The two of them had already started discussing what they would do if they didn't take them away. But they didn't think that this was Chu Machin fabrication. Chu Machin walked to the corner, put the box in his hand into the space, then jumped onto the wall and left. Let's go! After hearing Chu Machin words, Shen Wentao quickly put away the computer. The two quickly left the alley. When they got in the car, Shen Wentao breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, how is it? Is there anything inside? Chu Machin's face was gloomy, and his tone was like ice. Well, there are. And there are quite a few. I didn't dare to stay for long. I only took a small warehouse of theirs. So there should be more. Shen Wentao hissed. A little bit unbelievable. So many? We just suspected it before. And Brother Chu had checked it before. But I didn't expect it. There are quite a few people inside. And we don't know how many relationships there are behind it. The two were discussing the Jihua gang that was doing evil in Kyoto. Their boss was called Lu Xian, known as the Sixth Master. Chu Machin's elder brother had been checking before. And the reason why Chu Machin started doing business was to find out the details of this Sixth Master. They all knew that this person was suspicious. But they had no evidence. They didn't expect that the zombies would break out, and they would have a chance to come in. We come back and see later. But they will definitely be on guard. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Chu Machin hummed and looked at the dark streets outside the window. And the roars of zombies coming from everywhere. He said coldly, lure some zombies there tomorrow. Yes. When the two arrived at Xiaomi house, Chu Machin asked Shen Wentao to drive back by himself. Shen Wentao knew what Chu Machin was thinking, and stepped on the accelerator and left. Chu Machin looked at the exhaust gas of the car with satisfaction, turned into the community, walked towards Xiaomi building, and then climbed the stairs upstairs. Xiaomi had already returned with Chu Tingsu and Shen Yun, and they had just finished their meal. Chu Tingsu heard the knock on the door, and immediately looked at Xiaomi nervously. Xiaomi guessed that it should be Chu Machin. It should be your uncle. I go check it out. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Tingsu's eyes immediately turned red. But he still forced himself to hold back his tears, fearing that it would not be his uncle when he opened the door. Shen Yun looked at the little guy pretending to be strong, and she wanted to cry. Xiaomi saw through the cat's eye that it was indeed Chu Machin. So she opened the door. When Chu Tingsu saw Chu Machin, he cried and threw himself into Chu Machin's arms. And Chu Machin quickly carried the little guy into the house. After all, it was not appropriate for people to know that there was someone here. But what they didn't know was that several girls living on the 20th floor had already known that there was someone here, and were coming up. Chapter 35 Hunter or Prey. I carry him in. Is there a room where we can talk? After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi pointed directly to the room where Chu Tingsu lived before. Chu Machin nodded, turned around, and carried the little guy back to the room. Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi and whispered, alas. This child is also pitiful. He has experienced so much in one day. I don't know if he will become a cold-blooded little boss in the future. Sister Yun, read less boss novels. They are all fake. Wake up! Shen Yun said as a matter of course, I know. But the reality is so painful. Can't I read some boss novels to comfort myself? That makes sense. Please continue. Shen Yun turned around proudly and pointed to the dishes in front of him and said, Xiao Qiqi. Go. Shudder. Shen Yang Yang. Xiaomi bowed and saluted Shen Yun. Shen Yun laughed so hard that she bent over, and then asked in confusion, no. Why not the queen or the queen mother? Sister Yun, we have to have a clear understanding of ourselves. Queen? I'm afraid you can't survive even a week in the palace. Xiaomi said, and ran to her room quickly. After all, if she didn't run, she would be beaten by Shen Yun. Just after running 2 steps, she heard a knock on the door. The doorbell had been turned off by her, so the doorbell was useless now. Xiaomi put her finger on her lips. Shh. Then she slowly approached the door. There were 4 girls and a boy outside. A long-haired girl knocked on the door begging. I know there are people in you. Can you please give us some food? We don't have any food at home. Please. Just give me some. We will go out to find food tomorrow. Another girl with glasses whispered. Then the boy next to him urged, hurry up. Otherwise the zombies will come up. After the boy finished speaking, several girls began to beg. Xiaomi looked at those people through the peephole and guessed that they were probably office workers who shared a house, and that they might not have any food stored at home. But she would not give them any. The most terrifying thing in the end times is the human heart. Once they were given food this time, What would happen next? Xiaomi opened the 2 doors, leaving only the outermost fence door open, and looked at them and said, "We just moved in, and the living room is empty. You can see that we don't have anything either. We went out to find some today, so I can't lend it to you." When those people heard Xiaomi say this, their faces were filled with despair. A small girl looked at Xiaomi angrily and scolded, "Why are you so hard-hearted? We just need you to lend us a meal. We will go out by ourselves tomorrow. Why can't you give it to us?" Xiaomi sneered. Looking at the girl, he asked, "Do I know you? I am your mother?" The girl was frightened by Xiaomi's cold eyes, shivered, and whispered, "No. Hee. Why should I lend it to you? You said I should lend it to you? Not to mention that I don't have anything now. Even if I have it, why should I lend it to you?" After Xiaomi finished speaking, a girl with bangs behind her said impatiently, "If you had said you didn't have it earlier, we would have left. It's a waste of time." After speaking, the girl walked directly towards the safety passage. Xiaomi ignored them and closed the door directly, isolating all the sounds from the outside world. Xinyun said worriedly, "Now that they know we have people here, will they come to rob us? I locked the door of the safe passage later. We opened it before when we were about to go out. Just lock it later." "Okay. Forget it. I keep watch for you tonight to prevent anyone from coming." Xiaomi shook her head. "No need. Most people's food reserves can basically last for a few days. I don't think it's the most chaotic time now." "That's right. Okay. I study my superpowers." "What on earth is it?" Xinyun frowned. He really couldn't think of what superpower he had. He couldn't think of any other way to test what his superpower was. Xinyun even began to doubt whether she had no superpowers, but just had a fever and fainted. In fact, she was just an ordinary person. As a result, Xinyun took out a fruit knife as soon as she returned to the room, stabbed her finger, and then blood beads came out directly. Xinyun kept repeating in his mind, "Heal, heal." The wound on his hand remained the same, with no sign of healing at all. Then Xinyun reluctantly put his right hand on the wound, covering it, and prepared to find a band-aid. When he left the room and saw Xiaomi cleaning up in the kitchen, he asked, "Chi-Chi, where is the band-aid? I have proved that I have no self-healing ability." "Woo-woo." Xiaomi turned around and looked at Xinyun's sad expression, and laughed out loud. "You can come up with this idea. So you use yourself as an experiment. Why don't you use yourself as an experiment to test the self-healing ability? Why use you as an experiment?" Xinyun looked at Xiaomi as if he was looking at a fool. "Xiaomi, okay. Okay. You are stupid, but you are right." Without saying anything else, Xiaomi took a band-aid from the medicine box beside him and gave it to Xinyun. "Do you do it yourself or should I put it on you?" Xinyun pouted. "It hurts when you put it on me. I'm going to bleed." Xiaomi, that's enough." As a result, Xinyun just took his right hand away, and saw that the wound on his index finger, which was more than 1 centimeter long, had scabbed and was healing. Looking at Xiaomi in shock, "Chi-Chi, I can really heal myself." At this time, Chu Machin came out of the room and said lightly, "It may be cured. Try it. Put your other hand on the hand on your hand." Xinyun tried it according to Chu Machin method. After 1 minute, he took his right hand away. When she found that it had really healed, she was immediately happy and hugged Xiaomi excitedly. "Chi-Chi, you don't have to worry about getting hurt now. If a zombie catches you, I will treat you." "Ha ha." Looking at Xinyun's silly look, Xiaomi felt a headache. "Sister Yun, even you are not far from mutation. MOMO should not be able to heal the wounds bitten by zombies. Right?" Chu Machin shook his head. "I don't know. It should not be possible. But the specifics must be tested through experiments." "That's right. The little guy is asleep?" "Yeah. I'm tired of crying. Thank you today." Xiaomi smiled and waved her hand. "Why are you being polite? Where are you now? Are you with the little guy or going back now?" "But I suggest you stay with the little guy. Will it be too much trouble for you?" Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi hesitantly and tangled. Xinyun looked at Chu Machin and just wanted to complain. Big tail wolf. Alas, it's a pity for my own fool Chi-Chi, who can't see through the old man routine at all. If Xiaomi knew what Xinyun was thinking, she would just say that the best hunter often appears in the form of prey. Chapter 36 Self-Inflicted Trouble. It's okay. It's mainly because someone came up downstairs to borrow supplies. When Chu Machin heard this, his expression immediately became very serious, and he said in a deep voice, "How many people are there? It's okay. There's nothing in our living room that they can see. I just said that we are all going out to find supplies." And they believed it. Chu Machin pondered for a while and whispered, "I have a safe place, but it needs to be reinforced. Are you interested in going there tomorrow?" Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. "Is this an invitation for me to go together in the future? So this man is, oh haha, Xiaomi, have an extraordinary charm, haha." After a short while of YY, Xiaomi stopped thinking about it. She turned to think about the feasibility. "Where is it?" Chu Machin smiled and said, "The manor on the top of the mountain. But there is no wall there, and it is surrounded by iron fences. So if we want to go there, we have to transform it first." Xiaomi thought about it, and there was no such manor in her memory. But she didn't want to go to a place that was too big. It was too difficult to defend. She still liked this kind of smaller place. It felt safe. Forget it. It's too big. You never know where a zombie might pop up. Chu Machin thought about it carefully, and felt that it was true. So he stopped persuading her. For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole house became a little weird. Shenyun began to think about whether she should go back to the room. She felt like a light bulb here now. It was really redundant. Just when Shenyun was about to turn around and leave, there was another knock on the door. This time the knock on the door was very urgent. Not as gentle as before. The sound was very urgent. The three looked at each other. Then Chu Machin waved to the two people directly. Let them follow her. And walked towards the door, and opened the two doors inside. Instantly saw a dozen people at the door. When those people saw Chu Machin, they shouted directly, "You can go out to find supplies. Right? Since you can go out, bring some to everyone. This is the list we compiled." The man who was talking handed the list in his hand to Chu Machin. Xiaomi sneered directly at the back. Sure enough, these people are really courting death. Chu Machin said coldly, "If you want to go out by yourself. We have no obligation. Now please get out." After saying that, he was about to close the door, but was directly blocked by two men with sticks. Seeing that they had prepared sticks in advance, Xiaomi knew that these people were not easy to deal with. Either give them things or scare them directly. Let them not dare to come again. Obviously, Chu Machin and Xiaomi directly chose the second one. Chu Machin took out a pistol and shot directly at the man hand holding the stick. "Ah. Are you crazy? Believe it or not. I kill you. Ah. Fuck. Come on. Let's kill these people." As he said that, he was about to reach out with a stick to hit Chu Machin. Xiaomi sneered, put on boxing gloves, walked to Chu Machin's side, and opened the door. The people outside saw Xiaomi opening the door, thinking that he wanted to give them something. Just as they were about to speak proudly, they saw Xiaomi kick the two men in front of him directly. Chu Machin stood behind Xiaomi like a spoiled husband. "Come on. Who wants to go?" Xiaomi's face was full of disdain, and he looked at these people with sarcasm. "Haha. You are really looking for death. Come on. There are so many of us. I don't believe that we can't beat them." "That's right. They just took the supplies today. I saw them carrying a lot of things back. Rob." As the middle-aged man gave an order, those people rushed towards Xiaomi. Xiaomi punched the fastest young man, causing him to spit blood, and then punched the middle-aged woman next to him. A woman behind her slowly condensed a fireball in her hand, ready to hit Xiaomi. Just as she was about to do it, Chu Machin saw her intention, protected Xiaomi with one hand behind her, and stretched out his hand to swing a black palm. After hitting the woman, bang, the woman fell to the ground directly. Xiaomi glanced at Chu Machin and smiled. Mo is so good. That smile almost made Chu Machin kneel down. It was so tempting. And he silently said in his heart, "This little goblin." The man next to the woman stretched out his hand to help the woman up. But when he stretched out his hand, he found that the woman had stopped breathing. "Ah. Xiaoshu is gone. Gone. You murderer. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. You dare to kill people." As the man shouted, everyone around stopped, looking at Xiaomi and Chu Machin in fear, unable to believe that they really dared to kill someone. Several timid girls had already started to retreat. Xiaomi looked at the man with disdain and said, "Go ahead. See how many police officers can come over now. And see if you can get through the phone. Since last night, both the police hotline and the hospital's phone have been bombarded with calls. She wanted to try before, but found that she couldn't get through it all. So Xiaomi didn't worry that they would call the police. And she didn't care about the men's threats. These people would only dare not take action if you were more ruthless than them. Otherwise, I don't know what troubles will happen later. Chu Machin looked at the dead woman, and there was no ripple in his heart. You will suffer for your own sins. If she hadn't wanted to take action, it wouldn't have been like this. This is the price you paid for forcing your way in. After saying this coldly, Chu Machin turned around and prepared to go in. Xiaomi looked at these people with cold eyes, said nothing, and turned to go in. Chu Machin waited for Xiaomi to go in, and then protected Xiaomi behind him and entered the house. Shen Yun didn't go out. After all, she knew that her attack power was very low. No, it was not at all, and going out would cause trouble for them. Therefore, she waited obediently in the living room. After the two came in, Shen Yun whispered, "Is it so scary now?" Xiaomi sneered. "They can only use moral kidnapping, and can't do anything else. Wait, these people will come again in 2 days." Shen Yun smacked his lips. This guy. Anyway, I have no morals. No one can kidnap me. Xiaomi looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, which made Chu Machin laugh directly. Hearing Chu Machin laughter, Xiaomi's face turned red. Wow, what am I doing? How can I be like this in front of my male god? Woo woo. It's over. My goddess image. After just 2 wails, Xiaomi glared at Chu Machin. What are you laughing at? Your teeth are white? Well, they are quite white. Do you want the same toothpaste? Xiaomi chuckled twice, touched his nose uncomfortably. What supplies did you go to find today? Chu Machin didn't say anything, and directly took out a box of guns from the space. Xiaomi and Shen Yun stared at the hot weapons in front of them with wide eyes, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 37 Pervert Chungbin. You went to rob the Public Security Bureau? Xiaomi looked at the weapons in front of her, and admired Chu Machin and Shen Yun's courage. Chu Machin's face was full of black lines. He coughed uncomfortably. No. It was given to me by someone I knew before. Do you know how to use it? Then he thought of something and said directly, You probably don't know how to use it. I find time to teach you. Shen Yun heard it clearly. It's teaching you. Not teaching you. Instantly felt that this man was even more of a dog. He comforted himself in his heart that he didn't need it. Xiaomi nodded directly. Okay. Then I'll leave it to Teacher Chu. Just don't look down on me for being stupid when the time comes. Chu Machin immediately said seriously, No. Shen Yun felt that his teeth began to ache, and he couldn't help but sigh that this old man was really good. It's over. What Shen Yun didn't know was that Xiaomi's shooting skills were very good. After all, in a feminist world before, Xiaomi was the queen there. That shooting skill can be said to be 100% accurate. So who is the master of this game? Well, cough cough. I can't tell you. After the 2 people entered, the people at the door retreated to the emergency exit, and only the husband of the dead woman was still guarding the woman. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise you won't be able to escape later. A girl came forward to pull the man up and tried to leave together, but was pushed away by the man. Get out. If you didn't insist on coming up, would my wife be in trouble? Didn't you want to come up with me? That's right. It was obviously you who wanted to come up. If you don't want to come up, you don't have to come up. Since you're here, listening to the noise of these people, a man wearing sunglasses shouted irritably, Shut up. If you keep arguing, the zombies are coming, and you will all die. Instantly, everyone was quiet. Many people looked at Xiaomi's door, their faces full of dissatisfaction and fear. Let's retreat first, since they are not in the owner group. We have something to discuss in the group. After saying that, the man turned and went downstairs. The remaining people also walked downstairs one after another. Only a long-haired beauty walked behind the crowd until everyone left. The woman walked to the man who was sitting on the ground holding his wife. Mr. Chung, go down first. Otherwise you will be in danger when the zombies come. The man looked up and saw a pair of concerned eyes. Xiaoxi? Why are you here? Lu Shi looked at the man aggrievedly and said carefully, I came to deliver the documents to you. But I didn't expect that there were zombies outside. So I hid in the corridor and just followed everyone up. The man is Lu Shi boss, named Chungbin. Lu Shi is Chungbin's personal secretary. She has seen a lot of things following Chungbin. When she saw Chu Machin just now, she felt that the man was very familiar. She hid in the corner to check, and she already knew Chu Machen's identity. Lu Shi's eyes were full of calculations. Handing the phone to Chung Bin, she whispered, "Mr. Chung, we should not be able to offend the man just now. Please take a look." After that, she took the woman in Chung Bin's arms, in a place where Chung Bin couldn't see. Lu Shi's eyes were full of disdain, and she didn't even want to touch the woman's skin. The disdain in her eyes was even more obvious. But Chung Bin, who was looking at his phone at the time, didn't notice it. He was looking at the introduction above in shock. Why is Mr. Chu here? Not in the owner group? Mr. Chu actually kept a woman here? Chung Bin looked at the introduction above with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Shi whispered, "The woman is a star. It seems to be called Xiaomi, a very popular star in recent years. Her friend likes Xiaomi very much, so she recognized her the moment she saw her." Chung Bin snorted. "I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be such a person. Haha. I can use this to threaten him later. If Xiaomi heard what he said, I'm afraid she would laugh to death. Still want to threaten Chu Machen. Haha. You are lucky to survive the end of the world." Chung Bin looked at the closed door in front of him meaningfully, then returned the phone to Lu Shi, and said in a gloomy tone, "Let's go." Lu Shi thought he wanted her to carry her wife down. She was very unwilling in her heart. Her eyes were full of disgust. "Okay, Mr. Chung. But Mr. Chung, I can't carry my wife. Lu Shi looked at Chung Bin aggrievedly. Chung Bin snorted coldly. He pulled his wife's shoulders and put them directly in front of Xiaomi and the other's door. Took out a lighter from his trouser pocket, lit the lighter, and slowly approached the clothes of the dead woman. Lu Shi watched Chung Bin's actions, and her heartbeat slowly accelerated. There was disbelief in her eyes. "Mr. Chung, you go down first. I go down later." After Chung Bin finished speaking, he looked at Lu Shi with a warning look. Lu Shi began to feel dazed. She always felt like she was courting death and had been hooked by a terrible person. But she had no way out now. After all, there was no way to go back to the rental house. I could only rely on Chung Bin. Lu Shi slowly stood up and said carefully, "Then Mr. Chung, I wait for you at your door." After that, Lu Shi turned around and walked towards the safety corridor. But just as she walked into the corner of the safety corridor, she stopped for some reason and slowly took off her high heels. After taking it in her hand, Lu Shi carefully leaned out her head to see what Chung Bin was doing. As a result, she saw Chung Bin cut many cuts all over his wife's body with the light of a lighter, and leaned her against the window next to him. Then he opened the window. Seeing this, Lu Shi already knew what Chung Bin wanted to do, and her heart kept beating. Then he hurried downstairs. Just as he arrived at Chung Bin's door, leaned against the window next to him, and watched the situation below for a while. Chung Bin came back. After seeing Lu Shi, Chung Bin slowly said, "Come in." "Yes, Mr. Chung." "That, Mr. Chung, can you please take me home?" Lu Shi was a little afraid of Chung Bin now. All the little thoughts she had before were gone now. Now she just wanted to stay away from this man. Chung Bin looked at Lu Shi thoughtfully. "Do you want me to die?" Lu Shi looked at Chung Bin in panic. No, Mr. Chung. I dare not. Mr. Chung, I just, it's inconvenient to stay in your house after all. Hee. If you want to leave, just go by yourself. The door is over there. If you don't want to leave, get out of here." After saying that, Chung Bin opened the door and went in directly, but did not close it. Lu Shi looked at the open door, then at the safety passage, and finally did not have the courage to leave. So she walked slowly inside. After closing the door, Chung Bin looked at Lu Shi sarcastically. "I thought you were so strong." Hee. Go to the bathroom. Lu Shi knew what was going to greet her next, and she was very resistant in her heart. But she wanted to live more. Put down your bag and walk slowly inside. Chapter 38. Surrounded by zombies. The next morning at around 6 o'clock, Xiaomi just went out and saw that Chu Machen had already prepared breakfast. "So early?" "Well, I go back after breakfast," Chu Machen said as he handed the bowl of porridge in front of him to Xiaomi. "Drink some?" "Thank you." "Is the little guy still sleeping?" "He didn't sleep well last night and is still sleeping now. Your kitten is inside with him." After Chu Machen finished speaking, Xiaomi was surprised for a second. Then she picked up the bowl in front of her and slowly drank the porridge. "Today I will go with you to find supplies. And Sister Yun will accompany the little guy?" "No. Shushu is not that weak. He can do it. Let him rest for another day. And we will go out together tomorrow. Xiaomi knew what Chu Machin meant. He wanted Chu Tingsu to see the situation outside. Let him know that his future life will be in such dire straits, so that he can be mentally prepared. Xiaomi expressed understanding. After all, the world after that will only be more cruel. After finishing the porridge, Xiaomi was ready to get up and wake Xinyun up. As soon as she knocked on the door, Xinyun responded and said that he would be ready soon. Xiaomi then turned to the dining table. She started to eat the heated corn and steamed dumplings for breakfast. Chu Machin saw that Xiaomi was very satisfied with the meal and said with a smile, "You only have these in the refrigerator. I will find some flour today and make dumplings for you later." Xiaomi wanted to say, "Brother, what is our relationship? Are you planning it now? Do you want to live together? You are thinking too much. You haven't said anything yet." Then Xiaomi couldn't help but spit on herself. What the hell was she thinking about? How could she think of this? It was really outrageous. Okay. After Xiaomi finished speaking, a smile appeared on Chu Machin's face. After Xinyun came out, he saw the two of them eating breakfast. The atmosphere was a bit unbearable to watch. "Sister Yun, hurry up. We go out after dinner. We still have some things to find today. I'm afraid we all be busy today." Xiaomi continued to chew the corn in her hand after she finished speaking. Xinyun nodded and started to eat breakfast. Chu Machin said while eating, "They will come over later. We will wait until they arrive before going down. Also, did Hui Yin have consciousness last night? We may have to ask someone about the consciousness of zombies in 2 days." Chu Machin was actually talking about Gu Haoyu grandfather. He is now an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering and an expert in infectious diseases. Therefore, this time all the Gu family members were able to move away so quickly. For Hui Yin matter, we can only ask Mr. Gu. After all, he is the only expert in this field who can study what happened to Hui Yin. Xiaomi probably already knew it. The zombie that he was about to wear was conscious. And this kind of zombie will be the zombie king in the future. I didn't expect that there would be such a big guy. As long as the boss can be trusted, it will be a powerful weapon. When he can control the zombies, it will not be a problem for hundreds of zombies to explode in a minute. Thinking of this, Xiaomi instantly became interested in Hui Yin. Wanted to teach him the moves he had used before. "Then you go. But don't bring people with you. It's not convenient. I help you watch." Xiaomi's words were really tea. It showed that I was thinking about you everywhere. But in fact, she wanted to try to teach Hui Yin. Chu Machin originally wanted to take Hui Yin with him. But now Xiaomi asked him to stay. He began to struggle. Then, he decided to call Gu Lao first. "Let's talk about it later. Anyway, thank you." Xiaomi waved her hand. They were eating breakfast leisurely, and didn't know that there were zombies all over the door. And even the stairwell of the whole building was full of zombies. And Chung Bin, the culprit, was sleeping soundly at this time. Lu Shi, who was standing by the bedside table, huddled in fear, with messy hair and dull eyes staring at her feet. She didn't care about anything in the outside world at all. It is undeniable that she did have different thoughts about Chung Bin before, and even did many things a long time ago to attract Chung Bin's attention. But she had given up this idea last night. She had seen the horror of Chung Bin, but she wanted to live. So she decided to stay in the end. But she never thought that staying would have such a result. Looking at the sleeping Chung Bin, Lu Shi's heart was full of hatred. On this side, Xiaomi and the others were ready to go out. And Chu Tingsu was also with them. After the little guy woke up, he said he wanted to go. Seeing the little guy's firm look, Chu Machin agreed. Xiaomi and Xinyun didn't say much, but they directly refused their sister who wanted to leave with them. And the result of this refusal was that the sister turned her head and got into Chu Tingsu's arms. "Be good. I can't take you away now. When I become powerful, I will take you out to play." Chu Tingsu knew very well that he would need the help of Xiaomi and others to protect the kitten in front of him. So he refused decisively. The sister who had been rejected many times went straight into the cat litter room next door. Xiaomi looked at the little guy with a smile and said, "Let's go." Then he opened the 2 doors inside and saw the zombies on the first floor. Xiaomi was stunned. What happened in our community last night? Are they all zombies? Xiaomi was puzzled. She was going to change the security door today, but it turned out like this overnight. It was still a bit scary. Chu Machin's face was stern, and he said coldly, "Su pays attention to your own safety. Sister Yun, you defend at the door. Don't let those zombies in. After that, he protected Xiaomi behind him and prepared to open the door to fight the zombies. It was the first time that Chu Tingsu saw these scenes. He couldn't stand it for a while and vomited. Shen Yunxiang took him to the kitchen next door. But he was rejected by Chu Tingsu. Thank you, Auntie. I can do it. Chu Tingsu forced himself to hold back the uncomfortable feeling. Xiaomi and Chu Machan didn't pay attention to the situation here. They were preparing to deal with the zombies outside. So they didn't see Chu Tingsu's situation. After Chu Machan opened the door, Xiaomi put on boxing gloves and started to fight. It's really ugly. Xiaomi couldn't help complaining. Chu Machan smiled. Indeed, these zombies were really ugly. Their faces were deformed and their teeth were protruding. The eyeballs were bulging. Xiaomi was okay. After all, she had seen uglier ones. But Chu Machan and the others hadn't seen them. Chu Machan attacked the zombies and said, "It's true. It's a bit eye-catching." As he spoke, Chu Machan kicked away the zombie in front of him with half of his face destroyed. In an instant, a bunch of zombies fell down. The screams of the zombies had alarmed many people in the building. At this time, everyone knew that there were zombies in their building. But no one dared to go out to see what was going on. Chapter 39 Seniority cannot be messed up. Chu Machan. Behind you. Be careful. After Xiaomi shouted, she quickly stepped back 2 steps and prepared to pull Chu Machan closer. Don't come over. Chi-Chi. Chu Machan shouted loudly. Although Xiaomi didn't know what means Chu Machan had to save his life. She couldn't watch the zombie in front of him bite him. She directly hit the zombie with her gloved hand. Chu Machan's eyes deepened, and the speed of his attack increased a little. The black energy in his hand continued to hit the zombie. Basically, one palm hit one zombie. Xiaomi, who didn't notice it at first, also saw Chu Machan's actions at this time, and was shocked. What kind of superpower is this? I really learned a lot. I have never seen it before. I can't help but start to wonder what Chu Machan's superpower is. Seeing that the two of them were a little overwhelmed, Shen Yun quickly pushed Chu Tingsu inside, and went out with a baseball bat to help. But before she went out, she saw Chu Tingsu rushing out like a small cannonball. Then he turned into a fireman and rushed towards the zombies, constantly burning the zombies with the flames on his body. Xiaomi was stunned. This child seemed to be a little fierce. Chu Tingsu's actions scared Xiaomi. Chu Machan looked at him, and his eyes changed. Su, what are you doing? Stay away from the zombies. Chu Machan quickly approached Chu Tingsu and wanted to pull him out. But Chu Tingsu was already a little trapped in the fear of yesterday. Give me back my parents and sister. Woo. You deserve to die. Give me back. Chu Tingsu kept running in the zombies. The narrow corridor plus the zombies didn't have much space. Chu Machan approached Chu Tingsu quickly and anxiously, worried that he would be injured. But Chu Tingsu couldn't listen at all now. His mind was full of his parents. His parents went home to disinfect after being bitten. But they unexpectedly mutated. After the mutation, Mrs. Chu bit her sister in her arms. Brother Chu shot the 3 of them with his last breath, and died at home without leaving a word for Chu Tingsu. Chu Tingsu was so scared that he hid under the bed, and dared not move when he saw the zombies. Now he had a breakdown when he saw the zombies again. Chu Machan actually thought it was good for him to vent. But he didn't want him to do it in this way. After all, it was really unsafe. But at this time, he couldn't get close to Chu Tingsu at all. Not only could he not get close, but the zombies couldn't get close either. After all, such a fireman would burn the zombies before he got close. There was no way to get close to bite Chu Tingsu. Chu Machan could only speed up the cleaning of the zombies around them. Xiaomi finally saw the situation by the window. Looking at the limbs that had been eaten and the open window, Xiaomi's eyes became much gloomier. She was now certain that this was man-made. She just didn't know who it was. She said in a cold voice, Chu Machan, someone deliberately led the zombies up here. This should be the dead woman. Xiaomi said quickly, not daring to slow down her movements. Chu Machan slowly approached Chu Tingsu. After hearing Xiaomi's words, his expression became even colder, and the whole person was emitting cold air, looking for death. After saying that, Chu Tingsu kicked the ant zombie in front of him away, and regardless of the flames on Chu Tingsu's body, he directly pulled Chu Tingsu over. Su, your parents don't want you to become a zombie too. They committed suicide because they don't want you to become a zombie. Chu Machan said slowly, raised his foot, and kicked Chu Tingsu, who was covered in flames, towards the door. Calm down. After saying that, he continued to walk towards the stairs. Now the entire staircase is full of zombies, which were scattered throughout the building before. But now they have basically come up, squeezed in the narrow corridor. Many zombies were even stacked together, which looked a bit scary. But fortunately, they were all squeezed together, so it was easy to deal with them. Sometimes, after kicking down a zombie, the rest fell down like dominoes, and the zombies moved very slowly, so they couldn't get up for a long time after falling down, giving Xiaomi and others time to attack. But when Xiaomi saw the situation over the window, she instantly didn't want to deal with these zombies. Sister Yun, take Chu Tingsu in, Xiaomi shouted quickly, and then said to Chu Machin, the two of us will go downstairs. As for these, let them wander in the corridor. Chu Machin naturally had no objection. After all, these people were really too much. Retreat first, and discuss the next step after entering. Xiaomi agreed and slowly retreated into the house. Shen Yun hammered the zombie in front of him to death with a stick, turned around and held the stick against the wall, letting Chu Tingsu next to him go in. The flames on Chu Tingsu's body had become much smaller at this time, and basically only a few small flames were left. He was not as collapsed as before. Therefore, the little guy still listened to some of Xiaomi's words, and now he slowly retreated inside. But there was no vitality and life on his face. All that was left was despair and dead silence. Chu Machin, who was forcing the zombies to retreat, did not see his nephew's emotions. In fact, even if he saw it, he had no time to comfort him. After Shen Yun and Chu Tingsu retreated, Xiaomi and Chu Machin slowly retreated inside. Close the door. Following Xiaomi's shout, Chu Machin quickly closed the door in front of him, and then quickly closed the two doors inside. Su, Uncle is here. Can you calm down now? Chu Machin squatted in front of Chu Tingsu and said in a low voice. Chu Tingsu, who was immersed in his own world, has slowly recovered. Looking at Chu Machin's face, Chu Tingsu broke down and cried again. Shen Yun, who was standing by, couldn't help but shed tears. Xiaomi, on the other hand, still had no expression on her face, and it was unknown what she was thinking. 10 minutes later, Chu Tingsu raised his head from Chu Machin's arms. Uncle, I'm fine. I won't lose control again. At this time, Chu Tingsu's eyes were no longer childish, but firm. Chu Machin touched Chu Tingsu's head. I know how you feel now. Although I don't want you to become so sensible. You have to grow up. I want you to grow up well in this incident. You have to remember that you are not alone. You have Uncle, and Uncle is not alone. Uncle also has you. Understand? Chu Machin's words made Chu Tingsu's eyes red again. After a long time, he nodded heavily. Okay, Uncle, I will be fine. Chu Machin touched the child's head. She stood up and looked at Xiaomi and Shen Yun and said, we have to change our plan. Well, Sister Yun, you take Chu Tingsu home, and Momo and I will go out. You can't make any noise and pretend that there is no one. Shen Yun was very embarrassed. It was Chu Tingsu who stood up and said, Uncle, I can be your sister. Chu Machin, who should have been happy with this, had a dull expression on his face for a while. Why is she your sister? There is a generation gap. Uncle believes you. Okay, Chi-Chi, let's go. Xiaomi thought of the things in her space and looked at Chu Tingsu mysteriously. Little guy, do you want a hamburger and Coke? It's okay. I can do without it. The little guy thought Xiaomi was going to find it for him now, so he naturally refused directly. As a result, he saw a fast food meal in Xiaomi's hand, which had hamburgers, fries and chicken nuggets. Thank you, sister. After Chu Tingsu finished speaking, he took the things in Xiaomi's hand. Chu Machin turned around and prepared to go out. Before he left, he looked at Chu Tingsu and suddenly said, Aunt Xiaomi and I are friends. From now on, just call her Auntie. Chapter 40 Walking the Zombies. Shen Yun leaned in front of Xiaomi and whispered, Chi-Chi, look at what Chushin said. It's so clear. When will you take the person home? Xiaomi rolled her eyes. Sister Yun, I can hear you. After that, she walked towards the door first. Chu Machin worriedly told Chu Tingsu a few words, and then prepared to go out with Xiaomi. Chu Tingsu whispered, Uncle, I can go with you. I won't drag you down. Believe me. Okay. Chu Machin agreed without hesitation. Xiaomi didn't say anything. After all, If she was Chumachan, she would have made such a choice. You stay at home with Aunt Shinyan first, and come down later. Chu Tingsu saw that Chumachan agreed to him, and a smile appeared on his face. Okay. Thank you, uncle. Chumachan didn't say anything. Turned around and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, the zombies rushed towards them like crazy. Xiaomi's mouth curled up a smile. Let's give these people a big gift. How about it? After saying that, Xiaomi looked at Chumachan. Chumachan looked at Xiaomi lovingly. Yeah. Then the two walked towards the door, opened the door, and went out quickly. Chumachan closed the door, and Xiaomi had already started. The zombies now are not very powerful. As long as you can protect your arms, you will not be caught by the zombies. Xiaomi dealt with the zombies in front of him in a few seconds. After Chumachan closed the door, the two looked at each other, rushed directly into the zombie group, and ran downstairs with the zombies. But when they reached the 18th floor, Xiaomi turned around and went up. It's up to you next. After saying that, Xiaomi turned around and ran upstairs. Chumachan said in a deep voice, Be careful. Xiaomi hummed and continued to run upstairs. On the 24th floor, Xiaomi first locked the door of the safety corridor, then took out water from the space and cleaned the blood in front of her. Put the remaining limbs of the window into a sealed bag and threw it into the space first. The glass on the window had been broken, so she could only barely clean the places that could be reached. Then she took out a lot of cat litter and dealt with the water stains. After dealing with everything, Xiaomi walked towards the safety stairs. The zombies that had been lingering at the door had left. Xiaomi opened the door and looked at Shen Yun and said, Sister Yun. Xiu. Let's go. Leave the little guy at home. Sister, you be obedient. She looked at the kitten who was about to follow her out with a warning. After being warned by Xiaomi, the little guy's eyes became extremely resentful. In the end, he could only turn around and walk into the room obediently. After the three of them went out, Shen Yun looked at the situation below, and Xiaomi locked the door of the safety stairs again. Although she didn't think those people could break down her door, she liked this door very much and didn't want them to scratch it. Xiaomi walked in front, Chu Tingsu walked in the back, and Shen Yun walked in the middle. After all, in the current situation, Shen Yun had the weakest attack power. She could heal, but she really couldn't attack. So she followed the advice and walked in the middle. In fact, there were basically no zombies behind them. There were only a few zombies that appeared from time to time in front. More zombies had been led down by Chumachan, so they went down very quickly. After quickly reaching the first floor, Xiaomi took them directly to the door. Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao each drove a car. After the three of them left the community gate, Gu Haoyu saw them and drove the car over quickly. You go first. I go find Chumachan. After saying that, Xiaomi turned and entered the community. Without even giving Gu Haoyu a chance to speak, he turned around and ran away. Gu Haoyu looked at Shen Yun and Chu Tingsu with a question mark on his face. Let's go. Chi-Chi and Chu-Shen will take another car later. Shen Yun was talking about the car driven by Shen Wentao. Gu Haoyu hummed, and seeing that more zombies were gathering around, he quickly got in the car, started the car, and left. Xiaomi guessed that Chumachan might be preparing to break free from those zombies, but didn't know the exact location. Listening to the sounds around her, she ran in the direction of the faint roar of the zombies. Sure enough, she saw Chumachan and hundreds of zombies around. Chi-Chi, go to our building. Okay. After saying that, Xiaomi started running towards their building. They couldn't deal with these zombies at once. After all, the scale was too large. They had come down before, and they only knocked out many zombies, but didn't kill them. At this time, many zombies had become very scary because of their injuries. Even the stench of decay on their bodies has filled the air. Now they can only lead these zombies to their building, because they are the ones who attracted them. If they didn't do these things, then Xiaomi might have spent a day cleaning these things. After leading the zombies in, Xiaomi directly picked up the loudspeaker and explained the reason why there were so many zombies in the safe corridor. Then he started to play it in a loop. As a result, the few residents in the whole building now knew the origin of the zombies, started to investigate the case in their building group. Xiaomi didn't care so much. After leading the zombies in, he and Chumachan ran downstairs and ran towards the door. The speed of the two was really comparable to that of a 100-meter sprinter. Before the zombies could react, the people had already run far away. After the zombies reacted, They looked around in confusion and roared twice to show their meaning. Zombie. What the hell? Someone. No. No. Am I dazzled? Ah? No way. My nose is not sensitive. After the two came out, they started running towards the location that Shen Wentao had sent. Shen Wentao didn't even react. Xiaomi had already opened the door of the back seat of the car. Chapter 41 Violent Loli. Miss Jiao. Don't. Shen Wentao shouted in fear. But Xiaomi had already opened the door of the back seat, and saw the mutated Hui Yin inside. He immediately sat on it, and closed the door on his side. Before closing the door, he said, Chu Machin, sit in the front. Chu Machin frowned and wanted Xiaomi to sit in the front. But Xiaomi had already closed the door. Fearing that zombies would be attracted, he had to get in the car and sit in the passenger seat. Shen Wentao looked at Xiaomi and Chu Machin and said slowly, Boss, why don't you switch with Miss Jiao? He really didn't dare to let Xiaomi sit in the back. After all, Hui Yin was indeed a zombie. Although he was somewhat conscious now, he would sometimes lose consciousness. They still fastened Hui Yin with a seat belt, but he was afraid that Hui Yin would struggle. Xiaomi waved her hand directly. No. Drive. Hurry up. Stop dithering. Shen Wentao had no choice but to look at Chu Machin and wait for Chu Machin to speak. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi looking at Hui Yin with a smile on his face. And his heart suddenly felt very bad. What's going on? I am a living person, but I am not as good looking as a zombie? I am very angry. Drive. Chi-Chi. You go to the side. I sit in the middle. Chu Machin turned and looked at Xiaomi and said. Xiaomi hurriedly said. No. No. He is very stable now. I'm fine. You look ahead. By the way, we have to go to the water company today. We need water. Okay. Shen Wentao responded. Chu Machin looked at Hui Yin with a bad face. Hui Yin couldn't help shaking when he saw it. Xiaomi didn't notice that Chu Machin was unhappy at this time at all. And her mind was on Hui Yin now. All she could think about was how to turn Hui Yin into a powerful zombie king. But thinking of this, Xiaomi began to struggle again. Did I turn you into a powerful zombie king? Or did I use my only serum to make you a normal person? But I can't guarantee that you can survive as a useless ordinary person. Alas. Worrying. Xiaomi kept muttering. What she didn't know was that Hui Yin had heard all her mutterings at this time, and began to think seriously about what he wanted. But in just a second, Hui Yin decided not to use the serum that Xiaomi mentioned. After all, she and he were not that close, and he could vaguely feel how powerful he was now. After making up his mind, Hui Yin began to look forward to getting along with Xiaomi, wanting to know how she would turn him into a zombie king. Turning around and looking at Xiaomi, his eyes were full of inquiry. Xiaomi was puzzled when she saw Hui Yin's eyes. What is going on? Can he know what I am thinking? Is he so amazing? He is definitely the future zombie king. It would be a waste of talent if he doesn't become a zombie king. Hui Yin's face was full of black lines. And then he saw the murderous eyes of his friend Chu Machin. He was so scared that his body trembled. What is going on? What is the look in old Chu's eyes? Why can't I understand it? Xiaomi is getting more and more interested in Hui Yin now, and feels that Hui Yin is stronger than the 3 generations of zombie kings he has seen before. Chi-Chi, let's go to the water company now. Tell Sister Yulin to prevent Gu Haoyu from going to the wrong place. Yeah. Although Xiaomi was talking to Chu Machin, her eyes were always on Hui Yin. Even when she was on the phone, she would look at Hui Yin from time to time. Chu Machin was even angrier, and even thought about throwing Hui Yin out of the car. Anyway, he was a zombie now, and would not be hurt. Shen Wentao, who realized Chu Machin's thoughts, said quickly, Miss Jiao, you and the boss are so well matched. I saw your actions just now. When he said this, Shen Wentao kept winking at Hui Yin. But Hui Yin's eyesight was really not very good now. He did not see Shen Wentao's expression, and was still looking at Xiaomi, thinking about what she said just now. Haha. I also think that Momo and I have the best understanding. Right? After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shen Wentao was the most shocked. Who can tell him what is going on now? Doesn't the boss hate others calling him Momo the most? Remember that Aunt Chu called him that before, and he was angry. What is this shy expression now? Yeah, that's right. After speaking, he looked directly at Hui Yin. Hui Yin, question mark. At this time, Xiaomi had just called Shen Yun, but the voice was intermittent, and Xiaomi didn't hear what Shen Yun was saying for a long time. Sister Yun. The water plant? The one in the north of the city. Let's meet there directly. After saying that, Xiaomi repeated it several times in a row, until Shen Yun's intermittent voice came. No, no, no. Xiaomi then hung up the phone. After Xiaomi hung up the phone, Chu Machin said with a worried look on his face, "It seems that we are not far from being disconnected from the internet. It's already disconnected. Now the internet can't be refreshed. And the phone is so difficult," Xiaomi said, and exited the page on her phone. "We need to find some walkie-talkies. Chi-Chi. We may need to find walkie-talkies first," Chu Machin said slowly while leaning sideways. "Okay. Let's go together first." Chu Machin nodded, and then began to direct Shen Wentao to drive. Half an hour later, the car stopped at a dilapidated street with at least 30 zombies on the street. The three of them got out of the car directly. As for Hui Yin, he was asked to stay in the car. After the three got out of the car, Chu Machin and Shen Wentao wrapped their arms, and Xiaomi put on his boxing gloves. Then he punched the zombies that rushed over. Shen Wentao still couldn't accept Xiaomi's brave appearance. The main thing was that a cute girl was so strong when she started fighting, which made him a little unacceptable. And the most important thing was that he couldn't imagine it at this time. For words emerged in his mind. Violent lowly. It was really suitable for Xiaomi. Xiaomi didn't know that Shen Wentao was watching her at this time. She just felt that it was very refreshing to fight now, and vented all her negative emotions. Chu Machin led the way in front, and stopped at a shabby newspaper stand. "This is it. You watch outside. Chi-Chi, be careful." After saying that, Chu Machin entered the newsstand. Xiaomi didn't see how he disappeared because she had to deal with the zombies running over. It was nothing more than a secret passage. But she was very curious that a president would have these channels, especially when he actually took out a gun before. Obviously, they were all small stars before, but after retiring, they became presidents. Alas, this is the difference. Your boss has a lot of secrets. Xiaomi smiled at Shen Wentao next to her, her eyes full of teasing. After all, she knew that Shen Wentao would not tell her even if he knew, so she had to ask Chu Machin herself. But what she didn't expect was that Shen Wentao looked at her and said directly, "Sister Chiao, you should ask the boss directly. If the boss knew that I told him what he said, he would probably kill me." Xiaomi looked at Shen Wentao with a smile. "Oh, so scared?" Shen Wentao smiled and didn't say anything, but the meaning conveyed by his eyes had already made it clear to Xiaomi. Chapter 42 Reservoir. Half an hour later, Chu Machin came out of the newsstand and saw Shen Wentao looking at him for help. "Let's go." Xiaomi nodded. "Yeah." Turning around, he saw Shen Wentao running towards the car. Hee. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi in confusion. "You were scared by me and didn't dare to answer my question," Xiaomi said as she turned to look at Chu Machin. Chu Machin was puzzled. "What do you not dare to answer? We tell you when the time comes. Now is not the right time. Let's go. We have to go to the water plant quickly. Otherwise they will have to wait too long when they get there." "Yeah. Okay. I listen to you." Xiaomi blushed at this. This man is really good at seducing people. It's outrageous. After getting in the car, Shen Wentao didn't even dare to look at Xiaomi, for fear of Xiaomi's slightly meaningful eyes. He finally knew why these two people were attracted to each other. That's because they are all the same perverts. Xiaomi glanced at Shen Wentao, and then stopped talking. After all, she didn't intend to get anything out of Shen Wentao. "Momo, what good stuff did you get?" After Xiaomi finished asking, Chu Machin took out a box and handed it to Xiaomi. "Open it and take a look. This is for you." "Oh." Xiaomi opened the box in front of her with doubt. After opening it, Xiaomi recognized the walkie-talkie inside, and she had never seen the others. "What is this?" Xiaomi picked up a small square box inside, similar to a radio station, dedicated to communication. After Chu Machin finished explaining, Xiaomi was very shocked. No, she had almost passed through the military before. But why hadn't she seen these? Hao Hao said silently. "It's not that you are too green." But it certainly didn't dare to let Xiaomi hear this. It's not like he was tired of living. Seeing that Xiaomi was in high spirits, Chu Machin smiled and said, "I take you to the black market later. There should be a lot of good stuff there now." Okay. Today is worse than tomorrow. How about today?" Xiaomi happily climbed the passenger seat, leaned forward, and whispered in Chu Machin's ear. Machin blushed when Xiaomi spoke so close to him. He looked ahead and said, "We see later. We're going to Huiyan house." Xiaomi nodded in understanding. Knowing that they had a good relationship, they must go and see. "Okay. You can actually go directly. I can go by myself." After Xiaomi finished speaking, Machin directly rejected her proposal. "It's not safe for you to go alone. And I called Uncle Hui yesterday. They are quite safe now." Xiaomi nodded. Huiyan looked at them and babbled something. After all, he is a zombie now, and can't speak like a normal person. So he yelled for a long time. But no one could understand what he was saying. Xiaomi looked at Huiyan and thought that she had also been talking in this way before. And no one could understand her. So she felt miserable. At that time, she thought that even if she was a zombie, she could speak human language. As a result, they thought she was going to bite people while she was talking in this way. So they started to attack directly. It was really sad. "Do you want to go too?" Xiaomi tried to ask. Seeing that Huiyan was still very excited, Xiaomi and Machin kept asking until they confirmed Huiyan's idea. This reminded Xiaomi of her previous experience as a rehabilitation therapist. She was a rehabilitation therapist for autistic children at the time. And getting along with them was like this, helping you to slowly ask their needs. After all, they can't express themselves. Communication is all guesswork. At that time, she also studied some psychology specifically, just to be able to communicate better with those children. Machin looked at Huiyan and said slowly, "Everything is fine. But my brother is abroad, and we can't contact him. Don't worry. We will go when you can control yourself." Huiyan's emotions slowly calmed down because of Machin's words. No more chattering. Along the way, Xiaomi looked at the zombies everywhere on the street, the survivors hiding, and those who asked for help. The expression on her face changed from sympathy at the beginning to numbness later. It's not that they didn't stop the car to save people. The key question is what to do after saving people. Soon they arrived at the water plant. As soon as they entered the block, they saw Gu Haoyu driving a car to walk the zombies, attracting all the zombies around to one place. After seeing their car, they honked at each other to warn each other. Shen Wentao drove the car directly into the factory, while Gu Haoyu took the zombies for a walk. "Be careful," Xiaomi shouted. Machin quickly reached out and turned the steering wheel, and the car body turned sharply to the right, barely avoiding the falling tower. But the rear of the car was still hit. Xiaomi thought it was going to hit her head, but fortunately it avoided it. It only hit the trunk of the car, and there were dozens of zombies on the tower. No wonder the tower fell down. With so many zombies, it would be strange if it didn't fall down. Xiaomi patted her chest in fear, looking at Machin in front of her. She said admiringly, "Momo is really awesome." Shen Wentao followed with a sentence, "Boss is really awesome." Machin turned sideways to look at Xiaomi. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Shen Wentao on the side wanted to ask him. "Don't you look at Lao Hua? He is still covering his head now. You value love over friendship." If Machin could hear it, he would probably only say, "Friendship? What? It's okay. Let's go. We need to make a quick decision." Shen Wentao, "Don't go down. Drive out and be ready to pick us up at any time." Xiaomi said this because there were indeed too many zombies here. She just saw many zombies in the factory hitting the factory door. There is another most important reason, which is that Shen Wentao is bad. But it must not be said. Well, Chi-Chi is right. Lao Sen, you drive. And go slower when we get to the reservoir ahead. After Machin finished speaking, Shen Wentao started the car again. "Okay. Then Lao Gu and I will lead the zombies away. You guys be careful." "Okay." As the car slowly approached the reservoir, Xiaomi and Machin were already preparing to leave. When Shen Wentao's car got closer to the reservoir, the two opened the door at the same time and rolled down directly from the car. After rolling on the ground for a few times, the two quickly stood up. Chapter 43 Water Plant. Xiaomi stood up suddenly, and before he could shake off the dust on his body, he quickly started to deal with the zombies in front of him. The zombie in gray overalls bared his teeth and jogged towards Xiaomi in a daze. The zombie's face had already started to rot, and the flesh trembled as he ran, and there was unpleasant mucus at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the zombies were very slow now, and they would not reach them quickly. "Chi-Chi, there are still many behind us. We have to take the things away quickly." "I go up." As soon as Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi said directly, "Together. I am a space-based psychic. And I have a container that can hold water in my space. After speaking, Xiaomi quickly ran towards the reservoir in front. Chu Machin raised his eyebrows. He didn't think Xiaomi was a space-based psychic. After all, he didn't find any energy fluctuations of psychics around Xiaomi. But this is Xiaomi's own secret. If she doesn't tell him, she won't ask. The two of them ran towards the reservoir tacitly, because they were very fast. And the zombies didn't react until they passed by them. Then, the zombies would turn around and look for the breath of humans. After confirming, they would slowly run towards Xiaomi and Chu Machin with stiff legs. But their speed was very slow, basically at the level of fast walking. Xiaomi and Chu Machin wanted to solve the problem here quickly, so they didn't delay it for too long. Ignoring the zombies who were grinning at them, they quickly ran to the reservoir, and Chu Machin began to study the equipment in front of them. Xiaomi was blocking the zombies below. In the office building in the distance, people kept asking Xiaomi for help, hoping that Xiaomi could save them. Xiaomi ignored all those voices. Haha. You are so shameless. And you still ask her? You are so ungrateful. You don't save you even if you beg me well. And you start to threaten me. Xiaomi looked at those people with disdain, and continued to clean up the zombies in front of him. Xiaomi didn't care about these people at all. If they didn't stand up, who would care whether they were dead or alive? What does it have to do with her? Chu Machin finally studied the reservoir in front of him, and dug more than 10 meters deep in his space courtyard. Bring water into the space. If he couldn't continue digging, he would dig deeper. Fortunately, his space can do anything with his consciousness. Otherwise, he would never consider bringing water in. It's too troublesome. Originally, he was going to find some bottled water. And now it's still good to have these. Chi-Chi, you can come over. Chu Machin called to Xiaomi. Xiaomi hummed, pulled over the fence on the side, stopped the zombies, and ran towards Chu Machin. How do we do it? Chu Machin opened the door of the reservoir in front of him. It's all here. How do you get the water into the space? Xiaomi looked at the purified water from the reservoir and asked how. How? Can we collect the water directly into the container in the space? Yes, host. But you owe the system a lot of points now. And we can't owe you any more in the future. Got it. Bring the water in first. As much as you can. Yes, host. After that, Xiaomi stood there quietly, and How introduced the water into the container in the space. In fact, if it weren't for these big buckets, the cave in the space could still hold a lot of things. After filling the water tank, Xiaomi stood up and walked towards Chu Machin, who was dealing with the zombies. Momo. Alright. Close the reservoir, and we be ready to leave. Okay. After Chu Machin closed the reservoir, he went to the fence below and sealed it. This is also to ensure that the water in the reservoir can be used later. As soon as the two of them left the reservoir and ran towards the gate of the water plant, they saw a man running towards them quickly in the distance. Dozens of zombies followed behind him. The man ran faster and faster, leaving the zombies behind him a long distance. Can I follow you? Don't worry. I won't follow you for long. I just need a place to sleep at night. The man's face was full of caution, because he was running all the time. His speech was also intermittent. In addition, he was in a very anxious mood, so he spoke very quickly. Xiaomi looked into the man's eyes and felt that he was an honest man. But Xiaomi didn't dare to trust anyone now, so she didn't say anything. Chu Machin said coldly, "There is no place." After saying that, he took Xiaomi away directly. But the man still followed them and never gave up. At the door, Xiaomi pricked up her ears to listen to the nearby sounds and judge the location of Shen Wentao and others. After knowing the location, he took Chu Machin directly to the street on the right. The previous man still followed the two, but now Xiaomi and Chu Machin were too lazy to pay attention to him. Anyway, after getting on the car, he would have no chance of getting on. Soon they saw the car, but it belonged to Gu Haoyu. Xiaomi thought she could sit down, so she said directly, "Let's take Gu Haoyu car. You get in first and I sit in the back." Okay, I get in first. After just 2 days of contact, Chu Machin had a general understanding of Xiaomi's skills. He didn't think he could beat Xiaomi. After Chu Machin got in the car, the man saw that Xiaomi was the only one left, and thought Xiaomi was the one who was thrown away. So he wanted to run a few steps to see if he could get in the car. But he didn't expect that he would be kicked down by Xiaomi as soon as he got to Xiaomi's side. After falling to the ground, he didn't react for a long time. Without waiting for him to say anything, Xiaomi said coldly, "Zombies are coming." After that, she jumped on the back seat. As soon as Xiaomi got in the car, Gu Haoyu accelerated directly. Chu Machin used his mobile phone to contact Shen Wentao, but the call could no longer be made. "It seems that there is no signal," Chu Machin said in a deep voice. Xiaomi nodded. "It seems that the situation is getting worse and worse. Do you think that the temperature today is not normal?" As soon as the voice fell, Gu Haoyu shouted directly, "Yes. In this weather today, I feel hot even when I turn on the air conditioner." Chu Machin wiped the sweat from his face and frowned as he thought. After a long time, he said, "It may be hot later. Look at the sun in the sky. It is much brighter than before." After Chu Machin finished speaking, Chu Tingsu whispered, "Then can we stay at home and turn on the air conditioner? There is no electricity now." After Shinyan finished speaking, Chu Tingsu's little face collapsed directly. "Ah, then we can only be hot?" Then he immediately cheered up. "It's okay, Uncle. I can do it. But it would be great if someone could make ice." The little guy was thinking that if he could release fire, then could someone release ice? Xiaomi smiled and said, "There should be. But none of us can release it." The little guy looked a little disappointed. Chapter 44. Go to a house. Shao Si used the intercom in the car to contact Lao Shen. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Gu Haoyu took out the intercom in the car and turned on their channel. "Third brother. Third brother. Are you there? Can you hear me?" After speaking, Gu Haoyu took the intercom again and said, "Third brother. Third brother. Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me." Chu Machin rolled his eyes at him directly. Shen Yung was shocked by Gu Haoyu chatterbox. Shen Wentao, who was driving here, didn't know their situation. But after turning around, he didn't see Gu Haoyu car. He was worried. So he prepared to call Gu Haoyu and ask him what was going on there. As a result, he found that the phone couldn't get through, and the previous 1 or 2 bars of signal were now completely gone. Just when Shen Wentao was at a loss, Gu Haoyu voice rang from the intercom in front of the car. Hearing Gu Haoyu voice, he guessed that Chu Machin should be in his car. He took the intercom and said coldly, "I heard it." Chu Machin heard Shen Wentao reply and reached out to take the intercom. "Third brother. Drive directly to the Hua family." "Okay, boss." But second brother, Chu Machin's hand holding the intercom trembled a little. "Put the intercom in the back. I talked to him." Shen Wentao put the intercom on the middle armrest and said, "Boss." "Okay. You can talk to second brother directly." "Second brother, don't touch this. Listen to the boss." After explaining Hui Yan, Shen Wentao continued to drive. Chu Machin pondered for a while before saying, "Old Hua, we are going to your house now to see the situation of uncle and others. Do you want to show up? If not, just be quiet. If you want to show up, just talk." He didn't want to use the word roar. He felt that this was disrespectful to Hui Yan. Hui Yan intelligence has not returned to the pre-apocalyptic period. So after hearing Chu Machin words, Hui Yan reacted for a long time. Only then did he know what he was talking about. Hui Yan's eyes changed again and again. And finally, he lowered his head and didn't make any sound for a long time. Chu Machin listened to the heavy breathing in the intercom and knew Hui Yan's choice. "Oh, 3. Hang up." After that, he cut off contact with Shen Wentao. Gu Haoyu was silent and didn't come out to play tricks again. Xiaomi originally wanted to go to some jewelry and gold stores to get some things and exchange points for the system. But now she can only temporarily put her plan on hold. "No. How? Do I get points for killing zombies?" "Yes, host. But the points for ordinary zombies are very few. 10 points for 1 zombie. So I didn't say that you can find mutant zombies. 1 level mutant zombie is 100 points. 2 levels are 500. The higher the level, the higher the points. There is a way." Xiaomi began to plan in her mind. "It should be a lot. I remember that nearly 1/3 of the zombies in the previous world were mutant zombies." Host. Is it possible that it is because the end of the world in your world has been nearly 30 years? So it's upgraded slowly? Then the mutants upgrade like zombies? Zombies upgrade by absorbing energy. Absorbing the crystal cores of zombies. Or the crystals of human mutants. Yes. Host. Then do those zombies have crystal cores in their heads now? You have to see for yourself. Host. Okay. After saying that, Xiaomi cut off their connection. It's just that she is really curious and wants to try it out. Well, it's just pure curiosity. It's not for points. There are still chaotic crowds and zombies on both sides of the car. After seeing their car, people keep asking for help. But Xiaomi ignored them and chose to ignore them. The life and death of those people has nothing to do with her. Besides, she can't save so many people. After all, she is not a saint. But what they didn't expect is that many survivors will choose to block their car and force them to get off. Looking at the old people and children in front of him, Xiaomi's eyes flashed and his face turned colder. Gu Haoyu. Don't stop. Speed up. Chu Machin ordered coldly. Okay. With the boss's order, Gu Haoyu naturally accelerated and drove towards the crowd quickly. Ah. Grandma. The car is accelerating. I don't want to stand here. Woo woo. Crazy. Really crazy. Go away. Get out of the way. Brother. Those people are crazy. We can still hold on now. There is no need to fight desperately. I don't believe they dare to drive. Ah. Hurry. The old lady didn't say anything else and ran to the side. Although her hair was gray, it didn't affect her speed of dodging at all. After the old lady dodged, many people behind her dodged to the side. Their car left smoothly, and the faces of the people in the car were not very good. Xiaomi looked at the people behind the car with sarcasm. The road ahead is not easy to go. Should we take a detour or just go this way? Chu Machin looked at the situation ahead with a telescope and said in a deep voice, take a detour. The situation ahead is not good. Xiaomi could imagine how bad the situation was that Chu Machin said was not good. The situation ahead was indeed not good. Many survivors were running away, and there was a large group of zombies behind them because the street was narrow. There were only 2 lanes, and it seemed even more crowded at this time. The survivors kept wailing and begging for help. They hoped that the shutters on both sides could be opened to save them. However, the shutters on the long street were tightly locked, and no one was open. Just when they were desperate, the shutter of a clothing store opened, and a woman hurriedly said, "Come in quickly." Those people seemed to have seen salvation, and they all ran towards that store quickly. The woman saw that her store was full, so she was about to pull down the shutter, but was directly grabbed by the survivors behind her. The man went in, but the woman was pushed away by him. They wanted to go in again, but the man had already closed the shutter door, so the rest of the people could only continue to run forward. The woman had no choice but to continue running. Because she couldn't run, she was soon caught up by the zombies behind her. The final result was that she was buried in the zombie group and turned into a zombie. Xiaomi didn't see the scene, but even if she saw it, she would watch coldly. At this time, kindness is the grave that sends you away. The more you show your kindness and generosity, the sooner you die. Xiaomi had been trained in so many worlds, and now she no longer has those. But Chu Machin relied on his own experience. He knew that this was not right. Whether it was at the water plant or on the road, he never had compassion and saved these people. It was not until the car drove into a villa area that they relaxed a little. Chapter 45. Listen to my explanation. Let's get off the car first. Sister Yun, you stay behind, Xiaomi said sideways. After all, Xin Yun ability is a healing ability without attack power, which is really of no help to them now. But in the subsequent battles, it is indispensable. Not only can their wounds heal quickly, but also allow them to recover some mental power when their mental power is exhausted. But they don't know these now. It's simply because Xin Yun has no attack power now, and their current ability is enough to deal with these zombies. Chu Machin is in front. Gu Haoyu and Chu Tingsu are in the middle, and Xiaomi is protecting Xin Yun at the end. In fact, she not only has to protect Xin Yun, but also Gu Haoyu, because Gu Haoyu has not awakened his ability so far. But fortunately, he has learned a lot of Sanda, Taekwondo, etc. So it is relatively easy to deal with these zombies that have not mutated. Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Tingsu who was protecting him. His eyes flickered, and he said helplessly, "Shushu, Uncle Gu doesn't need help." Who knew that Chu Tingsu looked at him seriously. "Uncle Gu, don't be so stubborn." Gu Haoyu, Finally, under the protection of Chu Tingsu, they slowly approached the Hua family. The villa area of the Hua family is very hidden, so there are indeed not many zombies in the whole community. They solved them easily after they went there. On the way, they could see dead zombies at the door of those villas. After all, the security of these families is not bad, and basically every family has its own security. When they arrived at the Hua family, Chu Machin knocked on the door, but there was no sound from inside. Momo. Climb the wall. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she pointed to the stone wall less than 2 meters away. Chu Machin said silently, there is electricity on the walls here. If I climb up, I will become a skeleton. Isn't the power out now? Emergency power supply. The electricity on the walls is emergency power supply. Different from other ones. After Chu Machin explained, Xiaomi nodded in understanding. Chu Machin knocked on the door again and waited for the door to open. Xiaomi looked at the surrounding situation and couldn't help but feel fortunate that there were really few zombies here. Alas, if I had money, I would just rent a house here and make a doomsday nest. The more Xiaomi looked around, the more he liked it, and his eyes were full of stars, because his back was facing Chu Machin. He didn't see Xiaomi love. Otherwise, based on Chu Machin love affair, he would have given Xiaomi a set directly. After all, this is under their group. No, it should be said that it belongs to Chu Mother Li Xian's mother's group. It's just that Li Xian is an only child. So the Li group was finally given to Chu Machin. They waited outside for nearly 5 minutes before a panicked man's voice came from inside. Who's outside? Chu Machin said lightly. I? Chu Machin. The person inside said briskly. Mr. Chu. It's you. Wait a moment. I opened the door for you right away. As the man's voice fell, a clanging sound came from inside. Everyone listened to the sound, full of confusion. After the door was opened, they knew what the sound was just now, and saw 2 iron chains tied inside the door. Yes, that's right. Just as you thought. 2 big dog chains. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. Is this to prevent those people from knocking on the door? But if someone who really wants to knock on the door comes, this chain can't stop it. The one who opened the door was the butler of the Hua family, who was also very familiar with Chu Machin, Gu Haoyu and others. So after they came in, the butler said directly, please go in first. I closed the door. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Gu Haoyu turned around and walked inside after saying that. Before everyone walked in, the door was already opened, and a tender female voice ran towards them, crying, Woo woo. Brother Chen. You are finally here. Woo woo. Chu Machin frowned, quickly turned sideways, and then quickly looked at Xiaomi. Then he saw Xiaomi's cold eyes, and was immediately shocked, and hurriedly walked towards Xiaomi. Chi-Chi. This? Brother Chen. I'm calling you. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin with a fake smile. Chu Machin was almost scared to kneel down. The girl who ran over looked at Xiaomi with dissatisfaction. Brother Chen is mine. Who are you? Who allowed you to call me Brother Chen? She was about to come over and hold Chu Machin's arm. Chu Machin really regretted it now, and felt that he should not have come. She turned around to find Xiaomi to explain. But Xiaomi took a few steps back and said with a smile, yours. I am not worthy. Please. The girl looked at Xiaomi and smiled with satisfaction. She turned around and looked at Chu Machin, and said shyly, Brother Chen, are you here because you are worried about me? I know you are worried about me. Right? Chu Machin's face couldn't be any darker. Coldly said, Xuan, stand away from me. Where are your parents? Xuan pouted and looked at Chu Machin dissatisfiedly. You are still so cold. Really boring. But I like it. Xiaomi was stunned by this sentence. I think this girl is still interesting. Whether it is her words or her personality, there is some interest. Although she moved towards Chu Machin, the magical thing is that Xiaomi did not hate her, and even thought she was a little cute. Realizing her thoughts, Xiaomi trembled involuntarily. This idea is really a bit outrageous. Chu Machin looked at Xuan coldly. Xuan snorted, did not speak again, and obediently took her hand away from Chu Machin's arm. Gu Haoyu said beside Xiaomi, don't worry. The boss never paid any attention to Xiao Xian. After hearing what Gu Haoyu said, Xuan looked at Gu Haoyu fiercely. Little Guzi, do you want to die? He looked at Gu Haoyu threateningly. Gu Haoyu raised his hands directly. Auntie. I was wrong. Xuan next to him looked at Gu Haoyu with satisfaction, and looked at Xiaomi again with a smug look, and then turned and walked inside. When he arrived at the door, Xuan shouted directly, Father, Mother, Brother Chen and little Guzi are here, and Xiu little cutie, and 2 beauties. Xuan said the word beauties very reluctantly, but he still gritted his teeth and said it. Xiaomi and Shenyun looked at each other and smiled. As for Chu Machin, he kept looking at Xiaomi nervously, wanting to explain to Xiaomi. But Xiaomi didn't even look at him. The usually calm President Chu seemed a little at a loss at this moment. Chapter 46 Learn the Truth. Xiaomi looked at the two old people coming down from upstairs and said nothing. Chu Machin walked towards them respectfully. Uncle Hua. Auntie Hua. Xiaomi and Shenyun didn't know each other, so they smiled and greeted them. The Hua couple on the stairs looked at them and smiled kindly. Hello. Xiaochen and Xiaoyu are here. Come in. Hui Yin is not known. Can you contact him? Mother Hua looked at Chu Machin worriedly. Chu Machin heart tightened. And he said, Aunt, Old Hua and the third son are together. Don't worry. They went to the south today. The Hua couple looked at Chu Machin in confusion, confirming the credibility of his words. Seeing that Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu both nodded, they were relieved. Hua father asked, Xiaochen, what's the situation outside now? I could see some news before, but now there's nothing. Well, the whole city is out of power, and the internet is out of control. It's a mess now. We're just waiting for rescue. After hearing what Chu Machin said, the faces of the Hua family members turned bad, and their eyes were confused. Hua mother grabbed Hua father's arm. Boss. Our boss. Chu Machin didn't intend to hide it. He looked at Hua parents and said, I don't know. The only thing I know is that the zombie virus is worldwide. Hua mother felt that her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. Her eyes turned red, but the old man still held back. Hua Ningxuan next to her looked at the heavy atmosphere of everyone and said hurriedly, Brother Chen, I had a fever last night, and I could throw out ice slag in the morning. Xiaomi was shocked. Is this ice power? She remembered that ice power seemed to be a rare power in that world. Other rare powers included spiritual power and healing power. As a result, now I not only know the spiritual system, but also an ice system? The most common superpowers in that world are strength, speed, and physical strength, which are physical strength-enhancing superpowers. The intermediate superpowers are metal, wood, fire, and earth. The highest level is space, spirit, healing, and mutated ice and thunder superpowers. Chu Tingsu's superpowers are intermediate superpowers, while Shenyun healing superpowers are advanced superpowers. I am just a little loser. Nothing. What makes Xiaomi most curious is Chu Machin's superpowers, which she has never seen before. He has space, but the space superpower attack is not used by Chu Machin, which is very strange. Every time Chu Machin attacks, she can feel the surrounding is very cold, and Chu Machin attack speed is too fast. Before she can see clearly, Chu Machin has already withdrawn his hand. Xiaomi looked at Hu Ningxuan and said, Try to snap your fingers? In her previous life, she had seen people snap their fingers or wave their hands to create an ice wall or ice cone. Some superpowers can even freeze an entire piece of ice directly. Hu Ningxuan didn't want to pay attention to Xiaomi, but she listened to Xiaomi's advice. She took 2 steps back and snapped her fingers lightly, and countless ice chips burst out between her fingers. Xiaomi saw that it was useful, so she reminded her. Try to gather the energy and release it later. Hu Ningxuan followed Xiaomi's advice and started to try. After trying a few times, she was able to condense a complete ice cone. And slowly, she could even condense different shapes according to her ideas. The result of Hu Ningxuan's high spirits was that her mental power was exhausted. She couldn't condense anything. She was terribly pale. Xiaomi looked at Shenyun and said, Sister Yun, try it. Use your energy to slowly penetrate her body. Shenyun followed Xiaomi's instructions and operated slowly until she felt Hu Ningxuan's sea of consciousness slowly filling up. Then Shenyun stopped. After stopping, he looked at Hu Ningxuan and said, Try again. Hu Ningxuan, who was still doubting, opened her eyes and felt that she was full of strength. She was immediately happy. Shenyun's eyes changed when she looked at Xiaomi, full of admiration. Afterwards, when the ice cone was condensed again, Hu Ningxuan completely became a fan of Xiaomi and Shenyun. Ah, Sister Qiao, how can you be so powerful? Woo! Such a beautiful and powerful beauty is so fragrant. After saying that, she threw herself directly into Xiaomi's arms. Then she glared at Chu Machin fiercely. What are you looking at? Sister Qiao is mine. Chu Machin rolled his eyes directly. Who was looking at you with hostility just now? Chu Lauer. Shut up. If you say anything else, I will show you the photo of you wearing a skirt. Humph. Sister Qiao. Do you want to see it? Xiaomi ignored Chu Machin's resentful eyes and nodded wildly. Shen Yun on the side looked at Huiningshuan, who had just called Brother Chen, but now turned his face, and refused to recognize him. I have to sigh that a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Huiningshuan looked at Chu Machin proudly and whispered to Qiami, I show it to you later, so that it won't be ruined by Chu Lao. Introduction to the family. Chu, Hua, Shen, Gu, Li, and Luo are the 6 great families in Kyoto. The eldest of the Luo family is not with them usually. Therefore, the relationship between the other 5 families is very good. But since Shen Wentao's father took over the Shen family, everyone gradually stopped interacting with the Shen family. And the heirs of the Chu family and the Li family are both Chu Machin. So now everyone thinks that there are only 4 families left. Chu, Hua, Gu, and Luo. Okay. Getting Qiami answer. Huiningshuan was so happy. Who'd let Huiningshuan be the only little girl among these families? Naturally, everyone pampered her. Therefore, even if Chu Machin was cold to everyone, he was a little indulgent to this little princess. But now, he was really indulgent to Qiami. After all, one is his sister, and the other is his wife. President Chu still knows it clearly. Looking at Qiami with resentment, as if accusing Qiami. Qiami wanted to go up and rub Chu Machin's head. But because there were so many people around, Qiami held back. With Huiningshuan's jokes, the mood of the Hua family's old couple gradually eased. Huiningshuan also saw it, so he stopped playing tricks. He quietly hugged Qiami's arm. Hua father looked at Chu Machin and said, Xiaochen, come up with me and tell Xian to entertain everyone. Old woman, you are also downstairs. I will ask Xiaochen about the situation outside now. Hua mother wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth several times. But in the end, she said nothing. Chu Machin glanced at Gu Haoyu, and then went upstairs with Hua father. Huiningshuan's expression changed, and then he stepped forward to help his mother down. Mother, come down quickly. I give you some ice to cool you down. Mother Hua smiled. Okay. Mother Hua's smile was very forced. Everyone was restraining their emotions and digesting them slowly. Whether it was Chu Machin, Chu Tingsu, or the current Hua family. Qiami turned to look at Shen Yun, wanting to see her mood. After all, they still had a father Shen. Shen Yun smiled and said softly, It's okay. Don't worry about him. I don't want to care about his affairs now. So let it be. I have done my best. At most I will send him some supplies later. Well, okay. I will accompany you then. Shen Yun smiled. Okay. Upstairs, Chu Machin told Hua father about Hui Yan's situation. Father Hua was silent for a long time, and his old face became even older, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. Chu Machin said again, I will go to see Grandpa Gu with Xiao Si in 2 days, and test Hui Yan blood by the way. Where is he, now? With Lao San. You can go to see him later? No. If I go, the old woman will be suspicious. Chu Machin looked at the expression on Hua father's face, and said nothing. Any comfort would be in vain. Chapter 47. Huiningshuan collapses. When Chu Machin and Hua father came down, Hua father had adjusted his mood. Therefore, not only Huiningshuan, but even Hua mother, who was sleeping beside him, did not notice Hua father's abnormality. Old woman, Xian will go out with Xiaochen and others to find supplies later. We will stay here. Going out will also cause trouble for the children. Oh, okay. Hua father is over 70 years old this year, and Hua mother is almost 70 years old. In addition, they are all ordinary people. There is no attack power, so it's better to stay at home. At least it's safe. As for Huiningshuan, after all, she is a superpower, and a superpower with advanced superpowers. Naturally, she has to go out. After all, this end of the world will not end so quickly. No one can protect her forever. She can only become stronger slowly. After hearing what her father said, Huiningshuan looked at her parents firmly. Okay. But Mom and Dad, you must stay at home well. Okay. You pay attention to your own safety. What father instructed. Huiningshuan smiled and said, Oh, my father. You have seen your daughter's ability. Isn't she invincible? He looked at Father Hua proudly. Father Hua smiled. Okay. Then you are fine. Your mother and I will stay here. Yeah. Qiami looked at them and said, The country will definitely arrange shelters and other places in the future. These are temporary. Father Hua looked at Qiami and nodded. I believe the country will have a way. My daughter, thank you. My child is sometimes willful, and has caused you trouble. Uncle, you are polite. Uncle Hua, I left some supplies for you and Aunt. Where should I put them? Chu Machin interrupted their politeness at this time. Father Hua wanted to refuse, but seeing Chu Machin firm eyes, sighed. Okay. Then let's move things now. No. I have awakened the space ability. We can just go directly there. Chu Machin looked at Father Hua and explained. Father Hua nodded repeatedly, saying okay. 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 He took Chu Machin to the storage room on the first floor. The Hua family had few servants to begin with. And after the end of the world, everyone was worried about their families. So Father Hua asked everyone to go back and check on them. Now only the housekeeper and his wife were left. The two of them took care of the family affairs. Chu Machin came to the storage room and took out a lot of bottled water directly, which was the most important thing. And then some food. Uncle Hua, what's the temperature in the cellar now? The temperature in the cellar is very low. There is no electricity anyway, so it's not a big problem even if there is a power outage now. Then I put the food over there for you. I also have a portable silent generator here. You can use it later. Where should I put it for you later? Father Hua's face was full of gratitude. He looked at Chu Machin with red eyes. Shaochen. No need. We have an emergency generator here. There is a silent one outside. It's okay. Diesel or gasoline? Diesel. Then put some diesel in it for you. After saying that, he didn't wait for Father Hua to refuse again, and directly waved his hand to put a lot of diesel in the storage room. Then he went out. After everything was done, Chu Machin and the others were ready to leave. When they reached the door, Chu Machin looked at them and said, Uncle Hua, don't turn off the electricity on the wall. Uncle Hua, you are here now. I will come to pick you up when there is a safe place later. Okay. Okay. You are all good children, Father Hua said with a face full of relief. After Chu Machin and his friends left, Shin Wentao's car had already parked beside them. Chu Machin and his friends waited until Butler Hua closed the door before heading towards the car in front. Huining Xuan, you take Xiaoxi's car. After saying that, Chu Machin motioned Xiaomi to go to the back with him. Xiaomi naturally had no objection, but Huining Xuan directly stopped Xiaomi's arm. Sister Chichi, can you come with me? Brother Chen, big ice block. You will get frostbite if you go with him. Xiaomi laughed out loud. This description is indeed appropriate. But to be honest, Chu Machin is really not a big ice block in front of her. Well, at most, he is a proud Pomeranian. Thinking of this, the more Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin, the more she felt like him. No, we still have some things to discuss. See you later. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she touched Huining Xuan's head soothingly, looked at Shen Yun, and motioned her to take Chu Tingsu into the car. Shen Yun nodded. He pulled Chu Tingsu into the car. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin sideways and whispered, Do you want to let her know? I can't hide it. Xiaomi understood. Then I saw Chu Machin looking at Huining Xuan and said, Come here. Control your voice. And do you need a quick-acting heart pill? Huining Xuan rolled his eyes. Uncle Chu, what are you thinking? Am I such a rookie? Okay. Chu Machin didn't say any more nonsense, and took Huining Xuan directly to Shin Wentao's car. After seeing Shin Wentao, Huining Xuan smiled and greeted him, preparing to open the car door and sit in the back. But Xiaomi grabbed her arm and stopped her from getting in the car. The main reason was that Hui Yin was sitting in the back, so the door could not be opened directly. You tell me? Xiaomi said, and looked at Chu Machin beside her. Chu Machin looked at Huining Xuan, sighed, opened the car door in front of him, and revealed Hui Yin inside. Huining Xuan looked at Chu Machin and Xiaomi in confusion. What's going on? Why are you so mysterious? After saying that, she turned around and looked at the back seat of the car beside her. Then she saw her brother sitting in the back. His face was pale. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on the exposed skin were bulging. Huining Xuan was stunned. Is this her brother? That proud genius doctor? Hui Yin lowered his head and did not dare to look at Huining Xuan. Huining Xuan wanted to rush towards Hui Yin with red eyes, but was stopped by Xiaomi. No contact. Your brother is not very able to control himself now. Huining Xuan collapsed even more when she heard this. She was ready to burst into tears, but Xiaomi covered her mouth. Hold it. You know it's not the time to cry. Your mother can't stand such stimulation. Xiaomi covered Huining Xuan's mouth with one hand and patted Huining Xuan's back with the other hand. Huining Hu Ningxuan said sullenly. I want to sit next to my brother. After saying that, he looked at Chu Machan pleadingly, hoping that Chu Machan would agree. Chu Machan looked directly at Shen Wentao. You take Xiaoxi's car. I can drive here. Let's go find some supplies. Mainly warm and cooling. Let's find ice first. Okay. Then I go over there. After Shen Wentao left, they got in the car and prepared to leave. But as soon as the car started, Hu Yin became excited and struggled constantly. And the seat belt was about to be broken by him. Hu Ningxuan looked at his brother's appearance. And he couldn't help his brother. He felt very uncomfortable. And looked at Chu Machan with red eyes. I don't know what to do now. Do you want to stay? If you stay, you will be killed directly by the survivors here. Chu Machan explained slowly. Chapter 48. Suspicion of Superpowers. Hu Yin slowly calmed down. But the scarlet in his eyes became more obvious. And his whole mood was very irritable. This made Xiaomi realize that he must teach Hu Yin to control his emotions as soon as possible. And most importantly, teach him to use his superpowers. As expected, it should be a zombie king of the spiritual system. There have been other zombie kings with superpowers in that world. But their intelligence is obviously not as good as Hu Yin. Momo, find me a quiet place. I have something to do. Chu Machan looked at Xiaomi and pondered for a while. Then said, Is the basement okay? Yes. But it must be soundproof. And I need absolute safety. Okay. No problem. I want to do an experiment. Stop at the front door. Chu Machan looked at the zombies at the door, and roughly knew that the experiment Xiaomi wanted to do was related to zombies. But he didn't know what specific experiment she wanted to do. Okay. When they arrived at the door and the car stopped, the zombies ran directly towards their car. All the zombies were very stiff. Whether it was their walking posture or their expressions, they were very stiff and dull. After Xiaomi got off the car, she punched the zombie closest to her, and the zombie's head was blown off by Xiaomi. If Xiaomi hadn't already mastered the strength and position accurately, those sticky things would definitely spray on Xiaomi's face. Chi-Chi, I help you find something. Chu Machan kicked the zombies behind him away and walked towards Xiaomi. Xiaomi squatted on the ground. Her hands wearing disposable gloves kept searching in the pile of mucus, and said without raising her head, No. Just help me keep an eye on the surroundings. Okay. Chu Machan didn't force it anymore. Knowing Xiaomi's character, he naturally wouldn't force her. Xiaomi searched for a long time and found nothing. So she guessed that the crystal core had not yet condensed. Let's go. Get in the car. Chu Machan didn't say anything. Nor did he ask Xiaomi what she was doing. After getting in the car, he drove them directly to the place Xiaomi wanted. In the car, Hu Ningxuan looked at Hu Yin carefully, leaning forward. Brother, are you feeling bad? Can I help you with something? Hu Ningxuan looked at his brother distressed. His eyes were red all the time. Hu Yin looked at Hu Ningxuan crying in front of him. Although he didn't quite understand what he should do, he subconsciously didn't want her to cry again. Stiffly stretched out his hand and slowly rubbed Hu Ningxuan's face. Wanted to help Hu Ningxuan wipe away her tears. But Hu Ningxuan couldn't hold it back and cried again. As Hu Ningxuan cried, Hu Yin emotions slowly began to get out of control. And the whole person became irritable. And there was a possibility of losing control at any time. Xiaomi quickly looked at Hu Ning and said, If you cry again, get off. Your brother can't control himself now. What are you doing? Xiaomi said this very seriously. And Hu Ningxuan was directly scared. She also successfully held back her tears. She looked at Xiaomi timidly. I understand. Sister Chi-Chi, I won't cry anymore. Hu Ningxuan is only 20 years old this year. She was born by her mother desperately. So she was spoiled since she was a child. But she has brothers like Hu Yin and Chu Machan. She successfully prevented her from growing up crooked. She was just a little spoiled. But she was not a bad person. Therefore, Xiaomi was also happy to teach her. Otherwise, she would have been thrown out of the car by Xiaomi. After Hu Ningxuan stopped crying, Hu Yin emotions slowly calmed down. And they arrived at the place Chu Machan said. It was a shooting club. But there were really a lot of zombies inside. Xiaomi took a look and saw at least hundreds of them. This was still outside. And she didn't know how many were inside. We start when Xiaoxi and the others arrive. Yes. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machan's car started again and drove towards the street behind him. 5 minutes later, they met Gu Haoyu car. Chu Machan opened the window and said, Let's go. Xiaoxi, Don't get off. Boss. I can do it. Believe me. Gu Hao you didn't want to be such a waste. Unable to do anything. And needed their protection. Seeing Gu Hao you say this, Chu Machin didn't insist anymore. Everyone got out of the car. Xiaomi pulled Hui Yin. Mainly because Wen Ningxuan might not even be able to protect herself. Let alone pull her brother. After the group appeared, the zombies inside were boiling after smelling the smell of humans. They all ran towards them. Don't get caught by the zombies. After shouting, Xiaomi directly started to deal with the zombies in front of him. And one punch was 10 points. In order to return the points to the system, Xiaomi said that she had really put in a lot of effort. Hao looked at Xiaomi's voice with grievance and said silently, "This is not my fault. It's not the main system. What can I do? I can only obey. I am the one who suffers the most. Okay?" After complaining silently, he quickly went to record Xiaomi points. Xiaomi is really serious about killing zombies in order to improve herself and pay off the debt to the system. After all, she has no special abilities, so she can only rely on the system to improve her strength as soon as possible. Otherwise she will have to die in front of those powerful zombies, who made her no longer the invincible zombie king. Wen Ningxuan looked at Xiaomi's actions, and her eyes were full of stars again, and she liked Xiaomi even more. If it weren't for the wrong timing, she would have wanted to go up and give Xiaomi a bear hug. Chu Muchen was always within 2 meters around Xiaomi. Although Xiaomi didn't need his help, he still had to watch Xiaomi's situation. The most powerful one should be Chu Tingsu, who turned himself into a fireman, constantly stretched out his little hands, and threw fireballs at the zombies. Chu Machin. Right. Xiaomi took action while pulling Hui Yin, and also looked at their situation when she was free. When she saw a zombie on the right side of Chu Machin, Xiaomi's heart tightened. That zombie was obviously different from the other zombies, and was much faster than these zombies. After Xiaomi reminded him, Chu Machin also discovered the different zombie, and began to brew black mist in his hands, ready to hit the zombie. Perhaps because of its sensitivity to danger, the zombie began to change its direction. It was ready to pounce on Shen Yun. Chu Machin quickly stepped towards the zombie, and a ball of black mist hit the zombie's head, and the zombie fell to the ground directly. Xiaomi saw the whole process, and became more curious about Chu Machin's ability. Seeing that their crisis was resolved, Xiaomi continued to start the action in her hands, because she was just a humble worker. Chapter 49 Hui Yen Upgrades. After dealing with the zombie in front of her, Xiaomi slowly walked towards the zombie that Chu Machin had just attacked. She had a hunch that the zombie was most likely a speed zombie. Momo, help me keep an eye on it. Okay. After getting Chu Machin's response, Xiaomi slowly approached the zombie. After getting close, Xiaomi took out a dagger from the space, inserted it into the zombie's brain, and stirred the zombie's brain vigorously. After feeling a hard object, Xiaomi's face showed joy. It seems that what she thought was right. This is a speed zombie, and what she is touching now is the zombie's crystal core. She exerted force on her hand and turned the hard object out, looking at the white diamond-shaped crystal core in her palm. Xiaomi's mood became much better. Momo, you can take me there. You can slowly deal with the remaining zombies. If it doesn't work, you can drive away after I go in. Chu Machin didn't answer Xiaomi's words, but just moved quickly inside. Chi-Chi, this is it. You go in first. I take care of the outside. Xiaomi pushed Hui Yin in, kicked the zombies in front of him away, and then entered the room that Chu Machin pointed to. Be careful. Retreat if it doesn't work. Don't worry. I have a plan in mind. Seeing Chu Machin say this, Xiaomi didn't insist anymore. After all, there was Chu Machin's nephew inside, and she thought Chu Machin wouldn't be the kind of love-brained person. For her own sake. After entering, she saw that this was actually a shooting room with good sound insulation. She was in a good mood. With this place, her words would definitely not be heard. Sure enough, after the door was closed, she couldn't hear the sound of the zombies outside at all. Then Xiaomi began to recall the process of using her supernatural powers before. Hui Yin, try to probe the energy in your body into my brain, and say what you want to say. Xiaomi kept gesturing with her hands while speaking. After listening to Xiaomi's words, Hui Yin tried according to Xiaomi's instructions. The first time was not successful. Hui Yin immediately became anxious, and the scarlet in his eyes became deeper, and even the color was a little blood red. Xiaomi could only guide Hui Yin slowly. After trying 3 or 4 times, Hui Yin was finally able to communicate with Xiaomi. Hui Yin, who could communicate, was like a child who had just learned to speak. Very excited, and constantly invaded Xiaomi's sea of consciousness. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. Brother, do you know that I am very uncomfortable with you doing this? Hui Yin looked at Xiaomi in confusion, not understanding why Xiaomi was uncomfortable. Xiaomi could only helplessly explain, I am just an ordinary person and cannot bear your energy. Hui Yin gradually understood what Xiaomi meant and nodded to Xiaomi. Xiaomi smiled and handed the white diamond crystal core to Hui Yin, guiding Hui Yin to absorb the energy inside. With previous experience, Hui Yin can already control the energy in his body very well, so he started to absorb it soon. Xiaomi was very satisfied with Hui Yin's actions, muttering, It seems that it is the same as the world I quickly traveled through before. So it seems that Sister Yuan and the others can only absorb transparent crystal cores. The division of zombies and psychics is the same. Low-level psychics can only absorb low-level crystal cores. That is, white diamond crystal cores. And the intermediate psychics of the gold, wood, fire and earth system correspond to gold, green, red, brown, and blue diamond crystal cores. High-level psychics can absorb intermediate crystal cores, but they are not very useful. It is best to absorb transparent diamond crystal cores. Transparent crystal cores can only be found among high-level zombies and psychics. Hui Yin is a psychic, and the best thing would be to find him a transparent one. But it is obviously impossible now. In order to communicate with Hui Yin normally, he can only upgrade first. His intelligence will also increase accordingly after the upgrade. Sure enough, half an hour later, Hui Yin absorbed the energy of the crystal core. When he opened his eyes again, Xiaomi could clearly see that his eyes had changed. Although he has not upgraded to level 1, he is almost there. Now he has reached the peak of level 0. Thank you, Hui Yin said to Xiaomi with his consciousness. Xiaomi smiled, with a cunning look in his eyes. Do you want to thank me? Hui Yin looked at Xiaomi like this, and shook his body involuntarily, but still nodded. Yeah, Xiaomi said excitedly. Then how about you invade Chu Machen's brain and scare him? Do you dare? He asked if he dared. But Xiaomi's eyes clearly said I know you don't dare. In the past, Hui Yin would never be fooled. But now Hui Yin's intelligence is not that high. So he nodded directly. Then he began to hold his breath and concentrate, looking for Chu Machen. But he didn't know what to say. Looking at Xiaomi and said, What should I say? Just say, Chu Machen, you son, why don't you come and meet your father quickly? At this point, Xiaomi's face was full of teasing. Doubts and entanglements flashed across Hui Yin's face. But he said so in the end. What Xiaomi didn't expect was that after Hui Yin finished speaking, Chu Machen attacked him with his mental power. Hui Yin fell to the ground instantly, holding his head in pain. Xiaomi was so scared that she hurried out to find Chu Machen. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Chu Machen with a gloomy face and closed his eyes. Momo, don't. That's Hui Yin, Xiaomi said anxiously, pulling Chu Machen's sleeve. Chu Machen was about to attack again, and after hearing Xiaomi's words, he quickly withdrew his mental power from Hui Yin's brain. Looking at Xiaomi, he asked what happened. Xiaomi explained what happened just now. Chu Machen gave Xiaomi a slap on the head, but the force was very light. Xiaomi stuck out her tongue, laughed, and looked at Chu Machen with embarrassment. Let's go and see Hui Yin. His intelligence has increased a lot now, and he can communicate with us with his consciousness. Chu Machen was very surprised by this. After entering, he saw Hui Yin holding his head and preparing to get up with stiff hands and feet. Chu Machen took a long step and stepped forward to help Hui Yin up. Old Hua, can you communicate with me? When Hui Yin saw Chu Machen, excitement flashed in his eyes, and he nodded to Chu Machen. Thank you, boss. Chu Machen heard Hui Yin's voice in his mind, and his eyes looked at Xiaomi more passionately, and he was very excited. He felt that after meeting Xiaomi in the end of the world, his life became much more meaningful. Chi-Chi, thank you. Xiaomi waved his hand indifferently. Having said that, let's go. We have to get out quickly. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she turned around and walked outside, while Hui Yin behind her said to Chu Machen again, I want to protect my parents. I can do it. When Hui Yin could communicate, Chu Machen also had this idea. After all, he was worried about the old couple at home. Now that Hui Yin could communicate, he could secretly let Hui Yin into the Hua family. Okay, let's go. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he quickly walked to Xiaomi. Chi-Chi, let's send Lao Hua back. Yeah. Sure. Hui Yin, try to use your energy to attack the zombies' heads, or control the zombies to make them obey your instructions, Xiaomi said in her heart, wanting to try if Hui Yin could hear her voice. Chapter 50 Embarrassing Things. Okay. I try it later. After hearing Hui Yin's voice in her mind, Xiaomi felt much better. After all, with such a powerful weapon around, everyone would feel good. After the group went out, Chu Machin sat in the driver's seat. Hui Yin no longer needed someone to lead him, and could sit in the passenger seat by himself. But his hands and feet were still a little stiff. He couldn't fasten his seat belt. But now, he could control his emotions. And Chu Machin and Xiaomi didn't plan to fasten his seat belt anymore. After Chu Machin started the car, he heard Xiaomi's stomach growling. Looking at Xiaomi in the rearview mirror apologetically. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry to have kept you hungry for so long. This made Xiaomi embarrassed. Oh, there are a lot of food in my space. What do you want to eat? As long as you want. I have it here. As he said this, a steaming pan-fried bun and a cup of milk tea appeared in his hand. Chu Machin smiled. It's okay. You eat first. Let's go to my place to eat something before going to the Hua family. How about that? No. Meet them first. I have a lot of things. Okay. After they met, Xiaomi rolled down the car window. Su, what do you want to eat? After hearing what Xiaomi said, Chu Tingsa shook his head quickly. He didn't want to trouble others. Sister, I'm not picky about food. Anything is fine. Shen Yun looked at Huiningshuan. Are you losing weight? If not, how about we just have fast food? I'm fine with anything. Huiningshuan whispered. She wanted to go over there to see her brother, but she didn't dare to say it, seeing that everyone had no objection. Xiaomi took some fried food and lunch boxes from the space and handed them to Shen Yun next to her, and then looked at Huiningshuan's depressed look. She winked at Hui Yin and said in her heart, Hui Yin, say a few words to your sister. Hui Yin nodded, found Huiningshuan's breath, invaded her brain, and said, Xian, I'm the second brother. Huiningshuan covered her mouth in disbelief. After taking another look around to see that there were no zombies, he opened the car door and jumped out. He ran towards Xiaomi's car. Chu Machin said lightly, Little Four, drive back to our place. Or find gasoline. Oh, 3. I leave it with you first. Shen Wentao nodded. Okay. Boss, do you have a lot of supplies over there? Do you need me to take some out? No. After saying that, he signaled Gu Haoyu to drive away. Shen Wentao is a space-based psychic. It should be said that among their group, only Shen Wentao is a serious space-based psychic. Xiaomi's space is because she has a system. Chu Machin's space is a jade bracelet that he bought back from the auction last week. This was the night when he broke the cup because of a fever, and his hand was cut, and the blood was stained on the jade pendant, which opened the space. After Huiningshuan got in the car, he looked at Hui Yin in front of him and said in disbelief, Brother, it was you just now, wasn't it? Is it? It was you. Right. Hui Yin touched Huiningshuan's head with stiff fingers, and said with consciousness, Xian, it's brother. Don't cry. Huiningshuan nodded excitedly. Don't cry. I won't cry. Brother, you are so amazing. You can talk without opening your mouth. Huiningshuan looked at Hui Yin in surprise. Xiaomi held her forehead. Is this child a tiger? Then she heard something that made her want to laugh even more. I only heard Huiningshuan say again, Uncle Chu. You are really too much. You actually let my brother pretend to be a zombie. Brother. You are also. You actually lied to me. As he said that, he slapped Hui Yin's head directly. Xiaomi, Chu Machin, This kid is really a tiger. Huiningshuan. Your brother is a real zombie. But he is a mutant zombie with psychic powers. After Chu Machin finished explaining, Huiningshuan looked at Hui Yin in disbelief, holding Hui Yin's face with both hands and rubbing it hard. After finding that nothing could be rubbed off, she was sure that they did not lie to her. Her mood instantly became bad. But in the end, Huiningshuan was still estimating Hui Yin's mood. Huiningshuan did not show obvious disappointment. If Hui Yin's vision was not affected now, you can definitely see the disappointment in Huiningshuan's eyes. But Hui Yin's vision is now equivalent to that of a 1-year-old child. So he can't see the emotions in Huiningshuan's eyes clearly. Brother, You are so great. Look at those zombies. They are all like idiots. You are so awesome. Uh-huh. Are you their boss? Huiningshuan said excitedly. It's not impossible. I feel like your brother will be the zombie king in the novel in the future. After Qiaomi finished speaking, Huiningshuan's eyes became much more excited. Then my brother can be with us? He can also help disperse the zombies. Ha ha ha. Can he control the zombies to come to us? Qiaomi looked at the stars in Huiningshuan's eyes, not knowing whether to say that this child is careless or that she has a good psychological quality. And she recovered so quickly. I don't know. But you can let your brother try it. Let's go. Momo. Momo? Aw, Uncle Chu. You, ha ha ha. Huiningshuan pointed at Chu Machin with wide eyes, and laughed so hard that tears came out. She fell directly on Qiaomi's legs. Chu Machin's face was dark, and he felt that he should not be soft-hearted to this devil. It's just too annoying. Qiaomi didn't understand, and looked at them in confusion. She asked Huiyin, but Huiyin didn't know either. After all, his memory has not been fully restored yet. When Huiningshuan laughed enough, he stood up and approached Qiaomi fearlessly under Chu Machin's cold eyes. Uh-huh. Sister Chi-Chi. Let me tell you. Grandma Chu wanted to have a girl. But Uncle Chu was arranged by Grandma Chu to wear a skirt since he was a child. Uh-huh. Momo is Uncle Chu's nickname. But he didn't let anyone call him that after he was 5 years old. Ha ha. Chu Machin glared at Huiningshuan. How do you know everything? Grandma Chu told me. Who told you to be away all day? So I was the only one to accompany them. Uh-huh. Uncle Chu. You didn't expect it. Huiningshuan looked at Chu Machin proudly. Chu Machin was in a bad mood at this time, and ignored Huiningshuan directly. On the way afterwards, Huiningshuan told all the embarrassing stories of Chu Machin. And Chu Machin was so angry that he almost threw Huiningshuan into the pile of zombies. When they met a few lone zombies, Qiaomi asked Chu Machin to stop the car. Let Huiyin try to control or attack those zombies. Huiyin followed Qiaomi's instructions and used his consciousness to invade the zombies' heads. After locking the zombies' brains, he began to issue his own orders. But it was still useless. They still walked towards their car in a daze. Huiyin tried again. It was not until he tried more than 10 times that he mastered how to deal with these zombies. In fact, these zombies had no intelligence, so they could not understand his orders at all. If he wanted them to obey, he could only give them orders slowly, and he could only order them to do a single thing. Chapter 51. Fire a gun to deter. I succeeded. I succeeded. Huiyin excitedly said to Qiaomi with his consciousness. Qiaomi had certainly seen it. After all, the zombies had already started to leave in the opposite direction of them. Huiningshuan was shocked to see the zombies slowly leaving the car window. He turned his head to look at Qiaomi and Chu Machin. My brother controlled it? Can my brother really control the zombies? Qiaomi looked at Huiningshuan and nodded. Huiningshuan was really excited now. After all, Huiyin was really strong now. Not only did she not have to worry about Huiyin's safety, Huiyin could also help protect her family. And now Huiyin had intelligence. That meant Huiyin would not be easily killed. She was also afraid that Huiyin would be treated as a zombie by healthy people before. The car slowly arrived at the Hua family in Huiningshuan's excitement. After stopping, Chu Machin took food to the old couple and entered the Hua family. Uncle Hua. No need to close the door. I won't go in. I wait for Chu Machin outside. Qiaomi said to Butler Hua with a smile. Butler Hua responded with a smile. Okay. Then I stay here with Miss Chiao. Huiningshuan waved his hand directly. No. Uncle Hua. You go in and pack up the things that Uncle Chu brought. And then lock the door later. Butler Hua wanted to say something else, but was pushed directly inside by Huiningshuan. Qiaomi saw Butler Hua turn his back and hurriedly said to Huiyin, Huiyin, you go in now and find a place to stay by yourself. Understand? Yes. Thank you. Qiaomi waved her hand. Then he said again, you can communicate with your father. He knows your situation. Huiyin's eyes flickered for a moment, and then nodded. After Huiyin left, Huiningshuan and Chu Machin came out not long after, and they left the Hua family. Meanwhile, Gu Haoyu and his team were cleaning up zombies at the entrance of a gas station. No one expected that the strongest among them was Chu Tingsu, who dealt with half of the zombies. The most embarrassing one was Gu Haoyu, who had no special abilities and low combat power, and finally needed Chu Tingsu protection. It was really embarrassing. Shen Wentao, as a space-based special ability user, was mainly responsible for collecting supplies, and his special abilities had no offensive power. But Shin Wintao had been a soldier, but he retired 2 years ago, so his combat power was the highest among the four. Chu Tingsu, relying on his small stature and agility, shuttled among the zombies, especially the flames all over his body, which could help him prevent the zombies from smelling his body. This made him feel more comfortable. Gu Haoyu was so envious and jealous. When everyone said that the zombies were almost dealt with, Shin Wintao went in to find gasoline, and the rest of the people stopped the zombies from going in. He was surrounded by a group of people. They had seen how powerful Chu Tingsu was before, so after Shin Wintao went in, they were ready to take Chu Tingsu away by force. Little thing, I give you a chance. Come here by yourself. Otherwise these people will die here. The yellow-haired leader looked at Chu Tingsu arrogantly. Chu Tingsu looked at Gu Haoyu and asked what to do next. After all, Shin Yun can only treat, and he is really not good at attacking. He can barely deal with these zombies, but he definitely can't deal with these people with bad intentions. Gu Haoyu has no special abilities. Therefore, Chu Tingsu began to get scared. Gu Haoyu looked at these people and knew that the next battle was inevitable. Sister Yun, go find the third brother. Shin Yun hummed, and when Gu Haoyu said to start, he ran directly into the gas station, shouting Shin Wintao while running. And those people saw that they were still trying to resist, and their faces were full of disdainful smiles. You don't know how to live or die. Then do it. Leave that little guy to me, and kill the rest. After the man in sunglasses finished speaking, he held the dagger under his nose and sniffed it pervertedly. Did that non-mainstream look directly cause Gu Haoyu discomfort? It was too greasy. Did he think he was a gangster? It was too disgusting. Even Chu Tingsu trembled. He looked at the man with disgust. These people were originally gangsters in the neighborhood. After the end of the world, they awakened their superpowers, so they were ready to use their superpowers to do something. Since yesterday, they have been robbing supplies on the whole street. Originally, they also wanted to come to the gas station, but everyone knew that they had to stock up on gasoline. Otherwise the car would not be able to drive at all. Therefore, there are so many zombies here. They have never had the courage to come. As a result, when they saw the four of them, they dared to come over, and they were all betting on how many seconds they could live. Unexpectedly, they basically cleaned up all the zombies here, so they couldn't sit still and ran to rob their supplies. After Shin Yun went in, Shin Wintao was loading the gasoline and diesel they needed into an idle oil barrel nearby. Sister Yun, what's wrong? Hoo-hoo. Outside, someone is coming to rob. Shiu-shiu. Cough cough. Shin Yun panted heavily, and after telling the key news, she began to cough continuously, and Shin Wintao's expression changed immediately. He took out 2 machine guns directly from the space. Stop it. He threw one of them to Gu Haoyu. The 2 of them looked like big villains, looking at those people, loading the machine guns and pointing them at them. When the man in sunglasses saw the machine gun, his sunglasses fell off directly, and his face was full of disbelief. And the little brother beside him began to tremble. They were just little gangsters, in normal fights, let alone guns. They didn't even dare to use knives. Where had they seen such a scene? The man in sunglasses swallowed his saliva and said, "Oh, you want to scare me with a fake one? Haha. It's so funny. You actually hold a fake machine gun. Come on. Come on. Shoot me. Haha." His face was full of mockery, but there was still hesitation and fear in his eyes. Shin Wintao looked at the man, sneered, and fired 10 shots directly at where they were standing. Ah, really, really, really. Ah. For a while, those people were so scared that they jumped up and down. The man in sunglasses was scared to tears. After Shin Wintao's gunshot stopped, he sat on the ground in fear. There was a large wet spot under his buttocks. What a shame. You dare to come out with such courage? Gu Haoyu looked at the man in sunglasses sarcastically, walked up slowly, and put the muzzle of the gun against the man's forehead. The man in sunglasses was so scared that he started to cry. Wow, wow, wow. Woo, woo, woo. No. Big brother. No, no, no. Sir. Don't shoot. Without waiting for the man in sunglasses to continue, Gu Haoyu said disdainfully, "Get lost?" The man in sunglasses said quickly, "Yes. Yes. I get lost now. Get lost now." He wanted to stand up after saying that, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up at all. It was the two younger brothers behind him who helped him up. The group rolled and crawled into the car and left. Shall see. You wait for us outside. I guess the noise just now attracted a lot of zombies. If it doesn't work, shoot to help Su later. Got it. Third brother. Chapter 52. The gas station was surrounded. 5 minutes later. What Gu Haoyu didn't expect was that the first thing they waited for was not zombies, but survivors who came after hearing the noise. Gu Haoyu ignored these people and continued to stand in the car, looking into the distance. Seeing that Gu Haoyu ignored them, those people rushed into the gas station one after another. Gu Haoyu certainly couldn't stop them. After all, this place was not theirs, and these survivors could definitely go. As long as they didn't make trouble, they would definitely leave some for them. Shin Wentao thought so too. He had collected a lot of gasoline into the space before, and was holding an oil barrel to collect number 95 gasoline at this time. He had collected a lot of number 92 before, so he didn't collect it this time. After seeing the big oil barrel in Shin Wentao's hand, those people had different expressions on their faces. Some were indifferent, and some were disgusted. A man in his 30s looked at Shin Wentao's operation, sneered, and said disdainfully, "Some people are just greedy." "Ha ha. You are not greedy. If you are not greedy, remember to pay." After Shin Yun finished speaking, he ignored the man and helped Shin Wentao hold the edge of the oil barrel. The man was choked by Shin Yun and snorted coldly. "Don't you think about others? Why are you so selfish? You take so much. What do we take? Shin Yun will not indulge these people. If it weren't for us, would you be able to come alive? While we are still here, you should take it quickly and get out." The man's face turned red when Shin Yun said that. They did come down because the zombies here were eliminated by the people in front of him. But he still couldn't accept it when a woman said it. "You are so powerful. What's wrong with escorting us?" "Ha. I am your mother? I have the responsibility to take care of you." "Cut. Really? Why? Just because you are so shameless?" The rest of the people blushed when they heard Shin Yun's words against the man. But they didn't say anything. After all, they really didn't dare to do so before. After listening to Shin Yun's words, they hurriedly searched for the things they needed, and left quickly after taking the things. Of course, there were also people who thought the same as the man. Some people even thought that when the zombies came, they would definitely not stand by and watch them die. 10 minutes later, Shin Wentao had filled 2 barrels, and directly waved his hand to put the oil barrels in front of him into the space. "Let's go!" After Shin Wentao's voice fell, Shin Yun and Chu Tingsu followed Shin Wentao out of the gas station. "Hey, wait a minute. Wait until we are done," a middle-aged man shouted. The woman next to him looked at Shin Yun with malicious eyes. "That's right. You girl are really cruel. Can't you wait for me for a while?" The woman glared at Shin Yun, while frantically putting the things in the gas station into the suitcase. Shin Wentao was too lazy to pay attention to these people, and signaled Shin Yun to take Chu Tingsu to get in the car first. "Let's go. Don't bother with him." Shin Yun went out directly after saying that, ignoring those protesters. Gu Haoyu outside jumped out of the car with a bad face. "Third brother. Sister Yun. Let's go quickly. There are a lot of zombies over there." As soon as Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Shin Wentao picked up Chu Tingsu and dragged Shin Yun towards their car. The people inside also hurriedly put away the things they had looted and ran outside. Just as Gu Haoyu was about to start the car was surrounded by those people. The man who had just confronted Shin Yun looked at them with dissatisfaction. "You provoked those zombies. You just drove away without solving them. Isn't this inappropriate?" "Inappropriate shit. Get out of here." Gu Haoyu cursed angrily, started the car directly, and prepared to reverse and leave. Who knew that the 2 women stood directly behind the car and threw a stone under the wheel? Gu Haoyu's temples throbbed. Shin Wentao took out his gun and shot the middle-aged man in front of him. Bang. "Ah. How dare you? You are illegally holding a gun and will be sentenced to death." "Ah." The man fell to the ground holding his legs. Shin Wentao looked at him with disdain. "Drive? Just run over him." After the voice fell, the people on the side quickly pulled the fallen man back, and some of the timid ones had already run away. Gu Haoyu looked at those people with disdain and sped away directly. As soon as the car turned into the street on the side, they saw at least 200 zombies on the street, walking towards them stiffly. Gu Haoyu couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had been observing the surrounding situation just now. It turns out that there are not only zombies coming in front. It is estimated that the zombies around here will also come. After the voice fell, Gu Haoyu quickly took out the walkie-talkie and contacted Chu Machin and others, mainly because he was afraid that they could not get out of the zombie encirclement. Boss, can you hear me? Yes. Chu Machin took out the intercom and replied coldly. Boss, we are at the gas station on Wanning Road. How far are you from here? Xiaomi quickly took out her mobile phone, opened the map she had downloaded before, and started to check. Momo. 14 kilometers. Gu Haoyu's face became much more serious after hearing this. He handed the intercom to Shen Wintao and concentrated on driving. After all, he was a racing driver, so he could only try his best to see if he could escape from this group of zombies. Shen Wintao took it and said, We will solve it ourselves. We just fired guns. There are many zombies here now. We have already looted a lot of supplies in the car. Drive to the maximum speed and protect yourself. I will rush over now. You go up, take Qingzhen Road, and go down from the International Trade Building. Okay. Shen Wintao hung up the intercom, took out a lot of bullets, and then opened the sunroof. Sister Yun. Xiu, hold my legs tightly. The two nodded. Shen Wintao stepped on the middle handrail and directly leaned out his upper body. The machine gun fired at the zombies. The thumping sound and the zombies' roars made people's scalps numb. Shen Yun's hands holding Shen Wintao's legs were shaking, and his lips were trembling. In comparison, Chu Tingsu's mood was much more stable. After all, as a child who grew up in a military area, especially in the case of the Chu family, Chu Tingsu has been accompanied by these sounds since childhood. Shen Wintao used a machine gun to deal with all the zombies blocking the car. In addition, the zombies on both sides of the car, especially those clinging to the car, must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be more and more zombies, and there will even be a risk of overturning in the end. Chapter 53 Childish Comparison. Gu Haoyu let out a long sigh and slowly slowed down the car. There were no more zombies around. After the car turned, there were basically only a few zombies following behind. After Shen Wintao dealt with the zombies around the car, he retreated into the car. The sunroof closed again. Fortunately, I modified this car before. Otherwise, I would not be able to get out of the zombie encirclement. Gu Haoyu said thankfully. Then he thought of something and said hurriedly, Third brother, how much space do you have in your space? Let's go collect a few cars. You can only put 2 at most, and you can only put them under the things. Shen Wintao's space is only 100 square meters, and now it is full of things. Mainly some things from the electronic city before. A small amount of food. And weapons. Then ask the eldest brother later. I don't know if he can put them down. It's a pity for my cars. Gu Haoyu said distressedly. Let's go check it out later. They don't have that many cars now, so they must go to Gu Haoyu car dealership. After all, there are all modified cars there. Well, Sister Yun, I get you and Miss Chia one later. The cars I have are very good. Shen Yun nodded. Okay. I haven't driven a modified car yet. What's the difference between it and a normal car? There's no difference. Just better performance. After listening to Gu Haoyu's words, Shen Yun felt that she could indeed give it a try. She had seen other people modify their cars before, and she wanted to, but her strength didn't allow it. She didn't want to modify it blindly, for fear of being cheated. Turn left ahead. Shen Wintao reminded Gu Haoyu when she was about to go straight. Okay. As soon as they turned, they saw Chu Muchin's car. Gu Haoyu slowed down slowly, and after getting closer, he lowered the window. Boss, do you have space to put down cars? Yes. How many? 12. At least. Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Machin distressed, hoping that he could put them down. After all, they were all his treasures. Chu Machin thought about the situation in the basement and nodded. Okay. Gu Haoyu was instantly happy, and then looked at Xiaomi and said, Miss Chiao, you and Sister Yun can also pick one you like later. I have a lot of them. Okay. Thank you. Xiaomi smiled, and that smile made Chu Machin unhappy, and he immediately raised the window. Let's go. Gu Haoyu looked at the raised window and laughed. See, we are not allowed to see even Miss Chiao's smile. I advise you not to commit suicide. Gu Haoyu laughed twice, and Shen Yun's voice came from behind. No. I said you are ignoring me as your agent? I'm still sitting in the back. Gu Haoyu gave Chu Tingsu a look, and Chu Tingsu looked at Shen Yun aggrievedly. Aunt Yun, do you dislike my uncle? I will make my uncle change. Please don't dislike him. Okay? Shen Yun, I brought a green tea doll. Back off. Back off. And Yun didn't dislike it. It's just that I think our Chi-Chi is not worthy of Chu Shen. Yes. That's it. Shen Yun nodded firmly at Chu Tingsu. No. It's my uncle who is not worthy of Sister Chi-Chi. How could it be? Look at my Chi-Chi family of bloodsuckers. And Chi-Chi is just a traffic flower now. And there is no award to show. Chu Tingsu shook his head in disapproval. Sister Chi-Chi is young, beautiful, and gentle, while my uncle is old, ugly, has a bad temper, and is not considerate. No. Chu Shen is so handsome. Chu Shen just needs to be handsome. Sister Chi-Chi is also beautiful. Shen Wentao and Gu Haoyu looked at each other. Well, they haven't said anything yet. But they are starting to worry. Shen Wentao was speechless. You should stop. And you will be finished if the boss knows. Chu Tingsu quickly covered his mouth, looking at Shen Wentao with his big eyes, asking Shen Wentao. Shen Wentao looked at Chu Tingsu with a smile. Okay. He can't hear now. Chu Tingsu put down his little hand. Is Chu Shen so scary? You are all so scared. Shen Yun looked at the people in front of him puzzled. Gu Haoyu, who was most touched, started to wail. That's because you haven't experienced it. You don't know how ruthless Chu Shen is. Ouch. Thinking of his childhood, Gu Haoyu couldn't help but tremble. Shen Yun couldn't imagine it. Soon they arrived at Gu Haoyu car dealership. Fortunately, there were few people near the car dealership, so there were few zombies. Half an hour later, they cleared the area. After seeing the cars in Gu Haoyu car dealership, Xiaomi was very happy. There were too many good cars, and they were all modified. Gu Haoyu looked at his treasure with satisfaction, then raised his eyebrows and said, Let's go. There are a few top cars in the basement. He led everyone to the office inside. Then, he opened the password door on the wall. Xiaomi looked at the secret password door and raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that there are a lot of good things here. Come on. Take a look. There are only 7 cars now. There were many before, but a batch just went out. Gu Haoyu turned on the emergency lights. The situation inside shocked Xiaomi. There are no racing cars here, but they are all some rare good cars, as well as 2 modified military jeeps and an off-road vehicle. This kind of car has a very high body, which is very suitable for the current situation. It can avoid zombies very well. Xiaomi looked at the off-road vehicle and immediately liked it. Can I have this off-road vehicle? Sure. If you can fit it in the space. Take a few more. Some of the vehicles above don't have such good performance, so don't take them. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Xiaomi hurriedly said, Do you have a motorhome? No. But I know a few motorhome dealers. Do you want to go? Well, I go and have a look later. I just take this one. It would be best if I could find a few off-road motorcycles so that it will be convenient later. Chu Machin nodded in agreement. I don't know about this. It involves my blind spot in knowledge. Gu Haoyu scratched his head and said to everyone, Then we talk about it later. It would be best if we could find one. Even without these vehicles, we have enough for us. Xiaomi said, and put the off-road vehicle in front of him into the space. Sister Yun, what about you? After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Shen Yun shook her head. Forget about me. My driving skills are not good. I'm with Chi-Chi, so I won't be picky. Okay. Xian, forget about you. Your driving skills are even worse. Boss, you can take the rest. Chu Machin didn't say anything, and waved his hand to put all the cars into the space. Wen Ningxuan snorted and didn't say anything. After all, her driving skills are really not good. Then several people went out. After leaving the car dealership, Xiaomi said, It's past 4 o'clock. Let's go back and see the situation now. The zombies over there still need to be dealt with today. In fact, it's not that Xiaomi can't bear it, but she thinks that those zombies will attract more zombies in the community. After there are more zombies, her house will definitely not be habitable. Now she doesn't really want to change houses. Chapter 54 Government Response. Bitch. Are you crazy? Ah. Chungbin collapsed and looked at the zombies in front of him, cursing Lu Shi angrily. Lu Shi laughed crazily, ignoring her body injured by Chungbin kick, and insisted on hugging Chungbin tightly. Chungbin looked at the zombies getting closer and closer in horror. He wanted to break free from Lu Shi's arms, but he couldn't break free. Lu Shi, I beg you, let me go. I will save you in Okay? Chungbin blushed and began to beg Lu Shi. But Lu Shi was not moved at all, just holding Chungbin's legs tightly. After struggling for a day, she finally decided to die with the man in front of her. Now she had only one thought, which was to let Chungbin die. So she was not moved at all. The zombies also approached them at this time, and rushed directly towards Chungbin. Aw, Lu Shi. Bitch, damn, aw. Chungbin was bitten by 3 zombies, and the whole person fell into fear. Lu Shi on the ground was also pounced on by 2 zombies. A bite on Lu Shi's neck. Lu Shi slowly let go of the legs holding Chungbin and greeted death. After the zombies bit off half of Chungbin's face and one arm. Chungbin mutated, and his whole body kept twisting. Then, as if his limbs were broken and reorganized, Chungbin stood up from half lying on the ground in an extremely twisted form. The zombie that was biting him just now stopped biting after smelling the same kind of smell. He began to circle in the room. Lu Shi also began to mutate. Because they were bitten by zombies, they looked particularly scary. Especially Lu Shi, because half of her neck was bitten off by the zombies. Her whole head was now tilted and hanging on the remaining neck. It looked weird and scary. Xiaomi and the others also arrived downstairs at this time. Xiaomi and Chu Machin were still charging, and both of them punched a zombie. They quickly moved inside. Now there are nearly half as many zombies here as before. Xiaomi didn't know whether the people here were bitten by zombies and mutated, or whether these zombies were attracted here. But no matter what, these problems need to be solved. So he didn't bother to figure out how it came about. This place is really weird. How can there be so many zombies? Gu Haoyu said in surprise. Shen Wentao also had this feeling. I don't know. Aren't there so many people here? How can there be so many zombies? Shen Yun snorted coldly and explained. It's because these people are evil-minded. They hung a dead woman in our window and attracted many zombies. Gu Haoyu said angrily. Humph. These people are really outrageous. Why don't you care about them? Just go to the boss and take care of them. No. Shichi likes this place. And there are too many zombies. The problem of this building is not the problem of the entire community. So it's better to clean it up. Gu Haoyu felt that what Shen Yun said made sense. So he didn't say anything more. Continue to clean up the zombies in front of him. After hearing the zombies roaring louder outside, those people were trembling and hiding in their homes. No one dared to stick their heads out to see what was happening outside. In addition, there was no internet connection now, so they couldn't contact each other, and they didn't know what was happening outside. Some of the brave ones dared to look through the cat's eye. After seeing Xiaomi and the others cleaning up the zombies, they started to curse at home. They cursed Xiaomi and the others for not coming out earlier. Xiaomi and Chu Machin were too lazy to pay attention to those people, and said whatever they wanted. But Gu Haoyu didn't tolerate these people. He directly held a zombie head and hung it in front of the family's door. The man inside fell to the ground in fear. Chu Tingsu was even more ruthless. He pushed all the dead zombies around to the door of the family. Uncle Gu. Uncle Shen. Help. The two looked at the zombie corpses in Chu Tingsu's hands, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Well, the Chu family are all ruthless people. The two threw the zombies in front of the family's door and turned around to continue walking up. A zombie mountain was erected directly in front of the family's door. When they reached the 12th floor, Xiaomi looked at the wide-open door, which was full of zombies, and frowned. How stupid it was. They could actually open the door, and the room was occupied by zombies. It was really out of the ordinary. After Xiaomi went in, she saw 2 zombies whose faces were bitten and could not be seen clearly. How stupid is it to be bitten by zombies like this? Chi-Chi, there is another one behind you behind the curtain. Chu Machin reminded. Xiaomi turned around and saw a zombie that was already wrapped by the curtain, struggling to break free from the curtain, but couldn't break free. So stupid. Goodbye. Be smarter in the next life. After saying that, he punched the zombie on the head, and the zombie fell to the ground, and the curtain was directly brought down by the zombie. The curtains on both sides fell down, bringing down the surrounding things. Xiaomi shrugged, turned around and went out to continue walking upstairs. After everyone went upstairs, Xiaomi directly took out a big meal from the space, with all kinds of cuisines. Braised spare ribs, garlic crayfish, braised lion head, stir-fried cabbage, steamed crab, steak, salmon, Arctic scallops, crayfish, sweet shrimp and various sushi. Everyone looked at Xiaomi with admiration, especially Huaning Xuan. whose eyes began to sparkle with stars. Sister Chi-Chi, I really love you to death. How can you be so awesome? Ah, so fragrant. When Ningxuan smelled the food in front of her with satisfaction. She thought she wouldn't be able to eat these things in a short time. Unexpectedly, she ate them so quickly. It was so happy. Xiaomi smiled and called everyone to hurry up and eat. After all, it wouldn't taste good if it got cold. After dinner, they began to discuss when to go to the seafood market, fruit market and farmer's market to stock up some food. While they were discussing, they heard a loud broadcast outside. Attention, citizens, the zombie virus has now broken out worldwide. Our entire city is now in the first level of defense. Everyone should try not to go out. We will drop supplies on the roof of each building at 12 o'clock every night. We found that the zombies have poor eyesight, but their hearing and sense of smell are very sharp. Everyone should be prepared and wait for the government's rescue. Experts have found that the weakest part of the zombies is the head, especially the temple. On the premise of protecting yourself, everyone can deal with the zombies around them as much as possible. Finally, I want to say that we are always with you. After that, the helicopter left and continued broadcasting in another place. Xiaomi and Chu Machin looked at each other. It seems that it will be more difficult to find supplies in the future. Well, I guess that the government stockpile must not be much. And the situation in the future is not optimistic. We must hurry up and find a place where we can wait for a long time. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi after he finished speaking. The meaning is self-evident. He just wanted to invite Xiaomi to join him. Chapter 55 No Love. I think about it. As soon as Xiaomi finished speaking, Hu Ningxuan hugged Xiaomi's arm and said, Then I go with Sister Chi-Chi. You guys go. Hu Ningxuan had an expression that said I was going to hug someone's thigh. Chu Tingsu hurriedly walked to Xiaomi's side and looked at Chu Machin pitifully. Uncle, I want to go with Sister Chi-Chi too. Chu Machin, I didn't say anything. You guys are so impatient to kick me out? Seeing that everyone said so, Shen Yun came out to smooth things over. Chi-Chi, let's change places. It's obvious that we can't stay here anymore. Those people downstairs will definitely come again. Xiaomi frowned and thought for a while. Okay, then let's find a safe place first. And we move there after we're done. Okay. Chu Machin smiled and nodded. Behind Xiaomi, Chu Tingsu and Hu Ningxuan high-fived each other and looked at Chu Machin proudly. Chu Machin showed no expression, mainly because he didn't dare. If Xiaomi saw this, wouldn't his girlfriend who he hadn't gotten yet be gone? After discussing it, Xiaomi and Chu Machin decided to go see the place Chu Machin mentioned before. The two drove to see Chu Machin Manor. After seeing the size of the manor, Xiaomi expressed his satisfaction. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to rebuild. The wall at the door needs to be raised, and barbed wire and electric fences should be added. Besides, the place is too big, and our security cannot be so large. Chu Machin looked at the manor in front of him and said, as long as there is electricity, there will be infrared outside the door. There are also walls. Now there are fences all around. There is no way to deal with zombies or too many people. After that, Xiaomi said again, there is another way. That is, the downstairs where I live now can be slightly modified and lived in. Looking at Chu Machin obviously depressed expression, Xiaomi hurriedly said, we can go to the government shelter later. The government will definitely have a shelter. We don't need to spend time on the renovation. Chu Machin was silent, but it was only a few seconds, and he nodded directly. Okay, then modify the one downstairs. After Chu Machin finished speaking, his face was full of doting smiles. Xiaomi's heart trembled when he saw it. What they didn't expect was that the people in Xiaomi building had tied ropes from the rooftop and were going to enter Xiaomi house through the window. And several martial artists were ready to do it. Shen Wentao, who was reading a book, heard something wrong outside the window, and his face changed. Shall see. The window. He stood up quickly and walked towards the window of the living room. He opened the curtains and saw 4 men hanging outside the window. He was holding a hammer and smashing the window. If Xiaomi hadn't replaced the window, it would have been smashed by the hammer. Shen Wentao had a gloomy face and took out a pistol from the space directly, pointing it at the man in front of him. Shall see. Open the window. After that, Gu Haoyu opened the window with a click. Bang. Shen Wentao broke the man rope with a shot, and the man fell down. The others looked at Shen Wentao in fear. Pull us up. Pull us up. Pull us up. Quick. Big brother. We were wrong. Let us go this time. Let us go. Damn. Pull us up. Ah. The three were killed by Shin Wintao with 3 shots. And then Gu Haoyu closed the window. And the two opened the door to see the situation above. As a result, they saw several people running as soon as they opened the door. There were men and women. Gu Haoyu raised his gun. Stop. Otherwise. Huh? Our guns don't have eyes. Think carefully. Everyone was frightened by Gu Haoyu's playful smile and stood still. Gu Haoyu looked at these people with satisfaction and said coldly, "Come on. Tell me. Whose idea was it?" A thin woman looked at Gu Haoyu carefully and said, "Just now. The attention of those 4 people. We are all helping." Helping? Really? The woman raised her hand and swore. After the woman finished speaking, Shin Wintao shot the woman away with a bang. The rest of the people saw them shooting and started screaming. The two looked at the screaming people coldly. And Shin Wintao said coldly, "Can you tell the truth now? Or do you want to find them?" The faces of those people were horrified. And the man closest to Gu Haoyu hurriedly said, "It's really not our fault. They proposed it. We were coerced." Bang. 1 shot killed. Finally, those people realized that they basically couldn't leave today. The short-haired woman looked at the situation in front of her. And the whole person was scared to tears. Looking at Gu Haoyu and Shin Wintao in horror. She said timidly, "We are from the gym next door. We really have no choice. We heard that you have supplies here. So we came here. Please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again." The woman said with a pair of pitiful eyes looking at Gu Haoyu, who was closest to her. When she stretched out her hand, she didn't know if it was intentional. He actually pulled his collar down, revealing his proud cleavage. Gu Haoyu felt it was eye-catching. He raised his hand and shot. Goodbye. After that, he and Shin Wintao quickly dealt with the remaining 3 people. They were not going to leave these people behind. They were like time bombs. And if one happened, there would be another. After dealing with them, Gu Haoyu turned sideways and shouted, "Su, come out. The bodies of these people must not be left like this." So they prepared to let Chu Tingsu cremate their bodies directly. "Uncle Gu, what's the matter?" Chu Tingsu looked at Gu Haoyu in confusion. Gu Haoyu covered Chu Tingsu's eyes, and then said, Su, you shoot a fireball in front of you. We have to deal with these people." Chu Tingsu then knew why Gu Haoyu covered his eyes. "Uncle Gu, I'm not afraid." After that, he took Gu Haoyu's hand away from his eyes. "Are you sure?" Su. "Uncle Gu, if you are afraid, hide behind me. I am not afraid anyway." Gu Haoyu was speechless for a moment after being told by Chu Tingsu. He did not know how to refute and said aggrievedly, "Okay. If you are afraid, just close your eyes." "Got it." Gu Haoyu was relieved and took his hand off Chu Tingsu's eyes. Chu Tingsu snapped his fingers, and a baseball-sized fireball instantly formed between his fingers, surrounded by flames. And the flames were about the size of a basketball. The little guy hit the flame in his hand at the man in front of him. And the man's whole body began to catch fire. In a moment, the whole person could no longer be seen as a human. Gu Haoyu's eyes widened when he saw this. I really did not expect the little guy to have such a great killing power. This made Gu Haoyu doubt himself again, and feel that he was a waste. Third brother. How can I be worse than Shushu? Am I too useless? Shin Wintao patted Gu Haoyu's shoulder. Just when Gu Haoyu thought Shin Wintao was going to comfort him, Shin Wintao said, "It's okay. It's good that you have self-knowledge. Gu Haoyu, there is no love. There is no love in this world." Chapter 56 The Boy. There are still people downstairs. Shall see. You and Sister Yun. Xian is upstairs. Let's go downstairs to clean up the downstairs. Okay. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Shin Wintao took Chu Tingsu downstairs. Walking downstairs, when they found the corresponding place of their living room window, Shin Wintao blocked Chu Tingsu behind him. Su, you must cover your eyes this time. The situation over there is not good. Chu Tingsu hummed softly. He had already smelled the strong smell of blood, which made him very uncomfortable. So he was not prepared to show off. Let Shin Wintao put his big hand on his eyes. Obediently follow Shin Wintao instructions. Shin Wintao was disgusted by the situation here, and the whole person kept suppressing the surge in his throat, resisting the discomfort. 10 minutes later, the bodies of the 4 people were finally dealt with. But they couldn't clean up the blood on the ground. It depends on what Xiaomi and Chu Machin can do. At this moment, he could only cover the bloodstains with some dirt to hide the smell. Let's go. Xiu. Not long after the two of them went up, Xiaomi and Chu Muchen came back from outside. As soon as they arrived at the door, they smelled the unusual smell of blood in the air. They looked at each other and hurriedly opened the door. When they saw that they were all sitting in the living room, they were relieved. What's the matter with the bloody smell outside? After Chu Muchen finished speaking, Shen Wentao told them what had just happened, and the expressions on their faces suddenly became extremely cold. Xiaomi said coldly, tomorrow, at 2 doors directly to the safety stairs on the 23rd floor. And they don't think they can get the supplies. Well, we will go to find things tonight, and the things needed for the transformation below. After Chu Muchen finished speaking, Gu Haoyu asked, are we not going to the manor over there? Well, it's too big over there. There's no need. Indeed. Then shall we leave now? Gu Haoyu stood up. Chu Muchen looked at Xiaomi and asked for her opinion. Xiaomi looked at the current situation and said, Momo, you and Xiu, I and Mr. Shen, you 3 stay at home and take care of the house. Gu Haoyu was unhappy, and he also wanted to go, but he also knew his own ability, so he didn't say anything. It was considered an agreement. Chu Muchen looked at Xiaomi and said, can you do it? Xiaomi looked at Chu Muchen unconvinced. Huh? Can I do it? Of course I can. No. It's mainly because I don't know if the third brother will drag you down. Shen Wentao, rolling eyes, boss. Thank you so much. Xiaomi smiled and then said, I chose a material similar to bulletproof glass for the windows here, so they won't break it easily. Don't worry about us. Chi-Chi, you must protect yourself when you go out. Chu-Shen, Xiu is too young. How about I go with you? Shen Yun felt that it was a bit cruel to let a little guy like Chu Tingzi go. She felt that she and Hu Ningxuan could do it. Gu Haoyu must be at home. After all, he can shoot and protect himself. Chu Muchen touched his nephew's head and said to Shen Yun, no, Sister Yun, Xiu can do it. He needs to exercise. After that, he looked at Xiaomi. Let's go. Well, let's go. Sister Yun, you take turns to rest. We may need you to watch tomorrow. Okay. Then the 4 left. The reason why Chu Muchen must take Chu Tingsu away is because he wants Chu Tingsu to improve his strength as soon as possible. He is afraid that Chu Tingsu will have an accident, so he must let Chu Tingsu improve his ability as soon as possible. Strive to be independent as soon as possible. Xiaomi made such arrangements because she understood Chu Muchen meaning. They went directly to the furniture store that Xiaomi had gone to before. Everything there was very complete, and now only they could find what they needed. Chu Muchen did not go with them. He went to move the bed. So Xiaomi and Shen Wentao acted alone and went directly to the furniture store. There's a store in front. I saw a lot of high-quality doors there before. Let's go take a look. Xiaomi pointed to the store in front where she bought doors and decorated them. Shen Wentao kept looking at the surroundings. Okay. There should be a lot of zombies here. I heard a sound. Yeah. I guessed it. Let's slowly move closer. The two of them spoke and walked very lightly. After slowly approaching, Xiaomi heard the roar inside. There are zombies inside. Solve them quickly. After saying that, he slowly approached the store. Sure enough, after they approached, the roar of the zombies in the store became clearer. Shen Wentao was a little shocked. He didn't hear the roar of the zombies just now, but Xiaomi heard it. If the current situation was not very suitable, he really wanted to ask Xiaomi what kind of supernatural power this was. It may be that the merchant pulled down the rolling shutter in an emergency, so there is no place to go in around now. Xiaomi observed around and decided to go down from the top of the 2nd floor. Mr. Shen, you, Shen Wentao will do. Xiaomi smiled. She was younger than Shen Wentao, so she definitely couldn't call him by his name. After all, he was 5 years older than her. Then third brother. Just call me Chi-Chi. Shen Wentao thought that third brother would not make Chu Muchen jealous, so he agreed. But calling him Chi-Chi was impossible. Let's call Xiaomi. Okay. Then third brother. You watch down there. You be the one to deal with the zombies outside. I go get the stuff. Okay. Be careful. Don't worry. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she stepped on the debris next to her, climbed the edge of the 2nd floor, and slowly moved her body up. Then she jumped onto the 2nd floor with a force. Then she used the same method to get to the roof, followed the eaves above the roof, and jumped down from the attic next to her. Prepare to go down from the attic. As soon as he jumped down, He felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Xiaomi subconsciously kicked the person who was about to attack him. Then he turned around. When he turned around, he saw a woman in her 40s or 50s lying on the ground. And there was a teenager next to him, holding a steel pipe in his hand, ready to hit him. When the teenager saw Xiaomi turning around, he looked at Xiaomi fearfully and said, "You, what do you want to do? I tell you, I will really do it." The woman who was kicked down by Xiaomi looked at Xiaomi with fear. Don't hurt my son. We don't have anything here." "Really?" Xiaomi looked at the boy's clear eyes, and finally did not choose to do it. "I will clean up the zombies below. But in return, I will take away what I need below." "Okay." The woman looked at Xiaomi puzzledly, and the boy next to her looked at Xiaomi with scrutiny after Xiaomi said this. Then he said, "Okay, but I want you to take me to clean up the zombies. I want to learn how to deal with them myself." Xiaomi's eyes showed surprise. Chapter 57 Maeda. "Okay, I will teach you. And I will guarantee your safety tonight. Remember, it is better to rely on yourself than on anyone else." The boy's eyes gradually lighted up, and he nodded heavily to Xiaomi. "Well, thank you." Xiaomi smiled, waved his hand, and looked at the boy and said, "Then let's go." "Where to go down?" "This way," the boy said, and slowly walked towards the attic. The woman grabbed the corner of the boy's clothes. "No, you can't go. It's dangerous. Son. Mom, don't worry. I can protect you." The woman's eyes flashed with entanglement, and finally she was unwilling to let go. The boy slowly took the woman's hand away. "Mom, don't worry." Then he left directly. Xiaomi now appreciates the boy in front of him more. At the same time, he also decided to protect him today and teach him how to deal with zombies. "When the door is open, stay behind me and watch me do it. Remember, you must protect yourself and don't let the zombies catch you. The zombies are weakest in the head, so you must be quick, accurate and ruthless when you attack them." "Okay." The boy held the steel pipe in his hand tighter. He followed Xiaomi closely and prepared to attack. After Xiaomi opened the door, he didn't see any zombies, so he walked inside. For some reason, since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the moonlight is very bright every night. So even if the lights are not turned on, the situation inside can basically be seen clearly. After Xiaomi went in first, he walked directly to the stairs. As soon as he passed by, he saw a zombie circling on the stairs. He went up and punched it, and it was a direct headshot. The boy saw Xiaomi's actions and the zombie that fell to the ground, and his face turned red. The veins on his forehead began to bulge. The discomfort in his stomach made his whole face pale. But he held back. There was no sign of fear. Therefore, Xiaomi liked this boy even more, thinking that if she helped him now, she might be able to use him later. Xiaomi didn't expect that she would be able to use him later. And even because of the boy's help, she could walk out of that place alive. Of course, this is all later. After going downstairs, the zombies on the second floor rushed towards Xiaomi. When you see them, just do it. Be quick, accurate and ruthless. You may not have a chance to do it again. Xiaomi's voice was cold, but the boy felt warm. He whispered, "Okay, but I am not strong enough. Will I be unable to kill them? And then the zombies will get up. I will help." After saying this, Xiaomi did not speak again, and quickly dealt with a large number of zombies. There were 3 zombies left for the boy, waiting for the boy to deal with these zombies. The boy's eyes slowly changed. He was a little scared at first, but now they were full of scarlet, and his eyes became violent. Xiaomi was very satisfied, and his eyes became somewhat approving when he looked at the boy. After hearing the noise, the zombies below rushed to come up, and Xiaomi rushed to the stairs to stop the zombies from coming up. When the boy saw a large number of zombies coming up, he began to get anxious and his speed of attack began to speed up. Xiaomi saw the boy getting anxious and said, "Take your time. Don't be anxious." "Yes." After the boy responded, he stabilized his mind and started to deal with the zombies in front of him again. The steel pipe in his hand smashed down the zombie's head fiercely, and blood and flesh flew out immediately. The boy's face changed, but he restrained his expression in an instant. He dealt with the zombies with all his heart and soul, and the fear in his heart was also suppressed by the boy. Xiaomi began to instruct the boy. "Kick away the zombie on your left first, and focus on the one in front. Put your right foot up and block it with your left hand. The boy followed Xiaomi's instructions and did it step by step. Soon, he dealt with the 3 zombies, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He quickly took a wooden stick from the side and started with both hands at the same time, walking towards the stairs. When Xiaomi saw the boy coming, she kicked the zombie on the stairs down with one foot, and she herself supported herself with a handrail beside the stairs and jumped down. After going down, Xiaomi stood up and punched a zombie in a vest who was about to pounce on him, and directly knocked the zombie away. Following another kick, he also pulled down the staircase sample next to him, blocking in front of the zombies. Half of the remaining zombies were soon dealt with by her, and the boy was getting better and better, and his speed of attack was getting faster and faster. But he was too exhausted, and now he was a little bit strong. After seeing this, Xiaomi helped him to clear 2 zombies around him. Only 1 zombie was left for him, but the zombies seemed to be able to sense it, and slowly stopped looking for Xiaomi, and turned to attack the boy. Oh! It seems that zombies know how to pick on the weak. The boy had no time to talk to Xiaomi. He was in a state of high tension, and the zombies in front of him were all attacking him. Not only did he have to deal with these zombies, but he also had to avoid their sneak attacks. Xiaomi kicked the zombie behind the boy away. Little guy. Then he quickly punched the zombie on the left side of the boy. 10 minutes later, everything was solved. Thank you. My name is Maoida. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a freshman at Kyoto University. Xiaomi almost laughed at the name. If he didn't feel disrespectful to the kid, Xiaomi would have laughed. Xiaomi, that's good. Intellectual. Take good care of your mother. I need a few doors and some hard glass. Can you help me find them? Maoida looked at the things in front of him, thought for a while and said, Here are some. Can you take a look at these? Xiaomi walked forward, took a look, and this was what he wanted. Nodded directly, and put the 2 doors into the space. Is there a door like a fire exit? No. We don't have that kind of door. Xiaomi thought about it, and felt that it was okay not to have it. Anyway, they could install a door and wire mesh directly at the stairs. And they could even lead some zombies in the middle. If she didn't think it was unnecessary, Xiaomi would really want to do it. It was really because of what those people did in the past 2 days that she was really angry. She had originally thought about taking the people in the entire building to become an existence that cannot be provoked in this area. As a result, these people started to make trouble before they did anything. Forget it. She was in a mood to be a saint and save such a group of things. Okay. By the way, I suggest you spread the soundproof cotton and thermal insulation cotton around, and try to go out at night to find some supplies to avoid these zombies. Thank you. I know. Actually, we have it at home. Do you need it? I can give you some food. Maoida's eyes were very sincere, and now he really wanted to give it to Xiaomi. It's just that Xiaomi doesn't need it. After all, the food in her space can keep her fed for at least a year. No, you can use it yourself. I give you a gift. After saying that, Xiaomi held a 10-inch box of tiramisu in her hand. Maoida looked at her with surprise. Thank you. Thank you. Then take a look at what else you need. I take you to the warehouse. After saying that, he walked to the back. Xiaomi really needed to see if there were any good things, so she followed Maoida forward. Chapter 58. The system finally acted like a human. Xiaomi looked at the things in the warehouse with great joy. This thing is still very useful for their current situation. There are many electric nets and some old wood inside. Xiaomi looked at the wood and always felt that these things seemed to be very unusual. What kind of wood is this? I don't know. A friend of my dad put it here. He said he moved it from his hometown. He thought the quality was good, so he wanted to take it to see if he could make something out of it. Xiaomi understood. It seemed that it was very likely to be a good thing. I want some electric nets. You can put the rest in your place to reinforce it. As for the wood, I want all of it. Is that okay? No problem. Xiaomi put the things into the space and asked, Where's your dad? I don't know. He went out yesterday and hasn't come back yet. After saying that, Maoida lowered his head. Xiaomi patted his shoulder. Protecting you is the best thing for him. Yes, I know. Are you going to stay here or somewhere else? Maoida thought for a moment and said, If possible, I want to go to my grandmother's house. They have a small store 3 or 4 kilometers away from here. Xiaomi agreed without hesitation, because just now, the system had told her that the wood was yellow pear flower wood and golden nanmu. And now she has exchanged the previous 800,000 points. There are nearly 300,000 points left. This is something she didn't expect. So she agreed to Maoida's request directly. Go and bring your mother down. I opened the shutter door. After that, Xiaomi went to open the shutter door. And Maoida went up to the top floor to pick up his mother. Third brother. Take a look at the things here. If you need them, put them into the space. By the way, collect the electric net over there and put it separately. It's for others. Okay. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he walked in and began to look for things he could use. After he finished, Maoida came down with his mother, and Xiaomi explained what happened just now to Shen Wentao. Shen Wentao did not object. After the four of them got in the car, Maoida showed them the way, and the car left the area. Maoida looked at his mother, who was constantly crying, and said, Mom, my dad will find us. Don't be too sad. He must hope that you are well. Alas. I know. The woman was depressed. Xiaomi didn't say anything. In fact, she admired this woman, because she was the first one to rush out and beat herself just now, just to protect her son. So she was willing to save the mother and son. After all, the mother's efforts were not in vain, and the child also had his own responsibilities. After arriving at the place, it was the first time that Xiaomi knew that there were villages around Kyoto. Well, it was still an eye-opener. Not to mention Xiaomi, Shen Wentao saw it for the first time. He even doubted whether this was a suburb. It seemed that there was basically no one living nearby. After arriving, they reluctantly believed that this was a place where people lived. But the defense here was really difficult to do. It was just a bungalow with a wall more than 2 meters high around it. This doesn't look like a store? Do they have to go inside to buy things? Xiaomi looked at the situation outside in confusion, and then looked at Maoida. Maoida pointed to the wall on the side and said, There is a window on the wall over there. If you need anything, you can talk directly through the window. Xiaomi said that he really had an eye-opener. It was the first time he saw such a store. I climb up the wall to take a look, so as not to attract zombies. After Maoida finished speaking, he prepared to climb up a big tree on the side. Xiaomi stopped him directly. No need. There are no zombie roars around here. Just knock on the door. Okay. After saying that, he went forward to knock on the door. Grandpa and Grandma. It's me. Mao Mao. Can you hear me? The two old people inside put down the shovel in their hands after hearing their grandson's voice. The old man hurried out and opened the door for his grandson. Shh. Keep your voice down. Mao Mao. The old man said anxiously as soon as he opened the door. Maoida nodded. Okay. After the old man opened the door, Shen Wentao took out the electric net. And then Xiaomi took out some meat. These are today's thank you gifts. We won't go in. I have another suggestion. You'd better install spikes on the wall to prevent people from coming. As long as you close the doors and windows, the zombies should be able to be prevented. This is a store. It will definitely attract a lot of people's covetousness. Thank you, Sister Chiao. I know. I will do it. Please wait. I will give you the food. After Maoida finished speaking, he ran directly into the house. And his grandfather pulled Xiaomi and said, Child, there are zombies outside now. You should take the things away quickly. I have a lot of food at home. No. I have to leave quickly, so as not to attract zombies. When Xiaomi saw this family, she felt more and more that it was right to save the mother and son today. How? Do you have electric batons or maces that can be exchanged for attack? Yes. Host. I can give it to you for free. Okay. Since you are so kind, then leave me 200,000 points. And you can use the rest to upgrade. It is still necessary to give the system some sweetness appropriately. After all, if you want a horse to run, you naturally have to feed it grass. Ah. Host. How can you be so nice? Woo woo. So touched. Then host. Maces. Electric batons are not cost effective. And you are out of electricity. Okay. Then Xiaomi had 2 maces in his hand. Xiaomi handed the mace directly to Grandpa Maoida, who was closest to him. You take it. After that, he turned around and got in the car, motioning Shen Wentao to go with him. And then the two drove away directly. When Maoida came out with 2 boxes of instant noodles, he saw Xiaomi had already driven away and put the things on the ground. He bowed deeply in the direction of their car. Let's go in, Grandpa. Ah, they are all good children. Mao Mao. You must remember their kindness and repay them in the future. Maoida nodded firmly. Yes. Son. I think they want some good quality furniture. Alas. We should give her those cooperative manufacturers of your father. Maybe they can get some. Maoida also thought of it. And couldn't help regretting that he didn't think of it just now. Go in first. I hope I will have a chance to see them later. Maoida also thought of it. And his expression on his face was a little lonely. Then several people closed the door. After closing the door and packing up the things, Maoida immediately began to discuss with his grandfather about strengthening the defense of the house. That night, they stayed up all night and strengthened the defense of the house, which also successfully prevented many people who wanted to come to their store to rob things. Chapter 59 Ashes to Ashes. Chu Machin took Chu Tingsu to pack up the things at home. Chu Tingsu looked at Chu Machin, who was busy running around, and said leisurely, Uncle, do you like Sister Chi-Chi? Chu Tingsu's eyes were very playful. Chu Machin saw it and gave him a slap. What are you talking about? Little kid? Go play by yourself. Chu Machin's ears were red, but he still had a straight face and said to Chu Tingsu seriously. Chu Tingsu was not afraid, and he went forward and said with his chest, Uncle, don't try to lie to me. I'm 10 years old this year, not 3 years old. Chu Machin, who was packing up, was silent. He looked at Chu Tingsu threateningly. Don't tell anyone. TSK. Do you need me to say it? Who doesn't know what you are thinking? You think you have kept it a secret. And Sister Chi-Chi definitely knows it. Chu Machin, Big eyes and big doubts. Chu Tingsu was speechless. What? How can you be so stupid? I can't bear to look at it. I know. I'm going to leave. After saying that, Chu Machin put the last bit of things into the space. Chu Tingsu pouted, stood up from the sofa, and prepared to leave. After going downstairs, Chu Machin looked at Chu Tingsu and the co-pilot and said lightly, Do you want to exercise? Yes. But uncle, can you understand that I am still a child? Oh! Who said that I am not a child? I said that I am not a child. Don't try to lie to me. Chu Machin smiled and touched Chu Tingsu's head. I know. Little guy. Chu Tingsu on the side was satisfied. Half an hour later, Chu Machin's car stopped at a warehouse supermarket, and he was going to go in to see if there was any food. The two got off the car when they were still 200 meters away from the supermarket. The main reason is that there are not many zombies here. After getting off the car, Chu Machin put the car into the space, and then took Chu Tingsu to walk slowly towards the supermarket. The two had just walked halfway when they saw a large number of zombies at the door of the supermarket. The zombies turned around with a dull look, their arms hanging on both sides of their bodies, and their legs were very stiff when they walked. Chu Tingsu followed Chu Machin carefully, his round eyes focused on the situation around him. After the two walked around the zombies, they found that the door of the supermarket had been closed, and the windows on both sides were blocked by shelves. Uncle, it seems that we can't go here. Should we leave? Well, let's take a look at the situation behind first. If we can't go, forget it and change places. After that, Chu Machin walked towards the window in front, ready to see the situation over there. Chu Tingsu followed Chu Machin obediently, always by his side. Don't want him to be distracted to take care of himself. Chu Machin walked around and killed several zombies, but he couldn't find a place to enter. So he gave up and walked towards another supermarket with Chu Tingsu. It's not that he couldn't get in, but there were too many zombies outside, and Chu Machin didn't want any accidents. So he gave up. Fortunately, the door of the second supermarket they went to had been smashed, and they went in smoothly. But as soon as they entered, they found that there were really many zombies here, with 1 or 2 zombies wandering around every 1 or 2 meters on average. And it was in the snack area on the first floor. He turned sideways and whispered to Chu Tingsu, You stand up. You come and see the way, and throw it to me if you like it. Understand? No. I'm not a child. Forget about snacks. I show you zombies. Uncle, you have to be careful. Chu Machin smiled. He leaned over and picked up Chu Tingsu and put him on the shelf next to him. After Chu Tingsu stood up swayingly, he slowly stabilized his body. Then, he stood up, looking at the zombies everywhere. Chu Tingsu's face flashed with worry. Uncle, there are so many. The voice was very light, but it was still discovered by the zombies next to him. The zombies stiffened their bodies and slowly walked towards Chu Tingsu. accompanied by bursts of roars. Instantly, all the zombies began to be irritable. And the zombies in the entire supermarket began to roar. Chu Ting's face turned pale instantly. Uncle. It's okay. You attack from above. Be careful of the shelves falling down. Chu Machin whispered to comfort Chu Tingsu. After turning his head, his face was full of seriousness. And the dark power in his hand was slowly brewing. He had only experimented with his supernatural powers a few times before. He was reluctant to use it because the lethality was too great. After Chu Machin waved his hand, the zombies nearby were instantly petrified, and then drifted away like a puff of gray smoke. It was as if there had never been any zombies. But the price was that Chu Machin's face turned pale instantly. Chu Tingsu naturally couldn't see Chu Machin's expression from above. But he was shocked when he saw at least 30 zombies disappear around him. At the same time, he admired Chu Machin. After the zombies around disappeared, the zombies in the distance stopped roaring. Chu Machin carried Chu Tingsu down. Do you see where the stairs are? Yes. I saw it. It's about 50 meters ahead. Then turn left. After Chu Tingsu finished speaking, Chu Machin slowly approached the direction he said. Both of them were very careful this time. With a previous experience, Chu Tingsu did not pay attention to the zombies. After safely reaching the stairs, Chu Machin saw 2 zombies on the original escalator. After looking at the surrounding situation, Chu Machin decided to go alone. He patted Chu Tingsu's shoulder and signaled him to go to the shelf and not to speak. Chu Tingsu nodded, indicating that he understood. After going up, he squatted quietly on the shelf. Chu Machin went directly to the side of the escalator and climbed to the second floor using a little open space next to it. Chu Tingsu watched his uncle's movements and his heartbeat began to speed up. Afraid that his uncle would fall, he stared at Chu Machin's movements nervously the whole time. Chu Machin was not afraid. After all, he had done more dangerous things before. But he was worried that the zombies would react. And now his physical strength is really not good. The previous move basically consumed his mental strength. Now the whole person has begun to faint. If he hadn't been holding on, he would have fainted. Going to the second floor, he went straight to the fresh vegetable area. With the moonlight, Chu Machin saw that the fish in the fish tank over there had been eaten by zombies, and there were only a few left. Even the seafood on the side was eaten up. And Chu Machin directly put all the rest into the space. Now he has dug another empty space in the yard. Want to see if he can feed these things. Then he went to the seasoning area on the side and took some seasoning. There are still a lot of things here. After all, everyone grabs those things that can be eaten directly, like instant noodles, dumplings and other things. Chapter 60 The Princess Hug That Shocked Everyone. Chu Tingsu looked at the zombies that were so close, and then looked at the elevator where Chu Machin was still. He was full of worries. The noise from his supernatural power was too loud. The next second, the zombies rushed towards the shelf where Chu Tingsu was. And Chu Tingsu quickly shot a fireball and threw it at the zombies. Then he climbed up to the shelf next to him. He dodged the zombies on the shelf. And just as he jumped to the shelf next to him, the shelf he was on before was knocked down by the zombies. All the potato chips on that shelf were knocked to the ground by the zombies. Chu Tingsu looked at the zombie that knocked the shelf down directly, his eyes full of fear, and his little body began to tremble. But he didn't dare to turn himself into a fireman. After all, that would be a big target, so he could only run quickly on the shelf. But this attracted the attention of many zombies. For a while, the zombies on the entire first floor began to riot. The huge noise attracted the attention of Chu Machin upstairs, and he hurried downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Chu Tingsu, like a small cannonball, wrapping himself in fire and rushing towards the zombies. Instantly, the zombies were ignited by Chu Tingsu's fire, and the entire first floor was illuminated by the fire. Seeing that his nephew was not in danger at the moment, Chu Machin simply did not go forward, but blocked the zombies above from running down the stairs. Chu Tingsu's attack gradually became more skilled, and the harm became greater and greater. The zombies on the entire first floor were stained with fire, and the zombies did not feel pain. Although they were covered by the fire, they still rushed towards Chu Tingsu. Chu Machin saw that Chu Tingsu's fire had dimmed, and then he rushed towards them, started to help him clean up the zombies around him. Half an hour later, the two of them went out of the supermarket and ran quickly towards their car, with zombies in the entire supermarket behind them. And Chu Machin's face was already very pale, and blood was flowing from his lips. This was bitten by himself, because he couldn't hold on any longer. So in order to stay awake, he could only bite his tongue tip and lips. And Chu Tingsu behind him was also holding on. And the two looked very embarrassed. After Chu Macheng got in the car, he contacted Shen Wentao as soon as possible. "Oh, 3. Come and pick us up. Shushu and I are not in good condition." "Okay. Come now." "Address?" "It's downstairs from my house. Shushu and I are in the car. You look for it. I'm afraid we will faint." "Yeah." The two spoke very quickly. Shen Wentao was worried that Chu Macheng would faint, and Chu Macheng had to drive with full concentration. Therefore, he quickly explained the important things. Chu Tingsu in the co-pilot seat had begun to lose consciousness and whispered, "Uncle, I am going to fall asleep." "Okay. You go to sleep. Don't worry. Uncle Shen and your sister Chi-Chi will be here soon." Chu Macheng can only stay awake by hurting himself now. After the car had driven about a kilometer, he couldn't hold on any longer. So he quickly took out a knife and stabbed his thigh directly. After forcing himself to reach the community where he lived, Chu Macheng finally couldn't hold on any longer. When his consciousness was scattered, Chu Macheng felt as if he saw Qiaomi and tried to force a smile. But in the end, he failed and fainted directly. Qiaomi looked at the fallen Chu Macheng, her heart full of worry. But she didn't have superpowers and didn't know what happened to Chu Macheng. Shen Wentao, who was next to him, looked at the two uncles and nephews who fainted, and his eyes changed. "Qiaomi, move them to our car first. I can't put them in my space anymore." "Where's your space?" "No space. Put them here first." After saying that, Qiaomi directly carried Chu Macheng in a princess hug, and Shen Wentao, who was about to step forward, was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. Then he took out his mobile phone and took a picture of this scene. Then turned to the co-pilot and carried Chu Tingsu down. "I go call Xiaoxi first. You wait for me in the car?" Xiaomi waved her hand directly. "No need. You hold Su. I carry Chu Emochen. It's not safe where we are now." Shen Wentao wanted to say something, but thinking of Qiaomi's relaxed look just now, he finally shut up. "Okay. This is a god. He, a mortal, should be quiet." When they arrived at the downstairs of the community, Qiaomi directly carried Chu Emochen on his back. Shen Wentao carried Chu Tingsu, and the group went upstairs from the stairs. When they reached the middle, Shen Wentao was soaked as if he had just taken a shower. On the other hand, Qiaomi on the side was so relaxed and walked briskly. Shen Wentao was autistic. If it wasn't appropriate to talk now, Shen Wentao really wanted to ask Qiaomi how she practiced. And soon, a scene that made Shen Wentao even more autistic appeared. When Qiaomi reached the 12th floor, she turned around and saw Shen Wentao's face was very pale. She said directly, "How about I hold Shushu in my arms and carry Chu Macheng on my back?" Shen Wentao, "It's okay. I can hold on." He stumbled as he spoke. He almost fell. Qiaomi quickly stretched out her right leg, blocking Shen Wentao and helping him stand up. Shen Wentao's face was already red, and he felt that he was really too embarrassed. Then he looked at Chu Macheng and Qiaomi's arms. "Well, I felt a little more balanced." After standing up, Shen Wentao wanted to say something else, but Qiaomi had already carried Chu Macheng on her back and was ready to take Chu Tingsu. Shen Wentao didn't insist and handed Chu Tingsu over. Then he helped Qiaomi drag Chu Macheng. When they reached the door, Qiaomi gave Chu Tingsu in her hand to Shen Wentao, and then took out the key from her pocket and opened the door. In the living room, the three of them were already sleepy from waiting, but none of them went back to the room, and they slept on the floor in the living room. When he saw them coming in, Gu Haoyu jumped up and hurriedly stepped forward to take Chu Macheng from Qiaomi's back. He looked at Shen Wentao with reproach. "Why don't you carry him? You really are," Shen Wentao said faintly. Hee. Then you didn't see that Shushu was also on Qiaomi's back just now." Gu Haoyu was stunned. "Are you so useless? Try it." Shen Wentao glanced at Gu Haoyu and didn't want to talk anymore. Gu Haoyu didn't say anything either, looking at Qiaomi, his eyes full of questions, as if to say, "Is this true?" After Qiaomi put Chu Macheng down, she was about to wipe the sweat off her face, but she didn't expect Gu Haoyu to not hold Chu Macheng. He almost threw Chu Macheng to the ground. Qiaomi looked at Gu Haoyu with reproach, and quickly held Chu Macheng. Then she carried Chu Macheng to his room in a princess hug. After coming out, I saw the surprised eyes of Shen Yun, Gu Haoyu and Huining Xuan, and Shen Yun even opened his mouth. Chi-Chi? You are Chi-Chi, right? Shen Yun was wandering around Xiaomi, looking at Xiaomi in disbelief. Xiaomi said directly, when I was filming last year, you were chased by 2 chickens for 2 blocks. Okay. You can stop talking. I don't want to hear it anymore. After saying that, Shen Yun turned into a close-minded person and squatted in the corner. When Ningxuan was online again. Sister Chi-Chi, you are my real sister from now on. I don't care if you have the same last name as me. But can you teach me how to become so powerful? Child. Go to bed. Be good. When Ningxuan, Chapter 61 Xiaomi is suspicious. Sister Yun, I might have to trouble you to go in and see if you can heal them. Shen Yun nodded. Okay. Then, they entered the room. And everyone went from the living room to that room, wanting to see what was going on with Chu Machin. Shen Yun already had experience. So he put his hands on the heads of the 2 people. He slowly probed the energy into their heads. The green energy slowly seeped in. Shen Yun's brows slowly frowned. And then, he quickly took his hand off Chu Machin's head. Chushin is rejecting my energy. I can only heal Shushu. Okay. Xiaomi is now more curious about Chu Machin's ability. And he actually began to reject Shen Yun's energy. It shouldn't be the case. Suddenly remembering a rumor he heard in that world. Xiaomi's heartbeat began to speed up. No way. No way. It can't be a dark system. Right? Isn't it a legend? Isn't it said that this kind of thing will lead to sudden death? It can't really happen to me now. Right? Xiaomi couldn't believe it. Half an hour later, Chu Tingsu slowly opened his eyes. And when he saw the people beside his bed, a smile appeared on his face. I'm fine. Sister Chi-Chi. Thank you, Aunt Yun. Uncle Shen. Please come to pick us up. Looking at the little guy's sensible appearance, Shen Yun's eyes changed a lot. And his eyes began to redden. I felt very distressed. Xiaomi stepped forward and touched the little guy's head. It's okay. Did you encounter a lot of zombies? Yes. A lot. Super many. My uncle and I killed a lot. But I couldn't use them later. I felt dizzy. This means that your mental power has been exhausted. The next time your flame starts to dim, you should know that your mental power has reached its limit. Chu Tingsa grinned with his little tiger teeth. Yes. I know. Xiaomi stood up, looked at Shen Wentao and Gu Haoyu and said, you should change Chu Machin clothes. And his leg should be injured. You should take care of it. And I will get you a medicine box. Okay. After Chu Machin's injury was treated, Chu Tingsu was already drowsy. After Xiaomi came in, he asked him to rest quickly. Chu Machin was fine. And he was just too tired and fell asleep. He closed his eyes. Everyone then left the room. Xiaomi looked at everyone and said, Xian, you and Sister Yun sleep with me. Can you 2 sleep together? Shen Wentao looked at Gu Haoyu with disdain. You sleep in the living room. I get you a bed. After saying that, he was about to go into the room, but was grabbed by Gu Haoyu. No. I still want to live with you. Looking at the 2 people's actions, Xiaomi wanted to say that you should not sleep and clean up the bottom. Your room can't fit 2 beds. You can discuss it yourself. Sister Yun, put away your things. We will stay at my place today. After saying that, he turned and went into his room. After putting the bed in place, Xiaomi took out a new quilt. Xian, yours. When Ningxuan looked at Xiaomi with resentment. Woo. We want to get close to the beautiful sister. Woo. Xiaomi was frightened by Hu Ningxuan's eyes. What's wrong? Hu Ningxuan shook his head and said nothing, but still looked at Xiaomi with resentment. Then, rest? Can't we sleep together? Xiaomi, child. Do you still remember that we were rivals and loved 10 hours ago? You are still looking at me provocatively. Be good. Sleep well. After saying that, he went to the bathroom to fill up the water and started to wash. The next day, Xiaomi got up at more than 11 o'clock. After coming out, she saw Shen Wentao and Gu Haoyu who were exercising. Good morning. Xiaomi looked at the 2 of them and said. Shen Wentao nodded and continued to lift weights. Gu Haoyu got off the treadmill and walked to Xiaomi with a sly look. Miss, can you tell me how you exercised? Then you may need to go back to school. I was born with it. Gu Haoyu, Pretend I didn't say anything. Then he continued to run. Xiaomi was too lazy to cook, so she took out some breakfast from the space, such as porridge, steamed buns, some tofu brain and fried dough sticks. Do you want to eat? The 2 looked at the rich breakfast on the table. their eyes full of joy. Ah, you are simply my Doraemon. Shichi. Gu Haoyu was about to run to the dining table. Shen Wentao stepped forward and said, "Go wash your hands." Oh! Gu Haoyu walked towards the bathroom with grievance. Shen Wentao came down slowly and said apologetically, "Don't bother with Xiao Si. The boss is still in a coma. Should we go out to find a doctor?" "No. He will be fine when he wakes up. Let's go. We will go downstairs to clean up later." "Okay." Shen Yun and Huining Xuan also came out of the room one after another. Chu Tingsu also got up. After breakfast, Xiaomi asked Chu Tingsu to stay at home, and they went downstairs to clean up the house downstairs. Chu Tingsu held his sister, who looked resentful, and stood at the door to see them off. Xiaomi looked at the kitten in Chu Tingsu's arms, and walked up to scratch its chin with a smile. Then he turned and left. When they got downstairs, they first started pressing the door at the stairs on the 22nd floor. Xiaomi exchanged a silent electric drill from the space, which cost her 2,000 points, and Xiaomi felt so distressed. But it was really easy to use, without any sound. First, an iron fence door was installed, and then a door similar to the material of a bank safe was installed at the place where 4 steps were separated. After the 2 doors were installed, they went up and installed another password door at the safety staircase. Finally, they went to modify the house on the 23rd floor. But what everyone didn't expect was that they saw countless packaging boxes as soon as they entered. Is this preparing for decoration? Gu Haoyu looked at the furniture boxes with some joy in his eyes. Xiaomi didn't expect such a surprise. It should be. Take a look first. Keep the ones that can be used, and move out the ones that can't be used today. Then Shen Yun and Huining Xuan began to unpack. The rest of the people started to change the door. Xiaomi is very lucky now. In the world she was about to travel through, there was a family that specialized in selling doors. So she learned from her family. So she is very familiar with these things. You can tell how to install them at a glance. In half an hour, the door was replaced. But unlike the above, she only installed 1 door here. After all, there are already several layers of protection below. The most important thing now is the insulation cotton and silent cotton inside. She didn't find too much yesterday. It was not enough. Chapter 62 Confession Bureau. No. I'm dying of heat. The temperature is probably over 40 degrees now. Gu Haoyu looked at the big sun outside the window, with a face full of despair. Now he is really desperate and misses the air-conditioned room. After he finished speaking, he felt a chill around him the next second. He turned around and saw 4 big ice cubes. He looked at Xiaomi, who was placing an electric fan beside him in shock. Ah, Shichi, I will love you to death if you do this. Xiaomi shook her arms and said to Gu Haoyu, "Then don't do it. I'm afraid of oil." Huining Xuan and Shen Yun smiled unkindly. Shen Wentao looked at him with disdain, and then helped Xiaomi put the electric fan in place. After that, he continued to clean up. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Machan upstairs slowly woke up. After waking up, Chu Machan felt his energy, and was surprised to find that the energy in his body seemed to be more concentrated. I felt much better. I looked at the time on my watch, and saw that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I got up quickly. Just as I was about to get out of bed, Chu Tingsu came in, with his sister in his arms. When he saw Chu Machan wake up again, Chu Tingsu put his sister on the ground and rushed into Chu Machan's arms. "Uncle, you scared me." Yes. The little guy has been worried that something really happened to Chu Machan since last night. So he was a little absent-minded all night and morning. Now seeing Chu Machan wake up, the worries of the day turned into tears. And once they came out, they couldn't be stopped. Chu Machan hugged the little guy and smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you are not a child anymore? Why are you still crying?" "Uncle, don't leave me. Okay?" Chu Tingsu's eyes were full of hurt, and he looked up at Chu Machan stubbornly. After hearing this, Chu Machan's eyes were a little red. He stroked Chu Tingsu's head with his hand. "What are you thinking about?" "Okay. I'm starving. Let's go out and eat something." "Where are they?" "Downstairs. Cleaning up the house downstairs. Wait for Uncle to finish eating. I take you downstairs. You go play with the little guy first, and we go downstairs later." "Okay." After Chu Tingsu finished speaking, he went out with the little doll in his arms. When he turned around, Chu Machan had already seen the tears in his eyes. He probably guessed the reason for his red eyes. So he planned to talk to Xiaomi later to see if he could change the name of the doll cat. After washing up and eating something, Chu-Machin took Chu-Tingsu downstairs. After seeing the door below, Chu-Machin was very shocked. He didn't expect them to seal the corridor so well. He began to worry that they were making too much noise. The whole building knew what they did. If there was a conflict at that time, they would be very worried. Then he knocked on the door. Everyone who was laying the soundproof cotton inside. After hearing the knock on the door, the first reaction was that Chu-Tingsu came down. Gu Haoyu, who was closest to the door, hurried forward to open the door. After opening the door, seeing Chu-Machin's face, Gu Haoyu immediately smiled. Boss, you finally woke up. If you continue to sleep, we will have to finish our work here. Chu-Machin gave Gu Haoyu a cold face and pulled Chu-Tingsu inside. Chu-Tingsu gave Gu Haoyu a sympathetic look. Then he turned and followed Chu-Machin in. Xiaomi stood up after seeing Chu-Machin come in. You woke up? How do you feel? It's okay. How are you doing now? Almost done. Take a look at the furniture. What else needs to be filled? Xiaomi pointed to the furniture on the side. Chu-Machin looked at those things and said, I have some ready-made in my space, so I won't need them. I just take them out later. I put away the things here that can be used, and throw away the unusable ones. It's a good thing we haven't put the beds together yet. That's right, boss. It's a good thing Chi-Chi said to wait until you wake up, so we didn't put the 3 beds together. After hearing Gu Haoyu Chi-Chi, Chu-Machin's face changed, and his eyebrows knitted together. His face turned cold. Everyone saw it, except Gu Haoyu and Huiningshuan. Gu Haoyu was really carefree, and Huiningshuan was only concerned with playing with Chu-Tingsu and the kitten, and didn't notice Chu-Machin at all. Shen Wentao quickly pulled Gu Haoyu over. Shall see. Help me make the bed. I'm going to collapse. He said that. Regardless of Gu Haoyu's resistance, he directly pulled Gu Haoyu away. Gu Haoyu complained to Shen Wentao. Third brother. What are you doing? Luckily he didn't say anything else. Otherwise Shen Wentao would really ignore him. After pulling Gu Haoyu away, Shen Wentao said, Are you out of your mind? The boss is there. And you just call him Chi-Chi? You two are very familiar with each other? You are really crazy. Gu Haoyu finally reacted and couldn't help but sigh. The possessiveness of the old man. Outrageous. I really drifted. I forgot the boss's terror. Dead. I really drifted. Gu Haoyu was shocked. Shen Wentao smiled. Looking at Gu Haoyu, he was in a good mood. I just like to see him embarrassed. Hurry up. You are really not afraid of death. Shen Wentao was speechless. Meeting such a person. Chu-Machin looked at Xiaomi and said softly, Let's go and talk. Yeah. After that, the two walked upstairs. After entering, Xiaomi looked at Chu-Machin with a smile on her face. You are going to confess your situation to me. Chu-Machin smiled. I guess that you must have discovered it. Yes. My superpower is dark. But my space is not superpower. Xiaomi stopped him directly. No. You should keep this secret to yourself. I don't need to know it. Chu-Machin looked at Xiaomi, his face serious. I don't mind. I want to share with you. This is the space that comes with my jade pendant. Xiaomi was shocked. There is such a thing? It's a pity that the main system took away her fairy weapon. Otherwise she would have such a space. She immediately began to be dissatisfied with the main system and wanted to cut it even more. The main system far away in the system control center sneezed again and scratched its head angrily. Who is scolding me again without knowing the consequences? Xiaomi looked at Chu-Machin and felt that her space seemed to be not unspeakable. Mine isn't either. I guessed it. Xiaomi was shocked, looking at Chu-Machin with some doubt in her eyes. Oh! How did you know? Aura. Your aura is different from theirs. I can feel their energy, but I can't feel yours. I thought you restrained your aura, but later I found out that it wasn't. Xiaomi smiled. Well, my space is actually bound, and I don't know why it is bound. Chu-Machin's eyes became serious. Is it harmful to you? Will it be your master? Don't worry. I can control it for the time being. If I can't control it, I will unbind it. Unbinding will cause harm to you. Chu-Machin said this very confidently, without any doubt. Chapter 63, So you are this kind of Chu-Machin. Hao spoke carefully. Host, I won't hurt you. Really? Don't listen to him. You listen to me again. Xiaomi's face was not good. She felt that this system was really smart, since it was separated from the main system. This kind of intelligence scared her, afraid of being attacked by it at any time. Hao waved his mechanical arm in panic. Host. I was wrong? Really? Never again. Please forgive me this time. Xiaomi didn't say anything else and cut off the connection between them. Looking at Chumachin worried eyes, he said, don't worry. I will consider separating when the harm to myself is the least. But not now. Okay. Give priority to your own situation. And be decisive when it endangers you. I know. Chumachin smiled and wanted to touch Xiaomi's head. But just as he was about to raise his hand, he realized that he was not suitable. He put his hand down again. This little action was seen by Xiaomi, so she was very happy. Seeing Chumachin's nervous look, Xiaomi felt better, and raised her hand to hold Chumachin's big hand. She thought it was a delicate hand, but after holding it, she felt thick calluses on his palm. She was familiar with this thing, which was caused by long-term use of weapons. It seems that Chumachin's previous identity was not simple. Chumachin was frightened by Xiaomi's action and was stunned in place. He looked at Xiaomi in disbelief. Xiaomi looked at Chumachin's silly look and said with a smile, "You will be my boyfriend in the future. Do you have any objections? Forget it. It doesn't matter. If you have any objections, just hold it in." In that way, he was just a bandit leader who robbed civilians. Chumachin burst into laughter, and took Xiaomi into his arms with his left hand, which was not held by Xiaomi, and said, "It's my honor." Xiaomi's face was full of smiles. She raised her head in Chumachin's arms and asked, "Tell me, how long have you been coveting me? Has it been since the time we recorded the variety show together?" Chumachin pressed Xiaomi's head into his arms. "Yes. Humph. I don't want to." "Right. You will know later." Chumachin held Xiaomi's rebellious little hand tightly, put his arm around Xiaomi's shoulders, and his face was full of satisfaction. It was just the red eyes that exposed Chumachin's mood. In fact, their encounter was not so good. At that time, Xiaomi had just debuted and was deceived by Dong Xinhui to a drinking party. But he drank a glass of drugged wine. He was taken to a hotel. Later, he was rescued by Chumachin during the crackdown on pornography. But Xiaomi was asking for help, and the whole person was extremely fragile and injured. At that time, Chumachin only felt distressed, but he didn't have any other feelings. But during the interrogation by the female police later, after knowing the whole story, he began to feel sorry for Xiaomi. After that, he couldn't help but pay attention to her. Until later, he needed to enter the entertainment industry to hide his identity. He even found many opportunities to meet Xiaomi. But Xiaomi obviously didn't know him. She never looked at him straight in the eye. What Chumachin didn't know was that Xiaomi paid attention to him. But it was just the mentality of a fan looking at an idol. It wasn't until the two of them recorded a love variety show together. Xiaomi was a permanent guest, and Chumachin was a flying guest for one episode because of her. After that, Chumachin confirmed his feelings. After the show was broadcast, Chumachin applied for a small account and began to take the lead in supporting his and Xiaomi's CP. But maybe their CP is really weird. Until now, 4 or 5 years, there are only a few hundred people. It was also very sad. Xiaomi was even more curious about Chumachin's words. She really wanted to know when Chumachin noticed her. She was really curious. There was no way. Chumachin was a flower of high mountain in the entertainment circle. There was never any scandal, and he never hyped himself up. But he was very popular, and his fans were so powerful that no one dared to take advantage of Chumachin's popularity. "Just tell me. I really want to know." In order to stop Xiaomi from speaking, Chumachin leaned over and put his thin lips on Xiaomi's honey lips. For a moment, Xiaomi was stunned and forgot to react. After living for so many years, she was almost a 1,000-year-old monster. This was the first time Xiaomi's heart was moved. Of course, the previous time when she was almost transformed into an animal was not counted. Xiaomi wanted to scream now. She was really excited. When Xiaomi was about to suffocate, Chumachin finally let go of the little woman in his arms and said with a smile, "Breathe." Silly. Xiaomi was stunned by this doting tone. So you are this kind of Chushin. Love it. Chumachin, Okay. We are going downstairs. I have one more thing to tell you. Can you change the name of your ragdoll cat? Xiaomi looked at Chumachin in confusion, then immediately realized it. She hurriedly said, "Change it. Change it. I just don't know how to name it. And the doll is a little girl. So I just called it that name. Tuanzi? Or Mimi? Buzzy? Or, let's call it Mimi. Actually, I wanted to call it Xiaobai. Chumachan now really knows what it means to be bad at naming. He himself can't think of any good name. All of which are the names of cats around him. After deciding on the name of the doll, the two went downstairs. After going downstairs, Xiaomi took the little doll and touched its chin. Little boy, can you call me Mimi from now on? If you don't say it, I will take it as your consent. Mimi, you want me, a cat, to speak? You really dare to think so? Chu Tingsa looked at Xiaomi with red eyes. Sister Chi-Chi. Thank you. Child. Please call me Aunt Chi-Chi from now on. It doesn't sound good. Let me think. Chumachan said directly at the side. Su. Just call me Auntie. This sentence directly made everyone present explode. The one who reacted the most was Shen Yun. Xiao Chi-Chi. You are too messy. You are really outrageous. Although the other party is Chushin. But you can't be like this. Well, no problem. Chi-Chi. You are really proud. Woo-woo. It's not that I'm scared. It's really Chushin eyes are too murderous. Woo-woo. Shen Yun stood aside with grievance. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun's cowardly look and laughed unkindly. Congratulations. Boss. Boss. You are awesome. Boss is the boss. Old Shen. Tell me. Are you too useless? Boss has a girlfriend. Where is your girlfriend? Shen Wentao didn't want to look at this idiot. He just rolled his eyes and went back to work. Chapter 64. Here to make trouble. Gu Haoyu looked at the well-decorated 23rd floor and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. Starving. Woo-woo. Xiaomi waved her hand and placed a barbecue table on the dining table. Come on. Enjoy the delicious food. You're welcome. Chumachan temples throbbed. How much junk food did you collect into the space? What is junk food? You don't know how to appreciate it. Xiaomi looked at Chumachan unconvinced, with an expression on her face that said, What are you talking about? Chumachan looked at Xiaomi disapprovingly. You need balanced nutrition. What have you eaten these 2 days? I make it for you later. After that, he looked at the rest of the people and said, You can eat this. After that, he was about to take Xiaomi away. Chu Tingsu said carefully, Uncle, I'm still a child. Do I need nutrition too? You are already an adult. You can take care of yourself. Uncle believes in you. Chu Tingsu, thank you. Xiaomi walked to the door and waved again, leaving a children's steak set on the table. Yours, Xiu. Then he took out a cake. Celebrate. Momo. Just once. Tomorrow we will cook for ourselves. Okay? Chumachan looked at Xiaomi's appearance. His heart softened. He couldn't say anything to refuse. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. Xiaomi was happy, and immediately greeted everyone with a smile, and started eating. Chumachan was really helpless. Why do you like these junk foods so much? I really can't figure it out. Gu Haoyu often eats these, but Shen Wentao has never eaten these, let alone Huiningshuan. She was also strictly forbidden to eat these since she was a child. So Huiningshuan was very curious about what it tasted like. After Xiaomi said that, Huiningshuan and Gu Haoyu were the first to rush forward. After Huiningshuan tasted the roast beef, his eyes lit up. Gu Haoyu was just hungry. Chumachan looked at them with a bad face. Xiaomi took a skewer of lamb and stuffed it into Chumachan's mouth. Try it. It's delicious. Then he looked at Chumachan expectantly. Chumachan slowly put the lamb into his mouth and then tasted it carefully. I can only say that it's not bad. But I really can't enjoy such a delicious taste. Xiaomi saw that Chumachan's face didn't get better, so she took out her favorite, roasted brain. She scooped up a spoonful with a spoon and fed it to Chumachan. Chumachan had never seen it before, let alone eaten it. After a mouthful of spicy brain, Chumachan's eyes actually brightened up a little. Xiaomi was happy. Then he fed him another mouthful. Gu Haoyu, who was standing by, saw this and asked curiously, Boss, do you have such a strong taste? You actually like this kind of thing? I can't even eat roasted brain. Chumachan was stunned and looked at Xiaomi with a questioning look. Xiaomi nodded. Yeah. You don't know it? Chumachan, I should know it. Realizing what he had eaten, Chumachan instantly felt that the roasted brain in his mouth was not fragrant. For a while, he couldn't swallow it or spit it out. He was very entangled. What do you think? It seems. Okay. Xiaomi's eyes narrowed with joy. And he said happily, "This is my favorite. I have never found someone who can eat with me. Momo. We are so destined." With these words, Chu Mochen swallowed the food in his mouth and even took another bite. Xinyun felt that Chu Mochen was no longer able to look at him. And even didn't want to look at him. "I think even if it was a bowl of arsenic, your boss would eat it without hesitation." Gu Haoyu looked at the boss's disappointing appearance and nodded in agreement. Only Huiningshuan, who was standing aside, looked at Chu Mochen with dissatisfaction. Humph. How can second Uncle Chu be worthy of Chi-Chi when he is so old? It's shameless for an old cow to eat young grass. Gu Haoyu looked at Huiningshuan curiously. "No. Big sister. You have changed a little too fast. Didn't you yell that you wanted to marry the boss before?" "Humph. That was because I was blind before. Now I am normal. I only like my Chi-Chi." "Don't talk nonsense. Who likes that old and ugly ice cube?" After Huiningshuan finished speaking, she received a sharp look from Chu Mochen. But now Huiningshuan was not afraid anymore. She looked at Xiaomi and said, "Woo woo, sister Chi-Chi. Look at your Binkwai. Having you is not enough. He is still looking at me. Look. Look. Still looking. You can't have such an old man." Xiaomi was directly amused by Huiningshuan's funny guy. On the other hand, Chu Tingsu nodded in agreement. "Sister Chi-Chi, wait until I grow up and marry you. My uncle is not worthy of you." Chu Mochen, looking coldly at Chu Tingsu and Huiningshuan. Chu Mochen's eyes were like knives. "If you keep talking, you will find that you are living in a pile of zombies when you wake up tonight." Chu Tingsu was not afraid. "If you have the guts, throw your only relative into the zombie group." "Chu Mochen, you are a cruel boy." Xiaomi watched Chu Tingsu threaten Chu Mochen from the side. Laughing happily. "Okay. Momo. Stop staring at them. Eat quickly. We still have to deal with a lot of things tonight after eating." Chu Mochen let go of Chu Tingsu, who had just provoked him. He turned around and went to eat with Xiaomi. It was not yet 12 o'clock in the evening. As expected, they heard the curses on the stairs and the sound of banging on the door. Xiaomi opened the second door and looked at them with a sneer. In the dim corridor, two psychics tried to break the door with their own powers. Xiaomi and the others realized that there were still psychics in their building. One should be a speed psychic, and the other is an earth psychic, in order to prevent them from destroying the door too quickly. Chu Tingsu took action. A flame hit the man's head. The man's hair was instantly burned, and he screamed. The people on the side looked at Xiaomi and the others fiercely. "You are too much. The supplies belong to all of us." "That's right. I have never seen such selfish people like you. How can you do this? Can you be reasonable? It's not yours." "What nonsense. Just do it." The group of people looked at each other and condemned Xiaomi and the others. Chu Mochen directly took out the electric baton, through the gap in the fence, and hit those people, and at the same time wrapped his supernatural power on the electric baton. The person who was hit fell to the ground instantly. He kept twitching. Everyone looked at Chu Mochen with fear in their eyes. "How dare you?" A gentlewoman looked at them in disbelief. Xiaomi then pulled Chu Mochen behind her, looking at them coldly. "Then let's talk about the zombies in the corridor. Who hung the woman who died the night before last on our window and opened our window?" After hearing this, those people all looked at each other in confusion. Finally, an elite man stood up and said, "This is not done by us. It should be the husband of that woman. He has disappeared now. It should be him." Xiaomi raised her eyebrows after hearing this. "Which floor is the resident on?" The man thought for a long time and said, "It seems to be the 12th floor. Yes, it is the 12th floor." Chapter 65 Distribution of Supplies. When Xiaomi heard about the 12th floor, she thought of the scene they saw when they came back, and sneered in her heart. It seems that they killed themselves. At this moment, she just wanted to say that they deserved it. Xiaomi looked at these people coldly. Now she knew that they had nothing to do with the zombies in the corridor. But it did not mean that she could open the door. These people really did not deserve sympathy. She did not forget that the coaches from the gym came. "Come up and try if you have the ability." After saying that, Gu Haoyu pointed the gun directly at those people. For a moment, everyone's face changed drastically. The elite man just now looked at them in disbelief. "How can you have a gun? This is illegal, and you will be punished by law." "Oh, then please let the law punish me quickly." After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he snorted coldly. "Now it's like this. And he still says these things, It's really crazy. Chu Machin looked at them and said coldly, if you want supplies, you can, but we won't give them to everyone. And you have to exchange them with corresponding things. Okay. The elite man agreed first. The rest of the people were still saying that Chu Machin and his friends were not qualified, and that they had no quality, and so on. They ignored them all and remembered the few who shouted the loudest. Gu Haoyu told them directly that without supplies, no supplies would be exchanged. The rest of the people were quiet in an instant, and the three people who had been yelling for a long time looked at them with hatred. Just when they were about to argue, the sound of a helicopter sounded outside. After hearing this, Shen Wentao said directly, I go up and get the supplies. The others didn't say anything. Originally, they planned that the three of them, who had space, would go to get them. If the supplies were not bad, they would directly put the things into the space. They were not that kind. They also had to give them supplies. But what Shen Wentao didn't expect was that he would see a small bag of supplies after he went up. There were only some compressed biscuits and bread inside. No meat or vegetables at all. After Shen Wentao went down with a box of supplies, his face was very heavy. Boss, these are all. And I checked. Not every building has supplies. After Chu Machin took it, he opened the things in front of him. Then he saw the compressed biscuits and bread inside, and a few bottles of water at the bottom. In short, there were really few things. Throw all the zombies in this building out and clean it up. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he pointed to the box in front of him and said again, after cleaning, come to collect supplies with the video of the cleaning. After Chu Machin finished speaking, the elite man looked into Chu Machin's eyes. After thinking for a while, he turned around and prepared to leave. The rest of the people wanted to stop the man, but the elite man only said, I hope you can do what you say. After that, the elite man left. A trace of appreciation flashed across their faces. After the elite man left, the rest of the people slowly left. But some people still looked at Chu Machin and others with dissatisfaction. Some even wanted to break open the fence gate in front of them. When they attacked, Chu Machin looked at Chu Tingsu and signaled him to attack. Chu Tingsu snapped his fingers, and flames condensed on his fingers. Just when Chu Tingsu was about to attack, several people ran away. Humph! A bunch of cowards. After saying that, Chu Tingsu was about to extinguish the flame in his hand. Xiaomi hurriedly stopped him and said, Wait a minute. Xiu, let me see your ability. This look was really a bit shocking. The color was actually purple. No wonder his ability was so strong that he turned himself into a fireman. Xiaomi was so shocked. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Tingsu's ability is definitely the strongest among the fire abilities. This kind of damage is 10 or even 100 times that of ordinary ones. It depends on how to train it later. Chu Machin said, Is there a problem? Oh, it's okay. It just feels different from the usual flames. I was wondering if this one is more powerful. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin also began to pay attention to the color of Chu Tingsu's ability. I haven't seen it before. I really don't know what's different. I have seen it. Chushin, Chi-Chi and I have seen it before. That person flame seemed to be red. Even a little orange. Not like this. Chu Tingsu was a little worried. He didn't know if this was his own problem. Don't worry. This is good. It means that you are very powerful. With Xiaomi words, Chu Tingsu was happy. Turned his head to look at Chu Machin and said, Uncle. Sister Chi-Chi said I am very powerful. Sister Chi-Chi. Wait until I grow up. Woo. Shake, let me go. Woo. Gu Haoyu covered Chu Tingsu's mouth and hugged him up. Stop Chu Tingsu from continuing to commit suicide. After all, Chu Machin's eyes can really kill people. Xiaomi patted Chu Machin's arm and said, Why are there so few supplies? It's only been 2 or 3 days. And there are no supplies? It should be supplied to some places first. Communities like this should not be eligible for it. Will there be even less later? After Shen Yun finished speaking, Shen Wentao hummed and said, 3 days at most. After that, we may receive it once every few days. And finally we will receive nothing. After hearing their conversation, the few people who were hiding downstairs and eavesdropping were full of shock in their eyes. They were afraid that they would really get nothing in the future. Then they would just have to wait for death. Xiaomi and the others didn't know they were downstairs. And even if they knew, they wouldn't mind. Chu Machin looked at them and said, You guys go up and rest. We don't need these supplies. We won't eat them anyway. Well, we go out and find some supplies tomorrow. We give them these and others. After that, Xiao Mai Banian took the rest of the people away, and Chu Machin waited for them alone. But even so, no one dared to come out and annoy them. After all, they had weapons in their hands and were very capable. They were really weak. The elite man came back first and showed Chu Machin the corridors he had cleaned. Chu Machin gave him 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, some bread, and 2 bottles of water. After I give it to you, you have to protect yourself. I won't give it to you again. The elite man nodded and turned away. Chapter 66, Leaving. As soon as the elite man went downstairs, someone surrounded him. They tried to take the food from his hand, but the elite man took out a dagger and looked at those people coldly. Do you want to die together? Those people looked at the elite man's eyes, and they were terrified. They were not fierce people, and they were really hungry. So they thought of this method. It would be okay if they met timid people, but they met tough people. They were not afraid of them at all. They must be scared in their hearts. Several people slowly began to retreat and dared not go forward. Even the eyes looking at the elite man became fearful. In the end, only the elite man left with the supplies. They looked at the elite man back unwillingly. Do we really have to clean up those disgusting things? Another man looked at the woman who was talking with an unhappy face and said, What else? After that, several people walked downstairs. Half an hour later, the 4 people went upstairs panting tiredly, but found that the door was closed and there was no trace of Chu Machin. They immediately became furious and started to curse in the narrow stairwell. But Chu Machin and his friends had already gone home. They could not hear their curses at all, so naturally no one paid attention to them. They woke up at around 5 o'clock the next morning, just to prepare to find supplies as early as possible, which was also to avoid frequent conflicts with those people below. It was already 1 o'clock in the middle of the night 4 days later, and there was no roar of helicopters outside. Chu Machin and his friends had already gone to bed at 12 o'clock. After all, they had guessed it. The rest of the people waited for a long time, but the helicopter did not come, and they began to get anxious. But they did not give up until 1 or 2 o'clock, when they realized the reality. Until there was no possibility of supplies coming. Many vulnerable people had already started crying. Therefore, when Xiaomi and his friends were about to go out to find supplies the next day, they just opened the door and saw many survivors in the exhibition hall. After seeing Xiaomi and his friends, they all stood up one by one, looking at them expectantly. A middle-aged woman looked at them and said, Can you take us out to find supplies? Xiaomi looked at them and said coldly, Go if you want to. I won't protect you or stop you. We are not responsible for anything you encounter outside. The woman cursed Xiaomi cold-bloodedness in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, she was really no match for Xiaomi. Even all of them here couldn't hurt Xiaomi. They now really realized the gap between themselves and Xiaomi, so they didn't dare to be presumptuous. They could only watch Xiaomi and the others open the door and come out, then turn around and lock the door again, and walk away from them. After watching Xiaomi and the others leave, half of them still followed. The leader was the elite man. Xiaomi and the others didn't react to this. They followed them. Anyway, she wouldn't care about their safety. In the end, whether they lived or died depended on themselves. She wasn't so kind as to care about their life or death. After they went down, Shen Wentao and Gu Haoyu drove directly, and they slowly walked towards the gate of the community. Those people only knew to follow Xiaomi and Chu Machin, but they didn't see that the elite man had left when Gu Haoyu and the others left. So they followed them to drive the car. When those people saw the car parked at the gate, their faces were so ugly. Xiaomi didn't care so much, and got in the car and left with everyone. When the elite man car came out, he just saw Xiaomi and the others turning, and hurriedly accelerated to find them. Those people were originally going to stop the elite man car, but the other person car didn't slow down, and the few people standing in the middle of the road were scared and quickly hid inside. After the car went away, they all started cursing, but they had no choice but to turn around and go back to the community and go home. After all, they didn't have the ability to go out to find supplies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found Xiaomi and the others directly, hoping to get their blessing. In the last life, Xiaomi might have helped them, but after so many lives, how could she still help these people? In the car, Huining Xuan asked carefully, Why can't we help them? In fact, she has been very curious these days why Xiaomi and others are unwilling to help the people in this building. But she has never asked. Today, She is really curious, so she is ready to ask. Shen Yun explained to Xuan, if you help them once in the current situation, what will happen next? You can't help them all the time. And if you help them, they may not thank you, but will just think it is their due. She can see it clearly now. Before, they cleaned up the zombies in the whole building, but they didn't know to clean up the zombies' bodies. Or they cleaned up the corridor in the name of supplies. She saw the true colors of these people from then on. Xuan didn't quite understand, but she wouldn't check these things. After all, whether it was her idol Xiaomi or Chu Machin, who she thought was powerful, they all thought so. So she wouldn't stop them or give them blind advice. I still don't understand, but I will slowly feel it myself. Xiaomi smiled. Well, you slowly feel it yourself. And slowly see. You will find that you absolutely can't be kind at this time. But this is not absolute. Some people are worth saving. But some people are absolutely not to be saved. Xuan said that she could understand this. It seems that there are still smart people. Xiaomi looked at the car in the rearview mirror and said to Chu Machin with a smile. Chu Machin took a look. Well, this person can actually be brought along, and can still help when appropriate. I think so too. As for the dozen or so, forget it. I don't want to bother with them. Especially the middle-aged woman who dresses up with jewels every day. I don't even want to look at her. Chu Machin smiled, looking at Xiaomi lovingly. Okay. As long as you are happy. I guess there will be instructions in 2 days. By the way, I will leave tomorrow. Xiaomi sat up straight. Why? The higher-ups contacted me. And I didn't quit before. I just entered the entertainment industry for special reasons. Chu Machin signed a confidentiality agreement. And some things cannot be said. Xiaomi knew Chu Machin's identity, but never thought that he would leave because of this identity. Will you come back? Chu Machin frowned and pursed his lips. No words. But his eyes were full of apologies. He didn't want to lie to Xiaomi and make her some unrealistic promises. When he saw the news on the roadside just now, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that he would be found there. But this is his responsibility. He can't do anything about it. Chapter 67 Superpowered Zombies. What about Shushu? Xiaomi actually didn't want Chu Tingsu to leave. She felt that if Chu Tingsu was there, Chu Machin would come back sooner or later. But if Chu Tingsu wasn't there, she really couldn't guarantee it. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chu Machin. She was really afraid. After all, there were too many uncertain factors at that time. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi depressed look. Driving with one hand and holding Xiaomi's hand with the other. I don't know when I can come back. But I will try my best to come back as soon as possible. Or let you know my news. Xiaomi nodded. Okay. The car fell into silence. Shen Yun and Xuan both felt that Chu Machin was too irresponsible. But it was hard to say anything at this time. But the little guy Chu Tingsu said directly, Uncle, I can wait for you at Sister Chi-Chi house later. It would definitely be inconvenient for you to take me with you when you go on a mission. Chu Machin didn't know what his mood was now. Anyway, it was very complicated. Okay. Then it's our little warm boy's turn to take care of everyone. Chu Tingsu rolled his eyes. Uncle, you're coaxing me again. Chu Machin was embarrassed. After all, it's really hard to coax children nowadays. Not to mention that Chu Tingsu is already 10 years old. Xiaomi was healed a lot by the two people's words. And her mood was not as low as before. She calmed down and looked at Chu Machin and said, Okay. Then Xushi will follow me. And you will go by yourself? Well, the two of them were not in our team. Xiaomi understood. Then let's sort out the supplies today. You can see what things are collected in the space given to you. Also, if there are shelters in the country later, we should go there. Chu Machin nodded. Okay. I will go to these places to find you. If you leave, send 6 messages to your family. Well, oh, let's not talk about it. There is still 1 day left. Let's go back early today. Chu Machin didn't say anything, but he did tighten his grip on Xiaomi's hand. The 3 people behind looked at the 2 of them and felt that they were very redundant. They began to regret why they had to sit in this car and act as this huge light bulb. If it weren't for the zombies outside, I'm afraid Chu Machin would have to stop the car and they would change to another car. After arriving at the place, Xiaomi and Chu Machin took them out of the car and prepared to walk towards the shopping mall in front. In fact, if Xiaomi didn't want to improve her strength quickly, she would not choose to come to the mall. After all, compared with before, she only has a little more strength now. in order to improve as quickly as possible. I can only accumulate points quickly. Who made her an ordinary person without any superpowers. Thinking of this, Xiaomi began to sympathize with Gu Haoyu. After all, she still had a system to improve her strength. But Gu Haoyu really had no way. They were now about 500 meters away from the mall. And the road ahead was basically full of zombies. Let's get started. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he put on his boxing gloves and rushed towards the zombies, punching a zombie at a time, quickly dealing with the zombies on both sides of the road. Chu Mochen was also very fast. Now he basically wouldn't use his superpowers. After all, they were too conspicuous. They had seen many superpowers, and none of them had black superpowers. Xiaomi then told Chu Mochen implicitly that his superpowers should be very rare, so he couldn't meet the same one. After they got off the car, the elite man also got off the car. First, he carefully observed their movements, especially Gu Haoyu. When the others started to fight, the elite man found that their strength and speed were not comparable to his, so he did not even consider learning from them. Watching Gu Haoyu wrap his arm with thick gauze, holding a barbed mace in one hand and a baffle in the other, block the zombie next to him and quickly attack with the weapon. Solve it with one move. If it cannot be solved with one move, you must retreat and protect yourself to avoid being caught by the zombies. The elite man watched carefully, and after understanding their operation, he began to look around and find something to replace it. Soon he saw a fallen pot lid next to him and picked up a mop stick. He walked directly towards the zombie with these things, imitating Gu Haoyu movements, blocking and attacking in one go. After Chu Mochen accidentally saw the man movements, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. When he was near Xiaomi, he turned his head and said, "I think you can take that person with you in the future. He's not bad and may be able to help you." Xiaomi looked at the man who joined the battle and nodded in agreement. "Okay. I talk to him later. Well, you guys take Xiaoxi's car later. I'm going to see Laohua. Take Xian Xian with you." Chu Mochen refused in his heart and said carefully, "Can I not take him? How about you go with me?" Hearing this, Shen Yun really wanted to say, "Chu Shen, you have engraved male virtues into your bones. Why are you so cautious?" Xiaomi smiled. "Be obedient. And besides, I have to find some more supplies and plan to rest for 2 days later." "Okay." Chu Mochen was unhappy. Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen with amusement, then kicked the zombie in front of him away to block the zombies behind him. Then he approached Chu Mochen. "Come back early. I give you a farewell party tonight." Chu Mochen's mood was a little lower, and he pouted and said, "Okay, wait for me to come back." After saying that, he vented all his dissatisfaction on the zombies in front of him. And his attack was so heavy, and the speed was much faster. Gu Haoyu and Huan Ningxuan watched from a distance, and their heartbeats accelerated, especially Huan Ningxuan, thinking that he would go home with Chu Mochen later. The hair on his body stood up. It was simply terrifying. It seems that I really need to ask Sister Chi-Chi if she can go with me later. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my idea is feasible. Huan Ningxuan looked at the zombies irritably, thinking of her brother. For some reason, she suddenly had no strength in her hands. She really felt that she was killing her brotherkind now. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger now. She shook her head and waved away her bad thoughts, and then continued to condense ice cones in her hands and stabbed at the zombies. At this time, a beautiful zombie in work clothes was running towards them in the distance. Her speed was abnormally fast, and she even knew to jump and dodge obstacles when she encountered them. And she was paying attention to the movements of Xiaomi and his group throughout the process. When she was getting closer and closer to them, she directly reduced her speed, hiding among the dazed zombies. Chapter 68. Work hard to earn money to support your own man. Xiaomi looked around and didn't see anything unusual, but she could always feel someone staring at her. But she didn't find anything unusual after looking around. "Momo, do you feel something wrong? Why do I feel a chill on my back and a pair of eyes staring at me?" As a soldier, Chu Mochen had already noticed it and had been looking around calmly. The location had basically been determined. So after Jin Jiang asked, he whispered, "Be careful of the zombies at the door of the milk tea shop in front of you. Something is wrong. There are eyes staring at us over there." I said why I feel eerie. You should be careful too. Well, I go and tell them later. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, he slowly approached the direction of Shen Wentao and the others. After seeing Chu Mochen actions, Shin Wintao quickly accelerated his movements. Boss, what's wrong? Be careful of the zombies at the milk tea shop. Tell them. Okay. After Chu Machin left, Xiaomi asked Hao Hao to see what was going on over there, and why there were zombies staring at them. Hao Hao can only see things within 50 meters now. This was what Xiaomi said before he went to bed last night. Hao Hao is now level 1. It can monitor all places within 100 meters around Xiaomi and form an image. This function is really good for them now. At least it avoids a lot of potential dangers. Just like now. Xiaomi is locked on to the work clothes zombie. It's just that I don't know what the zombie's ability is now. But there is no doubt that this zombie is not simple. Even Xiaomi can clearly feel the threat from it. After confirming it, Xiaomi said directly, Hao Hao, keep an eye on it. And tell me when it comes over. Okay. Host. This is good. Xiaomi was confused. What's going on? How can it be good? Who did you learn this from? The main system gave a book called How to Be a Qualified White Lotus. Xiaomi, you can throw it away. This is a book that deceives you. Okay. Host. Xiaomi really didn't want to talk anymore. And even didn't want to pay attention to Hao Hao anymore. You'd better keep an eye on that zombie. Don't talk. After that, Xiaomi didn't pay attention to Hao Hao anymore. Hao Hao in the virtual space looked at the screen in front of him in confusion. And began to wonder if the main system was really so inhuman. Deceiving him. But before it could figure it out, it saw Xiaomi let the zombie it was staring at run quickly towards Xiaomi. Host. It moved. And ran quickly towards you. Got it. After Hao Hao shared the screen, Xiaomi clearly saw the zombie's movements. When there was still 1 meter away, the zombie attacked. Xiaomi kicked the zombie in the abdomen and then punched it. But the zombie dodged it. Chu Machin rushed over and slapped the zombie's head. The black energy directly made the zombie use mucus from all 7 orifices, and then slowly fell to the ground. This was the first time Xiaomi saw Chu Machin use his superpowers at such a close distance. I have to say, it was very shocking. Xiaomi could even clearly feel the energy from Chu Machin, which was very strong. Xiaomi was so envious. I really didn't expect Chu Machin's superpowers to be so strong. I just want to say that it is worthy of being a mysterious dark superpower. Momo. Crystal Core. This zombie should have a crystal core. Chu Machin squatted down and took out the crystal core of the zombie he had just killed. Looking at the white diamond crystal core in Gu Che's hand, Xiaomi knew that it was an ordinary speed zombie. But she was conscious, which still shocked her. Chu Machin handed the crystal core to Xiaomi. But Xiaomi refused. We don't need it. Keep it for yourself. Chu Machin's dark system can absorb all the crystal cores. But the energy he needs is very large. They have collected 10 crystal cores in the past 2 days. He absorbed 9. But none of them have been upgraded. It's also outrageous. The elite man behind had no chance to see Chu Machin movements. He was now entangled by 4 zombies, and had no way to distract himself to see the situation of others. After seeing this, Shin Wintao still helped. After all, this guy is really okay. He ran 2 steps quickly, knocked down the zombie on the left of the elite man with a punch, and then stabbed another zombie to death with a dagger. Then he turned around and continued to maintain a posture of mutual protection with Gu Haoyu, cleaning up the front. Thank you. After that, the elite man moved faster. After nearly 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the mall. The reason they chose the mall was because the items here were more complete. Xiaomi had enough clothes, but Chu Machin and the others didn't have that many. It's okay that the weather is hot now, but they are really short of warm clothes. Gu Haoyu looked at the temperature of more than 40 degrees before 9 o'clock, and wailed. Third brother. This weather is terrible. I really give up. What will I do when it's 12 o'clock? I'm going to be killed by the heat. Shin Wintao looked at Gu Haoyu's skin, which had obviously darkened by several degrees. He said with disdain, You are almost like a cold ball now. Woo-woo. There is no love. Third brother. You are disgusted with me. Right? Gu Haoyu said, and looked at Shin Wintao with resentment. Shin Wintao's face was full of disgust. Stay away from me. I despise you. Gu Haoyu was injured. And the kind that can't be healed. Shin Wintao, what does it have to do with me? You are injured? Oh. You deserve it. As soon as they entered the mall, they smelled an unpleasant smell. It's too hot. The smell of zombies rotting. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin handed her a mask, which was a very good medical mask. Take the mask from Chu Machin. Thank you. Momo. Momo is the best. Chu-Machan blushed, coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Gu Haoyu imitated Xiaomi and said, Momo is the best. After saying that, he received Chu-Machan's sharp eyes, and was so scared that he quickly hid behind Shen Wentao, who didn't want to say anything to him. Said with disdain, you will die sooner or later because of your mouth. After entering the mall, Xiaomi and the others saw several closed stores. Shen Yun pointed to the milk tea shop next to him. Chi-Chi, go in and get some raw materials? Forget it. I still have space. The weather is too hot now. I guess they have all gone bad now. There is no need. That's fine. Oh, what a pity. What a waste. When Ningxuan looked at the jewelry store in front of him, his eyes lit up. I want to go to the jewelry store. I haven't bought anything for a long time. I miss it. Xiaomi looked at the situation gradually going wrong, with a black line on his face. Clean up the zombies first. Let's clean up this mall first, and then talk about what we want to do later. After Xiaomi finished speaking, both of them were happy. In fact, if Xiaomi hadn't planned to find some rare jewelry and earn money to exchange some good things for Chu-Machan, she would definitely not agree to them. After all, there are really a lot of zombies in this mall. It's okay downstairs, but upstairs, especially the 4th and 5th floors, are the restaurant area of the mall. So there are so many zombies up there. Chapter 69 Ouyang Qi. Kujia. You can call me Cuckoo. The elite man stepped forward to introduce himself to Xiaomi and the others. Gu Haoyu looked at them and thought it would be better for him to introduce them himself. After all, they were all aloof. Gu Haoyu. This is the beautiful Xiaomi. Her man Chu-Machan. This gentleman is Shen Wentao. The noble beauty Shen Yun. The hot pepper Huan Ningxuan. The little guy is Chu Tingsu. After the introduction, Huan Ningxuan exploded directly, saying hot pepper? He stepped forward and grabbed Gu Haoyu's ear. What did you say? Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Miss. I was wrong. Hurry up. Let go. Third brother. Save me. Shen gentleman Scum Wentao sneered. You deserve it. Xiaomi looked at the lively people, looked at Kujia and said, hello. Kujia. Chu-Machan nodded to Kujia as a greeting. After that, the group walked forward and prepared to clean up the zombies on the first floor. There are really many high-end brands on the first floor. Xiaomi seemed to see countless points coming towards her, and she was in a really good mood, even looking at the zombies in the distance. She was a lot more pleasing to the eye, but as always, she thought they were really ugly, and her eyes were still full of disgust. After cleaning up the first floor, Xiaomi was not ready to go up again. Their current strength was not good enough, and they wanted to go to the 2nd and 3rd floors to stock up some supplies. But Hao Hao just said that there were more than a dozen superpowered zombies up there. Their current actions have not attracted the attention of those zombies. If they attract their attention, they will probably find it difficult to leave today. It's on the 1st floor. I won't go up today. If you want to take anything, go and get it. I go to the supermarket downstairs to stock up some more things later. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shen Yun and Huan Ningxuan ran directly to the clothing store over there. Huan Ningxuan, a little girl who loves beauty, is already annoyed by all the t-shirts and overalls she wears recently. So the two of them went shopping happily. Xiaomi looked at Chu-Machan and said, I want to go to the jewelry store over there. What about you? You go first. I go give those things to what parents. Okay. Several people dispersed and went to get what they needed. And the little guy Chu Tingsu was taken away by Chu-Machan. Originally, he wanted to follow Xiaomi, but was rejected by Chu-Machan. After Xiaomi arrived at the jewelry store, she directly asked Hao Hao to start looking for their family's jade collection. She remembered that this store seemed to have it. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Hao Hao found it. Xiaomi was very happy to find those rare jades, and even found a few uncut raw stones in their safe. At that moment, Xiaomi was really excited. At least it can be exchanged for millions of points. Yes, host. A total of 1.14 million points. Xiaomi now basically understood that the points were actually exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 100. But what Xiaomi didn't know was that this store actually belonged to Chu-Machan. And Chu-Machan had even kept those raw stones here for 3 or 4 years. It was originally intended to surprise Xiaomi, but he never had the courage to approach Xiaomi, so they had been left there to gather dust. After Xiaomi happily collected them, she turned around and went into the gold shop next to her. But Xiaomi didn't expect to see two survivors in the safe of the gold shop. And there were some food around the two of them, although it was just some drinks and bread. When the woman saw Xiaomi, she looked at Xiaomi in surprise. Are you here to save us? Woohoo! We are finally saved. The other person should be a customer of the store. And the boy looked at Xiaomi with scrutiny. It should be chaotic outside now. And you should come here to get gold. Right? The boy was not very old, but his aura was still very intimidating. Xiaomi saw the figure of Chu Machin on the boy. Well, you're right. It's really chaotic outside now. There are zombies everywhere. The salesgirl looked at Jin Jiang with despair. Zombies? The zombies in the movies? We're done. Really done. The boy frowned, ignored the salesgirl, looked at Xiaomi and said, Then do you know what's wrong with me? After saying that, the boy stretched out his hand, and a thin vine of 40 to 50 centimeters grew out of his wrist. Superpower. You are with superpower. Save me. I will do my best to help you. It was obviously a plea, but the boy didn't say it in a humble way. It was like stating a very normal thing. Xiaomi was very interested in the boy. Who are you? Why are you here? Why should I believe you can help me? Oh, Yang Qi, a junior student at Kyoto University, majoring in physics and computer science, a champion in the youth group Sonda, and now a with superpower. After introducing himself, Yang Qi looked at Xiaomi quietly. Xiaomi felt that this boy was really interesting, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Okay, I save you. Yang Qi walked towards Xiaomi, then looked at the salesgirl and said, You saved me here. I found you food, and let you live for a week, which is considered a repayment. Then he looked at Xiaomi. I don't recommend you to take her with you. But if you want to save her, just pretend I didn't say anything. The desperate woman exploded instantly when she heard Yang Qi words. You ungrateful wolf. I saved you. You should guarantee my safety. If you want to draw a line with me, that's fine. You can send me home. No. Send me home safely. Yang Qi looked at the woman and said directly, I found the food and water here. Even if you are not here, I can find a safe place to stay. After that, he ignored the woman and looked at Xiaomi. Xiaomi now feels better about boys. He is a rational boy. Also, she needs a wood type ability now, so that they can eat fresh vegetables. Of course, the most important thing is that Yang Qi is very much to her liking. Let's go. I take you out. After saying that, she looked at the salesgirl. As for you, you can follow us, but we won't take you. The woman looked at Yang Qi angrily and cursed. Ungrateful wolf. Then she stood up angrily. Xiaomi put all the gold inside into the space. Although it was not much, it was still more than 100,000 points. Chapter 70 The Fastest Deadly Woman. Xiaomi and Yang Qi walked in front, followed by the salesgirl. The salesgirl looked at Yang Qi with a knife in her eyes. If eyes could kill, Yang Qi would have been dead by now. Sister Chi-Chi, who are you bringing? Ah, my idol. He is really my idol. Woo, I didn't expect to see my idol again. My idol? You, second Uncle Chu. What are you doing? Huining Xuan, who was excitedly preparing to hug Yang Qi, looked at Chu Machin, who stopped her with dissatisfaction. Chu Machin said coldly, Huining Xuan, if you don't want me to send you back to the Hua family, just be obedient. What do you want to do? Huh? Huining Xuan was frightened by Chu Machin's words. She didn't dare to say anything. She looked at Chu Machin carefully and said, Then can I go and talk to my idol? Go ahead. Huining Xuan walked towards Yang Qi happily. Yang Qi looked at Chu Machin carefully, with some hostility in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. Seeing Huining Xuan walking towards him, his expression was a little proud. Xiaomi looked at Yang Qi expression, and always felt that there was really something between him and Huining Xuan. After Huining Xuan came over, he took Xiaomi's hand. Sister Chi-Chi, where did you see my male god? Wow. Male god. Do you still remember me? The gold shop over there. Your male god may be in a mess now. Xiaomi looked at Yang Qi teasingly after she finished speaking. Yang Qi's face suddenly became ugly, and he even took 2 steps back without saying a word. Hello. Long time no see. Hearing the male god's cold voice, Huining Xuan felt a little uncomfortable, but thinking that he might be able to get along with the male god for a long time in the future, he became happy again. Sister Chi-Chi, can we take my male god with us? I earn supplies for my male. And if that doesn't work, I share half of my food with my male god. Xiaomi looked at Huiningshuan's appearance and wanted to tease her. Oh. Then, I wonder what you are going to do. Xiaomi's words were interrupted by the salesgirl's cry before she finished. She hurriedly stepped forward and covered the salesgirl's mouth with her hands. But the zombies upstairs had been alarmed. Several zombies immediately jumped down from the upstairs. And after landing on the ground, their bodies bent unnaturally. Then, their limbs twisted in the opposite direction and reorganized. Xiaomi looked at the scene and hurriedly shouted, Momo. Where are they? We must leave now. In front. I go find them. After that, she ran quickly to the front. The reason why the salesgirl exchanged was because she saw countless zombies upstairs, and a zombie with a distorted face at the door of the store next door. She was frightened for a moment. She also wanted to make Chu Machin feel distressed. She pretended to collapse and screamed. But she didn't expect this to happen. For a moment, the woman began to be afraid. Xiaomi ignored the woman and looked at Ouyang Qi and said, Go follow Xian. After that, she started to deal with the zombies. After seeing Xiaomi's actions, the salesgirl was so scared that she kept hiding in Xiaomi's direction. She even led the zombies behind her to run towards Xiaomi. She thought bitterly in her heart. If the zombies could really bite Xiaomi to death, then she could follow them. Would Chu Machin see her? She knew Chu Machin. After all, he was the man who had just won the Best Actor award 2 years ago. But she didn't expect that Xiaomi's figure was so fast that she could easily avoid the zombies' attacks. But she couldn't. Zombies were everywhere. And the salesgirl collapsed and shouted, Save me. Save me quickly. Woohoo. It's so scary. Save me quickly. Ah. The woman's screams were drowned out by the zombies. 4 or 5 zombies rushed towards the woman and pressed her to the ground. Xiaomi and the others were not in a good situation now. Zombies from the upstairs kept jumping down. And there were more and more zombies now. Sister Yun. Take them to Gu Haoyu car. Xian. You get in our previous car. How? Scan and see where Chu Machin and the others are? Okay. Host. They are coming in the direction of the host. Less than 70 meters away from the host. But there are many zombies. Okay. Got it. Keep an eye on the situation here. Okay. Host. Xiaomi felt relieved. As long as they were about to come out. Luckily, she saw 3 people not long after. And after the 3 came, Xiaomi quickly cleared away. Several people ran quickly towards the direction of the car outside. Momo. Xian is in the car. You can just go directly. We will take Gu Haoyu car. Okay. See you later. Xiaomi smiled. Then the 4 people accelerated and ran towards the direction of the car. The zombies are not very fast now. But there are a few mutant zombies with special powers among them. And they are very fast. There are even 2 zombies less than 10 meters away from them. In fact, if there were not too many zombies here, Xiaomi would have wanted to deal with these 2 zombies. After all, the crystal core is still very tempting. Although it is useless to her. But her MOMO can use it. It must be said that Xiaomi is a bit in love. After getting in the car, they found that there was one more person in their car. Su. Sit on brother Ouyang. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Ouyang Qi picked up Chu Tingsu beside him, and moved to the middle to make room for Xiaomi. Chu Tingsu thought Xiaomi would hold him. But he didn't expect to let Ouyang Qi hold him. Suddenly, the little guy's face was not so happy. The whole person was in a very low mood. After Xiaomi got in the car, the little guy pouted and looked at Xiaomi. Sister Qiqi, why don't you hug me? Gu Haoyu said in front, Su. Men and women should not be intimate. Your sister Qiqi should abide by the female virtues. Otherwise your uncle will make trouble for you. After that, everyone in the car burst into laughter. Ouyang also sorted out the relationship between the characters here for the time being. It is probably led by Chu Machin and Xiaomi. And Kujia, who was sitting in the car behind them, should be an acquaintance with them, not a friend. After all, they would rather squeeze than sit together. After a simple sorting out of the relationship between the people on the scene, Ouyang Qi also had some understanding of their relationship. But what he was thinking about now was the relationship between Huiningshuan and them. Especially the relationship between Huiningshuan and Chu Machin. He was a little concerned. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qi's face was stunned for a moment. Not understanding why he had such thoughts. It was still a little strange. Chapter 71 The Future Big Man. When they were almost at the community, Xiaomi asked Gu Haoyu to park nearby. When Kujia's car drove over, Xiaomi lowered the window. What supplies do you need? We will give you some. Not for the time being. I will tell you if you need it. I still have food there. That? Do you have weapons? I need weapons now. After Kujia finished speaking, Xiaomi directly took out a mace and a shield. After handing it to Kujia from the window, they drove back to the community. When they went back, they found that the gate below was closed and there was no one inside. Xiaomi sneered. This was to show their power. That's great. They know how to fight back. Interesting. Thinking of this, Xiaomi waved to Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao. Mind being a springboard? The two looked at Xiaomi, then at the terrace above the gate, and instantly understood what Xiaomi meant, and hurriedly squatted under the terrace. Xiaomi took a few steps back, took a run, jumped directly onto the terrace. Then he took out a hammer from the space and smashed the window of the terrace, entered the safety staircase, went down to the first floor, cut the chain that those people locked on the door, opened the lock and let everyone in. Shen Yun sneered. These people are also funny. They only do some things that are not up to the table. If they have the ability, they will really block the bottom. Her voice was not small, and many people in the building did not actually reinforce the door. Therefore, her words were heard clearly by the residents on the lower floors. But those people dared not to be angry, and could only be furious at home. Curse a few words. They didn't even dare to curse loudly. Xiaomi was too lazy to pay attention to them. It was already past 11 o'clock, and the temperature had reached nearly 50 degrees, 10 degrees higher than before. Now they were all sweating all over, and they all wanted to take a comfortable bath and rest. So the group went upstairs and went home directly. Oh Yang, you and Gu Haoyu go downstairs to wash up and come up for dinner later. Okay. Thank you, Sister Chiao. Xiaomi mouth twitched. I'd better call you Sister Chi-Chi. Sister Chiao sounds like a big sister. After that, she took Shen Yun and Chu Tingsu upstairs. Gu Haoyu approached Ouyang Qi with a gossipy look on his face. What's your relationship with that crazy Huiningshuan? Are you in love? Or have you already? She said and threw a coquettish look at Ouyang Qi. Ouyang Qi took Gu Haoyu's hand away with great disdain, and then followed Shen Wentao into the house. Shen Wentao pointed to the small room next to him and said, This is an empty room. You use it first. Okay. Thank you. Then they went to wash up. When they went upstairs, Xiaomi had already laid out the food. Looking at the table full of food, Ouyang Qi's eyes did not change much, but he was shocked in his heart. At this time, it was still a shock to have such a table of food. At this time, Chu Machan brought Huiningshuan to the Hua family. As soon as he entered, Hui Yin's voice sounded in Chu Machan's mind. Boss, there are more and more zombies here now. Chu Machan frowned after hearing this. Prepare to find Hui Yin to talk about this matter later. After entering, Hua parents had come down from upstairs. When they saw Chu Machan and Huiningshuan, their eyes were full of joy. Xiao Chu. Xian, you are here. Have you eaten? No. Mom, I'm starving. I miss you so much. Huiningshuan went upstairs and hugged Hua mother. Hua mother looked at her daughter with a smile. Have you been obedient these 2 days? You have to listen to your brother Chu. Understand? I know. Mom, how are you these 2 days? We are fine. Don't worry. Xiao Chu, let's go upstairs and talk. After that, Hua father went upstairs with Chu Machan. When he arrived at the study, Chu Machan saw Hui Yin sitting in the study. You have already moved in? Does Aunt Hua know? I don't know. I haven't told you yet. So I won't tell your aunt for now. After saying this, Father was sat on the sofa beside him. Chu Machan said, I'm leaving tomorrow. And Xian and Xiaomi will come over later. When there is a shelter up there, you can go there. Uncle and aunt. Okay. Are you leaving Kyoto? It's not clear yet. It depends on the specific situation at that time. Hui Yin looked at Chu Machan and said, Be careful. Don't worry. Lao Hua. You should be careful to hide, and don't be discovered. There are also crystal cores, which you can absorb. Hurry up and improve your strength. Also, pay attention to those zombies with superpowers. After killing those zombies, you will have crystal cores that can help you upgrade. Hui Yin looked at Chu Machan gratefully, and took the 3 crystal cores in his hand. Thank you, boss. There's no need to talk about this between us. After Chu Machan finished speaking, he looked at Hua father. Don't go out again. It will be more chaotic in 2 days. The situation here will definitely attract more survivors to covet. We know that the families next door have already strengthened their protection. They have the generators, diesel and gasoline you gave them, and the electricity at the door will not be turned off. Well, the most important thing is that you must have someone on duty at night in the future. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he looked at Hui Yin. This room is full of old people, and he is the only young man. So it is naturally him. I can stay awake, boss. Zombies don't need to sleep. Chu Machin was shocked. This really touched his blind spot in knowledge. He didn't know that zombies don't need to sleep. Then you should pay attention to it yourself. If it doesn't work, call the third brother and Huiningshuan back. Uncle Hua, this is the intercom. If you encounter something you can't solve, go to Qiaomi and the others. After Hua father took it, his eyes were red. Okay. The old man said it very carefully, and the expression on his face became difficult. Chu Machin knew Hua father's mood. He felt that the old couple had dragged him down, and coupled with Hui Yin's current situation, the old man didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Uncle Hua, we may have to rely on Hui Yin in the future. His ability will become stronger and stronger. Look at those zombies. Are they dull? But Hui Yin not only has his own consciousness, but can also talk to us. Chu Machin's words were honest and gave Hua father a lot of comfort. Hua father sighed. Looking at Chu Machin, he said solemnly, Xiao Chu, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do now. You, Uncle Hua, you are being polite. The relationship between the Hua family and the Chu family has always been very good. The Hua family is mainly engaged in medicine, and the Chu family is in the army. Therefore, the Hua family doesn't know how many times they have pulled the Chu family back from the brink of life and death. Therefore, the relationship between the two families is really good. It can't be described in words at all. Chu Machin went to check the situation of the entire Hua family, but still felt uneasy, and left a lot of guns and ammunition for Hui Yin. Only then was he slightly relieved. He left with Huiningshuan. Chapter 72 Farewell Party. Chu Machin had just arrived at Qiaomi house. After opening the door, he saw an empty living room. He frowned slightly. They are not here. Didn't they say they were at home? Huiningshuan rolled his eyes. I don't think I have been with Sister Qiqi as long as you have. What are you talking about? How could I know? Chu Machin looked at Huiningshuan with a look of disgust. Heh. Second Uncle Chu. You are so ridiculous. Huh. Wait. As soon as you leave tomorrow, I will introduce a little milk dog to Sister Qiqi. Huh. After saying this, Huiningshuan clearly felt that the aura around Chu Machin became extremely cold, and she felt frozen instantly. She didn't know what to say. But after all, the bold words just now had been released. Of course, she couldn't be timid at this time. Chu Machin snorted coldly. No wonder Ouyang doesn't like you. Look at you. You deserve it. I introduce a better girl to Ouyang later. I have to say it's really childish. But Huiningshuan believed it. Looking at Chu Machin's eyes full of tears, as if she was going to cry in the next second, she just looked at Chu Machin. Chu Machin didn't know how to react for a while. Don't cry. If you cry, you should go back to the Hua family. Huiningshuan snorted, looked at Chu Machin with dissatisfaction, and said angrily, Humph. Tyrant. Chu Machin raised his eyebrows. Didn't say anything. Looked at the whole house. And then said, I go downstairs to see if they are there. Do you want to go? Yes. She didn't want to stay upstairs alone. It was a bit scary. After that, the two of them walked downstairs. Sometimes they don't close the door now. After all, there are only two of their families upstairs, and it's very safe. After the two of them went down and opened the door, Huiningshuan was pulled in by Gu Haoyu first. Chu Machin was about to hold the door, but was pushed open by Shin Wentao. He looked at the closed door in front of him with a confused face. Chu Machin's face darkened. What are you doing? Open the door. Inside, Qiaomi was finishing the final dress-up. So Gu Haoyu and Shin Wentao could only risk offending Chu Machin. He was so bold as to lock Chu Machin out. The whole house is now full of flowers and balloons. The only bad thing is that the flowers are not very fresh. After all, they were all picked up by Qiaomi at the flower shop today. After such a long period of high temperature, it is very good that the flowers did not wither directly, and she was able to find so many. Ouyang Qi used his wood-related ability to open the buds of all the flowers, so that Qiaomi flowers did not look so bad. but because there are still some places that have not been arranged. Chu Machin cannot be allowed in. That's why Gu Yuhao and Shen Wentao pushed Chu Machin out just now, just to give him a surprise. Xiaomi is also working hard. In order to comfort Chu Machin, Xiaomi hurriedly said, "Momo, wait a minute." After that, she continued to decorate the party in front of her. Everyone was in a good mood to see these in the end of the world. Therefore, they all helped Xiaomi to decorate slowly. Chu Machin outside couldn't tell what he felt in his heart after hearing Xiaomi's words. Anyway, he was very moved, and his desire to see Xiaomi became stronger. Xiaomi has always been a romanticist. Even after experiencing such a long time of fast travel world, she still wants to keep a romantic heart. After all, life is already so hard. It would be too boring if there were no little surprises. After the decoration, Xiaomi looked at the flowers all over the room, the drinks on the coffee table, the cake, and a pair of boxing gloves like hers. Very happy. Gu Haoyu, open the door. Gu Haoyu smiled and said after receiving the order, "Okay, miss." After that, he quickly opened the door. Wen Ningxuan looked at the dresses in the room and was really jealous of Chu Machin. Alas, why don't I have this blessing? I'm sad. Ouyang Qi on the side quickly opened the door and stepped forward with a smile. Boss, do you mind if I blindfold you? If I mind, you won't do it? If you mind, I can only hand it over to my sister Mi. After all, you can't refuse her. Chu Machin rolled his eyes at Gu Haoyu, closed his eyes, covered his eyes with his hands. I go in by myself. He didn't want anyone other than Xiaomi to cover his eyes, which was uncomfortable. Well, Chu Machin also played a lot of male virtues. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin, which was really funny, and couldn't help but bend over with laughter. Momo, you must be so cute. Put it down. After hearing what Xiaomi said, Chu Machin realized that there was no need to cover his eyes like this. After putting his hands down, he was about to glare at Gu Haoyu, but he was stunned by the scene in front of him. When he entered the door, he saw a whole living room full of flowers and balloons on top of the house. Xiaomi and Chu Tingsu stood in the middle. Chu Tingsu held a cake in his hand, and Xiaomi held a bouquet of flowers in her arms. This sense of ceremony can be said to be full. Chu Machin was very moved, and his eyes began to turn red. Shichi. Chu Machin's voice trembled, and he looked at Xiaomi with tears in his eyes. Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao didn't know Chu Machin anymore. They had known each other for more than 20 years. But it was the first time they saw Chu Machin like this. The two looked at each other, shuddered, and turned their heads away from Chu Machin. It was really unbearable to watch. They didn't want to laugh, especially Gu Haoyu, whose shoulders were shaking with laughter. Although you said you were very moved now, he really couldn't control himself. Even Wen Ningxuan looked at Chu Machin as if he had seen a ghost. After all, in her memory, Chu Machin had always had a stern face. And when had he ever laughed? Not to mention seeing Chu Machin's lively expression like now. Shen Yun looked at her son-in-law like she was watching him. Before anything happened, her eyes were already filled with tears. She even wanted to move the Civil Affairs Bureau over so that they could get married right there. Xiaomi, you think too much. How long have we been together? It's really outrageous. It makes me want to get married. Mo. Hold it back. There are so many people here. Chu Machin, who was originally moved, was no longer moved by Xiaomi's words. He smiled and held back his tears. He walked towards Xiaomi. Thank you. Shichi. Xiaomi waved. Hey, farewell party. We should still be passionate about life in the end of the world. The sense of ceremony cannot be missed. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's smiling face. Okay. The sense of ceremony can't be missed. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi handed him the boxing gloves behind him. Well, it's a gift. Try it first. This thing is not big. Basically the same as a racing driver's gloves. Chapter 73 Flirting First. After Chu Machin took it, he looked at the novel gloves and was very curious. After all, the material is better than that of their bulletproof vests. Chu Machin, who has been studying these things, saw at a glance that this thing is extraordinary. Shichi, do you have a lot of these? No. There are only 2 pairs. What Xiaomi said is true. There are indeed only 2 pairs in the system. It is a couple's boxing gloves. It's just that she had no use for the boys before. So she put it on hold until today when Chu Machin was leaving. And she wanted to give Chu Machin some assurance. When choosing, She remembered that there were boxing gloves. So she spent 100,000 to exchange. Looking at the joy in Chumachan's eyes, Xiaomi felt it was worth it. How about trying it quickly? Really unable to bear Chumachan's scorching eyes, Xiaomi quickly stopped him and asked Chumachan to change his focus. After Chumachan put on the boxing gloves, he found that the gloves seemed to be tailor-made for him. And the fit was exceptionally good. It works very well. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows, her face full of joy. The little guy next to him, Chu Tingsu, was unhappy. Uncle, didn't you see the cake in my hand? I'm tired of holding it. Put it aside. This sentence directly caused Chu Tingsu's strong dissatisfaction, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at Chumachan. Uncle, you can be more realistic. After saying this with disgust, Chu Tingsu put the cake on the coffee table, ignored Chumachan, and went to play with Mimi. Huiningshuan stood beside Ouyang Qi, looking at Ouyang Qi from time to time, wanting to say something but not daring to say it was really cute. Ouyang Qi felt embarrassed by Huiningshuan's gaze, and asked directly, "Does it look good?" Huiningshuan said without thinking, "It looks good." After saying that, Huiningshuan realized what she said. Her face turned red, and she hid aside embarrassedly. She didn't dare to look at Ouyang Qi again. Shen Yun looked at their interaction, her eyes full of envy. Once upon a time, she also had such a little woman. But these are gone. Maybe it will never happen again. Thinking of this, Shen Yun thought of her father Shen at her home. After thinking about it, she decided to take some time to go and see. Although there was no emotion, she still went to see it during the special period. As for what happened later, it was not her business. Chumachan looked at the people present and directly pulled Xiaomi to his room. Gu Haoyu started to make a noise. As a result, he was frightened by Chumachan's eyes and quickly shut up. But his eyes were full of teasing. After the two of them went in, he ran to the door and said, "Take your time. We're going up. Come on, boss." Even with such good sound insulation, Chumachan and Xiaomi still heard it. Chumachan's face turned red, and he quickly let go of Xiaomi's hand. "Chi-Chi, it's not what you think. Like that. I just don't want you to be embarrassed outside." "Really?" Chumachan raised his hands and assured Xiaomi. Looking at Chumachan's cute look, Xiaomi couldn't hold back her laughter, and sat down on the ground, laughing wildly. After Xiaomi laughed, Chumachan knew how funny what he had just said was. Instantly his face flushed. Looking at Xiaomi lovingly, "Get up. Okay. Slow down before laughing." Xiaomi forced herself to restrain her smile, and after standing up, she looked at Chumachan with an unfathomable look on her face. "Momo. So cowardly." After saying that, her face was full of provocation. She just wanted to tease Chumachan and see how he would react. As a result, Chumachan was stunned for a moment. Then his face flushed. "Chi-Chi, be good." Chumachan's face was full of helplessness when he said this. He really had no way to deal with Xiaomi now. He had no resistance to begin with, and Xiaomi would tease him from time to time. Now he really couldn't bear it. It all depended on his willpower. Xiaomi looked at Chumachan forbearance, with a smile on her face. He took out a lot of pills he made from the space, and some were exchanged by the system. There were about 2 suitcases in total. "What are these?" Chumachan asked in confusion, holding the porcelain bottle. Xiaomi picked up a bottle and explained, "Look, this is a powerful pill. The effect is literally what it means. After eating it, your strength will increase tenfold in 4 hours. There are names on it. You will know when you see it." Chumachan took them out one by one, and was shocked after reading them. "How did you get this?" "I changed it through the system, and I made it myself. Am I awesome from time to time?" When he said this, Xiaomi's face was full of pride. Chumachan's face was also full of smiles. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's awesome. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. I'm leaving tomorrow." "You? Don't say that. It's not that hypocritical." "But, Chumachan, if you're gone for a long time, don't come back. Do you hear me?" Xiaomi's words were full of threats. Chumachan smiled and said, "No, don't worry. I will come back after things over there are settled." "Okay. Remember what you said? Otherwise, I will take them and disappear directly." After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chumachan looked at Xiaomi seriously. "Don't say such things. I won't leave for too long." If I can't leave later, I will also consider your resettlement issues. Believe me. Well, I believe you. Let's go. Go out. Everyone is outside. We won't go out today. Wait for you to leave tomorrow, and we will go out again. Chu Mochin said worriedly, for the time being. There are still supplies. You reduce the number of times you go out, and it will be more chaotic later. I know. So you must go out more recently, and no supplies will be distributed later. In addition, the people who had stocks before should have consumed almost all their things, and the situation will not be too good later. Chu Machin's face was full of worry, and he looked at Xiaomi very apologetically. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't I take Shushu away? Lest you take him with you later." "No need. Don't you realize that Shushu is my good helper now?" What Xiaomi said is true. Chu Tingsu's ability can now be said to be second only to Chu Machin in terms of lethality. Among their group of people, he ranks only after Chu Machin and Xiaomi. He is not a burden at all. He even saved Gu Haoyu once in the previous operation. Thinking of Gu Haoyu, Xiaomi felt that he could get Gu Haoyu a set of powerful equipment in the space. After all, it seems that Gu Haoyu should be an ordinary person now. It has been more than a week since the end of the world. Gu Haoyu has not mutated yet. It is likely that he is an ordinary person, and will not have superpowers in the future. Chapter 74. Chu Machin is inferior. Let's go. Let's go out. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out with Xiaomi, thinking that if he wanted to change equipment, he might need some points. Xiaomi asked, "Momo, do you have anything of high value? My system needs these things to exchange for points." Points can be exchanged for some things. Your boxing gloves are exchanged for points, which is actually bought with money. Chu Machin thought for a while and said, "We have a private warehouse. I will take you there tonight. Take whatever you value. Shaoxi has a lot of good things. Let him take you there later." "Okay. Momo, you are the best." Chu Machin blushed directly. Xiaomi has always been a very gentle person in his previous contact, but he did not expect that after being together, Xiaomi would tease him whenever he had the chance. Even he couldn't resist it. Looking at Xiaomi helplessly. "Chi-Chi, you, forget it. It's okay. They have taken the cake up. Let's go up." "Okay." As soon as the two went up, they heard Gu Haoyu teasing them. Shen Wentao happened to see them coming in and was about to remind Gu Haoyu, but was glared at by Chu Machin. He could only choose to shut up. "You guys said it. The boss is really a beast. I didn't expect him to have thoughts about Chi-Chi so early." "Oh, shame." Chu Machin heard Gu Haoyu say this, and immediately wanted to step forward and stop Gu Haoyu. But he was stopped by Xiaomi. Xiaomi winked at Shen Yun, indicating that she should ask Gu Haoyu. After working together for so long, Shen Yun knew Xiaomi better than she did, and immediately knew what Xiaomi meant. "Well, Mr. Gu, tell me how you knew. I'm so smart." When he first entered the entertainment industry, he had to look at the list of people for every activity he accepted. If Xiaomi was on the list, he didn't even look at the content and just accepted it. "I didn't know it at first, but after a long time, I found out. Xiaomi was on every activity. At that time, I began to wonder who Xiaomi was, and how she could be so charming, until he said that he was going to be a guest on a dating show. And the key point was that it was free. Tell me. Alas, you don't know how worthless he looked every time he saw Xiaomi." Listening to Gu Haoyu's words, Chu Machin's face turned red and white. He was shy about Xiaomi hearing his secrets, and angry that Gu Haoyu had revealed his past. Chu Machin's mood was really complicated now. Looking at Gu Haoyu back, he wanted to go up and kick Gu Haoyu. Shen Wentao winked at Gu Haoyu frantically, hoping that he would be more restrained. But Gu Haoyu didn't understand what he meant at all. He was still talking to himself. "Third brother, is your eye cramp? Let me tell you. They didn't know that the boss was interested in your Chi-Chi at first. And I found out. Haha. Am I awesome? I felt something was wrong at the time. Why couldn't he lower his status to attend some small events? And then I finally found him. But Chi-Chi appearance was still too amazing. I remembered it after watching it 2 or 3 times. Gu Haoyu proudly raised his head while saying this. Then he felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw Xiaomi with a smile on his face, and Chu Machin with an extremely ugly face. At this moment, Gu Haoyu knew that he was finished, and looked at Xiaomi for help. Chi-Chi, Sister Qiao, Sister Mi, help me. Hurry up and hold the fire-breathing dragon next to you. Xiaomi patted Chumachen's arm. My Momo is so cute. I like it even more. This sentence made Chumachen blush. Even his ears and neck were red. And Xiaomi's heart trembled. Naughty. Gu Haoyu. Do you want me to take you away with me? After scratching Xiaomi's nose, Chumachen turned around and looked at Gu Haoyu threateningly. If he guessed correctly, the old man of the Gu family should be where he was going tomorrow. Therefore, he thought seriously that it was actually safest for Gu Haoyu to follow him. Mainly because there were too many people here. And when he really encountered something, he could only rely on Xiaomi and Shen Wentao. He didn't want Xiaomi to be too stressed. Gu Haoyu looked at Chumachen seriously and said, Okay. Shen Wentao looked at Chumachen. Then at Gu Haoyu. Are you serious? Well, I think I might meet Mr. Gu. And besides, the place I'm going to has a high safety factor. Chumachen explained to everyone. Gu Haoyu didn't want to drag Xiaomi and the others down. But Chumachen was different. This was his brother. And his uncle was shamelessly seeking his protection. Xiaomi looked at the two of them. And then said, If nothing goes wrong, I can get Gu Haoyu a set of equipment that will make him better than us. Really? Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi in surprise. He wanted to see from Xiaomi's eyes whether it was true or not. Xiaomi nodded firmly. Gu Haoyu's eyes were red. He didn't have to be a waste anymore. This news was really hard for him to believe. Chumachen whispered, Exchange? Yeah. It's just a little expensive. I feel bad. It's okay. Xiaoxi has plenty of money. You can ask him for those gems. His mother is a gem designer. She has collected a lot of treasures. Hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah. Haha. That's great. Then you should keep him. He's a big fat sheep. Ha ha. Chumachen looked at Xiaomi lovingly. Okay. I keep him for you. Xiaomi was happy. Gu Xiaoxi, if you follow us, it will be convenient for me to get you a set of equipment. But it will require a lot of rare gems and jadeite. Do you have any? Yes. Yes. There are a lot of them. They are all in my house. Haha. That is. Sister Qiao. Can I really become powerful? Well, no problem. It just requires more rare treasures. And some valuable paintings are also okay. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chumachen directly said, Old 3. Do you have a lot of them at home? Well, I will take you to sweep them when the time comes. Shen Wentao said sweeping. And it was indeed sweeping. Because Shen Wentao and the Shen family had no feelings. Naturally, Xiaomi was allowed to sweep. Of course, this is all later. At this time, Gu Haoyu was excitedly hugging Shen Wentao and jumping. If it weren't for the high quality of the sound insulation cotton installed in Xiaomi's house, I'm afraid the zombies would have heard the sound and rushed here. Chumachen looked at Gu Haoyu's appearance. And rarely did he dislike him. Xiaomi said softly, How long has Gu Xiaoxi been suppressed? Look at his expression. Qiqi. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done. I am honored to have your love. Chumachen's face was full of expression. He now felt that he was really unworthy of Xiaomi. Xiaomi was so outstanding that he began to be timid. Afraid that he was not good enough. That he could not improve fast enough. And that he could not keep up with Xiaomi's pace. Chapter 75 Standing Side by Side. Sister Qiao. If you have anything to say in the future, just tell me. I, Gu Haoyu, will be your little brother in the future. If you want to deal with the boss, I will pass the stick to you. After saying that, Gu Haoyu looked directly at Chumachen. Boss, I will be my sister Qiao's little brother in the future. Looking at Gu Haoyu's appearance, everyone burst into laughter. It's really that he looks so funny now. Everyone knows that this is Gu Haoyu who is finally not as depressed as before. And the whole person has become a lot more sunny. Chumachen was too lazy to pay attention to Gu Haoyu. So he let him show off there. After all, he has been depressed for so long. Now let him be arrogant for a while. Xiaomi and Chumachen didn't watch Gu Haoyu go crazy anymore. They took the cake and called Chu Tingsu and Shen Yun to come over. After eating, Shen Yun prepared to go see her father. To be honest, she really hated her parents. She hated her mother for not divorcing no matter what. Even if she clearly said that she could work and study and apply for student loans. But her mother just didn't divorce. He even said that if she got divorced, people would look down on her. But in the end, he chose to jump off the building in front of her after she finished the college entrance examination. This caused her a lifelong psychological trauma. even when she was beaten in high school and tried to resist. Her mother said that she was unfilial and actually hit her father. Sometimes, Shin-yun wondered if she had done something to let her parents down in her previous life. They were doing this to her in this life. The hatred for her father was engraved in her bones since she was a child. It was because of her father's violence. Whether he was drunk or in a bad mood, her father would do it. Sometimes it was her. Sometimes it was her mother. Now thinking about her childhood, Shin-yun's memory was only crying and yelling. Inexplicably, she felt very sad. Xiaomi looked at Shin-yun's face, knowing that Shin-yun might have remembered some unpleasant memories, and hurriedly handed the cake in her hand to Shin-yun. Sister Yun, try it. Our favorite cakes were from this shop. Yes, but I asked you to control your weight at that time, so I could only buy it secretly and eat it secretly. Xiaomi looked at Shin-yun in shock. So you ate it secretly without telling me? No wonder every time I thought it was not going well. You said you were holding back and told me to cheer up. Huh? Shin-yun smiled and looked at Xiaomi and said, I don't care about you now. Eat more. After all, you won't have such a good life after the zombies are solved. Mo. Look. Sister Yun bullies me. She looked at Chu Machin pitifully. Chu Machin whispered, It's okay. I bought it for you secretly and didn't let Sister Yun know. Yeah. Xiaomi was happy and looked at Shin-yun proudly. Shin-yun looked at Chu Machin with a look of disappointment. Chu God, where are your principles? Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with a smile in his indifferent eyes and said, Chi-Chi in our family is the principal. Everyone was speechless. They really liked to show off their love. Then they thought that Chu Machin was about to leave. So they all endured it. After all, they couldn't show off their love for many times. They could endure it. In the afternoon, everyone left with good manners. The top floor was left to Xiaomi and Chu Machin. The two sat on the lazy sofa and chatted. Xiaomi told Chu Machin about her past and shared all her things. Chu Machin listened very seriously. From time to time, he responded twice. The two had a sense of déjà vu of an old couple, but they were very satisfied. Looking at Xiaomi's small mouth that kept talking, Chu Machin's body tightened, and then he directly pulled Xiaomi into his arms. The thin lips slowly approached. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin's handsome face with a smile on her lips. She took the initiative to move closer, holding Chu Machin's tight waist tightly. Xiaomi slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, Chu Machin let Xiaomi go, looking at the blushing girl in his arms. Chu Machin's heart was beating wildly. I really want to take you with me. Xiaomi smiled. But I can't. It's not that I can't. But I don't know the situation over there now. And I don't want you to take risks with me. After I'm sure, I come back to pick you up. Xiaomi smiled and said, You should make sure of your own safety first. And ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Do you hear me? Chu Machin raised his hands directly to show that he knew. Xiaomi was satisfied and nestled in Chu Machin's arms, quietly enjoying their time together. The two of them looked exactly like what the public yearned for in the end times. At 12:30 in the morning, Xiaomi and Chu Machin left quietly. The car sped all the way to Chu Machin Villa. As soon as they got downstairs, Xiaomi asked how to scan the villa, mainly because she was afraid that there would be zombies inside. But she didn't expect that after How finished scanning, he actually found more than a dozen survivors inside. Momo, do you have a lot of servants at home? There are only 3 of them. They are just responsible for the daily cleaning. I rarely come here. After Chu Machin explained, Xiaomi had a bad feeling. That is, either the 3 people brought their families here, or this place was occupied by others in the past 2 days. My system detected that there are more than a dozen survivors here. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, You will know after going in. Why don't you come in later? Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. Look down on me? I am very powerful. Chu Machin smiled very dotingly. His eyes were curved, unusually beautiful, and he stepped forward and knocked Xiaomi's head. What are you thinking? I don't want you to see these dirty things. Even in this bullshit end of the world. How can I see less? Don't be so hypocritical. Momo, I am someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's appearance, and his heart was full of touch. If I say that I liked her very much before, I can say that I like her very much now. And I can't even calculate it. Okay. I believe in our Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is the best. I'm just afraid that I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with you. It's okay. I try to grow taller. and we can be together. Chu Machin smiled directly. His little girl was really likable. Okay. You follow me. Okay? Oh. Hurry in. Don't let them destroy my treasure. Don't worry. They can't find it. Those things outside are not treasures. I put away the real treasures. After that, Chu Machin took the lead and walked inside, prepared to see what was going on inside, thinking that there were so many people in his house. Chu Machin felt very uncomfortable. As a senior mysophobia patient, Chu Machin now felt uncomfortable all over. When he arrived at the gate, Chu Machin looked at the password lock. Fortunately, there was still electricity. Chu Machin unlocked it with his face, and then walked into the house. Chapter 76. The house is occupied. Chu Machin entered the villa with ease. After entering the first floor, the smell inside almost made Chu Machin explode. Xiaomi waved his hands in disgust and covered his nose. Oh my god! What did these people do in your house? Chi-Chi, you go out first. I deal with the people inside. It's okay. I wear a mask. Let's go upstairs and see. Let's go to generate electricity first. There is no moonlight tonight. It's too dark. Chu Machin hummed. Here. In the basement. After speaking, he took Jin Jian to the basement. After starting the generator, the whole building lit up instantly. But it did not wake up the sleeping people in the bedroom. After Xiaomi and Chu Machin went upstairs, they were too lazy to look for people one by one. When they looked at each other, Chu Machin instantly understood what Xiaomi meant. Okay. You come. Yeah. After speaking, Xiaomi took out the big speaker and played the Soul Wake Up song, the most popular south of the colorful clouds. They were not worried about attracting zombies. Anyway, the two of them could deal with the zombies. But it was not certain about these people. Therefore, Xiaomi was not soft-hearted at all. She took a pair of earplugs for herself and Chu Machin, and then turned up the volume to the maximum, waiting for those people to come down. 10 seconds later, an irritable man voice sounded. Fuck. Which bastard is playing the speakers? Is he tired of living? Others were also woken up. The two people living on the first floor came out first. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of fear when she saw Chu Machin. She watched Chu Machin retreat again and again. Chu Machin also recognized the woman. The middle-aged woman in front of him was Liao, the housekeeper in charge of his family. She usually only needed to clean. Looking at the middle-aged woman, the boy next to her said in confusion, Aunt, what's wrong with you? After saying that, he looked at Chu Machin and Xiaomi and said arrogantly, Get out now, or we will beat you to death later. The boy was at most 16 or 17 years old, with acne all over his face. But that kind of arrogant look was definitely not developed overnight. Xiaomi had a very bad impression of this family. Although she couldn't hear the boy's voice, Xiaomi guessed from the boy's mouth shape that he didn't say anything good. Chu Machin looked at them coldly. The woman's face changed, and she covered her nephew's mouth with a little fear. When he wanted to explain, Chu Machin saw 4 or 5 people coming down from upstairs. Guessing that they were all woken up, he looked at Xiaomi. He motioned her to turn off the sound. Xiaomi nodded, and after turning off the sound, those people started yelling. Who are you? Mom, did you forget to close the door? That's right. Grandma, how could you forget to close the door? It's so noisy. Dad, kick them out. I want to sleep. After the little fat man finished speaking, he pointed at Xiaomi and Chu Machin and said to the middle-aged man. And behind the man stood several young men and several women. A fat girl in her 20s behind them said excitedly after seeing Chu Machin, Brother, I want this man. Uh-huh. As for that woman, just kick her out. If her brother hadn't been married, she would have kept this woman. After letting them separate, her family would feel uncomfortable watching them. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Thinking so, the woman stared at Chu Machin excitedly. Xiaomi was disgusted by the naked look of the woman. Momo, leave that woman to me. Yeah. Then the two looked at each other. And the next second, they took out their boxing gloves together and prepared to rush towards those people. The housekeeper Liao knelt down in front of Chu Machin. Boss Chu, please don't. I was wrong. But there are zombies everywhere outside. We will die if we go out. So we live here. Please be kind. Mom, he is your employer? Hee. Little sister. Since he is still a CEO, I will give it to you. Uh-huh. The man interrupted his mother and looked at Chu Machin arrogantly. He looked at the people behind him, not worried at all that he would not be able to beat Chumachin. Looking at them, not blocking them at all. Chiami smiled. Momo. You see, they look down on you. Chumachin looked at Chiami, who was smiling sweetly, and his heart tightened. If it wasn't inappropriate now, Chumachin really wanted to hug this passionate woman into his arms. But now is obviously not the right time. He could only look at Chiami helplessly. Stop making trouble. And go back after solving the problem. Okay. After saying that, Chiami went straight forward and pulled the middle-aged man down from the stairs, throwing him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The rest of the people watched Chiami take action, and immediately rushed towards Chiami in anger. The fat boy who had just scolded Chiami watched his father fall, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Chiami, and he was now backing away in fear. Housekeeper Liao looked at them with despair in her eyes. Others didn't know Chumachin, but as an elder of the Chu family, she knew Chumachin's character very well. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she didn't dare to bring her family over, fearing that Chumachin would come, until a few days ago, when she saw that Chumachin had not come and had not contacted her, and her family asked for help. She brought her family over. She never thought that Chumachin would come back today. Housekeeper Liao looked at Chumachin in despair. Then she turned and walked towards the kitchen. At this time, Chumachin and Chiami threw all the people in the living room, and Chumachin kicked the middle-aged man into the corner. Chiami threw the woman who had just coveted Chumachin to the ground and looked down at the woman. Humph. You think you can touch my man? What are you thinking, young man? The woman looked at Chiami with her teeth bared, feeling unconvinced, but she dared not say anything. After all, none of them could match Chiami. How dare she take action? She could only stare at Chiami, looking at her brother with dissatisfaction, and whispered, "Brother, why are you so useless?" Several men were called useless, and instantly looked at the woman angrily. The woman was not afraid of them, and directly said, "Isn't it?" Then she looked at Chiami and said, "I won't compete with you for a man. Can you stop hitting me? I don't want him anymore." Chiami was so angry that she laughed. What kind of person dared to say that to her MOMO? Just as she was about to confront someone, she felt a gust of wind behind her, and subconsciously dodged. She saw that Housekeeper Liao was holding a knife about 50 centimeters long and slashing at her. When Chumachin saw it, he quickly flew forward and kicked Housekeeper Liao in the heart. Kicked Butler Liao down directly. Looking at Butler Liao coldly, Chumachin was in a very bad mood, so his face was very gloomy. Chapter 77 Crazy Point Earning. Butler Liao, you are really looking for death. After Chiami finished speaking, he punched with all his strength, and Butler Liao's head was instantly blown up by Chiami. Looking at Chiami's actions, the people on the ground began to retreat in fear. The already frightened little fat man burst into tears, and the eyes of those people on the ground were full of fear when they looked at Chiami and Chumachin, and some of them were even scared to pee. After Chumachin smelled the smell, he frowned in disgust. Looking at Chiami, he said, "Take away what you can take away later. I don't plan to take this place." Chumachin is in a bad mood now. This is the place he gave to his brother and sister-in-law. But now the people are gone, and the place has been destroyed. For a while, Chumachin's mood was really terrible. Looking at those people's eyes, they were so cold that ice chips fell off. Chiami reached out and held Chumachin's hand. "Momo, it's okay. You go upstairs to collect the things, and let me deal with these people. Check each room one by one. There are basically some in every room." "Okay." Chiami patted Chumachin's hand and turned to walk towards the second floor. Chumachin looked at them with a cold look in his eyes, and slowly walked towards the middle-aged man who had been speaking rudely just now. "What did you say just now? Say it again." The middle-aged man was already scared to death by Chumachin's actions just now. Now Chumachin's shoes hooked his chin, and he dared not speak even more. He was afraid that if he said a word wrong, Chumachin would solve it directly. Therefore, he looked at Chumachin cautiously, and dared not say anything. Chumachin sneered, stretched out his hand, and turned the man directly into a pile of dust. This scene stunned those people. The little fat boy was crying out of breath at this time, and his mother covered his mouth and shrank at the stairs. After seeing his father disappear, the little fat boy fainted directly. At the same time, the fat woman who had coveted Chumachin just now was also frightened and fainted. A thin man looked at Chumachin and said carefully, "We were all called here by my sister. She said it was okay, so we came here." I'm leaving now. Leaving now? Please, let us go. Okay? Chu Machin sneered. This man's eyes were evasive. And he was definitely not a good guy at first glance. He didn't want to say anything to these people. Every one of them was not a good person. He would not let anyone go if he could destroy this place like this. Chu Machin's eyes gradually turned scarlet. His hand slowly moved up, and then swung down fiercely, and all the people on the first floor disappeared, leaving only a lot of dust on the ground. Chu Machin closed his eyes, and then walked to the place in the distance where the family portrait was hung before, looking at the empty walls and the photo frame with only the frame left. Chu Machin's mood became worse, and the look on his face became even colder. After restraining his bad mood a little, he went upstairs to find Xiaomi. After Xiaomi saw Chu Machin coming up on the second floor, she quickly turned around and went into the study room nearby. Just now, she didn't go in because she was worried about Chu Machin, but watched Chu Machin's situation from the railing on the second floor. She was going to go out to comfort Chu Machin when he was in a bad mood, but she didn't have the chance to go out. After entering, Xiaomi looked at the traces all over the floor and felt that the beating just now was not light. The books in the study were torn into pages. Many models were destroyed, and even some Lego were dismantled. It's obvious that it was done by the little fat man. Now Xiaomi really wants to ask Chu Machin how the housekeeper Liao was found. What kind of person is this? He can mess up the house like this. When Chu Machin came in, he saw Xiaomi looking at the study room with a bad face, and stepped forward to hold Xiaomi in his arms. Be good. Don't move. It will be fine soon. It will be fine soon. Chu Machin was undoubtedly very fragile at this moment, and the whole person was like an abandoned puppy. Xiaomi's heart began to ache. Holding Chu Machin tightly with both hands, she slowly stroked Chu Machin back, trying to comfort him. Momo, just hug it. Don't be sad. Chu Machin was directly amused by her tone of coaxing a child. Okay. I'm fine. It will be fine soon. You go and collect what you want first. Chu Machin went forward and opened the safe in the study. There are some finished ones in here, and some rough stones are in the IDK we went to today. You can go and see it when the time comes. It's in their safe. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin in disbelief. Is there a rare ruby? And that pigeon egg-sized pink diamond? And you haven't taken it away? Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi in disbelief. Xiaomi nodded stiffly. Yes. They took everything. Okay. It's all the same to you. But how did you get in? I remember my security was very good. Chu Machin couldn't figure it out. His security was done by someone who hired someone to do it. But it cost several $100 million. But now, it was actually cracked by Xiaomi. I feel a little uncomfortable. The system cracked it. Hee. Okay. Then I won't be so depressed. Look at these and see what you want. If you like it, keep it. This one was given by my mother. You keep it. The others can be exchanged for points. Chu Machin took a bracelet and handed it to Xiaomi, and then took away another one that was exactly the same. What he didn't say was that this was given by his mother to the two daughters-in-law. The one given to Xiaomi was his, and the one he took was his eldest brother, and he was going to give it to Chu Tingzi later. As for the rest, they were all his mother and sister-in-law's collections, and some he had prepared for Xiaomi before, but he had never given them away. These things can be found later. The most important thing now is to let Xiaomi exchange for more important things, especially the equipment that Gu Haoyu needs. Xiaomi put all the remaining things into the space and asked Hao Hao to appraise them. Let's go. I still have some private collections, and those can also be exchanged. By the way, after you exchange the points, the items disappeared? No. You can exchange them back with points later. But the price is 10 times the current price. The points can be exchanged for the number of zombies killed. And there will be tasks in the system later, and points will be given after the tasks are completed. I always feel that this is not a good system. Host, don't listen to his nonsense. It is the best system. Yes. Yes. The best system. Where are my previous collections? You can't even take care of this. What else can I expect from you? Tell me. Hao Hao was directly asked to shut himself up. After all, it was indeed he who didn't take good care of it. And now all of Xiaomi collections are gone. But what can it do? It's just a small worker. What can it do about the requirements of the main system? It's really desperate. After Xiaomi finished complaining about Hao Hao, she said, well, I know. Let's go. Do you have anything else? There are some ancient paintings, and some of them were given to us by my mother. You can take half of them, and the rest should be given to Shushu. No problem. Chapter 78 Parents. Okay. That's enough. I have 2.14 million points now. Xiaomi was so happy. I didn't expect to collect so many points. Now she was so happy that she was flying. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi's happy expression and was in a good mood. Can I change it now? No. I still have some. But they are in another home. What? Xiaomi was full of curiosity and wanted to know what treasures Chu Mochen had. Chu Mochen smiled. Some cars. Does the system take the cars? Yes. But we don't need them now. Let's keep these cars and drive them ourselves later. By the way, you leave tomorrow and I will change some weapons for you. What do you want? Chu Mochen shook his head, and his face, which had just used his supernatural power, looked a little pale. Xiaomi felt distressed. No, I don't need anything else now. What I have now is enough for me. Besides, I still have guns and ammunition, so I don't need anything else. Well, is there anything else you want to collect? Chu Mochen looked at the layout of his room, and there was nothing left. So he shook his head at Xiaomi. Let's go. Let's go back. Well, will you give Gu Haoyu equipment to him later? Give it to him yourself. The reason why Chu Mochen said this was that he wanted Gu Haoyu to remember what Xiaomi did, so that he could take good care of Xiaomi after he left. Although Xiaomi probably didn't need his care when the two of them went back. Except Chu Tingsu and Mimi. Everyone else was waiting in the living room. Gu Haoyu was even more anxious walking back and forth in the room. Shen Yun began to feel dizzy, and finally saw Xiaomi and Chu Mochen coming back, and a smile appeared on Shen Yun's face. Mr. Gu, now you can be quiet. Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi, who came in embarrassedly. No, don't listen to Sister Yun nonsense. How are you? Here. After speaking, Xiaomi directly handed the equipment that she spent 1 million to exchange in the system to Gu Haoyu. This thing needs you to wear it directly when you go out. It won't be cold or hot inside. It can automatically adjust the temperature to a temperature suitable for your body feeling. Hearing Xiaomi's words, Shen Wentao and Chu Mochen were a little moved. It feels very good. After Gu Haoyu took it, his eyes were full of joy. Can I go and try it? Chu Mochen waved his hand. Hurry up. Okay. After speaking, Gu Haoyu went into the bathroom next to him. Shen Yun complained, Look, how positive this is. Ah, Sister Chi-Chi, you don't know the expression of Gu Xiaoxi just now. Worried that you can't get it back. Afraid that he can't become stronger. Bah. It's simply, when Ningxuan complained about Gu Haoyu mercilessly, I didn't see the look of Ouyang Qi on the side. That naked jealous expression. By the way, Sister Yun, didn't you say you wanted to go to your house to take a look? Let's go. Let's go tonight. The situation outside is still better now. Shen Yun stood up. Okay. Then the two left. After getting in the car, Shen Yun slowly spoke. In fact, I want to give up. I even hope that what I will see later will be a corpse. I hate him and my mother. Really? Xiaomi frowned and said nothing. Don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. She didn't want to say anything. She just wanted Shen Yun to be fine. Not only because Shen Yun really treated her as a sister before, and the kindness of saving my life in the previous life. Sister Yun, you are the best. They are blind if they don't cherish you. Well, I know. In fact, I understood it when my mother died. I may not have a parental relationship in this life. Then I won't ask for it. I just need to love myself. That's it. Sister Yun, after you go today, let yourself go. You still have me. You see? I am an orphan now. Shen Yun smiled, and there was light in his eyes. Well, I know. Do you remember our meeting? Xiaomi smiled bitterly. How can I not remember that Xiao Qiping slapped me, and you blocked it for me? And then you decided to be my agent. Well, when I looked at you, it was like seeing myself. But you are luckier than me because your father, Xiao Qiping, still has some conscience, and didn't hit me like he did. Sister Yun, there is something I haven't told you yet. In fact, I am not Xiao Qiping's child. The reason why they got married was that my mother found Xiao Qiping. As for who my father is, I don't know, and I don't want to know now. So, I am really an orphan now, Xiaomi said while driving. And there was nothing else on her face except self-mockery. Shin Yun looked at Xiaomi with heartache. Oh! Sister Yun. Don't be like this. I don't care. Don't be hypocritical. Shin Yun smiled directly. Well, I know you don't care. And I don't care now. As for wanting to go and see today, I just want to see if he is dead or alive now. Give yourself an explanation? Yes. Xiaomi slowly understood Shin Yun's idea. She understood it. Just like 2 days ago, when she went to the Qiao family's villa in person to deal with Xiao Qiping. You have to give yourself an explanation. At this time, Gu Haoyu had already changed his equipment, and his eyes were full of surprise when he came out. Boss, look, am I cool? Gu Haoyu is now like a robot, with a height of 2 meters and a launcher under his feet. But it is hidden under his feet. The whole body of the robot is blue. Or that kind of haze blue. Well, it fits Gu Haoyu's personality very well. Gu Haoyu looked at their eyes, and knew that his equipment was very cool. Just when he wanted to find Xiaomi, he found that Xiaomi was not in the living room. Boss, where is your Chi-Chi? Out. Alright. Pack up and go to rest. Gu Haoyu was naturally unwilling. After seeing the instruction manual just now, he was very excited and wanted to see how this thing functions. Boss, let's go downstairs and try it. No. We should go downstairs and wait for your Chi-Chi. And then try it by the way. Okay. Chu Mochen looked at Gu Haoyu's eyes and nodded. Gu Haoyu was instantly excited. Shin Wentao also stepped forward. Let's go down together. Where are Xian and Ouyang? I go down and take a look. Seeing Ouyang Qi agreed to go down, Huining Xuan said directly, I will definitely go too. After all, I am the happiest to see Gu Xiaoxi make a fool of himself. Gu Haoyu looked at Huining Xuan and snorted. Ouyang Qi's face changed. And that expression was really not good. But Huining Xuan didn't see it. Only Chu Mochen saw it. And looked at Ouyang Qi with a warning look. He secretly made up his mind, and would find time to talk to Ouyang Qi later. Now that Hui Yin is not here, he is the parent, and must keep a close eye on it. Chapter 79 Gu Haoyu is crazy. You have been reading the introduction for a long time. But you still don't understand it? Shin Wentao looked at Gu Haoyu with disgust. Gu Haoyu looked around anxiously. But he couldn't start it. Chu Mochen couldn't stand it anymore. And walked forward. Give me the introduction. Gu Haoyu quickly showed the control panel on his chest to Chu Mochen. Hey. This is it. Take a look. It's the button here. After that, Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Mochen depressedly. Chu Mochen didn't want to talk anymore. So he chose to shut up and concentrate on the introduction in front of him. A minute later, Chu Mochen squatted down and pressed behind Gu Haoyu's right foot. Try it again now. Gu Haoyu pressed the black button on his wrist. Swoosh. Flew directly up. Gu Haoyu in the air excitedly controlled the direction slowly and flew forward. Chu Mochen was still a little worried when he saw Gu Haoyu disappear from his sight. But he also thought that Xiaomi things were still very safe. So he stopped worrying. Shin Wentao was surprised when he saw Gu Haoyu flying up. Awesome. It's really good. But I don't know the material yet. And the fuel under his feet that allows him to launch is also very strange. I have never seen it before. Ouyang Qi looked at the direction where Gu Haoyu disappeared with great curiosity. After he finished speaking, Chu Mochen glanced at Ouyang Qi and warned him. Curiosity kills the cat. Ouyang Qi didn't say anything. But Huining Xuan was not happy. Uncle Chu. What a tone. How can you talk to my male god like that? See if your male god is willing to pay attention to you? Huining Xuan was speechless. Sadly chose to shut up. And didn't say anything. Ouyang Qi looked at Huining Xuan's expression and felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Huining Xuan was even more disappointed. Chu Mochen, who was standing next to him, had a cold look in his eyes. He went up to Ouyang Qi by the collar and walked to the side. Without waiting for Huining Xuan to say anything, he said, Don't follow me. Then he walked to the side. Ouyang Qi. Is that so? Don't want to care about Huining Xuan. No. I didn't. Chu Mochen sneered and was about to speak when Ouyang Qi said again. It's not like that. It's just me. That? I'm afraid that she just admires me. Don't hurt her. Yeah. After getting Ouyang Qi's answer, Chu Mochen felt relieved. Thinking of what Ouyang Qi said just now, he warned again. Also, you'd better not ask about Xiaomi affairs, and keep your mouth shut. She is my benefactor. I owe her a life. Chu Mochen looked at Ouyang Qi and said nothing more. He turned around and walked towards Wen Ningxuan, who was looking around. What are you looking at? Can you eat him? Wen Ningxuan shrank her neck and whispered. You looked like you were eating a human being just now. Then, under Chu Mochen's warning eyes, she covered her mouth and dared not say anything else. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Chu Mochen. Chu Mochen, who was about to get angry, could no longer say harsh words when he saw Wen Ningxuan's look. He just looked at her with a warning. Wen Ningxuan quickly raised her hands. I know. Uncle Chu. I will be obedient. Remember what you said? After saying that, Chu Mochen walked toward Shen Wentao, while Wen Ningxuan trotted to find Ouyang Qi. After reaching Ouyang Qi, she looked at Ouyang Qi carefully. My male god. Are you okay? Ouyang Qi forced a smile. It's okay. Let's go and see if Mr. Gu is back. Yeah. Wen Ningxuan looked at Ouyang Qi stupidly. Woohoo. Was my idol smiling at me just now? Ah. Wen Ningxuan. You have made it. The idol smiled at you. Oh ha ha ha. At this time, Wen Ningxuan, who was crazy about his imagination, was standing there motionless. Ouyang Qi turned around and saw Wen Ningxuan's dazed look, stretched out his hand and gave Wen Ningxuan a slap. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Hee. Then Ouyang Qi laughed again. But Wen Ningxuan didn't see it. After all, Ouyang Qi had turned around now. Gu Haoyu in the sky was very excited now. And he had forgotten the people below, and was happily enjoying his flight. After a while, he had already run a circle around the nearby 5 kilometers. After being happy, Gu Haoyu tried the attack function of this again. Fearing that it was too powerful, he conservatively chose one when choosing the attack power. After seeing the power of this thing, Gu Haoyu was extremely glad for his choice. A laser beam shot out from the back of his hand, and shot towards the building in front. The top floor seemed to have exploded. Half of it collapsed. Gu Haoyu looked at the scene in shock. The loud noise also alarmed Chu Mochen and Shen Wentao. They looked at each other, thinking that there were some terrorists. I never thought that the noise was caused by Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu looked at the collapsed roof and quickly flew over there, ready to see if he had caused any casualties. After landing steadily on the roof, Gu Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that this was an office building. Fortunately, there was no one here. After confirming that there was no one here, Gu Haoyu was afraid that there were a large number of zombies below. So he left quickly. When he returned to the place where he took off just now, he saw Chu Mochen and Shen Wentao standing there waiting, while Wen Ningxuan and Ouyang Qi were standing aside chatting. Boss. I really want to kneel down and thank your Chi-Chi. It's so amazing. Did you hear the explosion just now? Haha. That's my attack. And there's more. Look. This has 5 gear options. I just had one. Do you understand? This means that I can release more powerful skills. Gu Haoyu's whole person is now filled with a happy smile. And he is completely different from before. Let's go. Go up first. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, Gu Haoyu directly said, you guys go up. I fly up directly. Oh Shen Wentao rolled his eyes directly. Okay. Just go up. No. I have to quickly get familiar with my equipment. Let's go. After speaking, Gu Haoyu flew up and left. Shen Wentao simply despised Gu Haoyu to death. This person is no longer acceptable. Let's go. Just make him happy. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, he turned around helplessly and walked towards their building. And Gu Haoyu landed directly on the top floor. Then turned off the switch on his feet and walked downstairs. After waiting, Gu Haoyu took off his clothes, changed into his own clothes, and walked towards Chu Mochen and the others with 4 kilograms of clothes. Do you want to try it? It's very cool. Chu Mochen shook his head. No. Play by yourself. After being rejected, Gu Haoyu looked at Shen Wentao again, but was also directly rejected. Okay. You don't understand. After saying that, he went downstairs holding his equipment. Chapter 80 Regret. Chi-Chi. Just wait for me downstairs. I go up by myself. Xiaomi was still worried about Xinyan going up by herself. And just when she wanted to say that she would accompany her, she was rejected by Xinyun again. Xinyun looked at Xiaomi and said slowly, it's not like we're going to fight. Don't worry. I'm fine. Drive quickly. There are zombies coming from behind. After saying that, Xinyun closed the car door directly. turned around and ran towards the building in front. Xiaomi didn't insist anymore, but started the car and attracted the zombies over, so that Xinyun could get in easily. Sure enough, after the car started, the zombies that Bailey was still preparing to chase Xinyun instantly swarmed towards Xiaomi car. As Xiaomi car started, Xinyun also entered the building smoothly. After going up, Xinyun opened the door with a normal expression. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a foul odor. Xinyun frowned and turned on the flashlight in her hand before walking inside. She looked around but couldn't find any trace of Shin father. She went to the 3 bedrooms inside to check. After opening the door of the study, Xinyun's face was full of sneers. She closed the door directly and turned around to leave the house. As soon as she reached the entrance, Xinyun turned around suddenly, walked towards the kitchen, and opened the cupboard. She saw that there were only a few bags of her instant food products left. And then she put all the remaining instant food in a garbage bag and took it away. The reason why Xinyun did this was because she saw 2 people in the study room just now. That is, the 2 grandsons of her aunt. Xinyun didn't expect that her father would take that family over. This made her feel very disgusted. After leaving, Xinyun looked at the house she had decorated with her own hands and smiled. Goodbye. Since you want it so much, I give it to you. After saying that, she closed the door. Taking out the intercom, Chi-Chi, I'm ready. Pick me up downstairs. After saying that, he ran downstairs along the emergency stairs. After getting in the car, he threw the 2 large bags in his hand into the back seat. Drive. Xiaomi looked at Xinyun happy look, raised her eyebrows and asked, what's the situation? Why are you so happy? Let me tell you. I took away all the edibles at home, and the rest had to be heated with fire. He actually took my vampire aunt's family over. Humph. I spoiled them. Xiaomi gave Xinyun a thumbs up. Okay. Xinyun is really happy now. But it's a pity that she can't see the surveillance now. Otherwise she can enjoy the grand scene of people biting dogs. Just thinking about Xinyun makes me happy. Finally, I let out a breath of anger. If I can see their expressions tomorrow, I will be even happier. After saying that, Xinyun took out a bag of pickled pepper chicken feet from the bag behind. This is my favorite. They didn't eat a whole pack, so they don't know how to appreciate it. After saying that, he opened the bag and took out half of it for Xiaomi. You won't restrict me now? Humph. I will still restrict you after the zombies are gone. You can eat, but eat less, so that you won't lose weight. Xiaomi really wanted to say, Big sister, what are you thinking about? If you want the zombies to end, when will it be? I'm afraid it will be in the next life. In the world where Fang Zheng was about to travel, the end of the world had been 60 or 70 years, and it had not been resolved. If she hadn't completed the mission at that time and left that world, she really wanted to know when the zombie virus could be suppressed. What a pity. She didn't wait, and she didn't know when the zombies would be eliminated after she disappeared. Mo. You are waiting for me. Xiaomi smiled sweetly, rushed directly to Chumachan, hugged Chumachan's neck and jumped up. Chumachan hurriedly hugged Xiaomi and cushioned Xiaomi, but with both hands to prevent her from falling. Xinyun said he couldn't bear to watch. You guys take your time. I'm going in. After that, Xinyun hurried into his room. Xiaomi looked at Chumachan and smiled seductively. Momo, carry me in? After that, she threw a wink at Chumachan. Chumachan patted Xiaomi's buttocks. Naughty. Do you trust my self-control too much? Hee hee. Then Momo, will you disappoint me? If you continue to flirt, you will know whether I will disappoint you or not. Looking at Chumachan's scarlet eyes, Xiaomi chose to shut up. She could feel Chumachan holding her arms, and his muscles were tense now. She knew very well that she should stop when she saw the good. After the two went in, Chumachan put Xiaomi down and prepared to leave. She was directly pulled down by Xiaomi. Let's chat together. You leave tomorrow. Okay. After that, Chumachan helped Xiaomi up, got up and turned on the electric fan, and then lay down beside Xiaomi. But the gap between the two of them was big enough for another person to sleep. Xiaomi looked at Chumachan's nervous look, with a smile on her face. Momo, relax a little? Okay. Chi-Chi, can you tell me about yourself? To be honest, I know very little about you. Chumachan said this with a sorry look on his face. He really didn't know much about Xiaomi. He wanted to investigate Xiaomi before But he felt that it was disrespectful to Xiaomi. So he didn't do it. It's nothing. Not a very good thing. But I still want to share it with you. Just don't be sad. I don't feel anything now. Xiaomi gave Chu Machin a shot in advance. After hearing this, Chu Machin guessed that Xiaomi's life was not very good. No. It should be said that it was very bad. Looking at the distress in Chu Machin's eyes, Xiaomi patted Chu Machin's arm. Not that bad. Really? I don't think there is anything. Chu Machin said nothing. Took Xiaomi into his arms. Okay. You talk. He wanted to give Xiaomi a hug so that Xiaomi would not feel so uncomfortable. Xiaomi smiled and hugged Chu Machin back. Well? Okay. Actually, I'm not Xiao Qiping's biological daughter. He is. That's it. For half an hour, Xiaomi slowly told Chu Machin about her situation. The reason why she chose to say that she was not her biological daughter at the beginning was to tell Chu Machin that those people had nothing to do with her now. It wouldn't cause any emotion in her. So he didn't need to feel bad. Even more, he didn't need to care. But Chu Machin felt differently. He felt that Xiaomi was heartbroken and desperate. So she didn't care about anything. For a while, Chu Machin was so distressed that he trembled all over. This reaction directly scared Xiaomi. Momo. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's worried eyes and hugged Xiaomi tightly in his arms. It's okay. Chi-Chi. We will be fine in the future. I just feel sorry for my Chi-Chi. Why didn't I show up earlier to rescue my Chi-Chi? Why am I so cowardly that my Chi-Chi has suffered so much? Oh. Momo. If you keep talking nonsense, I'd be angry. Besides, when Grandpa was alive, I lived a good life and Grandpa protected me very much. Well, my Chi-Chi is so good. It's their fault that they don't cherish her. Xiaomi raised her chin. That's a must. I must be the best. They are blind. Looking at Xiaomi like this, Chu Machin smiled in a low voice.